Plundering the Heavens Chapter 956 to Chapter 1006. Old B** starred, I'll kill you sooner or later. Having made up his mind, Feng Xing suddenly gritted his teeth. Countless rays of sword light exploded around him, forcibly dispersing the immortal technique Xianxia had sent towards him. Then, as if he was going all out, he leaped and charged towards Bujizi of the Heavenly Mystery Palace. The demon sword in his hand was incomparably awe-inspiring as it slashed towards the white-haired old man. However, Lady Xian, who was beside Bujizi, used the fragrance incantation. Peach blossoms fell from the sky, forcing Feng Xing back. Then, the other 5 experts immediately surrounded him in the middle of the battle. Since things have come to this, you'd better surrender. Why must you fight to the death? Lady Xian let out a long sigh and looked at Feng Xing with a complicated gaze. In her opinion, this little devil was indeed a junior who was not inferior to the devil incarnate. However, the difference in fate and status between the two was too great. One was the #1 genius of the Philosopher's Dojo, while the other was facing the fate of being surrounded and killed by the experts of the Philosopher's Dojo. We don't even know who will die. Feng Xing shouted. His attacks became even more ferocious, as if he was going all out. Senior, is there no way to restrain him? Lady Xian asked Bujizi of the Heavenly Mystery Palace in a low voice. Her brows were tightly knitted together. At this moment, Feng Xing seemed to be going all out. Under his half-step Great Dao technique, Xianxia and the others did not dare to use their true trump cards, afraid that he would take advantage of them. This made them feel that Feng Xing was too slippery. Although he was in danger every time, he was always able to resolve it at the last moment. As the battle dragged on, it made them anxious. After all, they were famous experts of the Great Dao orthodoxies. Now that they were forced to besiege such a junior, and yet they could not take him down, the damage to their reputation would be too severe. Moreover, their purpose for coming here was to capture this little devil alive. This kid had caused too much trouble. Only by capturing him alive and putting him on trial in front of the people of Tianyuan could the divine prefecture regain its reputation. If they really killed him, it would not be enough. If I want to capture him alive, the only way is to break his divine ability, Bujizi of the Palace of Heavenly Mysteries spoke softly. He pointed the horsetail whisk in his hand and softly said, his heaven and earth transformation array is an extremely mysterious technique. It's a pity that he hasn't comprehended it enough and there are still flaws in it. If we use our own array to break the array, we should be able to directly suppress this kid. Senior Bujizi, please guide me, 4th Madame Xian softly begged and bowed. Bujizi nodded his head. Behind the battle circle, he stepped on the Heavenly Dipper steps and began to push forward. The first gate, the Azure Dragon Stop Gate of the East, 32, after some calculations, Bujizi spoke in a low voice. He read out a location and sent his divine will into Xianxia's mind. Hearing this, Xianxia's figure flashed and he turned to the east of Feng Xing, firmly guarding a position. Strangely enough, after he seized this position, a crack appeared in the chi of the universe around Feng Xing, without even making a move. It was as if a crack had appeared on a perfect piece of porcelain. Although the crack was not large, it had already caused the porcelain to no longer be perfect. When the flow of chi reached this position, it naturally broke off, and it was no longer smooth. The second gate, the White Tiger View Gate of the West, 49, Bujizi continued to push forward and soon sent the second location to Han Jianxiao. Han Jianxiao responded and occupied a position to the west of Feng Xing. He then turned around and thrust his spear forward. Feng Xing was hit in the back. Although he managed to dodge in time, a terrifying wound still appeared on his back. The third gate, the Vermilion Bird Rest Gate of the South, 53, the fourth gate, the Black Tortoise Pane Gate of the North, 61, Bujizi did not stop talking. He pushed forward one position after another and reported it to the others. In the end, he and Lady Xian made their moves. A total of 7 people occupied 7 positions next to Feng Xing. A strange scene appeared. After 7 positions were occupied, Feng Xing suddenly seemed to be trapped in a prison, unable to move. He had transformed the heaven and earth into a great spell formation, which was like a huge net. Within the net, everything was under his control. Bujizi had pinpointed the positions of the 8 spell formations. Then, together with the other 6 people, they pinned the huge net to the ground, nailing Fangxing to the ground as well. Now, 7 of the 8 gates had been occupied. The only thing left in front of Fangxing was the Death Gate. As for the location of the Gate of Death, it was surprisingly the Xian domain, otherwise, he would just stand there without moving and allow himself to be captured. Or he could only rush to the Death Gate and seek his own death, forced into a corner. Now, Fangxing had really been forced into a corner. He had transformed the heaven and earth into a great formation, but Bujizi had used a formation to destroy a formation and occupied the formation's eye. Now, these 7 people seemed to have become a part of the heaven and earth, firmly locking Fangxing to the ground. Little devil, are you still going to put up a desperate struggle? Yuan Xiaoma heaved a sigh of relief and shouted at Fangxing, a murderous glint flashing in his eyes. Although they had wasted a lot of effort, they had still managed to subdue this little devil. The killing intent of Han Jianxiao and the others arose secretly. With their cultivation and status, it actually took them such a long time and so much energy to join forces to deal with such a little demon. Moreover, they were even frightened by this little demon. For them, it was really a matter that they were ashamed to mention. Now that they saw this little demon had been deterred, they even wished for nothing more than to directly slap him to death. However, they still remembered their original objective, which was to leave him alive, so they forcefully restrained the killing intent in their hearts. Haha, do you really think you can subdue me so easily? Fangxing stood still and spoke in a low voice. There was a hint of ruthlessness in his voice. Haha, Zhu Shou sneered and did not bother to reply. The situation was clear at a glance. Old man, you're very powerful. Fangxing raised his head and looked at Bujizi of the Heavenly Mystery Palace. His voice was cold and his eyes were cold. Bujizi clasped his hands behind his back and looked at Fangxing calmly. There was not the slightest bit of emotion in his eyes. He had indeed made a great contribution in this battle. If he had not used the supreme deduction method of the Heavenly Mystery Palace to see through Fangxing's flaw and found a way to restrain Fangxing's divine ability, it would not have been so easy to take down Fangxing even though there were many experts present. It was even more difficult to subdue Fangxing without bloodshed. However, with his cultivation and age, he did not bother to explain too much to this junior. He only spoke when it was time for him to speak and turned a deaf ear to his words. I have to thank you for creating such a good opportunity for me. Fangxing ignored Bujizi's reply and spoke quietly. Then, he raised his hands again. One up and one down, one forward and one backward, he slowly pushed them like a huge millstone. The formation of heaven and earth, which had been pinned down by the 7 people, began to forcefully operate. The heavens and earth were pulled closer and a huge force suppressed them. You still want to resist at this point? The Talisman Tool's Path Master shouted and stood still with the other 7 people, forcefully suppressing Fangxing's divine ability. In this world, they were already connected to Fangxing through the qi of the heavens and earth and had become one with him. If they did not move, Fangxing would not be able to move either. As long as they stood still at the eye of the formation, Fangxing would be like a fish in a net. He would not be able to escape. The qi of both sides were in a stalemate. It was like a tug of war and no one was willing to relax. However, compared to the 7 people, Fangxing's strength was still too weak. After a round of competition, he suddenly realized that he could not control the giant millstone of heaven and earth, he couldn't escape, and he couldn't resist either. It was like a child being pressed to the ground by 7 or 8 strong men. No matter how much he threw a tantrum and rolled on the ground, biting and kicking, he couldn't even think of turning around under the suppression of such a powerful force. He would only become a laughingstock. The eye of the formation has been pinned down. Your divine ability has been completely broken. Demon, where can you go? Yuan Xiaoma had lost a leg, but he had already used a technique to heal himself. His Dharma form was still intact. Only then did he have the time to speak. As if he was venting his anger, he spoke in a sinister tone. At this point, why are you still resisting? Just be a good boy and return to the divine land to be judged. Being stabbed in the small immortal realm will be enough to wash away your sins. Perhaps the Yuan family will help you collect your corpse because we are from the same clan. As he spoke, he slowly reached out his hand and an invisible force pulled Fangxing. To the immobilized Fangxing, no matter how ordinary this force was, it was not something he could escape from. It's quite sturdy. I can't break free. Fang Xing laughed softly. If others saw this, they would think that he had lost all hope. Only Fang Xing's mother, Xianxia, who was on his left, suddenly saw a hint of madness in his eyes. Her heart trembled. "Let's hurry up and take him," she hesitated for a moment and spoke in a low voice, trying to persuade everyone to quickly take down Fang Xing. However, at this moment, Fang Xing suddenly laughed coldly and said, "Then, come with me." After he finished speaking, he suddenly leapt up and jumped into the Xian domain. The heaven and earth formation had been nailed down. 7 of the 8 formation gates had been nailed down, but there was still one that was not sealed. That was the gate of death. It was a gate that brought about one's own destruction, and that gate was facing the mysterious domain. When the mysterious domain descended from the heavens, the laws were infinite. If the Yuanian cultivators entered it, they would immediately be smashed into pieces. However, at this moment, Fang Xing, as if he did not care about his life, directly rushed into the mysterious domain. At this moment, through the opportunity of the heaven and earth formation, he was connected to the 7 experts. When the 7 experts did not move, he could not move either, unless he jumped into the unoccupied gate of death. Correspondingly, when he moved, the 7 experts also moved. When he jumped into the mysterious domain where the gate of death was located, the 7 experts were caught off guard and fell into the mysterious domain along with him. For a moment, their hearts were filled with shock. "Does this little devil want to die?" This thought flashed across the minds of Yuan Xiaoma and the others. In their great shock, some people tried to hold on to Fang Xing, while others tried to escape. However, it was a pity that those who tried to leave the heaven and earth formation found that they could not do so. When they nailed Fang Xing also held on to them. It was like 2 people holding hands. "Although you are holding on to me, if I do not let go, you will not be able to leave. In this way, if I go to die, you will have to follow me. Since you insist on pestering me, then follow me to die." A group of people, with Fang Xing as the eye of the formation, impressively rushed towards the mysterious domain. Through the heaven and earth formation, they effortlessly suppressed Fang Xing and firmly trapped him in place. However, there were only 7 of them after all, and there was still the death gate that they had yet to occupy. Of course, even if there was an 8th person, he would absolutely not run to the death gate and throw his life away. However, it was precisely because of this that Fang Xing had a final escape route, and that was the death gate. The other 7 gates were all suppressed, so he could not go there, nor could he move. Only when he leaped towards the death gate would he be able to move and cause the formation to change its direction. This scene caused the 7 experts of the divine continent to be greatly alarmed, and they fought with all their might to escape. However, when they pinned down Fang Xing also pulled them back, so it was simply impossible for them to escape. Thus, they could only fight with their lives on the line to stabilize their bodies and hold on to Fang Xing's body, preventing him from leaping into the mysterious domain. However, at this critical moment, Fang Xing once again used the half-step Great Dao technique. During the second round of fierce battle, everyone had held back, and did not give him the opportunity to use their own strength to resist each other. However, at this time, because of the critical situation, they made the same mistake again. 7 great forces were used at the same time, and coincidentally fell into Fang Xing's control. The half-step Great Dao technique pulled each other, causing the 7 forces to collide with each other at the same time, and cancel each other out. Any 2 of the 7 great experts actually had enough strength to hold back Fang Xing and prevent him from rushing towards the Xian domain. However, at this time, when they simultaneously attacked Fang Xing, it was just like how they suffered a great loss when they attacked Fang Xing at the same time. This gave Fang Xing an opportunity. Their powers cancelled each other out, and there was almost no power that fell on Fang Xing's body. Fang Xing himself took advantage of this opportunity to jump into the mysterious domain without stopping for even a moment, and let the treasure light surrounding the mysterious domain drown him. Yuan Xiaoma, Han Jianshao, Meng Yunjia, the talisman Tool Dao Lord, the experts from the small immortal world, Bu Jizi, 4th Madame Xian, and the others were all shocked and fell into the mystic domain involuntarily. At this moment, their cultivations were cancelled out and their bodies were tied together by the heavenly array. They were truly helpless. No matter how profound their attainments in immortal arts were, they were unable to stop Fang Xing from taking this step, and this was also the second step of the plan that Fang Xing had discussed after receiving a hint from the demon ancestor. From the moment they were surrounded by 7 experts, he and Demon Ancestor had realized a problem at the same time. With his strength alone, it was impossible for him to deal with 7 experts, not to mention winning. He didn't even have the slightest hope of escaping. He could only rely on other forces. Because of this, he, who was extremely daring, quickly made a plan. There were a total of 3 steps in the plan. The first step was to weaken the 7 experts' power, and at the same time, intimidate them, so that they would fear the half-step Grand Dao technique. The second step was to pull the 7 experts into the mysterious domain, and borrow the power of the mysterious domain to kill them. However, after the first step, he saw that the 7 great experts were truly frightened. He became absent-minded and wanted to slip away midway. After all, this plan was also very dangerous for him. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he really did not want to leave like this. However, in the end, Bujizi of the Heavenly Mystery Palace saw through his real situation and forced him into a predicament. Instead, he had no choice but to carry out this 3-step plan to the end. He still had to rely on the original plan to kill this group of people, and there was no room for compromise in the middle. Of course, there was still a small accident in the plan. Fang Xing's original plan was to first injure the 7 experts that surrounded him. At the very least, he would weaken their strength. Then, he would use the great worldly millstone to attract them. At the same time, he would burn his own cultivation. Then, he would borrow a portion of the demon ancestors' remaining strength to forcefully drag these people into the Xian domain. He didn't think that all of them would die. He just wanted to drag a few of them. However, after being unlucky for so long, something lucky finally happened. The Heavenly Mystery Palace's Bujizi was more powerful than he had imagined. His cultivation didn't seem to be high, but he was experienced and knowledgeable, and his eyesight was outstanding. He actually came up with a plan to nail the formation eye, and then lock him in. This saved him a step of effort, and he didn't need to spend so much effort to pull those people into his world. It was those people who jumped into his world of their own accord. At the last moment, he really wanted to thank the Heavenly Mystery Palace's old man. This second step of the plan was so perfect, and it was really thanks to the old man's guidance and the 7 experts' cooperation. Bang! 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 With the addition of Fang Xing, 8 people jumped into the mysterious domain together, and immediately attracted the descent of the mysterious domain's rules. Countless strange ripples that could be seen with the naked eye descended, and like divine thunder, they fell on the 7 experts and Fang Xing's body. It was as if a true immortal had attacked, and directly shattered the protective divine light around their bodies, followed by their bodies, and then their souls. I can't. Yuan Xiaoma's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets, and he desperately held and struggled, but he could only watch helplessly as his body turned into powder. How is this possible? How dare you? Han Xianxia shouted with all his might, and waved his iron spear upwards, as if he wanted to resist the light of punishment that fell from the sky in the mysterious domain. Unfortunately, the light of punishment hit the iron spear with a rumble, and then spread to his whole body. After a long while, only the iron spear and Han Jianxiao's unwilling roar were left on the ground. Little devil, do you really want to perish together with us? Meng family's Meng Yunxia hurriedly burrowed into the ground, as if he wanted to use the earth as a shield to protect himself again, but unfortunately, the light of punishment was everywhere in the mysterious domain. Even though he burrowed into the ground, he could only see the endless light of punishment falling on the ground. After a long while, blood surged out of the ground, and a soul drilled out. In the void, his eyes were wide open helplessly, and then he dissipated sorrowfully and powerlessly. I'm not willing. The talisman Tool Dao Lord roared in grief, and before he could even finish his sentence, he dissipated without a trace. Little devil, you dare, the expert from the small celestial world waved his sharp sword and slashed at himself, cutting off a portion of his cultivation that was connected to Fang Xing. Even if his cultivation was greatly reduced, he still wanted to escape from the mysterious domain. But suddenly, he heard a loud scolding. You still want to escape? He hurriedly turned his head, and just happened to see Fang Xing grabbing him, and pulling him straight into the depths of the mysterious domain. I'll kill you. The expert from the small celestial world was furious, and he desperately slashed at Fang Xing with his sword. But unfortunately, just as he raised his arm, his body had already started to crumble, and he turned into a mist of blood. Sigh, why is it like this? Among Zhu Shou's group, only Bujizi of the Heavenly Mystery Palace had a calm expression. He only let out a low sigh, and looked at Fangxing with deep helplessness and confusion in his eyes. Falling into such a place of death, we have no way out. Why did you? Because this young master has more methods than you. Fangxing roared fiercely, and fiercely slashed at Bujizi with his sword, and his huge head flew into the air. Why do you have to do this? If you do this, won't it be difficult for you to escape death? Not far away, fourth Madame Xian cried out in panic, and her eyes were filled with fear and confusion as she looked at Fangxing. I've already said that if you provoke me again, I'll start a massacre, but you're the ones who insist on provoking me. Fangxing raised his sword and fiercely charged at her. However, he had only taken 2 steps when boundless punishment light surged towards him, and directly wrapped him up. Then, in the blink of an eye, his aura disappeared. Fourth Madame Xian's body loosened, and she felt the heaven and earth array that connected her to Fangxing suddenly disappear. She regained her freedom, and hurriedly rushed out of the mysterious domain. Boom. However, she had only managed to take 2 steps before a bolt of lightning struck her body. In an instant, her body collapsed, and her soul was left without a place to rely on. She miserably floated out of the mysterious domain. The situation had changed drastically, and it shocked everyone. In the eyes of outsiders, after Fangxing and the 7 great masters of the divine continent rushed into the mysterious domain, it was as if they had taken the initiative to face the lightning tribulation. Groups of treacherous dark clouds formed by ripples of light directly surged from all directions, and enveloped them, triggering a series of chain reactions. During this period, only a ray of soul light floated out, and it seemed to be severely injured, as if it would dissipate at any time. As for the others, they were all wrapped up in the clouds. After a burst of dazzling divine light collapsed, the mysterious domain was completely clean, and only flesh and blood remained. How could this be? The soul that fell out raised its head with difficulty to look at the mysterious domain, and its expression was blank. Its divine thoughts fluctuated, and it silently wept. This person's dharma form was damaged, and her cultivation base was less than 10%, as if it would dissipate at any time. She was in an extremely sorry state, but she was Lady Xian of the Fuyao Palace. She was also very lucky. Among the 7 formation gates, she was the only one who occupied the life gate. Moreover, before Fangxing could kill her, he had been engulfed by the punishment light, so she managed to escape with her life at the last moment. Although her body was damaged, her soul at least managed to escape from the mysterious domain. However, the others were not as lucky as her, and they were all brought into the mysterious domain by that devil, and not even their bones were left. You actually wanted to drag the others to die with you, even at the risk of death? Lady Xian's soul floated, and her liver and guts were torn apart. She almost couldn't believe it. Why did you have to do this? Below the battlefield, the rogue cultivators and the others who were watching were also so shocked that they couldn't say a word. Lady Xian was only left with a remnant soul, and it was concealed by the treasured light of the mysterious domain, so they didn't notice it for a while. Thus, they were even more shocked. She actually perished together. The 7 great masters of the divine continent joined hands to capture this little devil, and they actually ended up in such a miserable state. They were all famous masters of the divine continent. At first, they thought that they had already subdued the little devil, and victory was in their hands, but who would have thought that this would happen? The mysterious domain was the forbidden area of the Yuanying, and anyone who entered it would definitely die. No one would have thought that this little devil would be so ruthless, and at the last moment, he actually led everyone into the mysterious domain. In the end, none of the 7 great masters managed to escape. Could it be that the battle between the divine continent and the little devil would end in such a lose-lose situation? The void was silent, and the battle ended. In the heavy atmosphere of death, only the mournful and sorrowful cries of Lady Xian's soul remained. The news that the little devil and the 7 experts had perished together in the dark region of the devil abyss quickly spread across the divine land, and then across the Tianyuan continent. The various races and orthodoxies that received this news were all incomparably shocked, especially the orthodoxies and clans that the 7 great experts belonged to. They were even more sorrowful and indescribable. Those 7 great experts were not ordinary people. They were the pillars of their clans and famous experts. But in the end, they died in the demon abyss in such a worthless manner. How could they not be heartbroken? This was especially true for the Yuan family. When they heard the news, even the old immortal of the Yuan family suddenly flew into a rage. He slammed a huge mountain down with his palm and then went into seclusion for 3 days and 3 nights in grief. One was the only person in the upper echelon of the Yuan family apart from the family head. The other was an outstanding junior who had the ability to drag the 7 experts to death with him. The Yuan family's loss was really indescribable. The old immortal of the Yuan family had already begun to regret handing over Fangxing despite the persuasion of all the clans. Fortunately, there was also good news. The juniors who had followed the sages to the extraterrestrial land to seek the divine essence of the sun were about to return. Their junior, Fusu, had already successfully broken through the 7th severance stage under the guidance of the sages and saw the Great Way. After his return, the Yuan family had received a promise from all the clans that they would gather the best resources of all clans to help him awaken the seed. At that time, a perfect seed that could even reach the 9th severance stage should be able to make up for the serious loss suffered by the Yuan family. It was the same for the other orthodoxies. The family head of the Meng family was full of regret and did not show up for 7 days. The family head of the Han family directed his anger at the Yuan family and announced that he would cut off all cooperation with the Yuan family. In the northern region of the Divine Land, the Talisman Instrument Doctrine was destroyed overnight. The Talisman Instrument Doctrine, which was originally one of the 3 major orthodoxies in the northern region, was eliminated just like that. The entire Divine Land seemed to have fallen into a deep sorrow. A pressure that seemed to be heavier than the arrival of the small immortal realm floated over the entire Divine Land. Everyone had an indescribable feeling of oppression in their hearts. If this was a battle between the little devil and the Divine Land, then in the end, the Divine Land could be considered to have won, right? After all, the little devil was indeed dead. However, even though the Divine Land had won, wasn't the price they had to pay too high? Fortunately, after half a month of deep sorrow, there was finally some good news. The various schools of Taoism that had followed the sages to cultivate in the extraterritorial lands were finally returning. The chosen juniors had shown astonishing growth, and every orthodoxy was excited. At this time, Fuyao Palace also released a piece of good news that shocked the entire Divine Land. When the various schools of Taoism returned, Fuyao Palace would hold a coming-of-age ceremony for Xiaoxitu in advance and officially confer the name of Situ to her. The Jade Lake Fairy Society would also be held 70 years in advance. The Yaoqi Banquet, which was held once in 1,000 years, was the biggest immortal banquet in China and even in Tianyuan. The news attracted the attention of all the people in Tianyuan. Everyone was guessing who would be invited to the Yaoqi Banquet, and whether the small immortal realm that had just returned would be the distinguished guest of the Yaoqi Banquet. Since the Yaoqi Banquet was held in advance, were the flat peaches ripe? Every year, according to the custom, the flat peaches that the Jade Lake Fairy Society secretly produced would be sold for in the black market. What was more anticipated was the competition of heaven's favorites at the Yaoqi Banquet, which was held once in 1,000 years. Which juniors would stand out and become a rising star in the cultivation world? The Divine Land was immersed in a sea of excitement, but some people's mood became increasingly gloomy and sorrowful. Little Fangxing is dead? When the news that Fangxing had perished together with the 7 masters of the Divine Land reached the orthodoxy of the Great Snow Mountain, the Yuanying realm elder of Huqin fell silent for a long time. After a long time, he heaved a long sigh and stood up from the cattail hassock. Holding a stick of incense, he came to the 4 portraits behind him and lit a stick of incense on the 2nd portrait on the left. Looking at his old friend, he sighed deeply and wept. "Old friend, I've failed you. I can't take care of him, but the Great Snow Mountain will not be silent anymore. He's dead, in an inconspicuous small city in the central region of the Divine Land." In a dilapidated shop, a white-haired man, who was as handsome as an immortal, held up a glass of wine but did not drink it. He murmured to himself, as if he was also shocked by the news. With a crack, the wine glass between his fingers suddenly broke, and a look of regret appeared on the man's face. He flicked his sleeves, stood up, looked at the sky, and sighed deeply. Am I taking revenge, or am I letting myself suffer the pain 700 years ago again? He's actually dead? North of the azure billow sea, on a celestial island that was filled with exotic flowers and herbs, a tall and slender white-robed woman with peerless beauty sat on a blue stone. When she saw the message recorded in the jade talisman in her hand trembled and the jade talisman in her hand fell to the ground. After that, her rosy lips trembled and her expression was sorrowful. After a long while, she abruptly stood up, but because she stood up too quickly, she almost fell to the ground. However, she quickly steadied herself and walked forward with large strides. She walked faster and faster, her fists clenched tighter and tighter, revealing boundless hatred. When you were alive, you didn't come to me, but now that you're dead, I have to take revenge for you. Mother, where are you going? A soft little hand tugged at the skirt of the woman in white, and her delicate little face looked up at the woman who was different from usual. Let's go take revenge for your father. The woman bent down and picked her up, looked into her eyes, and spoke very softly, but her face was full of tears. In the back mountain of the primordial demon Tao orthodoxy, a group of little girls with fox tails and snow-white clothes were gathered together. They looked at the contents of the jade talisman together, and then there was a deathly silence. After a long time, among the group of little girls, a slightly plump but extremely beautiful girl raised her head and looked at the tall girl in the middle, who was also slightly older than them. Her big eyes were filled with fear, and after a few tries, she asked with a trembling voice, "Big sister number one, is this fake?" "It must be fake, Master is so powerful, how could it be, how could it be?" Someone quickly shouted, but her voice was not that confident. After all, Master's ability was great, but Master's opponent was even stronger, and the big sister number one in the middle, after a long silence, raised her hand to wipe the tears from the corner of her eyes, stood up, looked at her group of little sisters, and said softly, "Whether it's real or fake, we can't continue to stay here. Big sister number one, where are we going? If Master is still alive, we'll go find him. If he's dead, we'll go get revenge for him." The eyes of the group of little girls gradually became firm, lined up in a row, and walked out of the quiet valley. "Seen your brother he's definitely not really dead, right?" On the city wall of Sea Demon City in Nanzhan Bohai country, a pot-bellied man with an extraordinary bearing stood with his hands behind his back, staring blankly at the sea. Behind him was a little girl in red with tears all over her face, like a drowning person clutching at a life-saving straw as she looked at the fat man. The man's lips were also trembling, and after a long time, he shook his head and said, "How could that be? Don't listen to their nonsense, Junior Brother Fong is so powerful, who could let him die? At most, he'll just be a little injured, and then come to our Bohai country to recuperate. Quickly go and get ready, and fix your makeup, maybe he'll fly over from the sea in the next moment." Although he said this, his voice was not that confident. Using a voice that only he could hear, he said, "You must not die, senior brother, I don't have the ability to help you get revenge." When this news reached the orthodoxy of the Taishang path in the northern region of the Divine Prefecture, a golden-robed old man with sinister eyes was slightly startled. He slowly put down the cup in his hand and was silent for a long time before he smiled with a strange expression. "Died again?" Slowly standing up, he looked to the south, and his eyes gradually became sharp. "Whether it's real or fake, it's time to go out for a walk. We're going to marry Xiaoxitu soon, are you guys happy?" In Fuyao Palace, in the mountains that looked like a fairyland, countless female disciples of Fuyao Palace were excited about the news that Xiaoxitu was going to marry Xiaoxitu 70 years in advance, and they were fighting to tease each other. There were also some who were secretly encouraging, preparing to fight to successfully climb to the peak among the many female disciples, and become the mistress of Fuyao Palace. And in such a noisy sea, under a flower tree in the back of the mountain, sat an extremely beautiful girl. She looked at the empty valley, and her eyes were swollen like peaches. "Look, little fox man is in a daze again, Xiaoxitu isn't here, who is she acting like this for? This is her unique skill." Back then, she relied on this look to attract Xiaoxitu down from the sky, saying that she was as beautiful as a fairy painting, and that she couldn't be compared to others. Then, she deliberately gave Xiaoxitu a cold look, and that's why Xiaoxitu was so infatuated with her. Now that Xiaoxitu is coming back, she must be trying her best to climb up the high branch, right? All kinds of sarcastic and provocative comments were not heard by the girl. She just sat there from day to night. Until the moon was in the middle of the sky, and all was quiet, the girl's pointy ears moved slightly, and she looked up at the bright moon. The round moon seemed to have turned into a round little face, smiling mischievously and charmingly. "Young master, if you die, then who will come and take me away?" she said in a low voice, and her tone was sorrowful, but no one could hear her. The Yaoqi banquet, which was held once every 1,000 years, was a gathering of immortals on Mount Kunlun. The Yaoqi Immortal Banquet was once a grand event in the cultivation world. It had been passed down since ancient times. When it was at its peak, it could even be called a real immortal banquet. True immortals descended from the immortal world just to participate in this banquet. Now, millions of years had passed, and the Yaoqi had changed its master, but this tradition was still passed down. Once every 1,000 years, when the peaches of immortality ripened, the Yaoqi would send out invitations to all great divines to attend the banquet. At the same time, they would witness the birth of the new situ of Fuyao Palace. As a sign of respect, in a few months, countless fine wines and delicacies were transported to the holy land of Yaoqi on Mount Kunlun like flowing water. Countless old cultivators with extraordinary status and cultivation broke out of their seclusion and accepted the invitations from the Yaoqi, preparing to attend the banquet. One of the main reasons why so many great divines were attracted to the Yaoqi was because of the peaches of immortality. The first-rate treasure in the holy land of Yaoqi was the legendary peaches of immortality. It was said that this fruit had been passed down from ancient times and belonged to the ancient Yaoqi. There were 3 types of this fruit. The worst one ripened once every 1,000 years. After eating it, one could comprehend the way of immortality. The middle one ripened once every 3,000 years. It was said that eating it could prolong one's lifespan and even increase one's chance of passing the heavenly tribulation. After eating it, one could live as long as the heaven and the earth, and the sun and the moon. It was a peerless treasure and could be considered the first in the world. However, the Yaoqi had gone through several tribulations. Later, the ancient Yaoqi had moved to the immortal realm. Today, there were no more peaches of immortality in the Yaoqi. However, the other 2 types of peaches of immortality were also very attractive. Not to mention the peaches of immortality that could prolong one's lifespan and even increase one's chance of passing the heavenly tribulation, just the worst one, the peaches of immortality that ripened once every 1,000 years, had an indescribable allure to the junior cultivators who were at the critical stage of their cultivation. It was more beneficial than any elixir. To put it bluntly, the secret of the peaches of immortality was inseparable from the Fuyao Palace's status in the divine land. However, it was not easy for ordinary cultivators to eat the peaches of immortality. Either they received an invitation from the Yaoqi and rushed to the Yaoqi's immortal banquet. However, unless they were the Taoist master or the Grand Supreme Elder of a major orthodoxy, they could forget about it. They could not even climb Mount Kunlun. Or, if they had an extraordinary status and an elder was invited, they would be brought along. Perhaps they could eat 1 or 2 peaches, which would become a great opportunity on their path of cultivation. Or, they could participate in the immortal martial arts competition that was held at the same time as the Yaoqi's immortal banquet. The so-called immortal martial arts competition was actually a competition held by the Yaoqi's immortal martial arts competition. Once every 1,000 years, the Yaoqi would invite talented geniuses who were under 300 years old to perform martial arts in front of the Yaoqi's Zhu Show. Those who could stand out would not only gain great fame, but would also be rewarded with countless rare treasures, including the peaches of immortality. It was the greatest opportunity in the divine land apart from the Xian coffin. This was a tradition that had existed since ancient times in the Yaoqi, and everyone in the world knew about it. Back when he was in the Blue Cloud sect, the sect master of the Blue Cloud sect, Xianxia, had heard of this rule. That was why he had allowed Fang Xing and the other disciples to compete in martial arts in order to win the favor of Lady Xian. And this year's Yaoqi martial arts competition was even more anticipated. Countless people rubbed their palms together. The main reason was that there was a rumor that the little princess of the Yaoqi had reached the age to choose a husband. The elders of the Yaoqi intended to take advantage of this martial arts competition to choose a good husband for the little princess of the Yaoqi. Not to mention that the little princess of the Yaoqi was rumored to be the most beautiful little beauty in the central regions of the divine land. Just that identity alone was extraordinary. Once they married her, how big of a dowry would that be? Or, it could be said that if he didn't marry her, but directly entered the jade pool, it would be equivalent to being tied to the Fuyao Palace. This identity could really be said to have a leap, and with a shake of his body, he would have a meteoric rise. Of course, although it was said, there were not many ordinary cultivators who had this idea. The main reason was that this time's timing was too bad. There was already news from the Xianxia that the 100 disciples who were recruited by the sage would receive special attention and receive the opportunity to attend the immortal peach feast. There were even people who were prepared to personally participate in the immortal martial arts competition to show the results of their cultivation with the sage for more than a year. These people were originally geniuses from all over the world. Coupled with the opportunity of the mysterious coffin and the cultivation under the guidance of the sage, their strength improved by leaps and bounds. How could ordinary cultivators compare to them? Fortunately, the immortal martial arts competition was held separately for the spirit formation realm, the foundation establishment realm, the golden core realm, and the tribulation realm. The group of geniuses in the sage dojo were all in the golden core realm. Apart from this opportunity, there were still 3 opportunities to choose. The Jade Lake Fairy Society was scheduled to be held on the 9th day of the 9th month, the double yang day. There was still a month before that day. The older cultivators who had been invited, as well as the younger generation who had just returned from the sage dojo, had already begun to rush towards the Xianxia. In terms of luck, it was as if the luck of the world was gathering in the Xianxia. They were like ants, majestically rushing towards the Kunlun mountain in the western region of the Divine Continent. The Fuyao Palace was located in the central region of the Divine Continent, while the Xianxia was located on the Kunlun mountain in the western region. It was said that this mountain possessed the largest spiritual vein on the Tianyuan continent. Because it was the largest, it was called the Dragon's Vein. The sacred grounds of the Xianxia just happened to be located at the eye of the Dragon's Vein, which was why it was the largest in the past 10,000 years. Not only were the leading figures of the great orthodoxies of the Divine Continent invited, some people from the demon realm and Nanzhan were also invited. There were even people from the small immortal realm and the Pure Lands. Not to mention the increase in the number of people, just the expansion of the invitation list was enough to raise the eyebrows of the people in the Divine Continent. From above, the people on the white jade steps formed a black line, as if they were ants. At the foot of the mountain, a large number of people gathered, waiting to ascend the mountain. There were also countless people gathering at the foot of the mountain. The main reason was that although the Jade Lake Fairy Society had been held 70 years earlier, it was the largest one in the past 10,000 years. Not only had they invited the leading figures of the great orthodoxies of the Divine Continent, but they had also invited some people from the land of demons and Nanzhan. There were even people from the small immortal realm and the Pure Lands. Not to mention the increase in the number of people, just the expansion of the invitation list was enough to raise the eyebrows of the people of the Divine Continent. Fellow Qi, you've come too? Hee, how could I not come for such a grand event? Alas, it looks like we'll have to wait for a while to ascend the mountain. Wu Fang, with our cultivation and status, it's already very rare to be able to show our faces at this once-in-a-lifetime Xianxia Immortal Banquet. Let's wait in line, it'll be worth it even if we have to wait for 2 or 3 days. To be honest, this Xianxia Immortal Banquet is so grand that I'm not even expecting to eat the peach of immortality. I'll be satisfied if I can drink a pot of immortal wine from the Xianxia Immortal Banquet. At the foot of the mountain, from time to time, people would meet acquaintances and greet them with a smile. Such conversations could be heard everywhere. When Zhu Shou arrived here, he had to wait in line to ascend the mountain. Apart from his most beloved descendants who could bring 1 or 2 up the mountain, all the servants and family members had to stay outside the mountain. Even so, it seemed that there were many people lining up to ascend the mountain. Boom, while Zhu Shou was waiting, he suddenly heard exclamations. He turned his head and saw a huge spiritual boat flying toward them from the east. When it came to the front of the mountain, it didn't descend. Instead, it hovered in the air and shot a jade note toward Kunlun Mountain. After a long while, a decree flew out from the top of Kunlun Mountain and hovered in the sky. A line of big words appeared on it. Xianxia has given the order for the disciples of the saint to fly up the mountain without ceremony. After seeing the decree, a voice came from the spiritual boat. Thank you, Fairy Xianxia. Then, the spiritual boat flew toward the mountain with a rumble. Compared with the cultivators who were climbing the mountain on foot, the difference in status and treatment was like the difference between heaven and earth. Long after the spiritual boat left, people were still talking among themselves. The disciples of the saint are from the philosopher's Taoist field, and they are allowed to fly directly to the Xianxia. Well, in the past years, only the old immortals of the major orthodoxies or the saints were allowed to fly directly to the Xianxia. However, the disciples of the philosopher's Taoist field are only at the Golden Core realm, and they are given such an honor. How honorable they are, they are shouldering the great tribulation of heaven and earth, and it's not an exaggeration for them to receive such an honor. While Zhu Xiu was talking among himself, several people were sitting cross-legged on the spiritual boat flying toward the top of the Yaoqi. They looked murderous, and the atmosphere was horribly depressing. After a long while, a crow with golden feathers said in a low voice, they not only invited us juniors to participate in the Yaoqi feast but also allowed us to fly directly to the Yaoqi. This honor is really rare. They are giving us enough face. As it spoke, its eyes turned cold, and it gritted its teeth. However, at this moment, what about my brother? We pretended to be a snake and shared the fortune of the 100-break mountain with the other orthodoxies, and one of the conditions was to treat Boss Feng well. However, after 1 year of cultivation with the saints, we heard about this incident. What Yuan family? What the 7 great orthodoxies? It's not right. Boss Feng was a good friend, but now, if we don't do something, how can we vent our anger? The one who spoke was a young man with a ghostly aura. He looked ugly, but his eyes were bright. Since we can't bear it, we must vent our anger. However, we should discuss how to vent our anger. The one who spoke was wearing a bright red robe. She looked calm and beautiful like a female ghost. It's easy. Beside the female ghost, a man in a green robe said lightly, each of the 7 great orthodoxies will take one. The Jade Lake Fairy Society was about to begin, and all the orthodoxies were heading to Kunlun. However, because of this, these orthodoxies, who usually looked at each other from afar, began to show their status. In the Kunlun Mountains, thousands of miles away from Yaoqi, there was a forest of peaks. There were many strange peaks there, and they were steeped in spiritual energy. It was a paradise, and now, this place was also used by Yaoqi as a place to receive guests. After the orthodoxies arrived at Yaoqi, they were arranged here. Either several orthodoxies were stationed on one peak, or a particular orthodoxy occupied a peak. The closer one was to Yaoqi, the more respected one's status was. Now, the most respected peak was naturally occupied by the orthodoxies of the 8 great families of the central region of the Divine Prefecture. Each of the orthodoxies occupied a palace on the peak, which was extremely luxurious and extraordinary. In this forest, there were 2 eye-catching places. One was the orthodoxy of Nanzhan, the Great Snow Mountain, and the other was the orthodoxy of the Demon Land, the Primordial Path. These 2 orthodoxies, because of the relationship between their juniors and the opportunity of the 100-break mountain, rose in status and reputation, and were no less than the 8 great families of the central region and the other top orthodoxies. The Great Golden Crow and the juniors of the Demon Land came together with the disciples of the Great Snow Mountain. They were all angry at the orthodoxies of the Divine Prefecture because of Fengxing's death, and even the Fuyao Palace. However, they still came quietly, and then settled in the forest of Kunlun Mountains, and did not show their faces. However, as more and more orthodoxies came to Yaoqi, in the forest of Kunlun Mountains, acquaintances began to hold small immortal gatherings. To put it bluntly, it was just a gathering of old friends who had not seen each other for a long time, to reminisce about the past. There were also some who had a wide network of acquaintances, and took the opportunity to invite their friends to a place to drink and discuss Tao. They discussed some important matters and also made some new friends. This was the most common thing in the world of cultivation. To a certain extent, the Jade Lake Fairy Society was of this nature, but on a higher level, nowadays, the disciples of the Great Snow Mountain and the Primordial Demon Taoists all had extraordinary status, especially the juniors like the Great Golden Crow. Because of their relationship with the 100-break mountain, they had become the most popular juniors and were very popular. In the past few days, they had received countless banquet invitations and visiting cards, but everyone had something on their mind and ignored them all. Gradually, they gained a bad reputation of being aloof and virtuous. Every time someone mentioned them, their face would be filled with dissatisfaction, and they would say strange things like facing the wind to rise to the sky, with your eyes on the top, and so on. However, on the 10th day after they arrived at Kunlun Mountain, they finally received an invitation that they couldn't ignore. After a round of discussion, they decided to attend the banquet. The Immortals Banquet was sponsored by the Divine Sons of the Yuan family, the Meng family, the Han family, and the other orthodoxies of the 8 great families of the central region. The invitation was so solemn and respected that it was impossible to find a second one in the divine prefecture. Moreover, due to the grudge between Fangxing and the 8 great families, they also understood that such a confrontation would happen sooner or later. Instead of delaying it, it was better to directly meet them. The minor immortal banquet was held on a strange mountain peak not far from Yaoqi. From afar, one could see a corner of Yaoqi that was like a piece of jasper. It could be said that the scenery was excellent. After stepping onto the peak, they could hear bursts of laughter coming from the top of the mountain. Someone was talking with great enthusiasm, "Haha, it's the immortal banquet, and the whole world is celebrating together. I wonder if my fellow Taoists have heard that at the foot of Kunlun Mountain, even fairy beasts have been born. A few days ago, someone actually saw a legendary Kailan. I don't know if it returned from the small immortal realm some time ago, or if it cultivated in some deep mountain and was attracted by the smell of ripe peaches. At that time it only showed its face once, but it collided with the immortal shelf of the Meng family and killed several elders. Later, when the masters of the Meng family went to chase it, the fairy beast had already escaped without a trace." "Oh? That's strange. If it's true, then we can capture it and use it as a mount. It'll bring out the best in each other." "That's right. When this matter is over, let's go and try our luck." "Haha, don't. Young Master Fusu has already taken it. The Yuan family is searching for it outside." "Alas, that's not easy. Xiaositu is in seclusion and will only come out during the Yaoqi banquet. Now, no one can compete with Fusu. It seems that this rare auspicious beast, Kailan, is going to be his." The group of people talked loudly, but they were talking about the rumor that an auspicious beast like the Kailan had appeared at the foot of the Kunlun mountain. However, from their tone, it seemed that they treated the Kailan as their own. The big golden crow walked in front and swaggered in. When he heard what they said, he raised his voice and sneered. "I say, you guys are really bold. The Kailan is the mount of the primordial sages. Only those who have made great contributions can sit on it. Even immortals don't have this ability, yet you guys want to sit on it. Aren't you afraid of falling and dying?" This shout immediately caused the entire place to fall silent. Everyone quietened down and turned to look at them. The great golden crow, Li Hongyi, Han Ning, Wang Qiong, Li Ying, Little Pun King, and Kong Kong walked in and looked at Zhu Xiu. They saw that it was a white stone platform built at the top of the mountain. There were 10 or so futons placed sparsely on it, vaguely divided into 2 parts. In front of each futon, there was a small table, on which there was only a pot of celestial wine and a cup of exotic fruit. It was not very luxurious, but it gave the place a sense of immortality. There were no servants in the place, only 6 or 7 people sitting on the futons. These 6 or 7 people had different appearances, and their robes were extraordinary. However, the most attractive thing was that above their heads, there was a dense aura of the Great Way, which manifested endless changes, like mountains and rivers, which made people admire them. Not to mention their identities, just the aura of the Great Way above their heads would probably shock ordinary cultivators and make them kneel on the ground in worship. That was because this aura of the Great Way was impressively the peak of the Golden Elixir realm. At the very least, it was close to the peak and would only appear when they saw the Great Way they wanted to walk. Before the opening of the Philosopher's Dojo, among the young cultivators in the world, only Xiaositu of Fuyao Palace, Lord Lihan, and Fangxing had cultivated this kind of aura of the Great Way by relying on their own strength. Now, the sage had opened the Philosopher's Dojo and guided the 100 seedlings in their cultivation. He had bestowed them with the endless resources obtained from the Xian domain, and then brought them to the extraterritorial area to search for the divine essence of the sun on this foundation. All the hard work had not been in vain. Among the 100 seedlings, many of the younger generation had seen their own Great Way and had a limitless future. And these 6 or 7 people were all from the 8 families of the Divine Prefecture Central Region who had followed the sage to the extraterritorial area to cultivate. They were originally talented and had a strong foundation. Coupled with the guidance of the sage and the cultivation of the Xian coffin, their strength had improved by leaps and bounds. The aura of the Great Way above their heads indicated that they had hopes of reaching the peak of the Golden Elixir realm. To a certain extent, they were not inferior to Fangxing before he formed his nascent soul. Some people said that the philosopher's dojo held by the sage was the greatest creation in the world, even greater than the creation of the Xian coffin. It was not without reason. The return of the philosopher's dojo immediately won the attention of the Yaoqi, who invited them to the meeting and allowed them to fly up the mountain. There was a reason for this. The future that this group of juniors could predict had already surpassed that of their ancestors. Now that they had seen the Great Way, it was no longer nonsense for them to form a perfect immortal infant after a few more years of nurturing. Fellow Taoists from the Great Snow Mountain and the Primeval Path are here. Haha, please take a seat. We've been waiting for a long time. Seeing the Great Golden Crow and the others enter, a young man in a black ancient robe laughed. He waved his sleeve and invited the Great Golden Crow and the others to sit down. The others also nodded at the Great Golden Crow and the others. The atmosphere did not seem awkward. In fact, during the past year, they had been cultivating together with the sage and could be regarded as fellow students. They were familiar with each other in the extraterritorial area. It was only after they returned to Tianyuan that they heard the news that Fangxing had perished together with the experts of the 7 orthodoxies, that their budding friendship froze. We have a few juniors who will come later, and we need to bring them up the mountain. We don't have much time, so let's not be polite. Fellow Taoists, if you have something to say, just say it. I don't think you just want to treat us to a drink today, right? The Great Golden Crow said with a smile. At the same time, he raised his claw and picked his nose, then casually flicked it. His casual manner made everyone frown. Among them, there was a person in a black ancient robe with a face as white as snow, but his manner was rather bold and unrestrained. He was the divine child of this generation of the Han family. His name was Han Shuling. Seeing that the atmosphere had become a little quiet after the Great Golden Crow spoke, he hurriedly said with a smile, "Fellow Lian Hua, you're wrong. You and I are both disciples of the sage, and we've come to Yaoqi to represent the philosopher's dojo. This is a status. When we were in the extraterritorial area, we also worked together to resist the many dangers that the sage had set for us. It could be said that we fought side by side. This is a friendship that is both reputable and righteous. Isn't it reasonable to invite us to drink and discuss Tao together? Why do you have to be so cold? Grandpa, if your heart isn't at ease, how can you drink and discuss Tao together?" Before the Great Golden Crow could reply, Liang sneered and said with a ghostly look in his eyes. The ancient family disciples were stunned once again. The smile on their faces had already become a little stiff. The Great Golden Crow chuckled and added, "You should know why our hearts aren't at ease, right?" As soon as these words were spoken, they could no longer continue the conversation. The atmosphere dropped to a freezing point, and only a faint murderous aura remained. Haha, I've invited you all here this time to let your hearts be at ease and untie the knot in your hearts. Fortunately, at this moment, a voice came from afar. In the eastern sky, immortal clouds covered the vast sky, and a person like an immortal slowly descended. Haha, the Yuan family is here too. The Great Golden Crow turned his head in disdain and sneered. However, before he could finish speaking, he suddenly widened his eyes and looked in that direction. In an instant, there was shock and even fear in his eyes. Not only him, but the 5 sons of the Great Snow Mountain, the people from the archaic path, and even the sons of the ancient clans were all extremely shocked at this moment. They looked at the newcomer in amazement. The newcomer was young Master Fusu, one of the 4 great young masters of the central region. Everyone present was familiar with him, including the Great Golden Crow and the others, and they'd come into contact with him a few times. But at this moment, his appearance still caused everyone to be surprised. When they looked over, they saw that he was wearing a light golden robe with a purple ribbon tied around his waist. His long hair hung down to his shoulders and was only lightly tied up by a jade belt. 2 long tassels hung down from the sides of his mane. He was standing on auspicious clouds as he descended slowly. There was a smile on his face, and his eyes were actually overflowing with purple aura. He was still the same person, but what shocked Xu Xiu was his cultivation. His aura was vast and ethereal, and it was as if he'd fused with the grand Tao of the heavens and the earth and would occasionally conceal himself in the heavens and the earth. Yuanying. At this moment, young Master Fusu was shockingly in the Yuanying realm. This was what shocked the Great Golden Crow and the others. When they parted at the philosopher's Taoist grounds, they'd seen Fusu and Xiaositu of the Fuyao Palace. At that time, besides Xiaositu's cultivation that had faintly reached the unfathomable half-step Yuanying realm and was difficult to suppress, Fusu was still a step away from the extreme of the Golden Core realm. He was a step higher than them, but his cultivation was still a step lower than Xiaositu's. According to their expectations, this step would at least require 10 or 20 years of nurturing, but now, they'd clearly not seen him for only 2 or 3 months, yet he'd actually formed his nascent soul. After all, even Xiaositu of the Fuyao Palace was still in closed-door cultivation, and there hadn't been any news of her successfully forming her nascent soul. How could he possibly form his nascent soul in such a short period of time? Moreover, it seemed like his aura was completely natural, and it wasn't like Feng Xing who destroyed his perfect realm halfway and formed his nascent soul. That was obviously the perfect immortal nascent that was formed after reaching the extreme of the Golden Core realm. How could he be the first person among the younger generation to form a perfect immortal nascent? When they were in the Zhuzi Daoist Square, these juniors were all very knowledgeable. They had already discussed it and unanimously believed that the first person to form a perfect immortal nascent would be Xiaositu of Fuyao Palace. Fuyao Palace was probably in a hurry to hold a coming-of-age ceremony for Xiaositu. They held the Jade Lake Fairy Society 70 years in advance for this reason. They invited all the orthodoxies of Tianyuan to witness the birth of a perfect immortal nascent. Young Master Fusu, on the other hand, was merely an elite of the second sequence in the Philosopher's Tao ground. Many geniuses of the younger generation of Tianyuan Taoism ground had revealed their talents. Even the descendants of the ancient aristocratic families of the central region couldn't be the best. For example, the 5 warriors of the Great Snow Mountain and the 4 minor saints of the primordial path of the Land of Demons were not well known in the city, and their backgrounds were even worse. Normally, if it wasn't for the good fortune of the 100 Break Mountain, who would look up to them, only in the Philosopher's Tao ground, where they were in the same place and received the guidance of the sages, did people see their potential. There were many people like them, who usually made a fortune quietly, but only shone in the Philosopher's Tao ground. Among these people, only Xiaositu of Fuyao Palace could firmly suppress the others and sit on the top position, but in the end, the first perfect immortal nascent appeared, but it wasn't Xiaositu, but young Master Fusu, Yuan Buyu. He must have some other good fortune. The Great Golden Crow and the others were sure of one thing the moment they saw Fusu. Fusu might have a chance to form an immortal nascent by himself, but it was impossible for him to do it in such a short time. Has the legendary seed finally sprouted in his body? Another person sighed in a low voice as light flickered in his eyes. They were the divine princes of the Meng family. Their eyes also dimmed a little. As members of an ancient family, they had naturally heard some secrets that outsiders didn't know about. They had already known that there was a seed in Fusu's body, but the Yuan family couldn't awaken it. Later, in order to appease the anger of the small celestial realm, all the orthodoxies persuaded the Yuan family to hand over Feng Xing. And the Yuan family offered to help Fusu awaken the seed in his body by pooling some secret methods and resources from all the Yuan family. Now, Fusu hadn't shown up for more than a month. But when he appeared, he had already formed his immortal nascent. This could only be attributed to this reason. This was equivalent to the Yuan family exchanging the little devil who was only one step away from forming his immortal nascent for him. Of course, later, they found out that Yuan Shanma from the Yuan family and 6 powerful cultivators from other orthodoxies were also involved in this. For a moment, the feelings in their hearts seemed to be complicated. This time, they gathered to meet and discuss with their classmates from the Great Snow Mountain and the primordial path at the invitation of young Master Fusu, Yuan Buyu, to fulfill the wishes of their families. They didn't expect that after meeting young Master Fusu, he would give them a surprise first. Heh, classmates, I haven't seen you for more than a month. How are you? Fusu landed on the white jade platform. His robe fluttered slowly, and his Taoist connotation flowed around him. He put his hands behind his back and walked forward slowly. Because of the essence qi in his body, the void around him transformed from time to time into celestial cranes, palaces, flowing clouds, and so on. There was a kind of ever-changing atmosphere, and his bearing was extremely extraordinary. Even the people present, who were also disciples of the sages of the philosopher's Taoist rite, felt great pressure in their hearts. Elder brother Fusu has formed his immortal nascent. I congratulate you, elder brother. In the somewhat depressing atmosphere, the divine son of the Meng family, Meng Zhaoyi, said with a chuckle and cupped his hands to congratulate him. After all, the people sitting on the platform were all descendants of ancient aristocratic families. Whether it was their demeanor, self-restraint, or etiquette, they were all impeccable. When they saw young Master Fusu for the first time, they were also very shocked. But soon, they came to their senses. All the surprise, jealousy, hatred, and scheming in their hearts were suppressed in the bottom of their hearts. They also hid the shock on their faces. Instead, they stood up one by one and congratulated young Master Fusu with a smile. Elder brother Fusu is less than 20 years old this year, right? Unexpectedly, he has formed a Yuanying, and it is the legendary immortal nascent. He can really be called the first genius in the divine land in the past 3,000 years. If this matter is spread out, my brother will be famous in Tianyuan and everyone in the cultivation world. Elder brother Fusu, this surprise is really big. Why didn't you say so earlier? We should invite all our friends to congratulate elder brother Yuan. All kinds of congratulatory voices rang out. Young Master Fusu also wore a faint smile on his face and said, I was just lucky. Firstly, it was thanks to the sage's teachings and the opportunity to obtain the mysterious coffin. Secondly, I also benefited from my family. No matter how hard you try, you will naturally form your immortal nascent one day. I arrived first and happened to have many insights and experiences. I will naturally have a tea party to share them with all of you. However, now that the Jade Lake Fairy Society is about to open, Xiaoxitu should be the focus of attention. At this moment, I won't add to the chaos and make everyone know. If you don't make everyone know, why did you come out of seclusion early to join the Jade Lake Fairy Society? The young masters of the ancient aristocratic families scoffed in their hearts, but they didn't care at all. These people had known each other since they were young. Although they were on good terms on the surface, they had always competed with each other in secret. In the beginning, there were 4 outstanding cultivators who were known as the 4 great young masters of the central region. Later, Xiaoxitu defeated young master Red Embellishment in public, which solidified his title as the #1 cultivator among the younger generation of the central region, suppressing the other 3 young masters. Now, young Master Fusu had quietly formed his immortal nascent just as the Jade Lake Fairy Society was about to open and came to the Jade Lake Fairy Society. At this time, Xiaoxitu was still in seclusion. There was no doubt that the name of the first cultivator of the younger generation to form his immortal nascent was destined to spread far and wide. Instead, he had suppressed Xiaoxitu. It was naturally true that the Jade Lake Fairy Society was centered around Xiaoxitu. However, with the appearance of young Master Fusu, Xiaoxitu's brilliance was destined to dim a lot. Of course, everyone was well aware of this, but no one would say anything. They just vaguely thought that the biggest winner of this Jade Lake Fairy Society might be young Master Fusu. To form his immortal nascent soul after 2 60-year cycles, he can't be considered a genius. I know someone who formed his immortal nascent soul before the age of 100. While the young masters were congratulating him and young Master Fusu was speaking modestly, a sneer suddenly rang out. The one who spoke must be the great golden crow. His claws were still in his nostrils and his eyes were slanted. He looked like a street thug. While the young masters of the ancient clans of the central region stood up to congratulate young Master Fusu, the Great Snow Mountain and the primordial path Xuxiu were all very calm. No one stood up to speak. Young Master Fusu also seemed to not see them and only talked to the young masters of the ancient clans. Only when he spoke did he seem to see these people. His expression was indifferent, and he looked at them with a faint smile. The great golden crow laughed strangely and said, I also know that although that person's surname isn't Yuan, he has a close relationship with the Yuan family. He's just a fake immortal nascent soul. What's there to boast about? A slightly young woman from the ancient clans said coldly with a hint of disdain. At the same time, she looked at the great golden crow with displeasure. It was Xianxia Qinglu, the goddess of the Xianxia family. She looked at young Master Fusu with a burning gaze. She had always been very displeased with the arrogance of the great golden crow and the others. Now that she heard what the great golden crow said, she knew who he was talking about and couldn't help but mock him. So what if he's formed a fake immortal nascent soul? He's still trying to avoid a disaster for the divine prefecture and even the heaven's origin realm. It's just that he probably didn't expect some ancient clans that have existed for tens of thousands of years to be so shameless. In the end, they just handed him over as a scapegoat. The great golden crow's mouth was also unforgiving. He would not stop until he said something shocking. The expressions of the divine princes of the Han family and the Meng family were already extremely ugly. They couldn't even smile perfunctorily. Hee hee, fellow golden crow, you must be joking. At this moment, young Master Fusu said calmly with a smile, actually, I know what you're thinking. I invited you as soon as I came out of closed-door cultivation because I wanted to ask you about this matter. That bastard from our Yuan family. At this point, he was slightly startled and smiled bitterly. He said, alas, I know that the good-for-nothing 19th brother has a good relationship with you. I can understand that you're feeling sorry for him when I heard that something like this had happened to him. But I still hope that you can understand one thing. The reason why he ended up like this was not because the Yuan family couldn't tolerate him, but because he was too hot-tempered. Just because the envoy from the Angelica small celestial realm wanted to ask him about the truth, he went crazy and killed the immortal envoy first. Then, he made a scene at the back of the mountain and betrayed the Yuan family. In the end, he became even more lawless and fought against the divine land alone. In the end, he only had himself to blame and lost his life in the demon abyss. He glanced lightly at the great golden crow and the others, then sighed and said, the dead should be respected. It's meaningless to discuss the rights and wrongs of this matter over and over again. No matter how big his mistake was, he was still a member of the Yuan family. The Yuan family has already taken full responsibility and won't bring harm to others. As for me coming here, I actually want to sincerely tell you that the matter of my 19th brother was settled by the divine land, and no one else can be blamed. I understand your feelings, but I still don't want some emotions to affect your actions. After all, we're all classmates, and we may have to face the great tribulation together in the future. We're all duty-bound to shoulder the heavy burden on our shoulders. Perhaps letting go of our personal grudges is the smartest thing to do. At the end of his speech, he let out a long sigh and glanced at the great golden crow and the others. What do you think of this statement? It seemed that they didn't expect him to say these words so bluntly that even the ancient families of the divine land were a little surprised. Then, they fixed their eyes on the great golden crow and the others. The divine child of the Han family, Han Jianling, got the hint and added with a smile, fellow cultivators of the Snow Mountain and the Land of Demons, don't forget that we've already made many agreements to attack and defend together. The orthodoxies of the Great Snow Mountain and the Primordial Demon Path have all benefited greatly from these agreements. If the agreements are broken, it won't just affect you. Simply put, Xianxia Qinglu, who was the most straightforward, said indifferently, do you want to bet the future of two orthodoxies on a dead man? What harsh words! Xianxia Qinglu's words did not only affect the great golden crow and the others. Even young Master Fusu and the descendants of the ancient aristocratic families frowned. As the great golden crow and the others were related to the 100-Break Mountain, even young Master Fusu and the divine son of the Han clan had to appease them and express their goodwill as much as possible. However, Xianxia Qinglu's words had directly exposed the relationship of interests. What he said was true. The greatest trump card of the orthodoxies of the divine continent was the future of the Great Snow Mountain and the Primordial Demon Path. The two parties were in a cooperative relationship. If the orthodoxies of the divine continent were satisfied, the status of the Great Snow Mountain and the Primordial Demon Path would also rise, and their futures would be limitless. If the Great Golden Crow and the others insisted on going against the orthodoxies of the divine continent, then the orthodoxies of the divine continent would naturally have a way to deal with them, but even if it was the truth, wouldn't it be too embarrassing to say it out loud? They smiled bitterly in their hearts and felt helpless. It was said that the goddess of the Xianxia clan was also a weirdo. She had always been the pearl of the clan. Apart from being talented in cultivation, she knew nothing about other matters. Usually, she was surrounded by a large number of servants, so she did not need to deal with these matters. Now that she ascended Kunlun Mountain, she could not bring any servants with her. This was the first time she had seriously participated in the management of such matters. It seemed that this young lady was quite ambitious and was very keen to speak. However, her behavior made everyone speechless. Seeing a few dissatisfied gazes, the young lady immediately glared back and said, "Why are you looking at me? Did I say something wrong?" The divine sons of the other orthodoxy smiled and looked away. The entire place was silent. Everyone was waiting to see how the great golden crow and the others would answer. Although it was unpleasant to hear, it was the truth. After all, that little devil was already a dead man. Did they have the courage to fight with the future of the Great Snow Mountain and the primordial demon path? One had to know that these two orthodoxies, one was the hope of the Nanzhan cultivation world, and the other was the hope of the 8 great clans of the demon lands. Both sects had thousands of disciples, and this number was still increasing rapidly. This was equivalent to the fate of a province turning into a heavy burden on their shoulders. Right now, they were no longer the unrestrained juniors under the wings of their elders. After all, he was already a golden core expert, and he wasn't far from nascent soul formation. He was about to become a sect ancestor. If the two orthodoxies need us to act like grandsons and look at you in order to rise. After being silent for a long time, the big golden crow looked at the others with a vicious look in his round eyes. He opened his mouth and was full of murderous intent. However, just as he was about to speak, he suddenly frowned and took out a jade talisman that was surging with spiritual light from his waist pouch. He inserted his divine sense into it and his expression immediately changed. He was furious. "How dare you?" He flapped his big wings and swept away the 7 or 8 praying mats in the field. Then, he immediately turned around and flew down the mountain. This shocking scene shocked everyone present. They all looked at the great golden crow with a strange expression. The disciples of the Great Snow Mountain and the primordial demonic Taoist Xianxia reacted quickly. They knew something had happened when they saw the great golden crow's behavior and quickly flew down. The disciples of the ancient families of the divine prefecture were a little puzzled. They didn't know what had happened to make the great golden crow abandon them all of a sudden. Elder Princess Qinglu was already frowning and ready to scold him. The divine son of the Han family, Han Jianling, also suddenly took out a jade talisman and entered it with his divine sense. He knew what had happened. He whispered something to Mr. Fusu and the others, then turned around and went down the mountain. At the foot of Mount Kunlun, there were many cultivators surrounding a waterfall. Most of them were servants of aristocratic families. They had formed a large circle and were watching excitedly. In the circle, there were 2 people facing each other. One of them wore a black robe and was a young man in his teens. He was handsome, but his expression was as cold as ice. He stood with his hands behind his back. In front of him was a girl in white. Although she was still a little immature, she was exceptionally beautiful and captivating. Behind her, there were a few little girls protecting her. "I was just talking about that devil with my friend, and the little girl behind you came to spit on me. Miss, I don't want to bully you, but I need an explanation for this matter. Let the little girl come out and apologize to me. Let's talk about other things." The teenager in the black robe was young, but he had an extraordinary temperament. He spoke calmly and seemed to be very cultured. "I don't, Before the little girl in the white robe could say anything, a slightly chubby little girl behind her stuck her head out and shouted. Not only did she shout, but she also took a deep breath and spat at the teenager in the black robe. "Humph." The teenager was young, but his cultivation was extraordinary. He rolled up his robe and secretly released a strong force. Naturally, the spit couldn't land on him. However, the little girl's actions made him angry. His face turned red, and he shouted angrily, "How rude! I saw that you were just a group of women without anyone to take care of you, so I gave way again and again. If you think that I'm weak and easy to bully, then you've picked the wrong target." As he spoke, he shook his sleeve and a shiny short spear appeared in his hand. He pointed it at the girl in front of him. "Tell her to come out and apologize, or I'll drag her out myself." The surrounding crowd was very lively. They were all pointing and whispering. They all felt that the group of girls had gone too far. "She won't apologize to you." At this moment, the girl who looked to be 17 or 18 years old finally spoke. She looked at the black-robed youth and said in a calm and serious tone, "I won't apologize either. In fact, you and your friend should be the one apologizing to us." "What?" The teenager in the black robe was stunned, as if he couldn't believe his ears. On the other hand, the surrounding crowd burst into laughter. Their interest in watching the show was even stronger. This little girl probably didn't expect that the person she provoked was the young master of the Han family in the central region. She's looking for the wrong person to act unruly in front of him. Fortunately, the young master of the Han family seems to have good self-restraint. Otherwise, he would have used his servants to take her down. This little fairy is young, but she's a good person. Perhaps the young master of the Han family has tender feelings for the fairer sex. As Zhu Xiu teased, the girl's expression became even more serious. She said word by word, "I'm not joking." "Oh, then tell me. It was your sister who spat at me. Why should I apologize to her?" The young master of the Han family was so angry that he laughed and snorted. He thought that he would hear a ridiculous answer, but he didn't expect that the next sentence would make his face change dramatically. "Because you insulted our master. When we came here, we happened to hear you and your friends talking loudly. You said that my master once stirred up trouble in front of the patriarchs of the ancient families because of his personal enmity with the Lihan heaven, which caused discord between the small celestial realm and the families of the divine prefecture. When the messengers from the small celestial realm went to question him, he injured people and betrayed the Yuan family. Later, he even overestimated himself and declared that he was the enemy of the divine prefecture. In the end, he fell into the demon abyss and died. It was a great punishment and he deserved it. It was a pity that the fourth ancestor of the Han family," she said slowly, but her expression became more and more serious, and even a little more excited. "Besides, I won't repeat all the nonsense you said. But just these few words, as his disciples, we can't tolerate you. It's ridiculous. Everyone in the world knows that in order to avoid a catastrophe in Tianyuan, my master didn't hesitate to cut off his perfect realm and advance to the nascent soul realm so that he could spread the news. In the beginning, the entire Tianyuan realm was praising the little princess of Jade Lake who was with my master at that time, but no one was willing to give the credit to my master. Later, when the small immortal realm returned and needed a scapegoat, you handed my master over and even accused him of sowing discord between us? Is this how the ancient families of the divine land do things? Even a fool wouldn't believe such words. Yet, the two of you spouted such nonsense in front of us. If you don't come and apologize, how can we sisters tolerate you?" Ouch! After hearing these words, many people didn't react. Suddenly, there was a soft cry in the crowd. The cultivators turned to look and saw a thin old man with white hair and a white beard. He was wearing a wrinkled old divination robe and riding on the back of a green donkey. His eyes were fixed on the little girl and the young master of the Han family who were facing each other in the circle. On his shoulder was a banner with the words "Broken Divine Divination" written on it. The word "broken" was written incorrectly, so he crossed it out and wrote the correct one next to it. However, if one looked closely, they would find that the second word "broken" was missing a stroke. In fact, it was a mistake. Seeing that many people were looking at him, the old fortune teller rolled his eyes and said unhappily, "What are you looking at? Do you want to have your fortune read?" At the foot of Kunlun Mountain, it was the time when dragons and snakes mixed together. Most of the people around were servants. Although this old man looked inconspicuous, no one paid attention to him at this juncture. They were afraid of provoking some big shots who played games in the human world. They just glared at him and then turned their heads away. At this time, the young master of the Han family also understood the meaning behind the little girl's words. His expression changed greatly, and he gritted his teeth and said, "Your master." The little girl quietly took over the conversation. "That's right. Our master is the devil Fangxing you mentioned." She touched the head of the fat little girl who was hiding behind her, then turned to look at the young master of the Han family. Her voice was not loud, but it was resolute and decisive. "You slandered my master in public. How could we, as his disciples, not turn a blind eye to it? My little sister spat on you not because she was insensible, but because she was kind and didn't want to hurt others. So, you should be the one apologizing, not her." Hearing these words, the surrounding cultivators all had solemn and strange expressions on their faces, since when did that little devil, who was already dead, have a disciple? Meanwhile, the young master of the Han family was already furious. His expression was distorted, and his eyes were filled with hatred. He gritted his teeth and said, "I see. So she's actually the disciple left behind by that devil. If I don't apologize, what are you going to do?" Meeting his gaze, the little girl's expression did not change. She slowly performed a hand seal. Then I'll fight to protect my master's reputation." Boom, the surrounding crowd burst into an uproar. This was going to be interesting to watch. That devil actually had a disciple, and this disciple of his was going to fight with the young master of the Han family at the foot of Kunlun Mountain for the sake of his master's reputation. Things were going to get interesting. This was really going to get interesting. Most of the people from China, Zhu, did not like that little devil, especially the servants who stayed at the foot of Kunlun Mountain. At this time, they naturally sided with the young master of the Han family. Some of them were already filled with anticipation to see the young master of the Han family get rid of the root of the problem. Sigh, what a good child. At this moment, someone suddenly opened his mouth and sighed emotionally. Instantly, countless dissatisfied gazes looked at him. They wanted to see who dared to go against the world and praise that little devil's disciple. Unexpectedly, when they turned around, it was actually the old fortune teller. Seeing that someone was looking at him, the old fortune teller, whose eyes were red with emotion, immediately glared at him. "What the **CK are you looking at? Do you want me to read your fortune for you? You want to challenge me?" Amidst the clamor of private discussions, the young master of the Han family had a ridiculous smile on his face. He looked at the little fox in front of him with a look of disbelief in his eyes. After carefully sizing her up, he sighed softly. A powerful and sharp aura faintly emerged from his body and rushed into the surroundings like ribbons, shocking countless people in the surroundings. He appeared to be only 17 or 18 years old, but his cultivation base had already reached the late foundation establishment stage, causing countless onlookers to exclaim in surprise. "That's right, unless you admit that you're the one who slandered my master." The girl's expression changed slightly when she saw the young master's chi being released, but she still spoke very firmly. "Ridiculous, that devil is seeking his own death. Who in the world doesn't know that? You're spouting nonsense here, but can you stop the mouths of the people in the world?" The Han family's young master frowned deeply, looking like he could not restrain his anger as he scolded. When the little girl heard this, she became even angrier. "You ancient aristocratic families are so powerful that you can control the mouths of the people in the world. You forcibly invert black and white, turning the wrong into the right, and your shamelessness into righteousness. But can you control the hearts of the people in the world?" As she spoke, her voice became louder. "I don't believe that the people of China are all blind and don't know the truth." Boom. In the end, she did not say anything else. She immediately formed a seal and turned into a ray of sword light that pierced forward. This sword appeared out of thin air and was unpredictable. It was the Fox clan's natal technique, Fox Core Sword. How dare the devil's disciple speak so confidently of righteousness? The Han family's young master did not hold back either. He frowned and could not hide the disgust on his face. His figure suddenly rushed out. From the expression on his face, he did not seem to be faking it. The more he liked this girl in the beginning, the more he hated her identity now. There were many capable people present, and the Han family's young master was no ordinary person. He could tell that these girls were fox demons. However, these girls were too beautiful. Even if they were fox demons, people would subconsciously love them and not despise them. Secondly, the primordial path in the land of demons had taken root in China, and their status was increasing day by day. The disdain and frivolous attitude of the people of China towards demons was also being forcefully reversed. However, all the good feelings he had for the little girl disappeared after she admitted that she was the demon's disciple. Fang Xing, who once challenged the devil of the divine land with his own strength, was a hero in the hearts of some people, but also a thorn in the hearts of most people in the divine land, especially those who stayed at the foot of Kunlun Mountain. Most of them were servants of the aristocratic families of the Great Way. They felt the same way as their master and were angry at their master, so they became more and more tired of and hated the devil, and along with it, they became disgusted with the disciples of this group of devils. Mr. Han is mighty. Show these little troublemakers how powerful you are. The devil's disciple is also not a good person. Mr. Han, cut the weeds and eliminate the roots, end their bloodline. Amidst the shouts of the crowd, the young master of the Han family suddenly clashed with the swordlight released by the little fox girl. In his hand was a short spear that shone brightly. With a quick spin of his hand, he brandished the spear in a frightening manner. Like a whirlwind, the spear shattered the swordlight that the little fox girl had shot out. Then, he took the opportunity to stab at the little fox girl's ribs. The Han family's young master was a young genius. His strength was not to be underestimated. In just one move, he had severely injured his opponent. Pow! At this critical moment, little fox girl was able to react in time. An ancient sword flew out of her storage pouch and blocked young Master Han's spear. Then, she used her transcendence energy to forcefully push young Master Han back. At this critical moment, little fox girl's cultivation aura was revealed. She was also in the Foundation Establishment realm, but she had just entered the 5th layer of the Foundation Establishment realm. Haha, with your cultivation, you dare to challenge me? The Han family's young master was startled. Then, he sneered, the devil's reputation is great, but his disciple is not so good. As he spoke, he used his spiritual energy to repel the fox girl. His cultivation was much higher than his opponent's, so he was confident that he would win, but at this moment, the fox girl's figure suddenly swayed. A series of white shadows sprang out from behind her. Their movements were fast and practiced, and they quickly formed a small formation. Each of them formed a seal, and then a cluster of them. They opened their mouths and spat out chains of fire. Like a spider's web, they tied up the Han family's young master and slammed him to the ground. You've lost. Apologize to our master. A chubby little girl jumped out and stood on the Han family's young master's head. She pointed at his head and cried out. The surroundings quietened down. Many people scratched their heads, not knowing what was going on. What happened to the one-on-one fight? Why was the Han family's young master beaten up before he could even finish his spell? As expected of the devil's disciple, many people in the crowd sighed in their hearts, wishing they could cover their faces. However, when more people came to their senses, they immediately flew into a rage and shouted, "Nonsense! How could you plot against us? This is clearly a battle. With so many people as witnesses, how could you use such a trick?" As Zhu Shou shouted, the few guardians behind the Han family's young master stepped forward and shouted, "You're so cunning at such a young age. No wonder you're the devil's disciple. How dare you be so rude to the young master? Shall I send you to see your master?" Boom, that guardian turned out to be a golden core cultivator. He took a step forward and his aura burst forth. He was about to directly grab the group of little fox girls. But right at this moment, the little fat fox suddenly jumped over to the Han family's young master and placed a small knife on his neck. She shouted at the Tao protectors, "Don't move. Quickly cripple your own cultivation, or I'll cut his neck right now." What the hell? The guardians were also stunned. They were stunned and their expressions tensed up. First, it was a sneak attack, then it was a kidnapping. Weren't they too familiar with this series of shameless acts, seeing that their young master's life was in the hands of the other party, although they subconsciously felt that these little demons wouldn't really dare to hurt their young master? As protectors, they still had their responsibilities. They were truly frightened and didn't dare to go forward and disturb them, but at that moment, suddenly, behind them, a few servants of unknown families suddenly smiled and moved at the same time. Their figures flashed and they had already used a teleportation technique. In the blink of an eye, they appeared behind the little fox girls and lifted them up by their collars. Several flying swords were pointed at their snow-white necks. One of them laughed and said, "Little fox, if you want to play tricks, you should take a look at where you are. Now, hurry up and let go of the Han family's young master, or I'll kill you." The chubby little fox was stunned when she saw this. She did not expect this to happen. Master had never taught her that. However, there were powerful enemies all around them and they would not give her too much time to think. While she was in a daze, the Han family's guardian took advantage of the situation and rushed forward. His aura burst forth and suppressed her on the spot. Then, another person quickly moved and pulled the Han family's young master back. He quickly held him in his arms and quickly retreated a few steps. Another person quickly strode forward and fiercely slapped the little fox girl's head. Fortunately, the fox girl with the highest cultivation among them, Little One, quickly rushed forward and hugged the little fox girl and rolled a few feet away, avoiding the attack. The other onlookers saw this and smiled, throwing the little fox girl in their hands away. Since the Han family's young master had already escaped, they could only wait and watch the show. Kill them, kill them." When the Han family's young master was captured, he only gritted his teeth and did not say a word. Now that he was free, he immediately shouted. Although it was because of the other party's trick, for a greenhorn like him, it was still a great loss of face. Yes, sir. The Han family's guardian and servants responded coldly and surrounded the 12 little fox girls, their killing intent bursting out. Originally, they did not want to bully the Han family with numbers, afraid that it would bring shame to the Han family. But now, they had no more scruples. Sigh, my skills are not good enough, the old fortune teller in the crowd sighed and shook his head. He slowly raised his hand. Who the hell is so bold as to provoke the people of the primeval path? But at that moment, an angry roar suddenly came from the distant sky. The voice was like rolling thunder, descending from the sky and suppressing the area. Many people present were shocked and looked up, only to see a golden cloud descending from the sky at an extremely fast speed. Before Zhu Xiu could react, the golden cloud had already rushed to the scene. The Han family's servants who had surrounded the little fox girls and were ready to attack did not even have time to say a word before they were sent flying by a giant golden wing. Even the few servants who had been in the center of the encirclement and had tried to capture the little fox girls were sent flying by the golden wing. Boom, a large number of people were sent flying far away, their bones broken and tendons torn. They spat out mouthfuls of blood, and some even had their golden cores shattered, leaving them half dead. And in the middle of the field there was a huge golden raven. One of its wings was slowly retracting, while the other was protecting the group of little fox girls. It was as majestic as a hen, and it was so dazzling that ordinary people didn't dare to open their eyes and look at it directly. Subconsciously, they were frightened. Uncle Golden Crow? The little fox girls were overjoyed and crowded around the crow, chirping and jumping around. Didn't I say to tell me when we reached the foot of the mountain and I would bring you up? The crow glared at the little fox girls with dissatisfaction and scolded them sternly, You've got guts. How dare you sneak out of the mountain? Not only did you escape, but you also dared to fight? Not only did you fight, but you also lost? Don't blame us. He was the one who said bad things about our master. I was so angry that I spat on him. The little fox pointed at the young master of the Han family and complained. Oh? The great golden crow looked at the young master of the Han family with evil intentions. Suddenly, it opened its mouth and swallowed him. What's the use of spitting? Eating him is the right thing to do. It really dares to eat me. When a great golden crow appeared, the protector of the Han clan could not help but be alarmed. This crow was too famous, second only to the little devil. Now that the little devil had died in the demon abyss, this demonic crow could be considered as one of the most famous devils in the world. Seeing its ferocious appearance, who would not be frightened? Just as he was begging in his heart, his divine son had already received news that the young master had arrived at the foot of the Kunlun mountain. Why had he not come to receive him? Then, he saw the demonic crow open its mouth wide, about to eat him. The key point was that it really dared to. This frightened the two protectors. One of them carried the young master and ran, while the other rushed up to stop it without a care for his life. This is the young master of the Han clan of the central region, how dare you? The protector who rushed up shouted as he attacked with all his might. He took out several celestial artifacts, wanting to stop the great golden crow. However, unexpectedly, facing the protector who was also in the golden elixir realm, the great golden crow did not even bother to look at him. It simply flapped its wings casually. Fierce winds blew, and golden light scattered. With one blow, the protector was sent flying along with the celestial artifact. He turned into a mist of blood in midair, and its mouth became as big as a small mountain at this moment, swallowing him fiercely. That's the young master of the Han clan. Does it really dare to eat him? The surrounding people were also frightened. However, facing the ferocious power of the great golden crow, no one dared to step forward to stop it. However, at this moment, a ray of sword light suddenly descended from the sky. Like a high wall, it blocked between the protector who was carrying the young master of the Han clan and the great golden crow. The mouth of the great golden crow collided fiercely with the sword light. As if it had collided with an invisible wall, it only shattered the sword light into pieces. However, the mouth was also blocked, and it raised its head to look at the sky with evil intentions. Haha, brother Lianhua, this joke is a little too big. In the sky, young Master Fusu's appearance was dignified and dignified. He slowly descended like a real immortal. The surrounding aristocratic family servants saw this and were so shocked that no one said a word. Many people recognized young Master Fusu's identity, and when they saw his aura, they were so shocked that they couldn't even speak. With young Master Fusu's immortal might, could it be that he had already formed his nascent soul? Hee, I'm just scaring him. Why are you in such a hurry? The great golden crow smirked and retracted his technique, looking like an amiable uncle. At this moment, the 5 sons of Snow Mountain, the primordial demonic Tao cultivators, and the aristocratic family's disciples had also rushed over. Among the two sides, the golden crow was naturally the fastest among the Snow Mountain and primordial demonic Tao cultivators. As for the primordial demonic Tao cultivators, young Master Fusu, with his unfathomable abilities, had rushed over first. Although he did not see the scene of the golden crow opening its mouth to eat someone, he immediately understood the situation. Little uncle, the young master of the Han family, was quite frightened by the great golden crow. When he saw the divine son of the Han family, he also cried out pitifully. What happened? The divine son of the Han family, Han Jianling, frowned and asked. This was the first time he saw his nephew so frightened. Divine son, please sign clearly. Young master only talked about that demon with his friend for a while, and it caused. The guardian beside him hurried forward and reported quickly. The divine son of the Han family frowned even more. Haha, little Zhong is right, Zhang Sun Qinglu smiled when he heard this. He patted the young master of the Han family's head and said with a hint of displeasure, that demon almost caused a war between the small celestial realm and the central region. Then, he courted his own death. He challenged the entire divine continent alone and was finally executed in the demon abyss. Isn't this the heaven's net is clear, but it doesn't escape? Haha, can't you let people talk about it? Tui. The little fat fox beside the great golden crow was enraged. She took a deep breath and spat at her. You're courting death. Zhang Sun Qinglu frowned. She waved her finger and a beam of divine light flew toward the little fat fox's head. Don't you dare cause trouble. The divine son of the Han family, Han Jianling, frowned. He waved his sleeve and shook off the saliva. He also swept away the divine light shot by Zhang Sun Qinglu. Then, he glanced at his nephew and signaled him to stop talking. He frowned and said to the great golden crow, fellow cultivator of the primordial path, it seems like it's just a misunderstanding. It's just a fight between kids. Why should we take it seriously? Let's go back to the mountain and discuss important matters. Everything has been said clearly. What else is there to discuss? Zhang Sun Qinglu was displeased and said coldly. She even glared at Han Jianling. She felt that she had helped the Han family, but this Han Jianling had taken away her divine light. He really didn't know how to appreciate kindness. The guilty ones aren't my master, but the families of the divine prefecture. At this moment, the fox girl Xiaoyi, who was flushed with anger, spoke again. She looked at Zhang Sun Qinglu without fear. My master isn't the shameless one. It's you people who don't even dare to admit the truth and want to distort the truth. How dare you, a sharp-tongued little fox? How dare you yell at me? Zhang Sun Qinglu shouted coldly. His eyebrows were knitted together. I'm my master's disciple. No matter who's slandering him, I'll clear his name. Fox girl little one appeared incomparably firm at this moment as she spoke in a righteous manner. Beside her, a string of little fox girls surrounded her and firmly stood behind her. None of them were tall, and their cultivation bases weren't very high, but their auras were surprisingly strong. You're courting death, with Zhang Sun Qingliu's temper, how could he tolerate it? A murderous look appeared in his eyes. However, when he saw the great golden crow, the great snow mountain, and the primordial path, he knew that he wouldn't be able to do anything. Moreover, judging from the looks of Han Jianling and the others, they didn't seem to want to be entangled in this matter. Although she was arrogant, she wasn't a fool. She could see the current situation clearly and knew that it wasn't appropriate for her to intervene. However, in the blink of an eye, she saw that the Han clan's little young master was also filled with indignation. She smiled and sent a divine thought over. Little Zhong you're also the Han clan's heaven's chosen. You'll become a divine son in the future, but you've been bullied badly this time. No matter how I look at it, that little fox's cultivation is inferior to yours, but you were tied to the ground and almost lost your life. You've really lost the Han clan's face." With just a few words, the Han clan's little young master was already filled with anger. He listened to all of her opinions. Just when the fox girl Xiaoyi finished speaking and the people around them were all immersed in their own thoughts, he suddenly shouted, "A demon will always be a demon. If he deserves to die, he deserves to die. Not only will I say this here, I'll say the same everywhere. Even if you're his disciple, what can you do to me? Stop talking." Han Jianling frowned and reprimanded him in a low voice. "Little uncle, I'm not wrong," the Han clan's little young master shouted. This made Han Jianling feel somewhat helpless. After all, what his nephew said was actually the consensus of the ancient families. Even he couldn't forcibly stop him. When the fox girl Xiaoyi and the others heard this, they were so angry that their pretty faces turned red. She shouted, "If you dare to say it again, we'll fight you to the death." The Han clan's little young master directly sneered, "Hee hee, you're the disciples of that demon. You're quite sinister and cunning, but just like that demon, you only know how to scheme and plot against others. You don't have any real ability. What can I be afraid of?" This time, it wasn't just about the matter of the small immortal world, it was also directly insulting Fang Xing's ability. The fox girl Xiaoyi and the others' expressions became even more unsightly. In the cultivation world, many cultivators didn't care about their reputation. At that time, the fox girl Xiaoyi was only challenging her master because she was dissatisfied that her master was wrongly accused. But to be honest, when Fang Xing was scolded as a demon, he didn't take it seriously, and this group of disciples didn't care much about it either. But now that the Han clan's little young master said that Fang Xing's ability was not good enough, it was serious. Right and wrong couldn't be determined in a single sentence, but to despise a person's ability was to call that person trash. In the cultivation world, this was often the greatest contempt and insult to a person. "I haven't learned master's ability, but how can I sit back and watch you slander him like this?" The fox girl Xiaoyi gritted her teeth and took a step forward. "This time, let's fight again. I'll make you pay for what you said just now. Little fox, come back." The little Pun King was taken aback and hurriedly stopped the fox girl Xiaoyi, worried that she wouldn't be a match for the Han clan's little young master. "There's no need to stop me." At this moment, Li Hongyi grabbed the little Pun King's arm and shook his head. "It's just a child playing around. Is there any meaning to it?" The little Pun King frowned. He didn't understand why Li Hongyi stopped him. "It's interesting for junior brother Fang." Li Hongyi's eyes flickered as he said in a low voice, "Merits in life and reputation in death, these are the two most important things for a person. The Chinese orthodoxies are so cruel. It's one thing for Fang Xing's merits to stop the small celestial realm from returning, but now, in order to maintain their image, they even want to destroy the reputation of their junior brother Fang after death. To junior brother Fang, he probably doesn't care whether he's a demon or not. In fact, in our eyes, he is indeed a demon. It doesn't matter whether his reputation is good or bad. However, even if he's a demon, there are two things that he can't be ambiguous about. First, he can't be wronged. Black is black, white is white. He won't deny what he's done, but we can't let him be wronged for what he hasn't done. We have to do this. We have to make those who twisted the truth pay the price. Second, he's not a useless piece of trash. He's a heaven's pride that's on par with Xiaositu of Fuyao Palace. The so-called heaven's pride is worthless before him. We need his disciple to clear his name." This, golden-winged little Pun King forcefully endured it and tightly closed his eyes. He knew that Li Hongyi was right. If he was in Li Hongyi's shoes, he would also hope that a disciple would stand up for him. "Uncle Little Pun King, you don't have to stop me. My master's reputation has been tarnished. Only I can do it." Fox girl Xiaoyi turned around to look at the little Pun King. She walked out, her white dress fluttering in the wind like a little fairy. "My master was already famous when he was your age. Where did you get the guts to slander him, you ignorant brat?" More and more people gathered around. The news of little fox girl fighting for her master's name had attracted countless onlookers. Not only the servants of the aristocratic families stationed at the foot of Kunlun Mountain, but even some old cultivators who came to participate in the Jade Lake Fairy Society had come, causing the atmosphere of this battle between children to become even more solemn. A space with a radius of 1,000 feet had been cleared for Little Fox and the young master of the Han family to fight. The two little people had already begun to fight. The young master of the Han family held a steel short spear in his hand. He could fight in close combat and cast spells from afar. His extraordinary strength was on full display. However, Little Fox Girl was not simple either. She and her 11 younger sisters had initially been left behind by Fangxing on Mount Fusang. They had received guidance from Uncle Jen and Mount Guren in their cultivation. Later on, they had been sent to the primordial path by Mount Fusang. There, they had received guidance from the elders chosen by the entire demon race. Their opportunities were extraordinary. The two youths, one with a spear glinting with a cold light and the other with flickering fox flames, began to fight. It was hard to tell who had the upper hand. Little Fox Girl's cultivation is not as good as her opponent's. As long as she can last 100 rounds, she will win. Li Hongyi had already whispered to the little Peking and the great golden crow. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the battlefield. They were actually unwilling to fight this battle. After all, Little Fox Girl's cultivation was weaker. She would naturally be at a disadvantage in a battle of spells. However, the young master of the Han family had insulted Fangxing's name. As a disciple, Little Fox Girl had to fight for her master's honor. Even Li Hongyi and the others could not stop her. However, they also understood that there was no need to win this battle. As long as they could last 100 rounds and end in a draw, then Little Fox Girl, who had a lower cultivation, would win. And if she won, it would naturally prove Fangxing's strength. At that time, the Han family's young master, who had shamelessly insulted Fangxing, would be slapping his own face. Based on their understanding of the Fox Girl, although she was young and her cultivation was inferior to Green Hill Mountain, which did not teach her the core secret arts of the Fox clan, Fusang Mountain, Lone Blade Mountain, and even the primeval path had taught her the most exquisite arts. Moreover, Uncle Jen had even helped her build a good foundation. Even if it was difficult for her to defeat the young master of the Han family in a battle of sorcery, it would not be a problem for her to last 100 moves. I'm the successor of the Han clan's celestial arts, and I'm invincible amongst my peers. You want to defeat me, a wild fox that popped out of nowhere? The young master of the Han family became angrier as the battle went on. With a roar, the shadows of his spear filled the sky as he charged towards the Fox Girl. At this point, they had already exchanged 20 to 30 moves, but he still could not firmly grasp victory. This had already made him a little anxious. He had thought that with his cultivation that could suppress his opponent, he should be able to easily take down this little fox. In the battle just now, he had easily gained the upper hand, but he had suffered a great loss when he was ambushed by the little fat foxes and the others. Now, with so many people watching, the little fat foxes and the others could no longer pull any tricks, and it could be said that he had won 100%. However, he did not expect that when they actually fought, it would not be the case. His cultivation was indeed a notch above his opponent, and his celestial arts were also slightly better than his opponent's. However, his opponent was worthy of the name Fox. She looked like an honest little girl, but when it came to sorcery, she had many tricks up her sleeve, and her spells were even more complicated. Every time he was forced into a corner, she would always burst out with a strange move and turn the situation around. He had thought that he could take her down within 10 moves, but he had repeatedly failed. So what if you're the young master of the Han family? So what if you are the inheritor of the celestial arts? The little fox girl's skills were nimble, and she weaved between the spear's shadows. With a circle of her hands, spots of fox fire appeared, and shot towards the young master of the Han family from all directions from Fangxing. In the midst of the intense battle, her voice was as calm as ever, and even had a hint of pride. My master relied on himself, and walked step by step until he was invincible among his peers. This is the true Son of Heaven. I am his disciple, but it is a pity that he did not have the time to teach me. I have not even learned 10% of his skills, but even so, I do not think I will lose to you. Boom. Boom. Boom, spells interweaved, and dust flew up. As they spoke, another 10 moves passed in the blink of an eye. Little E, this lass, looks honest, but she's not stupid. Her words are very beautiful. Li Hongyi looked at the battle in the field, and his heart was even more certain. He smiled and praised. How can little ancestor's disciple be stupid? The little Peking also smiled and said, compared to her, she is already very honest. She did not receive little ancestor's true teachings, look at that. Zhu Xiu followed his gaze, and saw the little fat fox watching the battle nervously. She was waving her fists and kicking her legs, and shouting, beat him up, stab his eyes, kick his crotch. Aya, sister, why don't you kick his crotch? This little guy is the youngest, but he seems to have received the true teachings. Zhu Xiu watched for a while, and at the same time, felt angry and amused at the same time. He shook his head, and gradually became silent. For a moment, he felt a little sad. No matter who it was, that little devil was a legend, but it was a pity that he died prematurely. At this time, the descendants of the ancient families were watching the battle in the field, and their expressions were also somewhat serious. This time, they had invited the great golden crow and the others to resolve the grudge between them, or at least to temporarily dispel the idea of becoming enemies with the ancient families, so as to avoid any trouble when they entered the 100-Break Mountain for the second time. Although they were secretly prepared to suppress them with their power, they did not really want to shed all pretenses of cordiality. Therefore, this battle between the young generation of the Han family and Fang Xing's disciple was in line with their intentions. No matter who won or lost, it would not cause the flames of war to go out of control. In their hearts, the young master of the Han family was undoubtedly going to win. The descendants of the ancient families in the central region of the Divine Prefecture were all favored by the heavens, and they were the best in the 4 regions. When had they ever lost in a battle with their peers? But looking at the situation in the field, it did not look good. The face of the Han family's divine son, Han Jianling, was already a little pale. If the young master of the Han family lost this battle, or even if he did not win, the Han family's reputation would be almost completely lost. They could not let others say that the Han family's descendants were not as capable as the disciple of that devil, could they? The ancient families cared about their reputation the most, and losing their reputation was more serious than losing their lives. At this time, Zhang Qinglu had already faintly curled his lips, obviously extremely dissatisfied with this result. You dare to look down on me? The young master of the Han family seemed to sense the gazes of the people around him, and he became even more furious. He roared angrily, and his figure suddenly leaped up into the sky, then swooped down. He threw the short spear in his hand, and it actually split into 2, then into 4, and in an instant, it turned into a sky full of spear shadows. As he descended from the sky, they rushed towards the fox girl little one, and he shouted, cloud-collapsing void-splitting spear. Han family's secret skill. The expressions of the people watching the battle became serious. The young master of the Han family had used this move, which meant that he had already made up his mind to kill, and did not want to continue fighting. 108,000 swords. At this time, the fox girl little one also shouted in a low voice, and her hands formed a seal, impressively displaying the secret skill of the Lonely Edge Mountain. Specks of fox fire condensed behind her, and actually turned into 2 large wings. With a flap of her back, she directly rushed into the sky at an extremely fast speed, and most of the spear shadows were dodged by her. Even if some couldn't block it, the 2 flaming wings slapped the surroundings, and the appearance of the 2 wings soaring into the sky actually vaguely resembled the image of Fang Xing using the sword demon's great wings to rampage around. Boom! The battlefield was filled with smoke, and flying sand and stones only settled down after a long time. In the sky, 2 figures, one on the left and one on the right, faced each other. One was the young master of the Han family, who was panting heavily, and the other was the fox girl little one in a fluttering white dress. At first glance, the fox girl little one seemed more tranquil, and although her dress was fluttering in the wind, her bearing was a notch higher. In fact, the fox girl little one was in extreme danger just now, but with the combination of the rock race's secret skill and the fox race's secret skill, she had escaped the disaster. On the surface, she looked far more tranquil than the young master of the Han family, as if she had firmly gained the upper hand. Haha, good girl, you didn't embarrass your master. The great golden crow chuckled and walked over to the battlefield. Li Hongyi also knew what was going on, and smiled lightly. We have already exchanged 100 moves, there is no need to continue. How about we call it a draw? The Han family's divine child, Han Jianling, and the others all had extremely ugly expressions. After 100 moves, the young master of the Han family had not only failed to defeat his opponent, but also exhausted himself. How was this a draw? It was clearly a slap to the face of the Han family, wasn't it? However, as the great golden crow, Li Hongyi, and the others entered the battlefield, they hesitated, not knowing whether they should stop them. If they stopped them, the hatred between the two sides would deepen, and it would not be in line with their original intentions. The young master of the Han family, on the other hand, was sweating profusely. He looked frustrated, and even a little aggrieved. Why? His cultivation was clearly higher, and his spells were more powerful, and he clearly felt that he would be able to defeat her in a few more moves. Haha, the winner has not been decided yet, why must we call it a draw? At this moment, a voice rang out. It was Xianxia Lu. She slowly stepped into the battlefield, and her aura surged, and happened to block the way of Li Hongyi and the others. As she spoke, she sent a faint divine thought toward the young master of the Han family, with an inexplicable mockery. Are you tired? You've disgraced the Han family. The young master of the Han family's face turned purple when he heard this. He suddenly shouted, "It's not over yet, let's continue." Hearing this, the fox girl, who was about to leave the battlefield, was slightly taken aback and turned to look at him. Little E, come back, you've already fought for your master. There's no need to fight anymore. The expressions of Li Hongyi and the others also changed slightly, and they shouted at the fox girl. Haha, haha, the disciple of the demon is so timid? They've only fought for 100 moves, and they don't dare to continue? The disciple is a coward, but the master is also a good-for-nothing. It's not enough even if 100 of such trash die. How can there be such a ridiculous person talking about the reputation of the demon? Such trash can't even be compared to the servants of the Han family. What kind of reputation can they have? Seeing the fox girl's hesitation, the Han family's young master simply cursed out loud. His eyes were scarlet as if they were filled with blood. You dare to insult my master? Fine, fine, I'll fight to the death with you today. The fox girl could not hold back any more when she heard his curses. She snorted coldly and turned back in the air. This time I'll definitely kill you. The young master of the Han family was overjoyed. He shouted and rushed forward with his spear, how dare you? The golden crow and the others rushed forward, unwilling to let them continue fighting. Generally, according to the rules of the cultivation world, as long as it was not a life-and-death feud, 100 moves would be enough in a battle of magical powers. It was impossible that the Han family did not know this rule. He had actually used words to provoke the fox girl Xiaoyi's anger. He had clearly crossed the line. If he really allowed Xiaoyi to continue fighting with him, the outcome would be worrisome. Hee, the younger generation is cultivating 10 moves. Let's not interfere. At that moment, Han Jianling of the Han family and the sons of the other aristocratic families flew up at the same time and stood in front of the golden crow and the others. Han Jianling was a little helpless, but he had clearly made up his mind. Although Xianxia Lu was the one who had caused this, he still had to protect the Han family's reputation first. He really had to let them continue fighting in this battle. That's right. The disciple of the demon is fighting with the younger generation of the Han family. Why are you interfering? Xianxia Lu also blocked them and sneered. If you really think that you have no chance of winning, then let another disciple come forward. Li Hongyi and the others were furious. They looked at each other and decided to attack. Go! In the midst of the chaos, the old fortune teller who was sitting on the back of the green donkey suddenly sighed softly. The green donkey he was riding on turned around and looked at him in confusion. It does affect our initial plan, the old fortune teller sighed and said helplessly, but face, we should fight for it. Didn't you say that your master is very powerful? Why doesn't he dare to take my spells head on? Didn't you want to fight for your master? Why are you only relying on your movement skills? Admit defeat. If you don't admit defeat, I'll beat you to death. Under Xianxia Lu's provocation, the young master of the Han family, who could be considered to be a sincere and honest young master of the Han family, revealed the savage and domineering nature of a young master of an aristocratic family. At this time, every move and attack was filled with a dense killing intent. It was as if he had transformed into a ferocious demon, covering the sky and covering the earth as he attacked the fox girl Little E. He shouted repeatedly, not only insulting Fang Xing, but also forcing Little E to lower her head and admit defeat. In this situation, the fox girl Little E was already having a very hard time, but she gritted her teeth and forcefully endured his techniques. In the beginning, the young master of the Han family still had his own pride. When fighting with Xiao Yi, he even intentionally or unintentionally suppressed the power of his cultivation, only willing to use the spiritual power of a mid-level foundation-building cultivator. It was only until the last attack that he used all of his strength. However, at this time, he could not care about anything else. His spiritual power was suddenly revealed, and he used all of his strength in every attack. In addition, his killing intent had risen, and his understanding of the family's spells had deepened. When he attacked, the power of his attacks multiplied, as if he had become a different person. As for the fox girl Xiao Yi, she had used all of her strength and fought with the opponent whose cultivation was higher than hers for more than 100 moves. Now, under the pressure of the opponent, it was even more difficult for her to withstand. She could only rely on the spells of the Lonely Edge Mountain to move left and right. However, although it was extremely dangerous, when she heard the young master of the Han family say that she should admit defeat, she still shouted angrily, "In your dreams. Never admit defeat," she knew. That if she admitted defeat now, it would mean that the Han family's slander of her master was true. The battle has already ended, and you still want to be so aggressive? Li Hongyi and the others were also enraged. They rushed forward, wanting to forcibly stop the battle. The Han clan's divine son and the others stopped them with cold faces and said coldly, "The battle is not over yet. It's up to the two of them to decide." Just now, after 100 moves, the little fox girl didn't say that they would stop fighting. Now that the battle has begun and there is no winner or loser, how can we stop just because we say so? The goddess of the Zhongsun clan, Zhongsun Qinglu, giggled and said, "It's easy to end this. Why don't we just make that little fox admit defeat?" Hee, is this the rule of Shenzhou? As the great golden crow and the others shouted coldly, they gathered their magic power and assumed a fighting stance. But it was also at this moment that a terrifying power descended from above and enveloped the surroundings. Shockingly, it caused their hearts to tremble as they felt a sense of threat from the depths of their souls. Raising their heads to look, they saw that it was young Master Fusu of the Yuan family who had always been sitting cross-legged in midair and was worshipped by everyone like a god or Buddha had made a move. He didn't even raise his eyelids and merely spoke indifferently, his voice spreading in all directions. A battle of magical powers between juniors of the Foundation establishment realm, yet you Golden Core realm experts want to interfere. Don't you think you're lowering your statuses? You, the Great Golden Crow and the others were extremely furious. He's also a member of the Yuan family. Does it make the Yuan family proud to lose his reputation? Young Master Fusu frowned. After a long while, he said indifferently, "There's no such useless person like him in the Yuan family." Wow. Zhu Shou's emotions were immediately stirred up by his words. Countless people were discussing and whispering to each other. Among them, only Li Hongyi could guess a little bit. Fang Xing's reputation is too great, even suppressing him at one point. This original divine child of the Yuan family is not happy. There have always been people with bad intentions secretly comparing him to his junior brother Fang, saying that Fang Yuan is not as good as Fang Yuan, ha 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 ha. Seeing that the situation was under the control of young Master Fusu of the Yuan family, and that no one was going to disturb him, the young master of the Han family was even more excited. When he attacked, he became even fiercer. He shouted, "What kind of demon's disciple is this? Little fox, do you admit defeat or not?" The fox girl Xiaoyi waved her sleeve, and bits of fox fire rolled out. She shouted, "In your dreams." A cold smile appeared on the face of the young master of the Han family. Then don't blame me for this, after all, the fox girl Xiaoyi's transcendence energy was running out. Her movements were no longer as agile as before. He looked around coldly and had already found an opening. He rushed forward like a star chasing after the moon. He raised his iron spear, and his transcendence energy swept out, forcing the fox girl Xiaoyi into a corner. Then, he raised his short spear, gathered all his transcendence energy, and fiercely stabbed at the fox girl between her eyebrows. At the same time, he shouted, "Quickly admit defeat." Whoosh, the fox girl Xiaoyi watched as the iron spear came straight at her eyebrows. She couldn't help but feel afraid. But in the end, she didn't say the word admit defeat. Instead, she blurted out, "I won't admit defeat even if I die." "Then you can die now," the young master of the Han family sneered. The iron spear in his hand sped up and stabbed down. Not good, the great golden crow and the others all exploded and rushed to save her. Even the divine son of the Han family and the others couldn't stop them. But at this moment, an unexpected scene happened. In the direction of the back mountain, there was suddenly a rapid clip-clop sound that sounded like rain hitting a barley. At the same time, there was a terrifying and domineering aura. Those who were watching Xianxia with powerful divine senses all felt it at this moment. They turned their heads and then saw a shocking scene. Boom! 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 In the valley behind the mountain, in midair, there was a burst of red light rushing over, and its speed kept increasing. At first glance, it was still 10 miles away, but when he looked again, it was already 3 miles away. Then, it rushed straight into the battlefield. It was also at this moment that Xianxia saw its appearance. He was so shocked that he couldn't speak. There were horns on its head, and its body was covered in dark golden scales. Its 2 eyes were like copper bells, and there were wisps of spiritual light spewing out of them like flames. In its mouth, there were protruding fangs, and it looked unusually fierce. Its body was the size of a small mountain, and its 4 hooves were even more powerful. They created circles of ripples in the void, and as it galloped, a golden cloud naturally appeared in the sky, leaving faint traces of fire wherever it went. "Kirin, it's the legendary Kirin." After a long while, countless people started shouting, their faces full of shock. Boom! Unexpectedly, the Kirin rushed over with a speed as fast as lightning. When it neared, it leaped over the crowd of onlookers and directly rushed into the battlefield. It rushed straight towards the fox girl, who was raising the short spear in his hand, and was about to ruthlessly stab the young master of the Han family. With a twist of its body, its 2 hind legs quickly lifted up, and with a pung sound, it solidly kicked the young master of the Han family in the chest. This kick was carried with it the momentum of rushing over, and it also contained its monstrous strength. How terrifying was its strength! Pooh! The young master of the Han family directly spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body flew out like a kite with a broken string. The short spear in his hand flew dozens of feet away, and it stabbed into the ground at an angle. As for him, he flew no less than 1,000 feet away, and directly smashed into the stone wall like a pile of mud. The exclamations that had just sounded out suddenly quieted down. The scene in front of them was really too impactful. There had always been a legend of the Kirin appearing at the foot of the Kunlun Mountains, but no one had been able to find any traces of it. Even the Fuyao Palace had sent out elders to investigate, but they were still unable to catch it. As time passed, some people even began to suspect that this was just a rumor, but now, the Kirin had actually appeared in front of them. How could they not be shocked? But what was even more shocking was that this Kirin had such a deep hatred for the Han family, and how could it directly kick the young master of the Han family? "You, evil creature, how dare you injure my nephew Ming Zhong?" The first person to react was Han Jianling. The shock in his heart had already reached an extreme point, but he still quickly realized what had happened. With his eyes wide open, he roared at the Kirin, and quickly ran towards the stone wall to look at his nephew. With one look, he simply felt his heart ache to the extreme, and his heart trembled. Was this still that exceptionally intelligent and talented nephew of his? His bones were broken, his tendons were shattered, and his flesh was a bloody mess. He collapsed on the ground under the rock, and had clearly turned into a pile of rotten flesh. Although there was still a breath of life left in him, it was only a protective talisman that the family elders had set up for him as a precaution. Han Jianling trembled as he picked Han Mingzhong up. He was already burning with rage, and when he leaped back to his original spot, his eyes had already turned blood red. "Evil creature! What hatred does my Han family have with you that you dare to attack my nephew like this?" When the legendary Kirin had appeared in front of him, Han Jianling was too shocked. Although he was furious, he did not immediately attack. He had asked this question subconsciously, and he did not even know if this Kirin, or rather, this monster, could understand human speech. However, something unexpected happened. The Qilin turned its head and looked at him with its scarlet eyes. There seemed to be some mockery, but also endless ferocity. There seemed to be a hint of a thieving glint flashing across its eyes. "There's no enmity between us. Han Jianling was speechless. At this moment, he did not even know how to answer. Fortunately, the Qilin spoke quickly. A ferocious glint suddenly appeared in his eyes as he sneered coldly. However, not only did this little bastard bully my junior sister, he even insulted my master. As his disciple, how can I tolerate it? Your master? Not only did Han Jianling not understand, but he was also completely dumbfounded. Yes, it's the demon that you've been talking about. He's my master, the Kirin said matter-of-factly. It then raised its neck high, gathered its chi in its chest, and suddenly shouted in an earth-shattering manner, my son, my son. It caused Zhu Shou's eardrums to go numb. Only then did it sweep its majestic gaze across the surroundings, and shouted coldly, Donkey Fong, the disciple of the heaven-piercing Tao master and the true successor of the Taisheng Tao orthodoxy, is here. Who dares to insult my master again? The surroundings fell silent. Zhu Shou's expression was half shocked, half puzzled, and some people were completely dumbfounded. What's going on? Who is this Kirin talking about? The heaven-piercing Tao master? Isn't that the name that demon used to call himself? It can't be? This Kirin is that demon's disciple? Among the countless voices, only one person spoke hesitantly, Is this a Kirin? Why does it sound like a donkey? This Qilin that attracted the attention of everyone was actually the disciple of Fang Yamo. For a time, this news caused the surroundings to fall silent, and there was no sound for a long time. Even though the news came from the Kirin's mouth, Zhu Shou couldn't believe it. One had to know that the Qilin was an auspicious beast, and traces of it were hard to find. During the Archaic era, it was once the mount of a saint, and it fought against immortals. Later on, it purged the world of evil and returned peace to the human world. Later on, the Qilin escaped and disappeared from the human world, and no one ever heard of it again. Because the Qilin had once fought alongside the saints, everyone in the world believed that the Qilin was the embodiment of a noble and pure temperament. Those who did not have great merits and virtue could not get close to it. Previously, the sons of the ancient aristocratic families had jokingly said that they wanted to tame the Qilin as a mount. In fact, it was equivalent to a joke. Even if he really surrendered, he probably wouldn't dare to sit on it. Not everyone could sit on a Qilin, but now, the Qilin was speaking the human language and actually said that he was the disciple of that Feng demon. This was incredible. Which hair on Feng Mo's body could be considered a great merit or virtue. Because of this extremely strange atmosphere caused everyone to fall silent. Even the Han family did not speak for a moment. When the surrounding people fell into extreme panic, the Qilin smiled and lowered his head, trying his best to put on the airs of a senior brother. He looked at the fox girl Xiaoyi with a gentle and dignified expression. However, as soon as he opened his mouth, he revealed his identity. No matter how gentle and dignified he was, he couldn't hide his thick craftiness and wretchedness. Ha 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 ha, are you little junior sister? Sigh, it looks quite beautiful. You are? The fox girl furrowed her brows and asked in a low voice. Me? Qilin laughed heartily and said with his head held high, I am also master's disciple, he, I am the eldest disciple. Although this was the second time she had heard it, the fox girl was still puzzled. She was closer and could see more clearly than the others, so the doubt in her heart deepened. After a long time, she whispered, But why did master accept a donkey as a disciple? His words made Donkey Fong break out in a cold sweat. After a while, he said, Lower your voice, I'm a Qilin now. What kind of Kirin is this? It's clearly that strange donkey I saw in the demonic abyss, right? At this moment, on the side of the Great Snow Mountain and the primordial path, little ghost King Liang was also staring at the Kirin with wide eyes. The more he looked at it, the more familiar it seemed. He couldn't help but whisper, Ever since Big Brother Fong returned to the Yuan family, this guy has been appearing and disappearing like a ghost. Later, he even disappeared without a trace. When we were retrieving the fortune from the 100 Break Mountain, we couldn't even find him. Why did he suddenly appear now? The little Peng beside him said, That's it. But why is this bastard becoming more and more like a Qilin? How did little ancestor teach him? He, the golden crow sneered and said, How could that little bandit have the patience to teach a disciple? It's obvious that he was forced to use countless rare resources to cultivate. I reckon that he was fed too many rare treasures, so he ate a donkey and turned it into a unicorn. Actually, there are still some differences between it and a real qilin. Li Hongyi looked at it for a while and said in a low voice, according to the ancient records, a qilin has the head of a lion, the antlers of a deer, the eyes of a tiger, the body of a moose, the scales of a dragon, the tail of an ox, and the essence of fire in its belly. Its voice is like thunder, and it can trigger celestial phenomena. Wherever it goes, there will be divine light. Looking at the details, there are still many differences between this disciple of ours and a qilin. But in the current cultivation world, who has seen a real qilin with their own eyes? Those who don't know about it might really be scared by it. Or, this guy originally had the bloodline of a qilin, and it was forced out by the precious medicine. Your Royal Highness, someone recognized that this qilin looks like the fire-breathing donkey that the demon rode in the demonic abyss. At this time, the Han family's background also showed its advantage. After the initial shock of seeing the qilin, they began to gather all kinds of information, especially after hearing that the qilin was Fang Xing's disciple. Very soon, there were people who had entered the demonic abyss and reported to the Han family's divine son. I haven't seen it for more than a year. I don't know why, but that mount actually looks like a qilin. But judging from its identity and appearance, it should be that strange donkey. I don't care if you are a qilin or a strange donkey. Do you think you can hurt a disciple of the Han family as you please? The Han family's divine son had an idea. He could no longer hold back his anger. He handed Han Mingjong to the people beside him and strode forward. The qilin was enraged and shouted, "You are the donkey. Your whole family are donkeys." He is obviously a qilin. When he said that, his imposing manner was completely gone. Zhu Xiu's expression became extremely strange. There were even people who looked at the qilin carefully and compared it with the records in the ancient books. They found more and more differences. However, even so, no one dared to underestimate it. Zhu Xiu thought that even if it was a green donkey, it might be a green donkey that had awakened the qilin's bloodline. Once the bloodline was awakened, it was equivalent to opening a path of cultivation. It could gradually grow into a real qilin through the baptism of the bloodline. How important was a real qilin? It was the mount of the ancient sages and the embodiment of auspiciousness. Its status was no less important than the imperial jade seal in the human world. You hurt my Han family. Even if you are a real qilin, you have to pay the price. Han Jianling didn't care so much. He couldn't vent his anger. He stepped forward and an iron spear appeared in his hand. The qilin was obviously shocked. He wanted to hide behind the fox girl's body subconsciously, but when he thought that he was the eldest senior brother, he was too embarrassed to do so. He could only look at the crowd embarrassedly. However, his gaze fell on empty space. It's over. Just as he was lamenting in his heart, a golden shadow suddenly pounced out of the sky and stopped in front of the divine prince of the Han family. When he took a closer look, he realized that it was none other than the majestic Uncle Master Jinwu. He spread his wings like a small mountain and chuckled. "Brother Han, you're wrong to do this. My disciple nephew is fighting for his master's name. It's only right and proper. It's normal for them to make mistakes in a fight between juniors. You're a cultivator half a step away from the nascent soul realm and a senior with a lifespan of 3 cycles. Isn't it rude of you to attack a junior?" Han Jianling's eyes instantly became extremely annoyed. Those words were originally his excuse, but the golden crow had returned it to him. However, his nephew had been beaten half to death. Even if he recovered, he would be crippled. The impact of this matter was too great. How could he give up just because of a few words? Gongqi didn't even try to defend himself. He shook his iron spear and shouted, "Get out of the way, Rumble." The iron spear was like a dragon and went straight for the golden crow. Smack! The golden crow flapped its wings and blocked the long spear forcefully. It shouted, "You just asked us if we could forget about the little bandit's death. I haven't answered you yet. Let me tell you now. If it's because of a few words from you, we won't even dare to take revenge." Rumble! 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 As it spoke, it flapped its wings 3 times and temporarily forced the Han family's divine son to retreat. Its voice was loud and echoed in all directions. "Isn't that worse than a donkey?" "Haha, well said." Beside him, someone laughed and echoed loudly. It was the little ghost king, Liang. These words could be said to have expressed their thoughts. They were filled with heroic spirit and looked down on the world. The surrounding Zhuxiu was silent. Only the Qilin muttered softly, "What's wrong with the donkey clan? So what if they are worse than us? Then let's see if you can protect it." The Great Golden Crow's words indicated that the negotiations had completely broken down. Han Jianling was also a little angry. As he shouted, he was about to start a massacre. Meanwhile, the Great Snow Mountain and the primordial path Zhuxiu had already surrounded them. The battle was about to break out at any moment. Haha, ignorant junior. Do you know what consequences your words will bring? It was also at this moment that an angry roar suddenly came from the sky. A tall Dharma form swept down from the foot of Kunlun Mountain. The aura on its body surged and suppressed the area. This person was dressed in a black robe and wore an ancient crown on his head. His nascent soul and Mahayana cultivation level suppressed almost everyone present to the point that no one could say a word. His voice was even more awe-inspiring. The moment he spoke, it made people tremble in fear. If you insist on becoming enemies with the Han clan and the Divine Prefecture, do you still want the Great Snow Mountain and the Primeval Path to exist in this world? Go back and ask your elders if they dare to say this. As he spoke, he was incomparably domineering. His huge hand directly went past the Great Golden Crow and the others, grabbing towards the green donkey in the field. It's the master of the Han family. The master of the Han family has personally made a move. When the surrounding Zhuxiu saw this person, many people were extremely shocked and blurted out. The person who came was actually the master of the Han family, someone who was half a step away from passing the calamity. The moment he appeared, he wanted to forcibly take down the Qilin. It was extremely domineering. The Great Golden Crow and the others were all shocked. If Han Jianling and the others had made a move, they could still stop him. However, the master of the Han family had personally come down from the mountain to forcibly take down the Qilin. This was already beyond their capabilities. They could not stop him even if they wanted to. The green donkey was so scared that it did not care about anything else. It tucked its tail between its legs and hid behind the fox girl, trembling. It's over, it's over. However, at this moment, a vigorous aura suddenly shot up from the east and south. Whoosh! The one that came from the south was a burning, sharp claw. It pierced through the void and stopped the master of the Han family's huge hand. The claw forcefully pushed back the domineering hand. Even the master of the Han family's yuanying form was shaken. Buzz, a clear and melodious sound of a zither came from the east. Along with the sound of the zither, a ray of sword light appeared out of thin air. With a chi sound, it chopped off the hand of the patriarch of the Han family that he had yet to retract. The sword chi did not stop there. It minced the hand into powder before vanishing. Who are you? The master of the Han family was shocked and angry. He roared. Didn't you ask them to go back and ask their elders? Two figures appeared from the east and west. Their voices were soft but loud like thunder. Now, their elders are here. Their elders are here. Following the thunderous voice, two figures appeared from the east and the south respectively. The one from the south was an old man in a golden robe. He had strange eyes and a tall nose. Behind him, an illusory Dharma form was faintly discernible. It was a strange bird the size of a small mountain. It was covered in scarlet feathers that looked like they were burning with spiritual flames. Between the scarlet feathers, there were traces of golden light, making it look extremely sacred. It seemed to be wrapped in dense immortal chi, and its aura was tumbling, almost tearing the void apart. As for the one who came from the east, it was an old man with a guqin in his arms. He looked ordinary as he slowly walked through the air. Behind him was also a Dharma idol, but what was shocking was that he didn't just have one Dharma idol, but 5. The one in the middle resembled him, while the other 4 were either domineering, profound, or proud. All of them were different, and they were like 5 mountains standing behind him. The 2 old men walked over slowly. Their auras were like mountains, and they were not inferior to the master of the Han clan. Who are the 2 of you? Facing the 2 old men, the furious master of the Han clan strangely calmed down. He did not attack immediately, but asked in a low voice. His heart was full of vigilance. As soon as the 2 old men attacked, he was surprised to find that their cultivation was extraordinary, and they did not seem to be weaker than him. However, he knew most of the famous experts in the Divine Land. Even if he had never met them, he had heard of them, and he could recognize them from their appearance or Dharma form. However, these two old men were unfamiliar, and they must not be famous experts for a long time. Haha, I'm Hu Qin, the sect leader of the Great Snow Mountain. Greetings, master of the Han clan. The old man from the east was full of murderous intent when he attacked, but when he spoke, he was gentle, humble, and extremely peaceful. On the other hand, the old man from the south sneered and said with an evil aura, I'm the great elder of the Taishang path, and I'm also an elder of the primordial path. I was entrusted by the fellow cultivators of the demon land to look after these juniors in the divine land. Everyone calls me the evil king, master of the Han clan. This strange donkey is a demon, and it's of the same clan as me. Secondly, it's the successor of the Taishang path. How can you take it down so easily? Great Snow Mountain. Primordial path. The clan head of the Han clan felt a chill in his heart when he heard these two people's replies. He frowned and his mood became even more solemn. One was established by Nanzhan in the Divine Prefecture, while the other was established by the Land of Demons in the Divine Prefecture. It could be said that they represented the fate of a province. However, in terms of strength, he, or the entire Divine Prefecture, did not think much of these two orthodoxies. One was established by Nanzhan, a barren land in the cultivation world, while the other was established by the Land of Demons, which did not belong to his race. Although these two orthodoxies had successfully established themselves, he had never heard of any top masters presiding over them. To put it bluntly, the status of these two great orthodoxies, to a certain extent, could be said to have been created by a group of Jindan stage juniors, and it had little to do with the elders of the orthodoxies. This was also the reason why the patriarch of the Han clan scornfully told the juniors to go back and ask the elders. However, he did not expect that the elders of these two orthodoxies would arrive as soon as he finished speaking. Their strength had even exceeded his imagination, the elder of the primordial path cultivated to such a level. His physical body was extremely powerful. Not only did he have a powerful and mysterious bloodline aura, but his Dharma form also contained faint immortal chi. This made him look like a volcano. His cultivation base did not seem high, only at the middle stage of the Yuanying stage. The Yuanying stage was more like a blood infant, which was lower than the nascent soul, but even the clan head of the Han clan did not dare to underestimate him. As for the Yuanying Dharma form of the elder who was holding a guqin, he was even stranger. It was not difficult for elites of the Yuanying stage to split their consciousness and form many spiritual bodies or even clones. However, it was unheard of for this elder to have 5 Dharma forms. Moreover, among the 5 Dharma forms, 4 of them had completely different auras from the elder. One of them wore an imperial robe and looked like an emperor. One of them wore a grey robe and had messy hair, like a madman. There was also one who wore a Taoist robe and had a faint aura. There was also one who had a proud expression and carried a long sword on his back like a swordsman. However, the 5 Dharma forms were merged into one, and they were born from the same source. Strange, these two people were extremely powerful, and they were also strange. No one dared to underestimate them. Have you really thought it through and decided to become enemies with the Han clan? Although he was shocked, the clan head of the Han clan did not lose his composure. He quickly spoke in a cold voice, and his might skyrocketed. Even at this moment, he still could not believe that existences like the Great Snow Mountain and the Primordial Path would dare to become enemies with the Han clan. To a certain extent, the 8 great families of the central region of the Divine Continent represented the entire Divine Continent. Back then, Fangxing was extremely daring and dared to become enemies with the 8 great families. That was why he was known as the one who single-handedly fought against the Divine Continent. The Great Snow Mountain and the Primordial Path have no intention of becoming enemies with any orthodoxy. All we want is for the younger generation to have a way out and for the continuation of our clan. However, what happened today was because a junior from the Great Snow Mountain fought for the name of his master. As a result, he angered the Han clan, causing you to disregard your status and suppress him. As the elder of Little Fangxing, I was entrusted by an old friend. It's fine if I can't protect him, but can't I even protect one of his disciples? Clan head of the Han clan, if you insist on making a move, then it's not just the Great Snow Mountain who will become enemies with you. The old man from Huqin, who was holding a guqin, spoke calmly. His voice was not loud, but it was like thunder in spring. Then it's you who will become enemies with the great snow mountain. Haha, this old friend is right. Daphne, who had approached them, laughed coldly. His expression was full of mockery. The Han clan is so arrogant. You always talk about the divine continent. Do you think you're the emperor of the divine continent? Whether I'm in the Taisheng orthodoxy or the demon territory, my words still carry some weight. That is, although we're not willing to become enemies with the Han clan and the divine continent, if you really provoke us, let's see if we dare to accept your challenge. Good, good, good. The clan head of the Han clan was furious. He repeated the word good 3 times. His large sleeves fluttered, filled with a monstrous magical power, and shot across the sky. Then let me experience the strength of the 2 orthodoxies. Boom. Boom. Boom, he took a huge step forward and was about to fight against the 2 of them alone. He wanted to measure the cultivation base of Daphne and the old man from Huqin. At this moment, several tyrannical aura flames were released from the Kunlun mountain, revealing a few unfathomable figures. They stood in the void and looked down coldly. Below them, countless servants and soldiers knelt on the ground. They recognized the figures. They were the clan heads of their families. The clan head of the Yuan clan, Yuan Lingxiao, the clan head of the Meng clan, Meng Bufan, the clan head of the Zhongsun clan, Zhongsun Lu, and the others were among them. The aura of their figures was as high as the sky. At this moment, a few monks appeared behind the old man from Huqin. They walked in the air from afar, their bodies shone with a faint golden light. The deep chanting of scriptures shook the void, and countless heavenly flowers fell from the sky. Their aura was so sacred that people could not help but want to worship them. Behind Daphne, there were also a few big demons. The elder of the Lonely Edge Mountain and the old white ape of the Great Sage Mountain were also among them. The 3 parties were the gathering of the world's top experts. They were the existences that dominated a region. Now that they were facing each other from afar, it seemed like they wanted to divide the world equally. Although the divine continent's momentum was stronger, the Great Snow Mountain had the help of a few monks from the Lingshan Temple, and the Demon Land had revealed all their strength. The 2 parties combined had the aura of not losing to the divine continent, and even slightly suppressed the ancient families. Since when did Nanzhan and the Demon Land have the courage to confront the divine continent? Below, someone exclaimed in a low voice. His expression was complicated and he was trembling with fear. On the divine continent's side, there were the clan heads of the ancient families. To a certain extent, these clan heads could almost represent the will of the divine continent. Now that the Demon Land and Nanzhan had joined forces, they even dared to challenge these clan heads? This was too shocking. Although the divine continent still had many trump cards that they had yet to reveal, it was already shocking enough that Nanzhan and the Demon Land dared to challenge the divine continent. Let this old man have a taste of your strength. Facing the attack of the Han family's clan head, Elder Huqin and Daphne did not plan to join forces. After looking at each other, Elder Huqin stepped forward, his robes fluttering even though there was no wind. The 5 Dharma forms behind him suddenly opened their eyes at the same time. For a moment, the air was filled with murderous intent, and an undetectable murderous aura filled the air, making the compassionate elder look like a ferocious god. Clang, clang, the guqin rang twice, and the sword chi whistled, tearing the clouds in the sky. The 2 masters were about to fight, but at this moment, another spiritual cloud floated in the sky, attracting attention. My 2 friends, please calm down for now. After all, this is the celestial meeting of Yaoqi. It's not good to fight here, right? In the sky, following a cold voice, a woman in a yellow robe descended from the sky. This woman looked to be in her 30s or 40s. She wore a crown of pearls on her head, and her sleeves fluttered in the wind. 36 servants followed behind her, and she was as noble as an empress. She came from the depths of Kunlun Mountain. Her words were like a divine decree, entering everyone's heart. Even the furious master of the Han family and Elder Huqin, who were ready to fight, suppressed their murderous intent and turned to look at this woman. It's the Queen Mother of Yaoqi, someone growled, pressing the juniors beside him to kneel and pay their respects. To no surprise, the person who had come was the eldest sister of Lady Xian, the mistress of Yaoqi, as well as the master of the Jade Lake Fairy Society. Today is the time for the orthodoxies of the Tianyuan continent to work together to fend off the disaster. This time, our Yaoqi has held the Feast of Peaches of Immortality unlike the past. Instead, we've invited fellow cultivators from Nanzhan, the Pure Lands, the Demonic Lands, and the Small Immortals world. We've originally invited fellow cultivators from Nanzhan, the Pure Lands, the Demonic Lands, and the Small Immortals world. We've originally wanted to resolve the enmity between the various places, so that we can work together to fend off the disaster. In the end, before the gathering has even begun, fellow cultivators have already begun fighting below my Yaoqi mountain. Won't our efforts become a joke if news of this spreads? Yaoqi Wangmu said sternly. She shook her head as if she was both annoyed and amused. She sighed and said gently, not to mention, you're all so old, so can't you suppress your anger? Today, give me some face and suppress your killing intent. Why don't you come to Yaoqi and drink a few cups of immortal tea? If there's really something you can't let go of, then fight to your heart's content in the martial arts exhibition tomorrow. The martial arts exhibition, young Master Fusu, who had been watching silently from the side after his senior had taken action, smiled faintly when he heard that. Hee, Qilan's eyes lit up when he heard that. He hurriedly searched through the crowd, as if he was looking for someone. Due to the appearance of Yaoqi Wangmu, the war that involved China, the land of demons, and Nanzhan finally came to an end. That night, undercurrents surged, shrouding the usually peaceful Jade Lake Fairy Society in a bloody atmosphere. Many forces stayed up all night, analyzing the situation in front of them, and judging the intentions and direction of the various forces. There was one thing that was without a doubt: the rise of Nanzhan and the land of demons could no longer be stopped. The confrontation this time was not so much for the safety of Fangxing's disciples, but rather, it was a demonstration of the strength and attitude of Nanzhan and the land of demons. Not only did the land of demons reveal all their power, but the spiritual mountain temple had also finally changed its previous low profile and forbearance, and expressed its attitude during the confrontation. With the superimposition of the strength of both sides, China had no choice but to take it seriously. Because of this, the masters of the ancient families in China were also caught up in a complicated plan. Nanzhan and the land of demons wanted to get rid of the shadow that shrouded over China's head, and stand on the stage, while China's thoughts were unclear. If they wanted to suppress them, China might have the resources to do so, but they would have to pay a huge price. If they were to ignore it, China's luck would be lost, and the title of controlling Tianyuan would become a thing of the past. How dare they? In a towering palace in Yaoqi, a man in a black robe and a tall hat slammed the jade table heavily, and shouted coldly, "We, China, have controlled Tianyuan for tens of thousands of years. Are we going to let them set up their own forces this time? Now that the great calamity is coming, China should be the one to control Tianyuan and fight against it, but they have shown their ambition at this time, and that is ignoring the overall situation. This time, even if we have to use all the hidden forces of the 8 ancient families, we must let them know the power of China, and the consequences of stroking the tiger's whiskers." "That's not true." Another old man in a light red ancient robe said in a low voice, "Now that the small immortal world has returned to the human world, it has been in seclusion all day, and its attitude is unclear. We must guard against it. The Pure Land seems to be calm, but in fact, undercurrents are surging." After the sea of blue waves betrayed its alliance with China, the royal family disappeared, and only a group of shrimp soldiers and crab generals were left for us to vent our anger on. In this situation, if we really start a war with Nanzhan and the Demon Land, we can't suppress them without paying a price. But in this way, there is no doubt that other forces have the opportunity to take action. In contrast, Nanzhan and the Demon Land are of the same race as us, and from his attitude all along, he doesn't have much ambition. He just wants to truly recognize his ancestors, and the Demon Land only wants us to withdraw from the Demon Land to reduce the pressure. In comparison, Nanzhan and the Demon Land only hope that we can withdraw from the Demon Land and the Demon Land from the Demon Land to reduce the pressure. That's right. All the forces are eyeing us covetously. Although China is strong, if we have to fight against 4 of them, it's still not enough. In this situation, Nanzhan, who is naturally close to China, and the demon land who only wants a prosperous land, are worthy of an alliance. Now, if we really start a war with China, the small immortal world, the pure land, and the hidden sea of blue waves are worthy of an alliance. Now, if we really start a war, it will give the small immortal world, the pure land, and the hidden sea of blue waves to take advantage of the loophole. It's really worrying. It's better to deal with the changes by remaining unchanged. According to the original plan, the Jade Lake Fairy Society will be held as usual, and the Alliance of the Heavens will also be established as usual. After all, in the face of a catastrophe, don't Nanzhan and the Demon Land know the importance of this matter? After we have made our attitude clear, if they still insist on going their own way and become the enemy of China, then they will ignore the overall situation and will be criticized by the world. They will no longer have any advantage. In terms of reputation, of course, the Alliance of the Heavens will be established. The master of the Han family frowned and said coldly in a low voice, but they are fighting for justice for the devil. Are you willing to give them justice? Do you really want us ancient families to unite and admit that we treated the little devil as a scapegoat? Are you willing to risk your face? Besides that, my great-great-grandson was seriously injured by that beast. All of his bones and tendons are broken, and his cultivation is crippled. He's relying on immortal pills and elixirs to keep his life. Do you want our Han clan to give up on this great enmity? Of course, we can't tell the truth about this matter. After hearing the words of the master of the Han family, the master of the Ming family said faintly, establishing the Alliance of the Heavens to fight against the Great Tribulation together is the intention of the sage, and it is also the guarantee that we will survive the Great Tribulation together. There can be no mistakes in this matter. After the alliance is established, the Divine Prefecture will naturally take on the responsibility of the leader of the alliance and lead all the forces. At this time, the power of the Divine Prefecture must not be violated. That devil is a devil, after all, he is already a dead man. Let him continue to be the sacrifice. Anyway, he is indeed not a good person. As for the revenge of your grandson, let's not mention it for the time being. At this point, even if we kill that beast, it will not make any difference. On the contrary, that beast must have awakened the bloodline of the Kailan, and it will be of great use in the future. The Kailan is an auspicious sign. If we can win it over, it will make the responsibility of the Divine Prefecture more justified. It's easy to say. Do you have any way to make them all obedient? Hearing the words of the master of the Ming family, which had the intention of sacrificing his great-great-grandson, the master of the Han family's voice suddenly turned cold. However, it was also at this time that the master of the Yuan family, Yuan Lingxiao, said faintly, if you want them to be obedient, what's so difficult about that? Zhu Xiu was stunned and looked at him in confusion. Yuan Lingxiao smiled faintly and said, if you want them to be obedient, you either have to share the benefits and satisfy their appetites, and they will naturally be docile. The other way is even simpler, you have to beat them until they dare not object and can only listen to the orders of the Divine Prefecture. Isn't this equivalent to saying nothing? The master of the Han family sneered coldly with a sneer on his face. Yuan Lingxiao did not take it seriously. He smiled faintly and said, I know what you mean. The price we have to pay for sharing the benefits is too high. If we want to suppress them with force, the Divine Prefecture can't defeat them with just 2 fists. However, I didn't say that we have to do it ourselves. From the sage's attitude, we can see that the upcoming catastrophe is not something we can withstand. Therefore, even the sage is personally cultivating the immortal seedlings. In the future, they will be the hope to withstand the catastrophe. If that's the case, why do we have to do it ourselves in the struggle for power? Let these juniors fight for it. We might as well follow in their footsteps. Hearing this, the masters of the other families fell silent. In terms of real forces and resources, the Divine Prefecture did not have the ability to suppress the small immortal realm, the Pure Land, the Nanzhan, and the Land of Demons. However, in terms of the juniors' abilities, the master of the Yuan family's words were indeed reasonable. After all, there was already a celestial infant among the juniors of the Divine Prefecture, and the second one was about to be born. How could 2 celestial infants not be able to suppress the juniors of the other forces? Some people had already thought of this. However, in this way, not only would the various forces bow down to them, even the ancient families of the central region, who were on equal footing with them, would probably be led by the Yuan family and the Fuyao Palace. That was the reason why they had not brought it up until now. Fellow cultivators, in the face of the catastrophe, we need to put aside our selfishness for now. If you have a better idea, I'm all ears. Yuan Lingxiao naturally understood what the other families were thinking, but at this moment, he spoke with a faint smile. For a moment, all the clans were silent, and no one spoke for a long time. Everyone, there is one more thing that I should tell you. After a long silence, Yaoqi Wanmu, who had been silent all this while, suddenly smiled and said, I, Yaoqi, have an undecided marriage with the Yuan family. Unfortunately, because of the chaos caused by the demon, one of the newlyweds died, and the other was lost. However, in the face of the general situation, we should have a happy event to dilute the sullen atmosphere. Therefore, I have discussed with the master of the Yuan family, and also mentioned to old immortal Yuan that I will betroth the little girl Xiaoqing to little Fusu of the Yuan family, which can be considered as inheriting the marriage between little girl Xian and Xiaoma. In the talents martial arts competition, when little Fusu surpasses all the heroes and becomes the champion, I, Yaoqi, will announce the marriage. At that time, old immortal Yuan will personally witness it. Marriage? All the clans were truly shocked when they heard that. Originally, the clans had helped Fusu awaken the seed in his body so that he could form an immortal infant, so that he could faintly fight against the invincible young Xiaositu in Fuyao Palace. They wanted to be on equal footing with each other and seize the luck. In fact, after Fusu formed his immortal infant, there were already rumors in the world that Fusu and Xiaositu were fated enemies, and that they would definitely fight within 100 years. When the two of them fought, it would be the opportunity for the divine children of the other clans to grow, but no one had expected that without any signs and without any sound, Yaoqi and the Yuan family were going to unite by marriage? Wasn't that not giving the other clans any chance at all? Although no one knew what kind of agreement they had reached, they must have known what the clans were thinking. Of course, it's also when we use the younger generation as chess pieces to form the alliance of the heavens and unify the 4 prefectures of Tianyuan, Yuan Lingxiao added with a smile. The Queen Mother also nodded lightly. Obviously, they had already discussed these issues. Little Fusu. Is he really confident that he can defeat all the enemies and intimidate his peers? After a long time, someone asked with a slightly doubtful look. It was the master of the Xianxia family. Hearing this, Yuan Lingxiao smiled slightly and didn't answer. Instead, he ordered someone to summon young Master Fusu. After he bowed to the masters of the other clans, Yuan Lingxiao asked softly with a smile, I've already discussed with the masters of the other clans. Tomorrow, in the Heavenly Talents competition, cultivators above the age of 30 years will not participate. With your current ability, are you confident that you can defeat the young experts cultivated by the Pure Land, the Nanzhan, the Demon Realm, the Small Immortal Realm, and some other forces in the martial arts competition to become the champion and establish the foundation for the Alliance of the Heavens? It's done, a hint of joy flashed in young Master Fusu's eyes. But he quickly concealed it. With a confident and calm expression, he calmly bowed to Yaoqi Wangmu and the masters of the other clans. Then, he raised his head and said with a faint smile, I dare not shirk the heavy responsibility on my shoulders. Although Fusu isn't talented, I'm willing to defeat all the enemies and intimidate the world with my Dao techniques to thank all the seniors for their love and expectations. The competition of Heaven's Chosen was a tradition of the Jade Lake Fairy Society since ancient times. People liked to call the young geniuses as Heaven's Chosen, but the term Heaven's Chosen originated from the competition of Heaven's Chosen held by Yaoqi. Since ancient times, the self-proclaimed Heaven's Chosen and the Heaven's Chosen who boasted about each other weren't the real Heaven's Chosen. Only those who stood out in the competition of martial arts held by the Jade Lake Fairy Society could be regarded as the real Heaven's Chosen and become famous overnight. This time, the Jade Lake Fairy Society invited many forces such as the Small Celestial Realm, the Nanzhan, the Demon Land, and the Pure Land. Naturally, the Jade Lake Fairy Society was more powerful. Before the real competition of Heaven's Chosen, many young cultivators were rubbing their palms and cheering in their hearts to become famous overnight. Naturally, there were also many elders of the aristocratic families who were analyzing the situation and judging whether their children should participate in the competition or not. If they won, They would be famous all over the world. If they lost, everyone would know about it, winning in. The competition of martial arts was like a sharp sword with two blades. Competition of Heaven's Chosen, vanquish the evil and defend the Tao. On the Kunlun Mountain, the Little Hua Peak, the Lotus Peak, the Four Phases Peak, the Dragon Head Peak, the Hidden Cloud Peak, and the Everlasting Breath Mountain were already filled with cultivators from all over the world. The Yaoqi Fairy and the elders of the various forces were all seated on the Little Hua Peak. The cultivators from the Divine Continent were stationed on the Dragon Head Peak, the disciples from the Nanzhan and the Great Snow Mountain were stationed on the Four Phases Peak, the cultivators from the Small Celestial Realm were stationed on the Hidden Cloud Peak, the cultivators from the Pure Land were stationed on the Lotus Peak, and the cultivators from the Primeval Path were stationed on the Everlasting Breath Mountain. In addition, in the middle of the mountain, countless cultivators and cultivators from the Celestial Mountains were gathered. Today was the day of the competition of Heaven's Chosen, so the Yaoqi sect did not set up any restrictions. All cultivators could enter the Kunlun Mountain to watch the battles, but they were not allowed to enter the Yaoqi sect. Moreover, after the competition of Heaven's Chosen, they would be cleared out of the Jade Lake Fairy Society. Even so, it still attracted many cultivators to watch the battles. Even if they couldn't join the Jade Lake Fairy Society, it was not a bad idea to come and watch the battles. In the middle of the mountain, there was a black jade platform floating in the air, surrounded by runes. It was the arena for the competition of Heaven's Chosen. In the sky above the arena, an elder of the Yaoqi sect, wearing a red robe and a crown, was holding an ancient scroll in his hand. He was chanting and his voice was sacred as he announced the rules and rewards of the competition of Heaven's Chosen to the various forces. From time to time, the surrounding cultivators would cheer. The first arena, limited to the spirit movement realm. The top 10 Heaven's Chosen will be rewarded with a spiritual pill and a mysterious art. The second arena, the top 10 Heaven's Chosen will be rewarded with a spiritual medicine and a mysterious art. The third arena, the top 10 Heaven's Chosen will be rewarded with an azure spiritual peach and can enter the ancient palace of the Yaoqi sect to read for 3 days. They will also be invited to be a distinguished guest of the Immortals meeting. The winner will be rewarded with a Rui scepter, a divine pill, and will be invited to be a distinguished guest of the Immortals meeting. The winner will be rewarded with 3 azure spiritual peaches and 1 white jade peaches. The winner will also be chosen as the son-in-law of the Yaoqi Princess Xiao, and will be married on the same day. Following the elder's words, there were bursts of cheers and even shock coming from the valley. Especially when he mentioned the third arena, it was even more shocking. In the past, the Yaoqi Heaven's Chosen martial exhibition only used this method to observe the talent and potential of the younger generation. Thus, there were only 3 arenas, the Spirit Movement Arena, the Foundation Arena, and the Golden Core Arena. Cultivators of the Yuanying realm have already reached a certain level of cultivation. Because of their status, they would not participate in the exhibition. However, this rule was changed. This time, the third arena was only limited to those within 3 years of lifespan. Regardless of their realm, they could participate. What was even more shocking was the meaning revealed in this rule. Not only will the winner be rewarded with a peach of immortality, but also a marriage. Isn't this turning the Heaven's Chosen martial exhibition into a marriage contest? Moreover, this marriage contest was held by Princess Xiao, who was known as the #1 beauty of the Divine Continent. This was going to be lively. If they could win, they would gain both fame and fortune. They could also marry the #1 beauty and reach the heavens in one step. After a short period of silence, the valley was filled with cheers and extreme shock. On the other hand, the leaders of the various powers on Minor Radiance Peak seemed to have discerned some other meaning from this rule, and their expressions all went silent. Without a doubt, the champion of the third arena would be the biggest winner of the Jade Lake Fairy Society this time, and he would be able to soar into the sky and suppress all the Daos. Most importantly, if the clan behind him joined forces with the Yaoqi sect, then who would be able to go against them? Logically speaking, they should send out their juniors to fight with all their might. But when they thought about it carefully, all the Daos were disheartened. Once their gazes looked towards the graceful young Master Fusu that sat upright on Minor Radiance Peak, despair couldn't help but arise in their hearts. This arena was like it was specially created for this person. The exhibition begins. Along with the red-robed elder's final announcement, the sound of drums resounded in the sky while rosy clouds drifted about, and the Heaven's Chosen martial exhibition had officially begun. At this moment, the mountain was bustling with noise and excitement. An old man in a robe had tossed the flag in his hand to the side, and he was squatting before a large limestone while waving his hand in high spirits to greet the surrounding cultivators. Come, come, come. It's time to start the bets. The odds are 1 to 3. Either you win or you lose, it all depends on your eyesight. We're honest with all ages and young, and we'll leave once we've placed our bets. Someone at the side felt it was amusing when he saw this, and he teased. Senior, are you a fortune teller or a dealer? The old man rolled his eyes. Isn't it a fucking part-time job? If you want to buy, then buy. If not, then scram. Otherwise, I'll see that you're in for a bloody calamity. The teasing cultivator's face immediately turned gloomy. He didn't expect that a mere fortune teller would have such a bad temper. However, this was the Kunlun Holy Land, so he didn't dare to fight. However, he glanced at the arena and immediately sneered. He waved his hand and threw a storage bag onto the limestone. The bag opened, revealing several hundred purple spiritual essences inside. He sneered and said, "What if I want to buy one?" The old fortune teller immediately beamed with delight. He picked up the storage bag and said with a smile, "Then you'll be in for a financial calamity." The cultivator's morale was ruined. He pointed at the two people on the arena and said, "Fine, I'll bet on the boy from Punlai to win. If I lose, don't be unable to pay me back." He, then you'll definitely lose. I think that little guy from Punlai will be in for a beating." The old fortune teller was all smiles. He licked his brush and wrote a certificate for the cultivator. When the cultivator took it and looked at it, he was so angry that his nose almost became crooked. With this level of skill, he still dared to open bets. What a fortune teller. There were a total of 5 words on the certificate, but 2 of them were wrong. However, he still kept the certificate. He wanted to see if this old man would admit to his loss. He had accurately seen that on one side of the arena was a little monkey from the primordial demonic Tao, and on the other side was a little Taoist boy from Punlai. The little Taoist boy's chi was clearly much stronger. No matter how he looked at it, there was no way he would lose to the little monkey from the primordial demonic Tao. On the other hand, the old fortune teller looked at the two people on the arena. He thought to himself that the nephew of the great sage mountains Kong Kong, the little monkey who dared to be a hero and save a damsel in distress with 2 snot trailing down his nose. Although he had suppressed his cultivation and was still agile to this day, how could he lose to someone else? In the arena, the little monkey and the little Taoist boy fought for tens of moves. The little monkey was already at a disadvantage. However, just as the little Taoist boy was about to defeat his opponent with a series of moves, he suddenly let out 2 squeaks and rushed forward with his staff. His strange strength burst forth, revealing his half-step foundation establishment aura. With one strike of his staff, he sent the little Taoist boy's flying sword flying. Then, his feet left the ground and he sent his opponent flying. "Primordial mountain ape wins," the red-robed elder of Xianxia announced loudly. The old fortune teller's face was immediately filled with joy and he laughed loudly. The cultivator who lost had an ugly expression on his face. He lowered his voice and said, "There are more than 300 spiritual essences in my pouch. You can just take 100. However, the old fortune teller's face darkened. "I think you're going to face a bloody disaster soon." The cultivator who lost was furious. He threatened him fiercely, "Stupid old man, don't be so ungrateful." Before he could finish speaking, he was suddenly punched in the face. His whole body was thrown out with a loud bang. His face was covered in blood, and it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. The old fortune teller waved his hand angrily and scolded, "I already said that I'm fair to all. You still want to bully an old man like me?" After saying that, he continued to call out, "Come, come, come. Once you've made your bets, I'm fair to all." Free fortune telling. Although he only fought one person, it was still a rare thing to open a bet in the Yaoqi Heaven's chosen martial competition. Many cultivators came over and opened their pouches one after another. After the morning, countless bets were opened. Although there were people who won spirit essences, the one who earned the most was still the old fortune teller. It could be said that he made a huge profit. During this period of time, there were also many who didn't want to admit their losses. However, they were all given a bloody disaster by the old fortune teller. Then, they lay in the forest with their faces covered in blood. After the morning, the Spirit Formation Level 1 martial competition was nearing its end. The top 10 had already been decided. This gave the old fortune teller the nickname of Iron Mouth Telling. His eyesight was so accurate that whoever he said would win would win. Finally, the Spirit Formation Level 1 martial competition ended. It didn't take long. Originally, there were only a few dozen people who signed up. It wasn't hard to choose the top 10. The immemorial demonic Tao took 1 spot, the Pure Land took 2 spots, the Divine Continent took 3 spots, the Nanzhan Snow Mountain also had a good seedling who took a spot, the Celestial Mountain took 1 spot, and the Celestial Realm took 2 spots. However, in the Spirit Formation level, only the top 10 would be decided, not the champion. Thus, the competition ended. After the title was bestowed, the sparring continued. It was now the turn of the Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators. This time, it was very lively. There were hundreds of applicants, and the competition was very intense. However, this was supposed to be a fair sparring session, but when a strange donkey that looked like a Qilin shamelessly walked onto the stage and insisted that it was a Foundation Establishment Realm cultivator, countless people were enraged and loudly protested. The aura on its body was even scarier than a gold core cultivator. Even if you say you're in the Foundation realm, who would believe you? However, the red-robed elder from Yaoqi had personally checked its cultivation. He couldn't be sure. This guy's cultivation path was completely different from ordinary people or even ordinary demons. He couldn't see the Tao platform and gold core in its body, so he couldn't determine its cultivation. In other words, not to mention the Foundation realm, even if it wanted to participate in the spirit movement level, no one could say that it wasn't. There was no other way, it could only participate. In the end, this devil's disciple used its 2 hind hooves to kick all the experts from the Divine Continent, Pure Land, and Celestial Realm. It became the champion of the second stage. What was even more annoying was that it kicked everyone on the stage. In other words, the top 10 Heaven's favorites were all defeated by it. There was no glory to speak of. It could be said that it was completely messed up by it. Feng Mo's disciple, Fire Qilin, could be said to have entered the eyes of the cultivators with this battle. Humph, the devil's disciple is really not a good person. Seeing the strange donkey stealing the limelight, Zhu Xiu was so angry that his nose was crooked, especially those Taoist orthodoxies and ancient families from the Divine Land. They had planned to let their juniors fight for the Foundation establishment stage and show off, but now all the limelight had been stolen by the strange donkey. They knew they were no match for the donkey, so they didn't want their children to lose to the donkey. Therefore, many aristocratic families and Taoist orthodoxies, who had planned to let their children fight for the Foundation establishment stage, simply withdrew and let the strange donkey do as it pleased. However, the strange donkey was the devil's disciple, after all. His disturbance reminded everyone of the little devil. Because of what happened in the small immortal realm and the devil abyss, the Divine Land and the little devil had a complicated relationship. According to the Divine Land's intention, the Divine Land had even issued a gag order to prevent people from mentioning the little devil so that he would be forgotten as soon as possible. However, the donkey's great disturbance at the martial arts competition had made the little devil's name famous again, which was contrary to the Divine Land's intention. However, the third round is about to begin. Someone said in a low voice, a new legend is about to be born. He will suppress all enemies, like the rising sun, and make the stars dim. Such words made Zhu Xiu of the Divine Land feel a little relieved. Although the rise of Child Fusa made the ancient families of the central region feel a little unhappy, it was still acceptable. After all, the most famous person in the world before this was Feng Xing, the little devil. In particular, the devil's last battle, in which he single-handedly defeated the 7 great masters of the Divine Land, made his name spread far and wide like the sun in the sky. Since that battle, although the little devil had died, his limelight did not diminish. He even overshadowed Xiaoxitu of Fuyao Palace, who had always been known as the number 1 in the younger generation of the Divine Land. More importantly, this incident started because the Divine Land wanted to sacrifice him. Therefore, his name was equivalent to a stain on the reputation of the ancient families of the Divine Land. The more famous he was, the more the ancient families of the Divine Land would lose face. Instead of covering this up by blocking the news or even reversing the truth, It would be better to promote a new genius as soon as possible so that his brilliance would overshadow that devil. Then, all the cultivators in the world of cultivation would forget about that devil as soon as possible. Fusu of the Yuan family should be able to do this. The preparation for the third arena was perfect. Compared to the previous two arenas, the arena was undoubtedly wider, and the power of the sealing talisman was stronger. At this moment, countless people looked at child Fusu of the Yuan family. This person was sitting cross-legged on the minor Hua peak, beside the old immortal of the Yuan family. His eyes were lowered, and his aura was concealed. He seemed to be indifferent. He seemed to have turned a blind eye to the countless surprised and fervent gazes of the people around him. He just guarded his heart with a carefree expression. He faintly had the elegant bearing of an immortal, and he was extraordinary. However, to Zhu Xiu's slight disappointment, this child Fusa did not immediately ascend the arena to reveal his invincible bearing. Instead, a tall man ascended the arena. This man was neither a disciple of the sage of the philosopher's Taoist grounds, nor was he an expert secretly nurtured by the small immortal realm. His white robe was empty, and there was no sign of brilliance on it. He looked like a rogue cultivator. This was somewhat puzzling. Which cultivator in the world hadn't heard something from the rules of the third arena of the Fuyao Palace? The third arena was actually prepared for the disciples of the sage faction. Only the 100 disciples of the sage faction in the philosopher's Taoist square could reach such a shocking realm. Even nascent soul realm cultivators were no match for those who were below the lifespan of 360-year cycles. Who else could reach such an astonishing realm? And this man, or rather, a rogue cultivator, where did he get the courage to ascend to the third arena? Was he asking to be humiliated? Hee, old man, are you going to open the bet or not? In the forest, there were already people gathered in front of the big green rock of the old fortune teller and teased him. Of course. Who do you want to bet on? The old fortune teller said lazily with a pile of spiritual essences piled behind him. They were all his harvest from the morning. Everyone says that you have an iron tongue. I would like to ask, who will win the battle between this rogue cultivator and the disciple of the philosopher's Taoist grounds? The cultivators all giggled as they came over to ask. There were some who were moved, wanting to make this old man pay. I bet that the rogue cultivator will win. The old man's eyes shone with cunning light as he said with a smile. Zhu Xiu was overjoyed and rushed forward, ready to make a big bet. At this moment, the person who had already entered the arena was a disciple from the Punlai Immortal Island in the eastern region of the Divine Continent. He was also a disciple of the philosopher's Taoist grounds. Zhu Xiu and the others rushed forward and fought to bet on the disciple of the philosopher's Taoist grounds. The scene was in chaos, and many people stared at the old fortune teller's spiritual essences. However, the battle in the arena soon shocked them. The disciple of the philosopher's Taoist grounds was indeed extraordinary. He controlled 3 fire dragons and displayed shocking fire techniques, wanting to kill his opponent in one move. However, the rogue cultivator opposite him was not flustered at all. He took a step forward with his halberd and swung it horizontally, bang. Under Zhu Xiu's shocked gaze, the disciple of the philosopher's Taoist grounds spat out a mouthful of blood and fell off the arena. He could not even stand up. Everyone was shocked and fell into silence. How could the disciple of the philosopher's Taoist grounds be so weak? Even if this kid can only be considered to be amongst the weakest in the philosopher's Taoist grounds, he shouldn't have been struck down like this, right? I, Lu Fengxian, am willing to challenge the disciple of the philosopher's Taoist grounds with my halberd. Who dares to challenge me? However, at this moment, the tall man in the arena waved his halberd and shouted at the void around him. There was a hint of sadness on his face, as if there was a fire of anger in his chest. His shout was filled with determination and his aura surged, scattering the clouds in the sky. He seemed to have grown much taller and stood proudly in the middle, challenging the enemies around him. Lu Fengxian, is that the abandoned son of the Lu family, the once invincible Lu Fengxian? The surrounding Zhu Xiu was shocked. Some people remembered this once famous abandoned son of the Lu family. Looking at the rogue cultivator, the old fortune teller smiled and muttered to himself, "This guy seems to have suffered a lot. How dare you offend the prestige of the philosopher's Taoist grounds?" After that shout, someone else quickly stepped onto the arena. It was another disciple of the philosopher's Taoist grounds from Beko Keikyung in the southern region of the Divine Region. He carried a long sword on his back and was obviously angered by the words of the abandoned son of the Lu family. The philosopher's Taoist grounds could be said to be extremely sacred in the divine region, and these disciples of the philosopher's Taoist grounds were all proud of their status. Of course, they would not allow others to look down on them. Who cares about the philosopher's Taoist grounds and the geniuses of the world? I'm just a rogue cultivator. Why should I be afraid of anyone? Lu Fengxian did not say anything else. He shouted and charged forward with the halberd in his hands. The halberd swept across the sky with a monstrous aura. He did not even care how his opponent reacted and directly attacked with a violent force. Crack! The opponent had just taken out his treasure and did not even have the chance to activate its power before he was knocked out of the arena by the halberd. He killed his opponent with one strike. His power was unparalleled. Whether it was Zhu Shou of the divine region or the important figures of the other orthodoxies, they were all stunned by this person. They could see that this person's cultivation was only at the Golden Core Mahayana realm and should have entered the self-severing realm. However, his cultivation did not seem to be much higher than his opponent's. He only had extraordinary strength and an invincible aura. More importantly, this person seemed to be full of resentment. Every attack he made was an attack with all his strength and did not leave any way out. As a result, his attacks seemed to have exceeded his own realm and directly knocked his opponent out of the arena. If it was a life-and-death battle, his opponent might have a chance to turn the tables. However, in the arena, he could not possibly go up and fight again, right? Ha 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 ha, the disciples of the Saints' Taoist grounds are just SOSO. With me here, who else dares to fight me? After defeating 2 opponents in a row, Lu Fengxian stood in the arena and waved his halberd, shouting angrily at the people around him. Don't be arrogant. I'll fight you. After a moment of silence, another person shouted and rushed into the arena. However, this person was not a disciple of the Saints' Taoist grounds but a true disciple of another orthodoxy. Get lost. Lu Fengxian shouted loudly. The heavy halberd swept across the sky and swept through the mountains. He seemed to have suppressed a bellyful of anger and had purposely come here to vent it. His attacks were merciless, and in less than an hour, he had actually consecutively defeated 8 opponents. Among these 8 people, there were disciples of saints, and there were also disciples of Taoist orthodoxies. It could be said that all of them were ordinary people, but under his halberd, none of them could withstand more than 3 moves. Everyone's mana was shattered by him, and they were mercilessly smashed off the arena, losing all their face. You've been in the limelight enough. Let me send you off the arena. Finally, there was a top-notch expert who could not sit still. He stepped into the arena with a cold shout. It was actually the divine son of the Meng family, an ancient aristocratic family in the central region. Come on then. Lu Fengxian looked at this person and did not see the seriousness and respect that a disciple of an ancient aristocratic family should have. It was as if he was facing an invincible person. As soon as his opponent stepped into the arena, Lu Fengxian directly swung his halberd and rushed up. The heavenly halberd swept across the void and tore a huge hole in the void. It was as if a black bolt of lightning had appeared out of nowhere and attacked the divine son of the Meng family, who was hundreds of feet away. You do have brute force. The divine son of the Meng family was slightly shocked. He took a step back and formed seals with both hands, setting up layers of array patterns to block the attack. After shouting in a deep voice, he was about to take the opportunity to fight back. However, he did not expect Lu Fengxian's second attack to follow closely after the first one. Boom, this attack was even heavier. The divine son of the Meng family was caught off guard. He could only shut his mouth and take the attack head-on, taking half a step back. Again. Lu Fengxian shouted and the third attack followed closely. There was no time for him to take a breather or gather his power in between. The divine son of the Meng family had a grave expression. He could only forcefully summon his mana and take another attack, taking 2 steps back. However, he did not expect Lu Fengxian to be so merciless. He attacked continuously and each attack was as heavy as a mountain. Boom. 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 After 9 attacks, he had already retreated to the edge of the ring. His face was frighteningly pale and full of grievance. On the other hand, Lu Fengxian became more and more courageous as the battle went on. He smashed his halberd horizontally with a force that was even heavier than the previous attacks. The divine son of the Meng family let out a muffled roar and his power exploded. He used all his mana to break Lu Fengxian's heavenly halberd, but he could no longer stand steadily and fell out of the ring. He had won another battle. He had won 9 consecutive battles. Zhu Xiu's expression was already extremely shocked. His face was full of surprise and confusion. On the other hand, Lu Fengxian was extremely heroic. He shouted loudly, "What philosopher's training grounds? What saint's followers? You've been praised so highly by people, but you don't have a single true genius. It's a pity that the only opponent worthy of my attention can't enter this ring." After saying that, his face turned pale. He took out a bottle of wine and poured it onto the ring. "Devil, it's a pity that you died." LV Fengxian's actions on the arena caused the surrounding cultivators to be extremely surprised, and many people frowned. Never had they imagined that this abandoned child of the LV clan who had jumped out from nowhere would actually have such ability. He'd defeated 9 experts of the Philosopher's Dojo in a row, and even the divine child of the Meng clan had been among them. Perhaps it wasn't too difficult for him to defeat in terms of cultivation, but his innate divine strength and fighting style that was filled with resentment were truly a headache. For a moment, they didn't know how to deal with such a strange person. When they saw him making a scene in the Yaoqi martial arts competition and defeating 9 people in a row, they were already full of anger. When he took out the wine bottle at the end to pay tribute to someone, it made Zhu Xiu of the Divine Land even more furious. They even had some doubts. Why does everyone remember that little devil? No matter what, he's just a dead man. His old friends and disciples can't forget him, but why does an old enemy come and make such a scene? While they were puzzled, the anger in their hearts grew stronger. Yuan Lingxiao, the master of the Yuan family, frowned. He did not want to wait any longer, so he called out in a low voice, "Fusu." "Buyu understands." When young Master Fusu heard that, he opened his eyes and nodded slightly. Then, he walked toward the arena in the air with his big sleeves fluttering. Young Master Fusu is going to make his move. Someone with sharp eyes was the first to see young Master Fusu standing up. He was surprised and happy at first, and then he shouted. Swish! Swish! Swish, swish! Instantly, countless people from the surrounding peaks looked at him with awe, as if they were looking at a god. A celestial infant, the first celestial infant to appear in the cultivation world in tens of thousands of years after the ancient times, the celestial infant cultivator, who had truly surpassed the past and represented the arrival of the golden age of the cultivation world, was finally going to make his move. Some people were full of expectations, and some were extremely excited. At this time, even the ancient aristocratic families, who were dissatisfied with the Yuan family's dominance, sighed slightly, as if they had given up on something. The philosopher's Taoist grounds takes in all the geniuses in the world, and it represents the various inheritances and the myriad of Daos in the world. Perhaps there's a difference in strength between the geniuses, but under the guidance of the sages, they at least know where their Daos lie. Perhaps some of them aren't strong now, but once they attain a certain level of cultivation in the future, they'll definitely be able to soar into the heavens. Fellow Daoist, you've merely relied on brute force to win a few rounds by luck, yet you're speaking arrogantly and looking down on the philosopher's Daoist grounds. It's truly absurd and laughable. Fine, since you want to fight, then allow me to accompany you in battle. As he spoke softly, young Master Fusu's sleeves fluttered as he slowly descended onto the arena. The surroundings instantly quietened down. It was unknown how many people had fervent gazes, waiting to see young Master Fusu subdue this rampant wild cultivator. At this time, LV Fengxian poured the wine on the ground and threw the bottle away. He shook his head with a lonely expression. Come on, young Master Fusu slowly raised one hand with a relaxed expression, but his aura naturally emanated. When he raised his hand, an immortal wind rose around him out of nowhere, turning into drifting clouds, strange beasts, cranes, and strange flowers. They gathered and dispersed around him like the rules of the Daos. His aura gathered imperceptibly, not even losing to the Yuanying Mahayana realm cultivators, causing people to subconsciously revere him. Hee. At this time, LV Fengxian seemed to have just noticed young Master Fusu. He frowned slightly and sized him up a few times. However, in the end, he did not raise the heavenly halberd in his hand. Instead, he shook his head and said, I won't fight with you, what? Young Master Fusu's aura that had already risen stagnated, and he subconsciously opened his mouth to ask. LV Fengxian narrowed his eyes and looked at him. His right palm slowly moved a few times, as if he had remembered the hatred of his broken palm. However, this hatred did not make him attack young Master Fusu. Instead, his eyes were full of mockery. After looking at Fusu for a few times, he said quietly, I came here to prove that I can fight at the same level. What philosopher's dojo? What saint's disciples? They may be strong, but even if I am abandoned by the world like a wild dog, I will not lose to anyone in a battle of the same level. As for you, you can challenge me just because you have an immortal nascent soul. In my eyes, you are no longer a hero. If you want to fight, then just wait. When I break through the Yuanying realm, I will naturally fight with you. But now, why should I let you take advantage of me? Young Master Fusu's eyes turned cold and his anger rose. He could see the contempt in LV Fengxian's eyes. However, LV Fengxian did not finish his words. He continued on hurriedly, also, from the looks of it, you seem to be very proud of your immortal nascent soul. However, it is obvious that you have used external forces to form your immortal nascent soul. I really don't know why you are so proud. There is actually one person in the Yuan family that I value. Unfortunately, he became the sacrifice of your compromise with others. Sigh, what a pity, what a pity. People like him should have a fair battle with me and then die under my halberd. But now, there is no hero in the Yuan family, and there is no proud son of heaven in the world. After saying that, he carried the halberd on his back and slowly walked down the arena. He actually did not look back again. When young Master Fusu heard this, he was so angry that his eyebrows stood up. Looking at LV Fengxian's back, he really wanted to grab him back and suppress him by force. However, when he thought that there were so many people watching, he suppressed his anger and did not make a move. The surrounding Zhu Shou also became silent. His mood was extremely strange. He originally thought that there would be a fierce battle. However, he did not expect that LV Fengxian would leave directly and did not want to fight with Fusu. Moreover, LV Fengxian had already fought 9 people in a row. If he wanted to leave, no one could force him to fight. Even the words that he said caused a lot of people to roar. That's right, you are a Yuanying cultivator. What are you doing here? We Jingdan cultivators are practicing martial arts here. Isn't it because Fuyao Palace is taking care of you? That's why there is this so-called life limit of 3 years rule. According to the old tradition, you are not even qualified to fight. If you really want to fight, then wait a few years. When we become Yuanying cultivators, we may not necessarily lose to you. As for Fusu, he entered the arena with an invincible momentum. Suddenly, he did not have an opponent. He also had a feeling that he had punched empty air. His heart was extremely uncomfortable, as if his dignity had been shaved off. He stood on the arena and hesitated for a long time. He did not return to the arena. Instead, he calmed himself down and stood with his hands behind his back. He slowly looked around the arena and swept his eyes across the crowd of cultivators. He asked indifferently, is there anyone who is willing to fight with me? The surroundings were quiet. No one spoke. Who the hell is willing to fight with you? Is it very honorable to be defeated by you in front of so many people? After a long time, no one went up to the arena. This caused the emptiness in young Master Fusu's heart to become even heavier. He calmed his eyes and opened them after a long time. His eyes were purple and he looked toward the mountain peak where the Great Snow Mountain Orthodoxy was located. Is there anyone who is willing to fight with me? No one answered for a long time at the Great Snow Mountain Orthodoxy. The Great Golden Crow and the others all had strange looks in their eyes. After a long time, the Great Golden Crow shouted at the top of his lungs, I am willing to fight with you. As soon as he shouted this, a hint of joy appeared in young Master Fusu's eyes. However, before he could say anything, the Great Golden Crow had already shouted again. Wait until I form my immortal nascent soul. Ha 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 ha, I don't have any elders to help me form my immortal nascent soul. I have to rely on my own cultivation. The speed is too slow. There's no other way. I'll let you be arrogant for 2 days, haha. Someone next to him was rocking back and forth with laughter. As he laughed, he punched the table. It was the little ghost king, Li Ying. Li Hongyi slapped the back of his head and scolded, "Restrain yourself." Li Ying hurriedly shut his mouth and looked at his sister bitterly. "Can't I even show my disdain for a little?" Li Hongyi said lightly, "No need. Cultivate well. The responsibility of destroying the Meng family will be yours in the future. Why fight for a moment's pride? Haha, the divine continent orthodoxy has underestimated us. They thought that we trained this immortal nascent soul out of a moment of anger. They wanted to take this opportunity to suppress us and destroy our desire for revenge. They didn't expect that revenge is revenge. If we really want to take revenge, it will be the revenge of the divine continent orthodoxy. How can it be solved by a battle? Do you really think that we are just children playing house?" The scornful eyes of the great snow mountain cultivators made young Master Fusu even more unhappy. He suppressed his hatred and the purple light in his eyes intensified. He looked in the direction of the experts from the small celestial realm and asked calmly, "Is there anyone who is willing to fight with me?" In the middle of the cultivators from the small celestial realm sat a skinny young man with golden hair. Deep in his eyes, there were traces of lightning, which made him look extremely strange. When he saw young Master Fuso looking at him, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, but it was a cold smile. He said in a low voice, "Immortal nascent soul of the human tribe? Haha, I would like to try and see how much divine power this immortal nascent soul has from my god tribe bloodline." Beside him, an old man looked serious and quickly advised in a low voice, "Divine Lord, don't be impulsive, that's enough." The young man waved his hand lazily and said, "I'm just saying, I won't fight here. There will be a chance sooner or later anyway." As for young Master Fusu, he didn't get an answer from the small celestial realm, so he frowned even more. He turned to look at Zhu Xiu from the Pure Land and said impatiently, "Fellow cultivators, is there anyone who is willing to fight with me?" The people from the Pure Land were also extremely quiet, and no one answered. He asked 3 questions in a row, but no one answered. The power of the immortal nascent soul seemed to have subdued Zhu Xiu. In the forest halfway up the mountain, someone teased the old fortune teller, "You are a straightforward person, why don't you tell me what the fate of this person is like?" The old fortune teller waved his hand and said disdainfully, "What is there to tell about the fate of a person who will die a tragic death?" The surrounding Zhu Xiu sneered and said, "Is this old man crazy?" After asking 3 questions in a row, no one from Nanzhan, the Demon Land, the small celestial realm, or the Pure Land was willing to fight. This caused young Master Fusu's eyes to be a little lonely. He closed his eyes slightly and opened them after a while. A faint smile appeared on his face again. He shook his head gently and said, "After asking 3 questions in a row, no one is willing to fight with me? Haha, it seems like everyone here is very fond of me. Unfortunately, if I accept the title of champion without even a single battle, I will feel quite apologetic in my heart." After hearing this, many people were unwilling to accept it, but after a little encouragement, they were discouraged again. The name of the immortal infant was so famous, who was willing to fight with him? I will fight with you." However, at this moment of extreme silence, a loud shout suddenly rang out. Zhu Xiu was shocked. He saw a white figure rushing out from the direction of Yaoqi like lightning. She was already shouting in the air, and she seemed to be extremely anxious. However, as she rushed out, 4 or 5 rays of divine light rushed out from behind her. They formed a net in the air and forcibly pulled her down. The figure fell into the net and struggled vigorously. She shouted, "Let me go, I want to fight with him. Why does he have to marry me if he becomes the champion? I might as well take the title myself." When Zhu Xiu saw this scene, he felt angry and amused at the same time. He didn't expect that the person who rushed out at this critical moment was the little princess of Yaoqi. However, it seemed that she was not very satisfied with this marriage. When Yaoqi Wangmu saw her, her expression changed with anger. She scolded coldly, "Why did you let her out? Quickly bring her back to the palace. Miss, come back with us." Those who chased after her also begged in a low voice, wanting to drag her back. "I won't go back." The little princess struggled even more fiercely. She struggled left and right in the divine light, crying and shouting, "Let me go, I've had enough. I've had enough of your arrangements. I'm not satisfied when you put all the credit on me." Later, someone came to find me, and you actually sacrificed that bastard. He even saved my life. How can you be so shameless? If this matter is spread out, I'll lose face. I won't listen to you anymore." After listening to her words, Zhu Xiu's expression was complicated. Those who were well informed naturally knew what she was referring to. Before the return of the small celestial realm, the little devil and the little princess had accidentally encountered the great ceremony of Li in heaven. In the end, the little devil relied on the aura of his nascent soul formation to attract the old immortals of the ancient families, and the matter was resolved. It could be said that he had avoided a great disaster for the divine prefecture. However, after the incident, the credit was given to the little princess, and the little devil was forgotten. However, what was unexpected was that after the mysterious coffin descended from heaven, the small celestial realm still returned and wanted to investigate the matter. At that time, the ancient families actually forgot about the little princess, and used the little devil as a scapegoat. It had to be said that this matter was simply a scar on the ancient families and Yaoqi. Whoever mentioned it would die, but at this time, the little princess unexpectedly revealed her own shortcomings, which made some people smile knowingly. "Shut up!" Yaoqi Wangmu couldn't listen to it anymore. She shouted, and the void changed color. The clouds gathered and dispersed, which scared Zhu Xiu so much that he didn't dare to breathe. "I won't shut up." She could scare Zhu Xiu, but she couldn't scare the little princess. She simply shouted even louder, "I've had enough of your arrangements. Let me tell you, this time, I won't marry even if I die. Even if I have to marry that bastard, I won't marry the leader that you chose. How dare you?" When Yaoqi Wangmu heard this, her expression changed greatly. She slapped the jade table, and her real body flew up into the void. She pointed a finger and pressed it directly on the little princess's forehead. She actually knocked her out. Then, she reached out and hugged the little princess, and once again landed in front of the jade table on Little Hua Peak. She glared fiercely at the old servants and the others who didn't treat her well. Her face was extremely gloomy, and she didn't say a word. Even the faint smile on young Master Fusu's face had already vanished, and it was faintly green. The little princess's words were like blades that fiercely stabbed into his heart, causing him to feel a great loss of face. He was originally the #1 immortal nascent soul cultivator, and he stepped onto the arena with an invincible aura. Not only did he not obtain the glory of sweeping through all his enemies, but even this little princess actually came out and said such words, "She would rather marry that little devil than me?" Does she know the seriousness of these words? Although the Queen Mother had already knocked her out and stopped her from speaking nonsense, Fusu still felt that the gazes of the surrounding people looking at him were already filled with malice. This caused him to be unable to maintain his calm appearance, and he only felt the resentment in his heart start to burn. Everyone is talking about that little devil. What's so good about him? He's just a wild kid that's good at taking advantage of opportunities, and he's already dead. Who am I? The first immortal nascent soul cultivator in the world since ancient times should be respected and even feared by people, but why do they always look down on me? These thoughts caused him to lose control of his mind for a moment. He took a deep breath, forced himself to calm down, and said in a low voice, "Haha, my 19th younger brother is really an outstanding person. Until now, there are still so many people who remember him, which makes me feel a bit sorry for him. If he hadn't walked on the evil path, provoked the small celestial realm and the divine land, and caused chaos in the divine land, which is an unforgivable crime, even I feel sorry for him. Maybe if he was still alive, I could still fight with him, and let the world know who exactly represents the Yuan family." "Fusu, don't say any more." Yuan Lingxiao, the master of the Yuan family, suddenly shouted coldly, "That evil creature is already dead, don't mention the past anymore." At this moment, even old immortal Yuan, who was sitting in the middle of the arena, was a bit lost in thought, and didn't say a word for a long time. Young Master Fusu was slightly stunned, and then he also came to his senses. He bowed in the direction of his father, and said no more. Subconsciously, he hated Feng Xing to the extreme. Even though that little devil was dead, he still made him feel so uncomfortable, and he wanted to find his corpse and cut it into thousands of pieces. Because of this, he subconsciously wanted to say that the little devil was nothing, that he was lawless and deserved to die, and that even if he was not dead, he was no match for him. However, although what he said was the unified statement of the current ancient families, and it might become the truth in a few decades or even 100 years, he still couldn't say it now, Even the Han family's young master provoked a calamity when he said these words. Those who bore hostility towards the ancient families all secretly said that he deserved it, asking for humiliation. Now that he spoke like this, in the hearts of some people, it was even more laughable. It was as if he was trying to cover something up and spread the truth. After calming himself down, he calmed down and said lightly, "Fellow cultivators, it would be disrespectful for me to refuse the position of the champion." After saying that, he waved his big sleeve gently, and was about to turn around and leave the arena. Wait, however, at this moment, suddenly, a voice with hidden sorrow and indignation rang out. Fusu stopped and looked back, and saw that in the camp of the Divine Land, in the area that belonged to the cultivators of the northern region, from the orthodoxy of Tianyi Palace, a tall woman in white stood up, and in her arms, there was a little girl who seemed to be only 5 or 6 years old. She stepped on the void and directly entered the arena. Her expression was indifferent, and there was a hint of indescribable sorrow and determination on her face as she walked straight toward Fusu. "Young Master Fusu, please wait, my daughter has something to ask you." The woman in white said softly, put the little girl on the ground, and then looked at her calmly. The little girl looked back at her, and then turned to look at young Master Fusu. As if it had taken a lot of courage, she hesitated for a long time, and then said timidly, You said that my father provoked the relationship between the orthodoxy of the Divine Land and the small celestial realm. Then I want to ask, you, the orthodoxy of the Divine Land and the small celestial realm, are all a bunch of fools? The little girl's voice was not loud, and it was soft and weak. But with the cultivation of the surrounding Zhu Xiu, he could naturally hear it clearly. For a moment, there was silence, and no one spoke. Of course, some people thought along the little girl's words, and saw the biggest flaw in Fusu's words, and that was, were the orthodoxy of the Divine Land and the small celestial realm really fools? How could they be so easily provoked and then destroy the orthodoxy of Lihan Heaven? However, more people were stunned by the way the little girl addressed him. Father, this little girl actually called the devil her father. That little devil has a child. That woman is the eldest princess of the Zhonglansi, Ao Zhen, someone recognized and shouted in a low voice, and his words were full of shock. The Great Golden Crow and the others were so shocked that they jumped up and stared at the little girl with their big round eyes, and for a long time, they were speechless. Old Man Huqin and Daphne also opened their eyes, and looked at the little girl without blinking. Fox Girl Little One's sisters, as well as Fong Donkey, all looked at the little girl, unable to utter a single word. In their hearts, there was only one thought, Fong Xing has a child. Young Master Fusu's face was also gloomy, and he looked at Ao Zhen coldly, and shouted, Who are you? The woman in white took a light breath, and suddenly, the aura on her body was released violently, and in the void behind her, there was an illusory dragon shadow hovering in the air. The aura was so strong that even young Master Fusu's supreme celestial aura was suppressed, and her voice was firm, so that everyone could hear clearly, I am the Kailanxi's eldest princess, Ao Zhen, the wife of Fong Xing. Today, I came here to ask the Yuan family, my husband's life was killed by you, and his reputation was ruined by you. Her gaze suddenly went past Prince Fusu and looked straight at old immortal Yuan who was on the small radiance peak, and her voice was filled with resoluteness and hatred. When all of you inverted the truth and slandered his contributions as his fault, did you feel guilty in your heart? There was a cold wind blowing, and the void was silent, and only the voice of the dragon lady echoed. Take this woman down. On Little Hua Peak, the Yuan family's master Yuan Lingxia's face changed, and he hurriedly sent a message to young Master Fusu. Young Master Fusu also reacted, and he hurriedly took a step forward, and shouted, Dragon Lady, the Kanglansi people betrayed the Divine Land Alliance, and disrupted the Xian Coffin plan. After that, you went into hiding, and no one showed up to explain the matter. Now that you have finally shown up, it's the right time to take you down, and interrogate you. You betrayed the Divine Land, and then went into hiding. Who was the one who ordered you to betray the Divine Land, and what is your conspiracy? As soon as he finished speaking, the energy on his body was vast like the clouds, and it blotted out the heavens and the earth as it pressed down towards the Dragon Lady. But right at this moment, a cry of surprise suddenly sounded out halfway up the mountain outside the arena, and then a figure charged into the arena like a bolt of lightning, and he took the opportunity to stomp Fusu back. In the sky, it seemed as if numerous thunderbolts resounded, and the violent energy terrified Fusu to the point his face went pale. He moved his arms horizontally to block this kick, and then it shook him to the point of retreating repeatedly, causing numerous large holes to be stomped on the ground, and he only stopped after retreating for over 100 m. On the other hand, the figure that stomped him back repeatedly didn't follow up with another attack, and he turned around in a daze instead. His eyes stared fixedly at the dragon lady, and his voice even carried slight terror as he cried out with a trembling voice, "I have a child?" When Fusu was preparing to capture the dragon lady, he did his best. After all, it was not only for Fang Xing, but also because the identity of the dragon lady was very important. As one of the most powerful forces in the world, the Xianxia had mysteriously disappeared after betraying the divine continent. Her whereabouts were a mystery, and she had always been a thorn in the hearts of the aristocratic families in the divine continent. Now that there was a chance, he naturally wanted to capture her and interrogate her. Perhaps he would be able to see through the conspiracy of the Xianxia. Moreover, she had such a distinguished identity. If he could capture her, it would be a great help to the Yuan family in forming the alliance of the heavens. It was precisely because of this that Fusu did not hesitate to attack with all his strength in an attempt to suppress the dragon lady and hand her over to the Yuan family. But no one had expected that someone would unexpectedly interfere and charge into the ring. What was even more unexpected was that when the person stepped out, there was a huge force like that of a mountain that pushed Fusu back dozens of feet. He was an immortal infant. In this world, how many people had the ability to push him back dozens of feet? After stabilizing his body, he was immediately full of vigilance. His eyes were like needles as he looked in front of him. With this look, he was stunned. The person who rushed into the arena turned out to be a messy old man wearing a wrinkled robe. Judging from his appearance, he was not young, and the aura of his body was also very deep. For a moment, it was not clear what realm he was in. However, judging from the fact that he was able to force him back with one kick, he must be in the Yuanying realm. Perhaps he was already in the body of passing the tribulation, which made him extremely vigilant. "Senior, who are you? Tell me your name," Fusu shouted, his face full of anger. In the third arena, there was a rule that one's lifespan is limited to 360-year cycles. If this old man was a cultivator in the body of passing the tribulation who had a lifespan of more than 360-year cycles, or even a big shot from some orthodoxy, then he would have broken the rules and he would not have to do anything. But what he was puzzled about was that this arena was originally passed down from ancient times. The rules were rules, and the rune array had already been embedded on it. According to common sense, unless it was a cultivator with a lifespan of less than 360-year cycles, otherwise it should not be possible to come up. This old man had such a cultivation base and looked so old, clearly exceeding this limit. What method did he use to come in? However, under his questioning, the old man ignored him. He just looked at the dragon lady anxiously, then glanced at the little girl who was standing on the ground in a daze. He was at a loss, and his voice was extremely anxious. He said hurriedly and quickly, "I already have a child? And a daughter at that? Is this really my seed? Why is she so beautiful? She doesn't look like me?" The dragon lady was obviously also very surprised. She looked at the old man with a puzzled face and asked blankly, "Who are you?" The old man was extremely anxious. When he heard this, he suddenly realized something. He raised his hand and wiped his face. Suddenly, his entire person had undergone a great change. Whether it was his aura or his appearance, it was very different. The divine light on his body had faded, and the wrinkles on his face had disappeared. He had turned into a young man with thick eyebrows and big eyes, and a head of gray hair. The only thing was that he was still wearing the Taoist robe, which was a little out of place. Looking at this face, the dragon lady suddenly froze, and the jade scepter in her hand fell to the ground with a clang. The surroundings were frighteningly quiet. After the young man had erased his disguise and revealed his true appearance, it was unknown how many people had suffered a heavy blow. It was more severe than being struck by lightning. The person who suddenly rushed into the arena was too familiar in the eyes of some people. It was simply deeply imprinted in their minds, and they could not forget it even if they wanted to. Devil, some people swore that even if that person was burned to ashes, they would still be able to recognize him at a glance. That was the devil, the little devil Fang Xing who had once caused havoc in the divine land, and was later rumored to have died in the Devil's Abyss. How did he come back to life, rush up to the third arena, and even recognize his relatives there? Is it that devil? In the loneliness, someone spoke with a trembling voice, almost unable to believe his eyes. Yes. It's him. It's him. Someone shouted out, his voice filled with grief and indignation, but also with indescribable fear. For a time, all the peaks were greatly shocked, and they fell into extreme silence. After a short while, they fell into great chaos and clamorous noise once more. Haha, although I don't know how you did it, I know that a scourge like you will not die so easily. Daphne's eyes were gloomy, but there was a trace of a smile and a sense of pride that even he himself did not notice. He said in a voice that only he could hear, haha, I watched this little bastard grow up with my own eyes. It would be strange if he could die so easily. Everyone else believes that you are dead, but I don't. Not to mention the 7 masters of the divine land dying together with you. Even if the 7 masters of the ancient aristocratic families besieged you together, they would not be able to exchange your life. A bastard like you is destined to live to 100 years old. Haha, old friend, you can put down the huge stone in your heart. The person you chose is indeed not wrong. Elder Hu Qin also looked gratified. He smiled faintly and looked at one of his Dharma form. Bastard, dead donkey, when I asked you yesterday, you still pretended to be stupid. At this time, the great golden crow directly jumped up and grabbed Donkey Fong with one claw. It pressed him to the ground and kept flapping its wings. In the middle, Ghost Child, who was crying and screaming, also rushed over to fight with Donkey Fong. However, the great golden crow and Ghost Child did not care. When they were fighting, even Li Hongyi came over and gave it a kick. As for the fox girl Little One and the others, they were all dumbfounded. A row of little fox girls jumped onto a big tree and stood on tiptoe to see if the person in the middle of the ring was their master. They looked very cute. When they saw it clearly, the little fat fox was the first to cry. She lost her balance and fell from the tree. Fortunately, Han Ning, who was under the tree, had quick reflexes. With a flick of her spear, she was sent back up the tree. On the small Hua Peak, the leaders of the various orthodoxies were also extremely shocked. The small celestial realm was silent. Only the young man with lightning eyes, who was surrounded by people, whispered to himself, interesting. Old Immortal Yuan was completely stunned. His eyes were staring blankly and his white beard trembled slightly. He did not speak for a long time. The head of the Yuan family, Yuan Lingxiao, pressed his hands on the jade table subconsciously. He used so much force that the wine cup on the jade table in front of him was knocked over. The wine flowed down and onto his robe, but he did not notice it. A pair of eyes that seemed to hide countless ghosts stared blankly at the face of the demon. His eyes were half shocked and half gloomy, as if there was a ghost fire gently jumping in the bottom of his eyes. The heads of the various ancient families were also shocked. They did not even know what to say. After a long time, someone finally turned around and looked at Yaoqi Wangmu, who was not far away. His eyes were full of questions. Yaoqi Wangmu also had a solemn expression. She quickly stood up and separated an incarnation to fly in the direction of Yaoqi. After a long time, she returned with a scroll in her hands. Yaoqi Wangmu hurriedly opened the scroll and saw that there was a portrait of a woman on the scroll. She wore a white dress and had a smile on her face. It was 4th Madame Xian, who had died in the battle of the Demon Abyss. Only her soul was left in the world. After she returned to Yaoqi, her soul was sealed in an immortal painting by the Queen Mother of the West. She used it as a cave to cultivate her spiritual body and had not appeared in the world for a long time. 4th sister, wake up quickly. Yaoqi Wangmu sent a ray of spiritual light into the painting and hurriedly called out. The woman in the painting breathed a sigh of relief. Then, an illusory figure floated out of the painting and stood in the void. It was indistinct and indistinct. After calming down, it seemed to have reacted and looked at the Queen Mother with a puzzled expression. Big sister, why did you call me out? 4th sister, back in the Demon Abyss, that demon entered the mysterious region with all of you. Did you see it with your own eyes? When 4th Mother in the painting heard this, there was a strange look in her eyes and a hint of pain. After a long time, she sighed softly and said, Big sister, I've already said it many times. How could this be false? At that time I was personally dragged into the profound region by him, and I could only watch as the laws of the profound region descended upon me. My fellow Taoists and I were crushed by the laws of the profound region, and I vanished into thin air. Even in such a situation, he actually still wanted to charge towards me, wanting to kill me before he died. From this, it can be seen how much he hates me. It seemed that fourth Mother Xian had a lot to say, but before she could continue, Yaoqi Wangmu had already pointed in the direction of the arena. Look, who is that? Fourth Mother Xian had a puzzled look on her face and looked in the direction she was pointing at. Suddenly, she let out a scream and her soul almost flew away. How is this possible? Her face was filled with shock and even fear. Her soul continuously fluctuated and transmitted a divine voice. How is this possible? No, this is definitely not him. He had clearly escaped into the mysterious region and was surrounded by the laws of the mysterious region. It was impossible for him to escape. Impossible. Impossible. Yaoqi Wangmu did not say anything. It was obvious that the little demon had some other trump card. He had even deceived fourth Mother Xian, who had seen it with her own eyes. Amidst the clamor, the demon acted as if nothing had happened. He did not care about the reactions of the others. He only pulled on the little girl's face and looked her up and down, causing the beautiful little girl's mouth to stretch like a rubber band. The little girl was about to cry from fright, but he still looked left and right with his strange eyes. His expression was strange, but as he looked, he suddenly seemed to realize something. He quickly counted with his fingers and exclaimed, "This is not right, the date is not right. Is this girl my biological daughter?" Clear tears flowed down Dragon Lady's face. The sorrow in her heart turned into a dizzying joy when she saw this fellow and confirmed that she had not seen wrongly. However, an irrepressible anger rose in her, especially when she heard this little bastard say such a thing. She gritted her teeth and suddenly shouted with all her might. "Of course not, you bastard, eh." The little demon was suddenly stunned, and the excited expression on his face completely froze. After a long while, a regretful expression appeared on his face. He jumped up and covered his face as he burst into tears. It's over, it's over. Our family is really unfortunate. You stinky woman, you actually did such a thing. How can our Feng family still have the face to see others? Oh heavens, quickly strike me down with a bolt of lightning. I'm determined not to live in this world and make a fool of myself. He couldn't live his life anymore. He finally had a daughter, but before he could accept the fact, he found out that she wasn't his biological daughter. Feng Xing was frightened by Dragon Lady's words. He beat his chest and stamped his feet, crying to the heavens and the earth. He really wanted to find a piece of tofu to kill himself. He didn't care at all about the shocked gazes of the people around him. However, when Dragon Lady saw that this idiot took her words seriously, her anger inexplicably disappeared. She just felt that it was funny. She grabbed Feng Xing's ear and scolded, "Back then, you ran away on the pilgrimage mountain without saying a word. You snatched a daughter from someone else and forced her to be with me. If I don't raise her well for you, am I going to lose her? You bastard, you didn't even ask about us for more than 10 years. How dare you say this now? Bitch, put it in my ear. I haven't settled the score with you yet. Do you have to beat your wife today?" Feng Xing screamed at the top of his voice. Suddenly, he realized what Dragon Lady was talking about. He was slightly startled and stopped crying. He stared at the little girl and cried out involuntarily, "So she's not your biological daughter? Is she that little thing?" Dragon Lady grabbed his ear and twisted it. She said with hatred, "What do you think?" Ouch, 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 ouch. Feng Xing slapped Dragon Lady's hand and looked at the little girl curiously. Why is she so young? He did a calculation and remembered that this girl should be about 10 years old. But now she looked like she was only 5 or 6 years old. Dragon Lady was so angry that she tightened her grip. She said telepathically, "Don't you know her situation? It's good enough that she's alive and healthy." Feng Xing came to a realization. Back then, this little thing's Tao source had been extracted by her biological father. It could be said that she was half dead. At that time, she had obtained a drop of the Golden Crow's life essence blood to barely keep her life. Later, she was taken away by the Dragon Lady. Many things had probably happened. Otherwise, based on her situation back then, she might not have been able to live until now. Now, although she looked younger than she should be, her face was rosy and much healthier than he had imagined. For this child, it was already rare to be able to live healthily to this age. Heh, this little thing, Fangxing was relieved and stopped crying and screaming. Instead, he looked at the girl curiously. The more he looked at her, the more he liked her. He walked up to her and touched her little head. He grinned at the little girl and said, "Come on, call me daddy." The little girl was frightened by his wild temper. She looked at Dragon Lady timidly and shrunk back cautiously. "She's timid. Don't scare her." Dragon Lady pointed a finger at Fangxing and warned him. Fangxing ignored her and directly took out a storage bag from his pocket. He poured it on the ground, and a small hill of spiritual essence appeared. Impressively, they were all won from the individual cultivators who gambled in a day. There were probably no less than 10,000 taels of spiritual essence, which was full of purple gas and made people envious. He was generous. He stretched out his hand and a whirlwind-like supernatural power rolled up all the spiritual essence and put it all into the storage bag. Then, he directly stuffed it into the little thing's hand and said with a smile, "Come. Don't stand on ceremony. Take this money and buy some sweets, this guy is so generous." In the void, some cultivators who came to their senses couldn't help but stare at the spiritual essences. They thought, is he going to buy sweets for a child? LV Fengxian, who was sitting under an ancient pine tree at the foot of the lotus peak, couldn't help but look up. "Evil creature, you didn't die." Just as Fangxing was looking at the little girl, feeling that she was new and interesting, a cold shout came from behind him. Young Master Fusu finally recovered from his shock. He looked over with an ashen face and a cold gaze. In his heart, it was like a surging tide. He couldn't calm down even for a moment. This devil didn't die. Many people had seen him fight with the 7 great experts of the divine continent. In the end, he was no match for them and used a method of mutual destruction. He dragged the 7 great experts into the mysterious domain and used the rules of the mysterious domain to kill them. He couldn't escape the backlash of the rules of the mysterious domain and was enveloped by the tribulation clouds in the mysterious domain. This scene was not only witnessed by Lady Xian, but also witnessed by many individual cultivators who had gathered in the mysterious domain. It couldn't be wrong. However, something that shouldn't be wrong happened. Did he really enter the mysterious domain? If he had entered the Xian domain, how could he have appeared on this arena unscathed? Strange, it was really strange. At this moment, young Master Fusu had a strong urge to suppress Fangxing immediately. It was just that Fangxing's sudden appearance was too horrifying, so it made him forcefully restrain his killing intent until now. "Who told you that I'm dead?" Fangxing also turned around and looked at him. The joy on his face gradually disappeared and he looked at him with a faint smile. Young Master Fusu was immediately speechless. His expression was extremely cold and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. Fangxing waved his hand and protected the Dragon Lady and the little girl behind him. He then stepped forward and rolled up his sleeves. He said with a fierce expression, "Bastard, I clearly saw that you were going to bully my wife and child, right?" Young Master Fusu didn't say anything and just stared at him coldly. On the other hand, at this moment, all the powers on Minor Radiance Peak had recovered from their shock, and the eyes of countless patriarchs of the ancient clans instantly turned blood red when they saw Fangxing. The enmity they had with this little devil was indescribable. All those years ago, after this little devil betrayed the Yuan clan, he'd caused great trouble in the divine prefecture by himself, and not only did he cause all the clans to be in a terrible situation, he'd even killed 7 great experts of the divine prefecture during the battle at the Devil Abyss. Even 4th Mother Xian of the Fuyao Palace had lost her physical body and become a lonely soul, and she could only linger on in the immortal diagram. How could such a deep hatred be explained in a few words? The most terrifying thing was that this devil had survived without a sound, and no one knew about it. If he hadn't jumped out himself, no one knew how long he would have remained in hiding. How did he survive in the mysterious domain? Since he had survived, then wouldn't the fortune of the 100 shattering mountains have already been affected? All sorts of thoughts rose up in the hearts of the cultivators present and came one after another. No matter if it was for the dignity of the clans or for the sake of the overall situation, he absolutely couldn't let this little devil escape today. Queen Mother, please remove the restriction outside the arena as soon as possible. We must join forces to suppress this little devil. There's no time to lose. The patriarch of the Han clan slammed his palm on the jade table and spoke while gritting his teeth. The other patriarchs also had the same killing intent, and they looked coldly at Feng Xing. The arena was passed down from the ancient times, and it originated from the ancient Yao Qi. The restriction on it was very powerful. Since it limited entry to people within 60 years of one's lifespan, then it wouldn't allow people with less than 30 years of lifespan to enter. If they wanted to suppress this little devil, they felt that only they themselves would have the confidence to do so. However, their ages had already exceeded this limit, so they could only ask Yao Qi Wangmu to remove the restriction first. Don't be impatient. It's slightly troublesome to remove this restriction. Besides, Yao Qi Wangmu said coldly as she looked into the distance. All the cultivators looked over, and to their astonishment, they saw that the great snow mountain of Nanzhan and the primeval path of the demon land of primordial righteous Qi, while the old man Hu Qin and the great rock evil king, who had strange cultivation bases and were even somewhat unfathomable, had already stood up. Even though they did not speak, their Qi had already been pushed to the strongest. One of them had the phantom of a ferocious bird behind him, while the other had 5 Dharma images with different Qi movements behind him, making it impossible for others to ignore them. The meaning of the Queen Mother's glance was very clear. If they wanted to suppress this little devil, the 3 parties would immediately start a war. Ancestor, Yuan Lingxiao was silent for a while, and then called out in a low voice. Zhu Shou also looked at old immortal Yuan. During this period of time, the old immortals of the various clans were very secretive, as if they were busy with something important. Even old immortal Yuan actually came to Yao Qi in advance for Fusu's wedding. As for the other ancestors, they would only come when the Jade Lake Fairy Society officially started. If this war couldn't be avoided, then the only safe way was to ask old immortal Yuan to suppress the people of the Great Snow Mountain and the Primordial Path, so that this war could be avoided, but old immortal Yuan didn't know what was on his mind. He stared blankly at the 2 people on the arena. Nominally, these 2 people were actually his juniors. After a long time, old immortal Yuan sighed softly and said, "Let Fusa take him down." The clans were a little hesitant, as if they were a little unwilling, but they couldn't say anything. Thinking about it carefully, Fusu had a fairy infant, but the little devil had once destroyed his perfect realm and only formed a sovereign infant. In terms of strength, Fusu was undoubtedly far stronger than the little devil. If he was asked to take down the little devil, it wouldn't be a problem. However, these ancient clans were a little unwilling to let the little devil fall into the hands of the Yuan family. But looking around, all the clans were secretly surging, and old immortal Yuan was sitting in a high position. With his strength and seniority, since he had said so, it was not something that the clans could change. And if Fusu took action, it was obviously the most appropriate choice, be it from the perspective of morality or the situation. After weighing the pros and cons, they could only suppress their thoughts and watch the battle for the time being. Elder Hu Qin of the Nanzhan Great Snow Mountain and Daphne looked at each other and didn't move anymore. They just stood where they were and watched the battle quietly. On the other hand, Feng Xing didn't care about how the surrounding people were discussing how to deal with him. He walked towards Prince Fusu hatefully. The expression on his face was simply uncontrollable. "You bastard, how dare you bully my wife and child? If I don't kill you today, can I still be called a man?" At this time, young Master Fusu had already received the voice transmission from his father. His eyes were cold, and he calmed down. A faint fairy chi was released from his body, and the purple light in his eyes was so bright that he seemed to enter an illusory realm, faintly discernible, as if he was no longer in this world. His lips didn't move, but his voice seemed to come from all directions, sacred and indifferent. "You are not dead, which is exactly what I want. If I suppress you in front of the world, it will shut some people's mouths." He. Feng Xing acted as if he didn't see the phenomenon of his immortal infant, and he still walked forward with large strides. His disdainful voice carried a wisp of indescribable killing intent. "When we were down there earlier, I've already divined your future. Today, you are destined to die a tragic death." At the end of his words, his voice suddenly rose. At the same time, he stepped forward and waved his palm, slapping Fusu's face heavily. Taking a step forward, he slapped Feng Xingji across the face. It was so ferocious and domineering, not to mention whether this slap could hit him or not. Just this action alone was enough to enrage young Master Fusu. He felt a surge of hot blood rising from the bottom of his heart. What kind of person did this evil creature think he was? How could he use such an insulting action? Did he think that he was teaching a lesson to a hooligan on the street? After all, he was a cultivator. He had all kinds of strange techniques and thousands of daos. If they were to really fight, especially on the third ring of Yaoqi, where all the cultivators were watching, how could he dare to slap his own face like second uncle? This kind of fighting method was a naked insult. Even if he couldn't hit him, he would still feel like he was being looked down upon. How dare you? Young Master Fusu, who had always been obsessed with a strange hatred towards Fangxing, was truly enraged by this slap. With a low roar, his body condensed and disappeared like a cloud. In an instant, he pounced on the sky above Fangxing. Then, his palm, as white as ivory, stretched out from the void. Although it was as fast as lightning, the impression that it left behind in the eyes of the crowd was like a lotus flower, quiet and untainted. It slapped down on the top of Fangxing's head. That kind of feeling was like a lotus flower quietly blooming. Fangxing's slap was extremely rough, like a man pulling up his sleeves and slapping himself. But Fusu's slap was sacred and elegant to the extreme. There was nothing of the mortal world like the smile of a real Buddha holding a flower. Vulgar versus elegant, the contrast was intense to the extreme. I've taken the bait. Just as Fusu's slap was about to land on his head, Fangxing's eyes flashed. Almost in an instant, he retracted his palm. Then, he secretly channeled his mental cultivation method. The step that he had already taken was also stomped hard on the ground. Rumble, when his step landed on the ground, his mana suddenly exploded. Black smoke billowed and demonic aura enveloped the area. The entire ring seemed to be shaken by his stomp. It was as if there was an earthquake. Under the shroud of demonic aura, the heaven and earth seemed to have suddenly undergone a great change. An infinite amount of force was drawn down by his stomp. It descended from the sky and pressed down on the spot where he was originally standing like a shackle. Young Master Fusu's dharma happened to appear above his head and was immediately suppressed by this huge force. At the same time, Fang Jingji, who had just taken a step, laughed loudly. His figure shot up into the sky and turned back to take a step. His movement was as smooth as flowing water. It was done in one go. Young Noble Fusu looked as if he had taken the initiative to come to him. On the other hand, Fangxing charged into midair before he turned around and stomped down. His figure stretched out like a divine dragon swinging its leg, and it was completely different from the crude palm strike he'd executed at the beginning. Not only did it contain a terrifying strength, his figure was gorgeous like a celestial being, and it caused ripples to appear in the sky. Boom! In the face of this step, young Master Fusu's expression changed greatly, and he was filled with hatred. With one wrong step, he had already been locked in the void around him by the great power of heaven and earth drawn by Fangxing. He couldn't dodge easily, so he could only cross his arms in front of his chest again and take this attack head-on. That stomp not only contained Fangxing's monstrous strength, but it also triggered the chi of heaven and earth. It was as if the entire void was brought over by his stomp, and then it heavily smashed into the front of young Master Fusu. The Dharma idol of young Master Fusu, who was as handsome as an immortal, was knocked back with extreme speed. The void behind him rose and fell like a tide, and it crashed into the glyph of the arena with a loud bang. If he hadn't spread out his Dharma idol and held on to the stage, he might have been kicked off the stage. He was pushed back again. Although they had only exchanged one move, the surrounding cultivators were already dazzled by the sight. They almost clapped and cheered. Some people couldn't help but think, no wonder he is the master of that green donkey. That eldest disciple, with a pair of hind hooves, had kicked all the masters in the divine land, the pure land, and the small celestial world. And this master, as soon as he appeared, he kicked the insufferably arrogant young Master Fusu back more than 300 feet. When they started fighting, he was caught off guard and kicked young Master Fusu to the edge of the arena. If he had used a little more strength, he would have been kicked off the stage directly. Damn it, the strength is a little weak, or else I would have kicked you off. After that kick, Fangxing also felt refreshed. He landed from the sky and said with some regret. However, from the look of joy in his eyes, all that regret was just an act. It was obvious that he was secretly delighted. That kick seemed to be brilliant, but in fact, it was a lot of skill. It was already a pleasant surprise that he could succeed. Haha, sure enough, a dog can't stop eating sh*t. Young Master Fusu's face was terrifyingly gloomy. If the little devil's kick at the beginning was a sneak attack, he was at a disadvantage in this kick and lost in a head-on fight. This also made him feel quite ashamed and annoyed. He said bitterly and then slowly landed on the arena. The way he looked at Fang Xing was already extremely strange and gradually began to become serious. Before this, although he had never seriously fought with Fang Xing, he had secretly made some effort to find out about his deeds. He knew that this devil was quite capable, but he did not have the demeanor of an expert. When he fought with others, he always tricked them first and then hit them. If he did not show any mercy and fell into his trap, even if his cultivation was higher than his, it was easy for him to be at a disadvantage. Now that he had fought with him for the first time, he realized that this was indeed the case. This little devil seemed to have made a light move, but in fact, he had actually considered the surroundings. That palm strike was just to annoy him, but in fact, the mystery was in the foot that stepped forward. When the foot stepped down, it caused the heaven and earth to change, and the power of the surrounding heavens was drawn down, locking Fusu in a void. At this moment, he turned around and kicked. He was actually sure that Fusu would not be able to dodge it. This move was simply like tying a person to a pillar and then giving a flying kick. Moreover, that kick of his seemed casual, but in fact, it was derived from the movement technique in the supreme unfettered scripture. It was mysterious and difficult to block. At this moment, Fusu was already cursing in his heart. He felt a mixture of shame, anger, and contempt. He was not angry that he had been tricked by this little devil, but that he had actually used this kind of method to deal with him. I am a celestial infant. Young Master Fusu's voice was deep and sounded from all directions. It seemed to have some kind of suppressive force like the power of heaven and earth, and it rumbled and swept toward Fang Xing from all directions like a tide. I am the first celestial infant in the world since ancient times, the first person in the philosopher's dojo to step into the celestial infant realm, and the person who has reached the peak of the golden core realm. You actually used this kind of trick to deal with me. Don't you think it's ridiculous? Boom. 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 As he spoke, he walked forward, and every step he took caused the heaven and earth to tremble. When he was within 300 feet of Xianxia, Fang Xing felt that the surrounding space had become sticky, and it was as if he had fallen into a swamp. Even breathing had become difficult. What was even more terrifying was that when young Master Fusu walked to 300 feet, a sneer suddenly appeared on his face, and then he flicked his finger. Crack! In the sky above Fang Xing's head, a green bolt of lightning that was as thick as the mouth of a bull rumbled and struck down. F***ck, Fang Xing was greatly shocked. The vigorous strength of his body exploded forth, and he forcefully took a step to the side. Boom! The green bolt of lightning brushed past his body and struck down heavily on the arena, causing countless pieces of rubble to shatter. In his heart, he was both shocked and afraid. That celestial infant was really quite extraordinary. When young Master Fusu walked forward, he used his voice to cause the weather to change, and bit by bit, he bound himself inside. What was more terrifying was that at the same time, he used that godly voice to complete the incantation to summon the heavenly thunder. After he finished speaking, not only did he bind himself inside, but he also attracted a bolt of heavenly thunder. Not to mention the power, this ability to attract lightning and set up a formation was much faster than the Dragon Clan's great technique that he cultivated. Fortunately, his extraordinary strength allowed him to forcefully break free from the restraints, and he barely escaped the fate of being struck by the heavenly thunder above his head. However, just as he was about to let out a sigh of relief and tease young Master Fusu, he saw young Master Fusu smiling and pointing at the sky. Fang Xing's heart immediately shuddered, and when he raised his head to look, he was horrified. After the green bolt of heavenly thunder, there was actually a red bolt of heavenly thunder. Not only was its aura terrifying, but it also increased from the thickness of a bowl to the thickness of a bucket, and it rapidly fell from the sky. There's more. Fang Xing's shock was not light. In a split second, he raised both his hands up and condensed the will of the mountain in his palms. Fortunately, he had already cultivated the supreme chi scripture. Every time he cast a spell, it was almost completely dependent on his thoughts. Monstrous supernatural power gathered in the air from his hands and suddenly transformed into the shape of a mountain. Like an ancient tree growing in the void, it actually grew to a height of more than 1,000 feet in an instant, reaching the clouds, the Pilgrimage Mountain. At this moment, he had summoned the Pilgrimage Mountain and was holding it in his hand to block the red bolt of heavenly thunder that was descending from the sky. The scene shocked Xianxia. Not to mention the Golden Core realm, even the Yuanying realm cultivator was scared out of his wits. Using the mountain as a shield to block the red bolt of heavenly thunder that was descending from the sky, the scene was too shocking. Bang! It was also in this instant that the red divine lightning descended from the sky and struck the mountain, causing an expanse of surging smoke and a boundless amount of earth and rock to collapse as they charged towards the surrounding arenas. After that, they transformed into strands of divine light in midair before they didn't descend to the ground and vanished into nothingness. On the other hand, the red divine lightning had finally exhausted all its strength, and it dispersed into strands of lightning snakes before vanishing into thin air. "You're quite capable." In the cloud of smoke, Fangxing's baggy robe fluttered in the wind, and his voice had a hint of coldness. On the other hand, Child Fusu remained calm. He smiled and said, "It's not over yet." Fangxing was slightly surprised. He lifted his head and saw a white bolt of heavenly thunder piercing through the clouds and landing on the ring. Not only was he and Xianxia shocked, even the old immortal and the leader of the Yuan family were shocked. Little Fusu has only formed his nascent soul for less than a month, but he has already cultivated one of the 3 celestial arts of the Yuan family, the 5 Thunder Heavenly Spirit technique, to such a level. Old immortal Yuan opened his eyes and looked at the third bolt of heavenly thunder that was falling from the sky. A faint smile of relief appeared on his face. He sighed softly and said, "The talent of a celestial infant is indeed worthy of its reputation. The Yuan family finally has a successor." The 5 Thunder Heavenly Spirit technique was one of the 3 great celestial techniques of the Yuan family. It was said that in ancient times, the celestial ancestor of the Yuan family had used this 5 Thunder Heavenly Spirit technique to wipe out the demons and shake the world. Since then, the 5 Thunder Heavenly Spirit technique had always been regarded as one of the most powerful celestial techniques to restrain demons and monsters. At this time, young Master Fusu had specially used this celestial technique to suppress Fangxing. In fact, he was also hinting that Fangxing was an evil demon, and he himself was using this celestial technique to suppress demons and monsters. There were 5 celestial techniques in one celestial technique. At its highest level, it could attract 5 heavenly thunders. As the level increased, it really had the power to sweep the world and kill immortals. Now, young Master Fusu could only attract 3 heavenly thunders, but it was already very terrifying. In the Yuan family, apart from old immortal Yuan who had mastered this celestial technique, even the master of the Yuan family and the second-in-command of the Yuan family, Yuan Xiaoma, had not comprehended this celestial technique. Zhu Xiu guessed that old immortal Yuan must have been referring to this reason when he praised young Master Fusu and said that the Yuan family had a successor, 3 heavenly thunders, one stronger than the other. If the third heavenly thunder struck, even Fangxing would die on the spot. At this moment, the master of the Yuan family, Yuan Lingxiao, suddenly looked at Fangxing, and his eyes shone brightly. He wanted to see how the little devil would avoid this move. If it was him, he would only dodge or activate a magic treasure to resist the third bolt of divine lightning. He would absolutely not forcefully resist it. However, the little devil had already been forced into a corner by the first 2 bolts of divine lightning. Now, his hands were empty, and he didn't seem to have any intention of activating any magic treasure. Could it be that he would be directly killed by this bolt of divine lightning? At this moment, he wanted to remind Fusu to spare the little devil's life, but he resisted the urge. After all, with the little devil's ability, it seemed unlikely that he would die here. However, what made him curious was that Fangxing really put his hands behind his back and looked up at the heavenly thunder. The power of the immortal infant. Only when the divine lightning was about to descend did Fangxing suddenly chuckle and soar into the sky. Contrary to what Yuan Lingxiao had expected, Fangxing did not attempt to dodge this time, nor did he take out any magical treasures to receive it head-on. Astonishingly, he charged directly into the air, directly towards the bolt of divine lightning. Then, while he was in midair, his aura changed greatly. Torrential demonic aura surged from his body, and he manifested his Dharma idol with 3 heads and 6 arms. One of the 6 arms held a sword that emitted black smoke. Facing the blood-red divine thunder that was as thick as a bucket, Fangxing directly slashed at it with his sword. Crack! A strange phenomenon suddenly appeared in the sky. As Fangxing slashed out with his sword, his entire aura changed drastically. The enormous energy of the world around him that he'd mobilized was moved by his sword, and then it gathered in a single spot. It was activated by his sword intent, and it transformed into an unstoppable force that slashed directly towards the descending bolt of lightning. After that, the bolt of lightning collided with the ray of light, and a monstrous force swept out. The bolt of lightning and the surrounding space were actually slashed into 2 at the same time. The chaotic airflow and the energy of lightning were in a mess, and they transformed into a thundercloud. At this moment, the originally calm and smiling young Master Fusu's expression also changed greatly, and he staggered backward. It seemed that he had also received a backlash from the sword. On the surrounding spectator stands, the expressions of Zhu Xiu and the others changed. Old Immortal Yuan suddenly sat up straight, and his originally gratified face was now filled with shock. As for Yuan Lingxiao, his face was livid. He felt that a mouthful of turbid air was stuck in his chest, and he couldn't vent it for a long time. The Great Golden Crow and the others were both surprised and delighted, and they almost jumped up and shouted. The other Zhu Xiu who were watching the battle also opened their mouths, but they didn't make a sound for a long time, as if Fangxing's sword had also cut off their voices. They all knew that Fangxing was very powerful, and among the 100 people, there were 60 or 70 people who didn't believe that he would be suppressed by Fusu so easily. Even so, they thought that he would use some magic treasure to resist the strike. However, when they saw him cut off the descending heavenly thunder with such a violent sword strike, they were even more shocked. Like a god, he cut off the heavenly thunder with one sword strike. When did this little devil have such a powerful sword intent? According to the legend, he wasn't a swordsman who specialized in swordsmanship. At this moment, Fangxing's Dharma form descended slowly, and he withdrew the sword in his hand. Floating in the air about 30 feet above the ground, he looked at young Master Fusu with disdain and said, "I need time, I wanted to play a little longer." As he spoke in a low voice, his voice became colder and colder. "But since you forced me to use my sword, you will have to pay for it with your life." Before he finished speaking, his Dharma form dashed out and slashed again. Boom, a ray of sword light flashed by, and the array patterns that young Master Fusu had set up in the surroundings disappeared instantly, and the murderous intent went straight to the center of his eyebrows. The speed and ferocity of the sword light were indescribable, and one could only feel the endless murderous intent contained in the sword light. More importantly, there was an indescribable determination in the sword light. When the sword was slashed out, it seemed that he was confident that he could kill all living beings and leave no one alive. Chi. At this moment, Fusu's expression changed, and he retreated into the surrounding void. His figure disappeared, but Fangxing's sword was too fast. Almost at the same time, even the void where he was slashed apart. In the air, a corner of his clothes floated down, and Fusu's Dharma form had already become angry. 2 indescribable rays of hatred shot out from the depths of his eyes. "You have a sword, but I don't?" A voice sounded from all directions, with monstrous hatred and sarcasm. "Don't you know that I used to cultivate swordsmanship?" Clang, the sound of a sword rang out, and a sword that contained a terrifying force slashed out from the void, heading straight for Fangxing. After he attacked, 1 sword turned into 3 swords, 3 swords turned into 9 swords, and 9 swords turned into 27 swords. It wasn't long before they shockingly transformed into sword lights that blotted out the heavens and the earth. They appeared from all directions, and then they swept towards Fangxing, who was at the center while whistling like the wind. The sword light was like swimming fish, interweaving without any gap. It was the Yuan family's celestial art, the 3 arts of Tao, that Fangxing had seen once from Yuan Xiaoma. Ding, 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 ding. This sword art contained the endless resentment of young Master Fusu. With a rumble, it collided with Fangxing's sword chi. For a moment, there were countless ear-piercing sounds of sword light colliding in the air, and even the eardrums of those with weaker cultivations were directly shattered by the sound. The splashing sword light even tore the endless void, and black lightning appeared and disappeared, almost filling the entire arena. As for the 2 Dharma forms of Fangxing and young Master Fusu, they appeared and disappeared instantly, appearing in more than a dozen places at the same time in a breath. It looked like each of them had divided into more than a dozen incarnations, each displaying a different sword principle, and fiercely slashed at each other. Countless mysterious and terrifying sword techniques and indescribable sword principle were displayed one after another, like ghosts and immortals. Under such circumstances, there was no place to stand in the huge arena. Even with the cultivation of Dragon Lady, at this time, she could only carry the little thing and quickly cast spells to resist the endless sword light. Then, she flew out of the arena and rushed into the camp of the Great Snow Mountain. At this time, the surrounding cultivators who were watching the battle were already stunned. This battle between the divine son and the abandoned son of the Yuan family had turned into a battle between two supreme sword principles. Fang Xing's sword was surging with devil qi, cutting through everything, and it was absolutely terrifying. On the other hand, the sword of the divine son of the Yuan family was mysterious and invincible. One sword could produce three, and it was endless. You're a loser who gave up halfway. How would you know the beauty of my supreme celestial nascent? In the monstrous sword light, young Master Fusu's voice suddenly came out, and it seemed that he still had some strength left. A month ago, I formed the celestial nascent, and since then, I have comprehended the great Tao. Everything in the world is no longer the same. Perhaps you still don't know, our Yuan family originally has three great celestial techniques. One is the demon-slaying technique, one is the demon-slaying technique, one is the demon-slaying technique, and the last is the celestial sealing technique. What's so strange about you being able to break my demon-slaying technique? Because I originally just started cultivating after I formed the celestial nascent a month ago. This demon-slaying technique is the sword principle that I have been cultivating since I was a child. In his voice, the sword qi became stronger and stronger, sweeping through the area, as if it had already suppressed Fang Xing to the point that he couldn't speak. And the meaning of his words was even more shocking. Many people subconsciously looked at old immortal Yuan who was on the Little Hua Peak. In the cultivation world, the cultivators who had lived for a long time had probably heard that the Yuan family originally had three celestial techniques. One was the demon-slaying technique, the second was the demon-slaying technique, and the third was the celestial sealing technique. Later on, because these three celestial techniques were too famous, in order to avoid the unseen calamity, they changed their names. The demon-slaying technique was the Five Thunder Heavenly Spirit technique that was later known throughout Tian Yuan, while the celestial sealing technique was changed to the demon transcending scripture of origin, and the demon-slaying technique was the three arts of Tao. These three celestial techniques were the foundation of the Yuan family. The members of the family would always choose to cultivate one when they reached the foundation establishment stage. So far, in the tens of thousands of years, except for the current old immortal Yuan who had cultivated all three celestial techniques by chance, no one could cultivate two celestial techniques at the same time. But the meaning revealed in young Master Fusu's words was shocking. He originally cultivated the three arts of Tao, which was the demon-slaying technique. This matter was known by everyone. So when he executed the Five Thunder Heavenly Spirit technique to suppress Fang Xing earlier, it caused a wave of shock. But no matter how shocked they were, they didn't know that the words he said now were shocking. The Five Thunder Heavenly Spirit technique was actually the celestial technique that he had cultivated for less than a month. In just a month, he comprehended the most difficult Five Thunder Heavenly Spirit technique and even possessed the divine might to control the third heavenly lightning. Then what if he was given a year or even 100 years? Would he be able to cultivate all three celestial techniques and even exert the strongest power of the three celestial techniques? On the Little Hua Peak, everyone's faces were ashen, and there was even a trace of terror in their eyes. They had already somewhat understood the true meaning of old immortal Yuan's words about the Yuan family having a successor. It turned out that it was not referring to Fusu comprehending the Five Thunder Heavenly Spirit technique and becoming the second person to comprehend the lightning technique after him, but it was referring to his innate talent. The innate talent of an immortal infant was indeed marvelous. With this ability, it was equivalent to having unlimited possibilities. However, this shock did not last for too long before it was attracted by another person's voice. When the great Tao is first formed, the divine ability will naturally appear. On the arena, young Master Fusu executed the three arts of Tao that he was most skilled in. The divine might indeed far surpassed the Five Thunder Heavenly Spirit technique that he had just executed, and it almost completely suppressed the sharp sword qi that Fang Xing had just released. In the midst of a series of loud bangs, Zhu Shou, who was watching the battle, almost did not know whether Fang Xing was dead or alive. Until his voice, which carried a faint sense of mockery, resounded again. I was just thinking about what exactly your innate divine ability would be. It was originally this ability. Boom, in the midst of this voice, under the suppression of the silver sword sea on the arena, a black smoke suddenly shook off the endless sword chi and shot up into the sky. In this black smoke, Fang Xing's Dharma power had 3 heads and 6 arms, and it was riding on the demon sword. There was an indescribable mockery on its face. You're indeed powerful. If you're given enough time in Tao Law, won't you become an invincible existence? However, it's a pity. As he spoke, the aura of the demon sword in his Dharma power's palm became stronger and stronger. In the end, 6 black vengeful spirits appeared and danced around the blade of the sword. They were like 6 sword spirits, and all of them carried a strong yuanying aura that strengthened the power of the demon sword. When the master of the ancient family on the Little Hua Peak saw these 6 vengeful spirits, he was so shocked that he could not even speak. Among the younger generation who were watching the battle, there were even people who cried bitterly and knelt down. This was because the 6 vengeful spirits were the 6 of the 7 great experts of the divine continent who had died tragically in the demon abyss. Their spirits had clearly dissipated, and even their life lamps had been extinguished along with Fang Xing's. But now, they were vivid and lifelike. With a painful and sorrowful expression, they circled around the demon sword in Fang Xing's palm, causing the aura of the demon sword to become stronger and stronger. After the aura of the demon sword had risen to its peak, Fang Xing swooped down and slashed at Fusu with his sword. At this moment, his voice also reverberated and shocked the surroundings. Today, you're destined to die here, and you'll never have the chance to grow. So what if you have an immortal infant? So what if you have unlimited possibilities to grow? I have the true demon sword, and I specialize in slaying geniuses. If you are invincible in the future, then I will destroy your future. Fang Xing held the demon sword in his hand and dove down from the sky. The 6 vengeful spirits on the sword opened their mouths and let out silent howls. A sorrowful aura swept down from the sword and mixed with the demon sword's unparalleled sword aura. It wrapped around Fusu, and the fierce wind was so strong that it felt as if it was descending from the heavens. In the midst of the rumbling, the sword had already collided with the endless sea of swords that Fusu had conjured. Then, like a sharp knife cutting through tofu, it shattered the endless sword light and sent Fusu flying backward. Although Fusu's swordsmanship was strong, it was far from being as heavy as the demon chi in his swordsmanship. In an instant, Fusu could slash out 4 to 5 times, but Fang Xing could dodge and block. There was no need for him to take every slash head-on. However, every slash from Fang Xing was sharp and decisive, forcing Fusu to block it with all his might. Impossible, 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 Fusu screamed with all his might, and his sword shot out 1 slash at a time. When the sword light shot out, it split into 3, forming all sorts of strange sword lights that shot straight at Fang Xing. Faced with the swirling sword lights in front of him, Fang Xing was as fierce as a demon. His Dharma form rode on the demon sword and forcefully withstood the sword lights. With every slash, countless sword lights were shattered, like snowflakes falling from the sky. And in this snowflake, he strode forward and pressed towards Fusu fiercely. He was like a powerful and unstoppable demon. I'm here today to chop you to death. Amidst young Master Fusu's shout, Fang Xing dispersed the boundless sword light with a rumble and charged straight at Fusu. At this moment, it was clear that he was not only using the demonic sword, but he was also using the martial techniques recorded in the formation-breaking scripture. A bloody battlefield manifested behind him, and a boundless murderous aura was imbued into his sword. The demonic sword that his Dharma wielded was frighteningly powerful and indestructible. Like a demon, it charged towards Fusu. Then, its mana exploded and it slashed at Fusu's neck. Exactly what sword Dao did that bastard execute? His devil intent is so heavy. At this moment, even the minor radiance Pixuan Lingxiao couldn't help but cry out loudly, and his eyes stared wide open and were filled with shock. He did not realize that his palms were already soaked in cold sweat. Old Immortal Yuan, on the other hand, looked at the ferocious and invincible Fang Xing with a look of deep fatigue in his eyes. Impossible, impossible. I'm a celestial nascent, and I can see the source of the great Tao. I can cultivate the celestial technique with half the effort and twice the result. How can you be better than me? At this moment, Fusu, who had been forced to a corner of the arena by Fangxing like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered, was like a wronged child. His face was filled with unwillingness as he screamed with all his might. Looking at Fangxing's ferocious Dharma with 3 heads and 6 arms and the demonic sword that was so strong that it made his body shiver, he even felt a hint of fear. This fear made him feel ashamed and angry. In the midst of despair, he screamed and slashed with the sword in his hand. Strangely enough, the fear in his heart had imperceptibly tugged at a string in his heart. When this string was tugged, it also caused his heart to tremble slightly. At this moment, the 3 arts of Tao creation had stepped into a new realm. Swish! 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 The light and shadow of the sword trembled, and it had already transformed into 3 swords. However, this was not the end. The 3 sword lights suddenly appeared and disappeared into the void. Then, the sword lights extended and divided into thoughts. 3 swords turned into 9 swords, and 9 swords turned into 27 swords. In an instant, it was as if 27 Fusu had appeared in the void around Fangxing at the same time. Each of them gritted their teeth and gathered all their strength to slash at Fangxing at the same time. All of the sword lights even enveloped a large net and trapped Fangxing within it. 27 swords, just like the 5 Thunder Heavenly Spirit skill, this was almost the highest realm that Fusu could display. The 3 arts of Tao creation of the Yuan family were extremely mysterious. 1 sword could produce 3 swords, and 3 swords could produce 9 swords. However, this required time. The enemy could not just stand there and let the sword light spread out. Therefore, the performance of this celestial method could be judged by the number of swords that the practitioner of this celestial method could make in an instant. At that time, Yuan Xiaoma was also a sovereign of the Yuan family. However, making 9 swords in an instant was already the limit. In the sword fight just now, Fusu could at most make 9 swords in an instant. However, at this moment, it was as if Fangxing's domineering and terrifying devil sword had forced him to unleash his full potential. In the midst of the fierce battle, he had forcibly increased his cultivation level by an entire stage. In the blink of an eye, he had slashed out 27 times. His aptitude is too good. At this moment, even old immortal Yuan and Yuan Lingxiao sat up straight and stared at Su Ke without blinking. As elders who knew young Master Fusu very well, even they were shocked by Fusu's amazing performance at this moment. Everyone knew that an immortal infant was good, but how many people really understood the horror of an immortal infant? In a mere month's time, not only had he cultivated the 3rd thunder in the 5 thunder heavenly dipper technique, but he had also broken through 2 great realms in the 3 arts of creation, forcefully transforming from the original 3 arts of creation into 9 arts of creation. Now, he had even broken through in the process of fighting and broke through another realm, becoming 27 arts of creation. This kind of growth speed was simply terrifying, and it was extremely shocking when one thought about it. His potential is even greater than we imagined. No wonder even the sages have high hopes for him and believe that he can rely on them to resist the great tribulation in the future. Old immortal Yuan, who originally felt a trace of guilt toward Fangxing, was deluded by Fusu's amazing performance at this moment. After all, Fangxing's current strength was based on a kind of sword principle that he had never seen before, and he relied on a demonic intent. It seemed that he had used some evil method to refine the divine soul power of the 6 top experts of the divine land and added it to his sword to create a demonic art, and what Fusu had displayed was the real potential, a kind of immeasurable potential for future achievements. Oh no! At this moment, the great golden crow suddenly jumped up, and the golden feathers on its neck stood up like golden swords. Li Hongyi and the others also felt their hearts in their throats. In their hearts, they even felt a kind of despair. In a battle between experts, the situation of the battle changed rapidly. In a flash, Fusu had turned the situation around and forced Fangxing into a dead end. In the face of Fusu's sword light, Fangxing could only use his demonic sword to block it. Bang! 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 27 sword lights exploded at the same time and collided with Fangxing's sword. His body was knocked back nearly 100 meters, and his face turned livid. Evil creature, die! After a moment of daze, young Master Fusu was overjoyed. He also stepped forward and forcibly suppressed his excitement. He shook his arms and activated the 3 secrets of Tao art creation. Then, he slashed out one sword after another, turning it into a rain of swords. different from the shadows of sword lights just now. The rain of swords this time was unimaginably terrifying. Each sword was equivalent to the full strength of 27 of him. What a powerful immortal method, what a terrifying aptitude. At this moment, even the golden-eyed young man who was surrounded by the cultivators of the small celestial realm murmured in a low voice, and his eyes shone brightly. The rain of swords was like a tide and was about to drown Fangxing. This great battle was about to come to an end right in front of their eyes. The hearts of all the cultivators were already at their throats. However, at this moment, Fangxing's arrogant laughter suddenly rang out and spread in all directions. Why do I feel that you're born to be restrained by me? Faced with the 27 swords that Fusu had executed in an instant, Fangxing's laughter was full of disdain and arrogance. There was even a hint of surprise in his laughter. Then, at this moment, the two arms on his Dharma form suddenly rose up and one down, one yin and one yang, slowly moving like a millstone. Then, a terrifying heavenly phenomenon was triggered, and his chi was integrated into one. At this moment, his body stopped. After pausing for a tenth of a breath, he stepped on the ground and rushed forward again. Bang! The ground where his foot landed directly created a large pit, and his body rushed forward like a meteor. In front of him, there were countless sword lights that Fusu had slashed out, and each of them was terrifyingly powerful. It seemed that Fangxing was courting death by rushing into the area where Fusu's sword principle was the strongest. However, a strange scene appeared. Wherever his body passed, the power of heaven and earth surged violently. Every sword light that Fusu slashed out seemed to be aimed at him, but before it could hit his body, it had already been pulled by an invisible force field and slipped away from him. Sometimes, it would turn at a strange angle and rush toward other sword lights, shattering each other and falling to the ground. Half-step Great Path Method, drawing the divine power of Qi activity. Amidst this rain of sword lights, Fangxing's movement technique was free and unfettered like an immortal. He was faintly discernible as he weaved through the boundless sword lights as if he was walking amidst a field of flowers. Not a single leaf touched his body, and he would occasionally swing his sword to strike down the sword lights that he couldn't dodge. How is this possible? At this moment, Fusu's eyes had already turned blood red. He gritted his teeth and slashed out the last sword. However, it was still useless. Fangxing's body didn't even look fast, and he just rushed toward him with big steps. He didn't deliberately dodge or block, and all the sword lights that slashed at him lost control. They all flew around him, and even collided with other sword lights. It seemed that even these sword lights were afraid of him and were avoiding him. However, in this shocking scene, he actually rushed straight to him, then leaped into the air, turned around and stomped down. Bang! This time, it was not Fusu who was sent flying. Looking down from above, the unexpected kick caused Fangxing, who did not even have time to react, to directly trample down Fusu's body. The impact shattered the arena within a radius of 100 feet, and Fusu was forcefully trampled under Fangxing's feet. You have the Great Path Method, but I don't? Fangxing looked down at Fusu's bloodshot eyes, patted his face with his sword, and said with a cold smile. Zhu Xiao, who was shocked by the terrifying talent displayed by young Master Fusu, suddenly lowered his voice, as if Fangxing's foot had not only stepped on young Master Fusu to the ground, but also stepped on their chests. In the blink of an eye, Zhu Xiao, who was watching the battle, saw Fusu's great power, making a breakthrough in the midst of the battle, and performing the 27 swords. It was as if he had transformed into 27 Fusu, and the little devil was sent flying far away. The next second, he saw Fangxing rushing into the torrential rain of swords like a meteor. Almost in an instant, he passed through the endless rain of swords and rushed to the front of Fusu. Then, he rushed into the air, turned around like a lotus, and stomped on young Master Fusu. Then, young Master Fusu, who had just displayed his amazing power, was already under his foot. This stomp was so heavy that even young Master Fusu's Dharma form was stomped back into his body, along with his physical body. Seeing this, even old immortal Yuan Lingxiao, and the others directly stood up in shock, their faces full of disbelief. As for Prince Fusu, when Fangxing humiliatingly stepped on his chest and used his sword to slap his face, Prince Fusu became even more enraged. Before he could roar, he vomited a mouthful of blood with a pfff sound. However, Fangxing felt extremely complacent and even a little funny. Perhaps Fusu did not expect that Fangxing's great Tao could coincidentally restrain his celestial skill. Originally, Fang Xing's half-step Great Tao was incomplete, but his 3 secrets of Tao could split one sword into 3 and attack the opponent from different directions. Every time he chopped, he seemed to become 3 people, and 3 equally powerful versions of himself chopped at the opponent. However, he did not expect that this kind of encirclement happened to be what Fang Xing was least afraid of. Only when 3, 9, or even 27 sword lights appeared at the same time, could he borrow the strength of Fusu to attack Fusu. This kind of inexorable coincidence really made one not know whether to laugh or cry at the absurdity of it. I am an immortal infant. How dare you humiliate me? At this time, young Master Fusu seemed to be unwilling to believe this scene. His mouth was full of blood, but he was still shouting with all his might. As for Fang Xing, the look in his eyes became more and more disdainful. He smiled eerily and said, "I can't be bothered to humiliate you." He scratched his head and waved the demonic sword in his hand. It seemed like he was going to chop down, but he hesitated for a moment and kicked out instead. "You think you're a big shot, but I'm just using you to kill time." Boom! Young Master Fusu was kicked into the air like a kite with a broken string. Then, he turned around and fiercely slashed with his sword. However, young Master Fusu had already found some opportunity. He subconsciously summoned his mana and blocked the sword. However, before the sword light disappeared, Fang Xing had already rushed up to him. He closed in on him and then backhanded his palm on young Master Fusu's face. The first immortal infant in the world since ancient times was slapped heavily and flew dozens of feet away. He then slid on the ground. Meanwhile, Fang Xing's figure suddenly disappeared from where he was. When he reappeared, he was already behind him. With the tip of his foot, he sent young Master Fusu into the air again and turned around to give him another kick. A violent beating. He actually beat up young Master Fusu on the 3rd arena in front of Zhu Xiu, who was watching the battle. The scene in front of them was really too horrifying. Young Master Fusu was the first immortal infant in the world since ancient times. The Yuan family and even the sages had high hopes for him. Who would have thought that he would be defeated by Fang Xing in his first battle and then beaten up in front of Zhu Xiu? How can this be? At this moment, on Little Hua Peak, old immortal Yuan and the others were all shocked and rushed out quickly. At this moment, he and Yuan Lingxiao were really scared out of their wits. The fact that Fusu's life was actually hanging in the hands of the demon was really beyond their expectations. However, at this moment, they didn't have time to think so much. What they were more worried about was that if the demon really killed Fusu, wouldn't that destroy the hope of the Yuan family? This was an immortal seedling, and an immortal seedling that they had already noticed. His future was limitless, and if he was given a certain amount of time, he would be able to grow to a height that was unimaginable to others. How could the Yuan family let such a seed's life hang in the hands of someone else? Boom! Old immortal Yuan and Yuan Lingxiao didn't discuss at all, but with their cultivation, they naturally cooperated well. Old immortal Yuan took a step forward and arrived in front of the arena. Then, he slammed his huge hand down heavily on the ancient arena. At this moment, the talisman formation around the arena had already counterattacked with endless divine light and swept towards him like a tide. But old immortal Yuan didn't move. He raised his hands and received the counterattack of all the talisman formations. He shouted in a low voice, "Save him!" On the other hand, Yuan Lingxiao didn't hesitate in the slightest to fly up, and the gray and hazy violet light in his eyes flickered. Everywhere his gaze passed, numerous strange and strong men in heavy armor suddenly appeared. All of them held spears and halberds, and the weapons in their hands shook off the gray and hazy divine light as they charged swiftly towards the 3rd arena. On the other hand, Yuan Lingxiao was behind this group of strange and strong men, and he strode towards the arena with large strides with the intention of charging into the arena to rescue Xianxia. "Don't you have any patience at all?" The violent movements of the two also startled Fang Xing, who was in the arena. He thought that his plan to stall for time was no longer feasible, and he had to fight for it. So, he turned around and pulled Fusu over. The demon sword in his hand was about to cut his neck. "How dare you!" Yuan Lingxiao shouted. His body was extremely violent, and he rushed to the side of the arena in an instant. Taking advantage of the opportunity when old immortal Yuan blocked the talisman formation of the 3rd arena, he wanted to rush into the arena to kill Fang Xing. His cultivation was high, and he had people like old immortal Yuan to create opportunities for him. In a flash, even Elder Huqin and Daphne of the Great Snow Mountain didn't have time to stop him. They could only watch him rush to the front of the arena and was about to step into it, but at this moment, a soft sigh sounded in the void far away. 700 years have passed, but you're still like this. With that sigh, there was a strong wind between heaven and earth. Dark clouds covered the sky, and the world was dark. In this darkness, there was only one person who was bright and clean. His white skin was dazzling, and he emitted a light that was as bright as the moon. That person descended from the sky, and although he seemed slow, he blocked in front of Yuan Lingxiao. His white hair fluttered in the wind, and he looked as handsome as an immortal. Facing Yuan Lingxiao, who was rushing towards the arena, and the countless strange warriors in front of him, his expression was cold, and his eyes were even more indifferent. He pointed out a finger that seemed slow but was actually urgent. Then, there was a great change between heaven and earth. Rays of purple divine light appeared out of nowhere, crisscrossing in the air. They were as sharp as the edge of a sword, and all the strange warriors that were rushing towards the arena were crushed into powder, but the divine light did not disappear. It was still attacking in the air, and was rushing towards Yuan Lingxiao. "It's you." Yuan Lingxiao was shocked by this sudden attack. He waved his large sleeves, and set up layers of defense, but his body could not stop being forced back by the divine light. However, no matter how strong the attack was, no matter how powerful the divine power was, it was not as great as the shock in the bottom of his heart. "How did you?" He hurriedly said half of his sentence, but in the end, he suppressed it, and his tone became cold. "You finally appeared. It's my turn to appear." The white-haired man was very calm. He stood with his hands behind his back, and only his robes fluttered in the wind. Looking at this man, Yuan Lingxiao was momentarily speechless. Only his eyes became extremely cold, and they were filled with murderous intent. Old immortal Yuan, who was in the air, was also shocked at this moment. He slowly retracted his hands, and his eyes, which were originally filled with anger, became extremely gloomy at this moment. Endless memories seemed to flash past his eyes, and the sharpness on his body dimmed. He seemed to have aged a lot the moment the white-haired man appeared, and there was even a hint of guilt on his face. "Greetings, ancestor." Xiaobai pays his respects here. Under old immortal Yuan's complicated gaze, the white-haired man spoke first, and he bowed to old immortal Yuan. Good. Old immortal Yuan seemed to have too much to say, but he could only say one word before he could continue. He only waved his big sleeves. "This man, is he the one who betrayed the Yuan family 700 years ago?" The void was silent. Many people were shocked by this scene, especially those who knew about the passing of the Yuan family. They even gasped. On the side of the North Deep tribe, the master of the North Deep tribe, who had come to participate in the Jade Lake meeting, was shocked and had a complicated look in his eyes. He recognized this person. He was the traitor of the Yuan family, who had brought a lot of trouble to the Yuan family 700 years ago. At that time, he was the second genius of the Yuan family, Yuan Xiaobai. On the other hand, Rock King from the Grand Snow Mountain and Primeval Path had a strange expression on his face. His eyes blazed with rage for a moment, and then he sighed heavily for a moment. He seemed to not know if he should be furious or amused. He'd recognized this person. It was that mysterious elder who'd suddenly attacked and suppressed him with a single finger while he'd caused trouble in the Southern Vision sect, by Qianzhang, and hadn't seen the light of day for an entire 300 years when he'd gone to the Azure Sky sect to see spirit herbs and heal his injuries. The cold wind whistled, and the atmosphere was so heavy that even the spectators didn't dare to speak. It was so oppressive that it was terrifying. "Xiaobai, make way, let my son come out." In the end, it was Yuan Lingxiao who was worried about his son, and he spoke first. However, Bai Qianzhang wasn't moved at all. He only said indifferently, "When my son's Taoist source was extracted, did you let him live?" He turned around and glanced at the third arena. He sneered softly and said, "When my son was used as a scapegoat by the small celestial realm, did you let him live? When you forced him into the demonic abyss, did you let him live?" Yuan Lingxiao's eyes darkened. He was furious, but he didn't answer immediately. On the other hand, Fang Xing, who was on the third arena, reacted and shouted, "No, not at all." Bai Qianzhang smiled faintly when he heard that, and then he turned to look at Yuan Lingxiao. His expression became cold, and there was a hint of murderous intent in his eyes. He said in a low voice, since you didn't, why don't you try and see if I will let you live? The rebellion of the Yuan family from 700 years ago had reappeared and blocked the third arena. Not only was old deity Yuan and Yuan Lingxiao shocked, but even Zhu Xiu, who was watching the battle, was also shocked. The atmosphere was terrifyingly stifling. On the other hand, when Fang Xing saw Uncle 11 appear, he seemed to have understood many things. He nodded with a grin, then calmly turned around. Holding the demonic sword, he walked over to young Master Fusu, who had been beaten up by him and had completely lost the ability to resist, and was about to cut off his head easily. Old 9, get out of my way. Yuan Lingxiao was worried that Fusu's life was in someone else's hands, but he could not restrain his temper no matter what. With a furious roar, he swung his fist at Bai Qianzhong. As the wind from his punch howled, his eyes glowed with a dusky purple aura. Countless strange warriors appeared in the air and charged at Bai Qianzhong, making it seem as if his punch had created a battlefield. Countless vengeful spirits appeared at the same time, wielding halberds and brandishing spears as they swept forward. Just the scene alone was terrifying, not to mention the divine might it exuded. He was using the demon exorcism scripture of chaos, one of the three great celestial arts of the Yuan family. In the face of this terrifying scene, Bai Qianzhong's robe fluttered. He stood in the void and showed no intention of moving away. Instead, his eyes flashed and he slowly raised a finger. Many shadows appeared in the air, and he quickly drew a talisman and pressed it down. When he pointed his finger, it was as if the world had slowed down. All the vengeful spirits that were charging at him seemed to have fallen into a swamp, and their movements became slower and slower. Only his finger, which seemed slow but was actually fast, drew a rune on the heads of all the vengeful spirits. Then, countless strands of purple chi appeared in the sky and intertwined with each other, forming a huge cage. All the vengeful spirits with the rune on their eyebrows were trapped in the cage and suppressed at the same time. Even Yuan Lingxiao, who had thrown out the punch, was shocked. His figure instantly retreated hundreds of meters to avoid the attack. Bai Qianzhong glanced at him and said softly, "It's been 700 years, and you still haven't fully understood the demon exorcism scripture of origin. You can only use some evil methods to strengthen yourself. How can you truly understand the true meaning of the title of immortal?" Yuan Lingxiao's face had already turned ashen, and his eyes were filled with rage. Bai Qianzhong's voice was not loud, but in front of everyone, it had reopened his scars and made him feel extremely embarrassed. He was the master of the Yuan family, and everyone knew that he was the successor of the demon exorcism scripture of origin, but he had actually lectured him in front of everyone. It was just like 700 years ago. No matter how hard he tried to cultivate, he would still calmly tell him that he was cultivating in the wrong direction. Back then, he was not as talented as him, so it was fine. Now that 700 years had passed and he had become the master of the Yuan family, he was still lecturing him like this. Why was he still so annoying? When Daphne, who was watching the battle from afar, saw the finger, his face also turned ashen as he recalled the unpleasant past. This person was still so powerful. Everyone said that the Yuan family was a freak 700 years ago, but they had never seen it before. On the other hand, this white-haired fellow really looked like a freak. 300 years ago, he had wreaked havoc in the Blue Cloud sect. He was invincible, and who could stop him? However, it was this fellow who had appeared and sealed him with a finger. He had no idea how he did it for 300 years. Now that he had seen his attack again, he could feel the profound realm of it. It was indeed the most mysterious celestial sealing technique among the 3 celestial techniques of the Yuan family. It was said that it could even seal a perfected immortal. The master of the Yuan family had borrowed the vengeful spirits that he had sealed every day, and with one punch, he could obtain the strength of countless spirits. However, Bai Qianzhong had only used a finger to break his technique and seal all the vengeful spirits. If he had not escaped quickly, even Yuan Lingxiao would not have been able to escape the fate of being sealed. When old immortal Yuan saw this, his expression became even more desolate. This was the junior that he had been most optimistic about back then. At that time, the Yuan family had 9 sons, all of whom shone brilliantly and had a bright future. However, what he had been most optimistic about was that born Taoism aptitude and the talented and intelligent 9th son in front of him. In terms of talent, that freak was naturally far superior to the others. However, he was too proud, so proud that he was not even willing to follow the path of cultivation that the ancestors of the Yuan family had taken. Instead, he wanted to carve out his own path. Therefore, when it came to who he liked, he still preferred the sensible ninth son, Yuan Shaobai. Even the celestial sealing technique was personally taught by him, and he had taught him everything he knew. However, who would have thought that such a thing would happen later? As the great ancestor of the Yuan family, of course, he had to think for the Yuan family. What he had done might have been wrong, but it was good for the Yuan family, wasn't it? However, what this old monster who had lived for thousands of years could not understand was that it was obviously the right choice. Why did such a change happen? When he saw this junior that he liked once more, his bearing was just as it was in the past. He was quiet and indifferent, yet he revealed natural talent and intelligence that caused others to exclaim with admiration. Even Yuan Lingxiao was contrasted by him to the point of being extremely vulgar and unable to be taught. At this moment, old immortal Yuan, who had cultivated for thousands of years and had cultivated an unshakable heart, became absent-minded for a moment. If he had not done what he had done back then after losing the firstborn Taoism aptitude, he could still look forward to the second-born Taoism aptitude. Even if the second-born Taoism aptitude could not grow up, if the second-born Taoism aptitude could be taught well, this second-born Taoism aptitude would be able to become the pillar of the Yuan family. After his death, this second-born Taoism aptitude would be able to protect the fate of the Yuan family and prosper for thousands of years. While old immortal Yuan was slightly absent-minded, Fang Xing had already walked in front of young Master Fusu and raised the demonic sword in his hand. I have to kill you. If I don't kill you now, I'll give myself away. Fortunately, Uncle 11 showed up at just the right time. As he muttered, he stepped on young Master Fusu's chest and was about to cut off his head with the sword in his hand. I am a divine infant. You. How dare you humiliate me like this? Young Master Fusu was still staring at him with bloodshot eyes, as if he was unwilling to admit his failure. Until now, you still don't know how you lost? Fang Xing suddenly became serious. He looked coldly at young Master Fusu's eyes, which were filled with unwillingness. Even young Master Fusu was slightly stunned by his serious look. He fixed his eyes on him. Although he did not speak, from his expression, it was clear that he also wanted to know the answer. Because I am really much more powerful than you. However, after putting on a serious look, Fang Xing suddenly regained his cheeky look and waved the demonic sword. Young Master Fusu's expression froze after being fooled by him. After a while, endless anger surfaced, and an angry roar that came from his chest was heard. It was like a despairing beast that shocked the surroundings. At the same time, he spat out a mouthful of blood. He was so angry that an almost inaudible cautious sound came from the center of his forehead, deep in his sea of consciousness. Fang Xing felt that something was wrong and was slightly stunned. In the next second, he saw a divine light suddenly flash in young Master Fusu's forehead, and a strange aura came out. He instinctively thought that Fusu was unwilling to die and wanted to fly out his Dharma power to resist, but he did not take it seriously. However, when he looked over, he was shocked to find that it was not the case. Young Master Fusu's Dharma power flew into the air, but it did not attack him. Instead, it was struggling in pain. Faintly, there was an aura that it was about to split, and it was about to collapse. Yuanying can also self-destruct? Fang Xing was shocked and instantly retreated a few dozen feet. However, when he looked closely, he realized that it did not mean that it was going to self-destruct. Within young Master Fusu's Yuanying, there seemed to be a force that was struggling in pain, and was about to split out. Feeling this aura, his expression of fear gradually disappeared, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. Then, he laughed loudly. This is the secret of your immortal infant? He suddenly rushed forward and slashed at Fusu's Yuanying with his sword. At the same time, he laughed loudly. Good stuff. Oh no, when he felt this aura, old immortal Yuan was also shocked. He recovered from his slight daze and took a step forward. The terrifying aura from his body spread around like a tide, suppressing the heavens. At the same time, a huge hand manifested and grabbed toward the arena. He was in a hurry to stop the sword that Fang Xing slashed at Fusu. At this critical moment, he did not hold back anymore. He would not hesitate even if he had to destroy the ancient arena of Yaoqi. old immortal of the Yuan family personally took action. The divine aura of the heavenly tribulation was overwhelming. Who could resist it? However, just before his huge hand, a white shadow flashed, and the figure of Bai Qianzhong, who looked like an immortal, appeared, facing old immortal Yuan's full-force attack. He seemed so small, like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. However, even if it was a mantis trying to stop a chariot, he did not have the slightest intention of stepping aside. Instead, he gathered all his power and pushed forward. He held up the sky with both hands and blocked old immortal Yuan's huge hand. At the same time, he shouted at old immortal Yuan with endless grief and indignation, "It's been 700 years, and you're still the same. Still so biased. You're still so unfair in handling matters." Forcefully resisting old immortal Yuan's huge hand, Bai Qianzhong roared angrily. His white hair fluttered like white silk in the wind. "He is also your descendant, why are you so unfair? Why do you have to sacrifice my son every time? Why don't you give him a fair chance?" Old immortal Yuan's indignant roar entered his ears, causing his heart to beat wildly. Looking at Bai Qianzhong's indignant expression, his heart stopped beating as if someone had squeezed it hard. At the same time, endless guilt rose up in his heart, surging like a tide for thousands of miles. This guilt made old immortal Yuan pause for a moment. However, Fangxing seized this rare opportunity to jump in front of Mr. Fusu and cut his Yuanying with his sword. Then, with a cracking sound, Mr. Fusu's Yuanying looked at Fangxing in despair. Then, cracks appeared on the Yuanying, and it exploded with a bang. From the Yuanying, a ray of divine light flew out. It was colorful and dazzling, and it shot up to the sky. "Come back!" Overjoyed, Fangxing chased after the divine light. He stretched out his 6 arms and hugged the divine light. With a swoosh, the beam of divine light shot up to the sky at lightning speed. Fangxing's speed was even faster. He unleashed his movement technique to its extreme and chased after it from afar. He even directly chased it out of the arena. Finally, in mid-air, his 6 arms spread out at the same time and firmly grasped the beam of divine light in his hands. However, that beam of divine light radiated with 5 different colors and was extremely divine. It struggled unceasingly like a living snake, but it was firmly grasped by Fangxing's 6 hands. At one moment, it was sent flying in midair by the divine light, and in the next moment, it was firmly held by Fangxing's feet in the air. One person and one light were competing in midair, and it was hard to tell who had the upper hand. However, the surrounding cultivators were already shocked by the scene in the arena. On the third arena, the first immortal infant since ancient times, the divine son of the Yuan family, young Master Fusu, who had already displayed his invincible potential, was lying stiffly on the arena with his eyes wide open. He looked at the void in a daze, and the expression on his face was frozen. It was full of unwillingness, grief, and anger, but there was also a hint of misery and fear that could not be erased. It was like a painting. The chi on his body had completely disappeared, and there was not a single trace of life left. Dead, he was dead. The dignified divine son of the Yuan family, who had already displayed his invincible talent that terrified all the orthodoxies, was dead. He was killed by that demon on the third arena just like that. This scene was extremely terrifying, and it even seemed unreal. How could he die just like that? Even old immortal Yuan seemed to have aged 1,000 years at this moment. He was originally full of vitality, but when he saw Fusu's Yuanying being killed, his essence, chi, and spirit seemed to dim at the same time, and he emitted an aura of old age. Looking at Fusu's corpse, his lips trembled as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, he did not say anything. Just now, with his full cultivation, he actually had a chance to save Fusu. Although Bai Qianzhong had shown his terrifying strength, he had not crossed the heavenly tribulation after all, so he could not stop him. However, Bai Qianzhong's words made his rock-solid heart tremble. He actually hesitated at the crucial moment when he was about to save Bai Qianzhong. Recalling the past, he really felt that he had been too unfair to ninth brother and his child. Whether it was 700 years ago or 700 years later, it was unfair. Therefore, he paused for a moment, and it was this pause that caused him to miss the best chance to save Bai Qianzhong. Fusu, whom he regarded as the successor of the Yuan family, was killed by that abandoned child with a single slash of the Yuanying family. As for Yuan Lingxiao, he was completely stunned at this moment. His entire body was trembling, and he subconsciously blinked a few times, as if he couldn't believe what he was seeing. As for Bai Qianzhong, he had already strangely calmed down at this moment. Emotion surged in his eyes, and there was a tinge of pleasure in his pain. "You've been targeted by me, where do you think you can run to?" In the silent void, only Fangxing was still yelling and shouting as he focused on dealing with the divine light. One moment, he followed it into the sky, and the next moment, he pulled it back to the ground. It was as if he was pulling on a dragon's tail, and he even used his feet to step on it to prevent it from moving. However, this divine light was too slippery, and the divine power contained in it was too strong, so he could not catch it. And in the void around this divine light, different phantoms appeared from time to time due to the projection of its five-colored divine light. They constantly changed and danced around Fangxing's body. One of the phantoms was a child in a scholar's robe, and his expression was rather dull. The second phantom was a man in a green robe, and his aura was terrifying. The two phantoms were like two silent people, quietly watching Fangxing from the left and right while he was competing with the divine light. That's the legendary Dao source seed of the Yuan family? Among the onlookers, some could not help but sigh when they thought of Fangxing's identity, and when Bai Qianzhong saw one of the two phantoms around the divine light, his eyes instantly became extremely soft. On the other hand, Fangxing didn't care so much. He couldn't stop the divine light no matter how hard he tried, but it also made him anxious. He suddenly roared and grabbed the divine light firmly with all five of his hands. Then, the demon sword appeared in his free hand, and he ruthlessly slashed at the divine light a few times. The slashes made the hearts of the surrounding people tremble violently. It was as if they were watching a naughty child kicking an antique like a ball. You return my son's immortal seed." It seemed like only a few seconds had passed, but it also seemed like a long time. Suddenly, someone roared in the silence. It was the head of the Yuan family, Yuan Lingxiao. When Fangxing killed Fusu, he was too ferocious and too straightforward, without any hesitation. He slashed with his sword, leaving no time for Yuan Lingxiao to react. Until now, when he saw Fangxing waving his sword at the divine light, he finally reacted. For a moment, endless disappointment, anger, sorrow, and bitterness filled his heart, causing him to roar like a madman. The Dharma form above his head manifested, and with a shake of his arms, he summoned a monstrous vengeful spirit warrior. Then, like a giant demon, he charged at Fangxing in the void. His roar seemed to awaken the practitioners of many forces. At this moment, countless Dharma forms flew up to the sky and looked at Fangxing from afar. Some of them were full of killing intent, some were hostile, and some were full of ambition. All of them were focused on Fangxing, including the masters of the Pure Land, the Divine Land, and the small celestial realm. All of them were aware of the seriousness of the situation at this time, and they all wanted to capture Fangxing. At this time, in order to chase after the divine light, Fangxing had escaped from the third arena. He happened to be in the air without any cover, which was the moment when he lost his cover. Yuan Lingxiao rushed over and even covered the void above his head, which startled him, who was fighting against the divine light. Then, he saw countless silent but malicious eyes around him, and his heart shuddered. The arena was not far away from him, but it seemed that he had no intention of escaping into it. Although the Zhuxiu of all the forces and orthodoxies were ready, they were afraid of each other for a moment, so they didn't attack immediately. Yuan Lingxiao, on the other hand, was not afraid at all. He was so angry that he directly rushed at Fangxing. Looking at his movement, the pupils of the Zhuxiu of all the forces shrank slightly, as if they were waiting for an opportunity, because at this time, the figure of Bai Qianzhong had already soared into the sky, his white robe fluttering in the wind, and he blocked in front of Fangxing. At the same time, on the side of the Great Snow Mountain and the primordial demon Taoism, two figures also rushed up at the same time. One was holding a guqin, his grey robe fluttering in the wind, and behind him, 5 Dharma forms manifested, filling the heaven and earth. The other was wearing a golden robe, his eyes cold and fierce. He first glanced at Bai Qianzhong with dissatisfaction, and then blocked in the other direction of Fangxing. The 3 grand cultivators formed a triangle, firmly protecting Fangxing inside, while vigilantly looking at the surrounding Zhuxiu. Their aura was calm, but vaguely there was a heroic spirit of not hesitating to fight. The golden-bodied Arhat of Lingshan Temple and the elders of the primordial demon Taoism, who represented the forces behind them, also stood up and concealed their aura. The dignified Jade Lake Fairy Society and all the forces, at this time, were vaguely pointing at Fangxing, who was grasping the divine light in the air, had become the focus of the whole world. Although it was shocking enough that a half-step to the great Tao could kill an immortal nascent, he came back alive from the mysterious domain, which made people even more uncertain. Fangxing, who couldn't enter the mysterious domain, was a useless person in the eyes of some people. But Fangxing, who could enter the mysterious domain, represented endless fortune, the orthodoxies of the divine prefecture, the small immortal realms, and even some ancient clans of the Pure Land, who had already fallen out with Fangxing, had already given up the idea of reaching a compromise with Fangxing. They just wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to take down Fangxing first, and control the initiative of the 100 Break Mountain range. In such a chaotic situation, only the things that they could control themselves were the real advantages, and nothing else could compare, but none of them wanted to be the first to attack, for fear of becoming the main target of the Great Snow Mountain and the primordial demon Taoism. They were also afraid of being suppressed by old immortal Yuan, who was in a daze at home, therefore, they were waiting for the first person to attack. On the other hand, Yuan Lingxiao, who was charging towards Fangxingji, had faintly become the fuse of this hidden great battle. As they watched helplessly as Yuan Lingxiao charged over to Fangxing and collided with Bai Qianzhong, who obstructed their path in midair, the other powers had made sufficient preparations. Killing intent arose in the depths of their eyes, and they carried the resolution to seize Fangxing at all costs. Fangxing, on the other hand, gritted his teeth and smiled fiercely, as if he was very satisfied with the situation in front of him. As for Yuan Lingxiao, who was rushing toward him, not only was he not afraid, he even faintly looked forward to it. However, this expectation was finally shattered by one person. Just as Yuan Lingxiao was rushing over furiously, suddenly, a hand gently touched his shoulder. When that hand touched, all the warriors that Yuan Lingxiao had summoned disappeared, and even his Dharma power was forcefully pressed into his body. Yuan Lingxiao could not struggle at all. He turned his head with bloodshot eyes and saw old immortal Yuan. Let him take it, it originally belonged to him. Old immortal Yuan's voice sounded extremely tired, but there was an unquestionable determination in it. Elder ancestor, Yuan Lingxiao turned his head, his eyes filled with disbelief, and he cried out involuntarily, that's my son, Fusu's, take little Fusu's corpse. Old immortal Yuan looked calm, but his beard and big hands were trembling, but he was suppressing it so that no one could see it. What do you mean? Yuan Lingxiao's eyes were filled with desperation and madness as he yelled at old immortal Yuan. Old immortal Yuan's expression froze, and then he smiled bitterly. I'm making the right decision for the family. It was the right decision again. Old immortal Yuan's simple words had triggered an uproar in many people's hearts. At this moment, Bai Qianzhong's eyes were filled with endless cynicism and mockery, as if he was remembering the right decision made by old immortal Yuan 700 years ago, and every right decision he made before Fangxing fought against the 7 experts of the Divine Land in the Demon Abyss. This elder immortal was indeed devoted to the Yuan family. He always wanted to make the right decision for the sake of the Yuan family. However, in the past, it was always Bai Qianzhong and his children who were sacrificed. Yuan Lingxiao was in despair. The right decisions made by the elder immortal in the past had benefited his lineage time and time again. However, this time, it was like a sharp knife cutting his heart. Elder immortal Yuan's big hand pressed on his shoulder, and he felt a strong divine power. He knew that the elder immortal wasn't just trying to persuade him, he was really suppressing him, not allowing him to take action and take back that divine light. Hearing old immortal Yuan's words, Fangxing just frowned and thought, right my ass. Although some of the masters of the aristocratic families were unwilling, they vaguely understood what old immortal Yuan was doing. Family interests. For the ancient aristocratic families that had been passed down for tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years, what could be more important than this? Young Master Fusu was already dead. Even if old immortal Yuan could not save him because he was distracted for a moment, even if he was the seed that the entire Yuan family had placed high hopes on just 10 minutes ago, he was dead after all, a corpse. Even if he had the talent of an immortal king, his future had already been cut off, and Fangxing survived. No matter what his identity was before, no matter whether his talent was comparable to Fusu's, he survived. And he would be the most outstanding descendant of the Yuan family for a long time. He might even be the only hope for the Yuan family to carry the burden when the great calamity arrived. under such circumstances, how could old immortal Yuan not make the right decision and allow Yuan Lingxiao to suppress him? Now that Yuan Lingxiao was stopped and old immortal Yuan had spoken, the orthodoxies around him were in a dilemma. No orthodoxy dared to anger old immortal Yuan, who seemed to be about to go crazy. However, they could not let Fang Xing go so easily. Therefore, they froze in the void for a moment, and the whole place was dead silent. Old immortal Yuan, on the other hand, seemed to have become much more relaxed after answering Yuan Lingxiao's question. His eyes slowly swept across the orthodoxies around him. His eyes were filled with killing intent, as if he was looking for someone to kill to vent his hatred. In the end, he looked at Bai Qianzhong, his lips trembled, and his voice sounded a little dry as he said, "You're right, I've always been unfair, but I can only do, and will only do things that benefit the Yuan family. I'm doing now. Is immortal Yuan family, and is. I only hope that Queen Mother can understand this old man's painstaking efforts." Bai Qianzhong's expression was indifferent. He did not answer, nor did he show any expression. He only looked at him quietly. Old immortal Yuan waited quietly for a long time, but did not get a reply from Bai Qianzhong. His eyes seemed to be even more desolate. He did not wait any longer. He turned around and looked in the direction of Yaoqi Wangmu. After thinking for a while, he said in a low voice, "Fuyao Palace and the Yuan family have been in an alliance for tens of thousands of years, and we have supported each other. We shouldn't break the alliance because of such a small matter. As for Fourth Mother, I will search for all the elixirs and precious medicines in the world to rebuild her body. I am also willing to give one of the 3 immortal books of the Yuan family as a gift. I only hope that Queen Mother can understand this old man's painstaking efforts." Yaoqi Wangmu sat quietly for a while. Then, she slowly stood up and bowed. She said, "Ever since the earth-shattering incident 700 years ago, Fuyao Palace and Yaoqi have received much help from old immortal Yuan. I will never forget your kindness. I also understand that you are in a difficult position, but we should focus on the bigger picture." Old immortal Yuan nodded and sighed. He looked at the master of the Han family, who was not far away, and said, "As for Jianzhao's matter, the Yuan family will naturally give an explanation. A dead person cannot come back to life, but the family must continue to exist. I will definitely give the Han family a satisfactory explanation." The master of the Han family looked solemn. He hesitated for a while and said, "This is a serious matter. We have to report this to our ancestors. I believe that my old friend Xianxia will understand my intention." Old immortal Yuan nodded again and looked at the Meng family. Every time he looked at an ancient family's master, he would have a sad but firm speech. Gradually, the surrounding Zhu Shou understood his intention. The shock and helplessness in their hearts were indescribable. Making the right choice for the family, old immortal Yuan was not just saying it for fun. At this moment, he was giving an explanation on behalf of Fang Xing, who had perished together with the 7 great cultivators of the divine land in the demon abyss. The purpose of this explanation was naturally to resolve this hatred for Fang Xing. In other words, he was helping Fang Xing bear this hatred. When he beheaded Fang Xing, he was giving them a verbal explanation or a promise. Regardless of whether these ancient families were willing or not, with old immortal Yuan's cultivation level, how could the ancient families not agree to his request? Who would dare to snatch a person from a cultivator in the tribulation realm? Unless all the forces attacked together, there would still be some hope. What old immortal Yuan was doing now was to destroy this possibility. At this moment, as long as he temporarily suppressed the anger of the public, there would be room for discussion later on. Half of it was suppression, and the other half was a promise. The tense atmosphere was faintly dissipating. At the last moment, old immortal Yuan looked at Fang Xing. He was silent for a long time. Looking at Fang Xing's eyes, he was sometimes gloomy, sometimes worried, and sometimes helpless. In the end, he let out a long sigh and said softly, "I know you must be full of dissatisfaction and hatred for the family now, but I still hope you can understand one thing. Cultivators cultivate longevity, but how many people can really break through the celestial path and live a free and unfettered life? Most of the time, our longevity is carried out in another way, which is through the inheritance and continuation of our bloodline. After the celestial ancestor of the Yuan family became a sage, he passed away many years ago, but the Yuan family is still here, which means that the celestial ancestor of the Yuan family is still alive. Therefore, we have to do something for the family to ensure its prosperity. For this reason, sometimes we even sacrifice some people, but it doesn't mean that the family doesn't like these people. For example, during a battle, we may tempt our opponents to cut off our doppelgangers or even our physical bodies in order to win a chance to survive at the last moment. He said a lot, as if he was trying to persuade Suke with good intentions. His frown deepened. Do you understand what I'm saying? I understand. 700 years ago, Xianxia was the lifeline of the Yuan family, so you sacrificed another person to protect him. Before this, Fusu was the lifeline of the Yuan family, so you also wanted to sacrifice me to protect him. But now? Fangxing answered very quickly. He smiled and said, I cut him off, so I became the lifeline of the Yuan family. His words were so clear that even old immortal Yuan was a little surprised. However, after a moment of silence, he still said, It's good that you understand this. I don't expect you to have no hatred in your heart, but I hope that you can hate me instead of your own family. From now on, you are the only divine son of the Yuan family. Put away that wisp of Tao source, a part of it originally belonged to you. Although you have formed a Yuanying and missed the best opportunity, I will help you refine that wisp of Tao source at all costs. I only hope that it can help you rebuild your foundation, so that you will have qualifications that are not inferior to the immortal infant. Consider it some compensation from the family. What he said was obviously a little heartwarming. Even though Fangxing had defeated Child Fusu in the third challenge fair and square, he was not a real immortal infant after all. His potential was much worse than Fusu's, and he was only relying on the sharpness of the demon sword. Old immortal Yuan's words made people a little envious of Fangxing's opportunity. If he could obtain this divine seed and get old immortal Yuan's full help, he might really have a chance to rebuild his foundation. To a certain extent, this opportunity was like a big gift from old immortal Yuan when he really welcomed him back to the Yuan family. However, Fangxing did not seem to be moved after hearing these words. He just said anxiously, Tell me how to subdue it first. At this moment, he was still pulling the divine light with all his strength, as if it would escape at any time. Old immortal Yuan sighed, waved his hand gently, and said, The divine seed is the source of Tao, you can't subdue it by relying on the Dharma form. You can only nourish it with your body and slowly integrate it into your spirit. You should seal it into your body first. Seal it into my body? Fangxing was stunned, as if he did not expect it to be so simple. Then, his eyes began to spin. After thinking for a while, he suddenly pulled the divine light with all his strength and jumped down from the sky. He quickly rushed to the front of the dragon tribe, and then looked at the little thing in the arms of the dragon lady. He smiled and said, It's our first time meeting, and I didn't prepare any greeting gifts for you. Since you've always been unable to grow because of the lack of the source of Tao, I'll give it to you. As he spoke, he did not hesitate to insert the divine light into the little thing's body before it could react, and then set up layers of seals. This action was truly swift and unexpected. No one was able to stop it in time. Even the dragon lady, who was carrying the little thing, was shocked by his action. She cried out involuntarily, This is to help you condense your foundation. When Fangxing heard this, he rolled his eyes and sneered. Do I need their help? Even Zhu Shou was shocked by Fangxing's last move, and he even felt that this fellow had gone mad. How precious was that strand of divine light, it was clearly a connate Taoist source. Not to mention the fact that the freak of the Yuan family 700 years ago had used this innate Taoist aptitude to step into the self-severing realm that shocked the cultivation world. Young Master Fusu, who had relied on this divine seed to form his celestial infant, had already displayed his amazing potential in front of everyone not long ago. Now, this little devil actually gave this rare opportunity to his own daughter without even blinking. Moreover, many people had already heard that she was not his biological daughter at all. At this moment, countless people looked at him as if they were looking at an idiot. Was it worth it to give up his only chance to improve his foundation just because he was angry with the Yuan family? One must know that with this divine seed, even if Fangxing had already formed his nascent soul and could no longer be like the other geniuses of the philosopher's Taoist grounds to form a perfect celestial infant, he still had a chance to improve his foundation and get infinitely close to the celestial infant. After all, old immortal Yuan had promised to personally refine this divine seed for him, but now, Fangxing had given up on this celestial seed and casually given it to an outsider. When the other cultivators saw this, they could vaguely guess his intentions. It was none other than because he couldn't let go of his resentment towards the Yuan clan. Thus, he deliberately went against them and gave up on this celestial seed, causing the Yuan clan to be greatly disappointed. He was like a naughty child fooling around without thinking about the consequences. Or perhaps, he was conceited and thought that he was not inferior to a celestial nascent soul. Thus, he showed disdain towards the celestial seed. He wanted to prove to others that he could still rise to power even without an celestial seed. In the face of all these speculations, no matter which one it was, Zhu Xiu only wanted to scold him with one word, childish. Even if Fang Xing had already killed Fusu in the third arena, it did not prove that he was stronger than the celestial infant. After all, the greatest characteristic of Fusu's celestial infant was its potential. The longer it took to form the nascent soul, the more terrifying its strength would be, and Fang Xing had only taken advantage of him before he had fully matured. If Fang Xing gave up on the immortal seed, it was the same as cutting off his own prospects. Even old immortal Yuan was shocked after being stunned for a while, but he didn't have time to stop them. He just looked at Fang Xing with an even heavier gaze. After a long time, he sighed in a low voice, "Do you still have resentment towards your family? Or was it the arrogance of a young man? Now that you are the only hope of our Yuan family, how can you still be so childish?" At this moment, he seemed to have aged a lot. He was even trying to persuade Fang Xing with good intentions, and even seemed helpless. The enmity between the Yuan family and Fang Xing was naturally indescribable. However, at this moment, what old immortal Yuan wanted to let Fang Xing understand was the sincerity of the Yuan family. It was already rare for a grand cultivator with a top status and a tribulation-passing grand cultivator to say such words to Fang Xing at this moment. However, after hearing these words, Fang Xing didn't realize it at all. He patted the little thing's little head and tugged at her pigtails. Then, he transmitted his voice to the dragon lady and walked back with his hands clasped behind his back. He looked around and didn't even return to the protective circle of Bai Qianzhong, Elder Hu Qin, and Daphne. Instead, he sat down on Little Hua Peak and let out a long sigh. Then, he looked at old immortal Yuan in the sky and sighed deeply. "Actually, I understand everything that you said." He had a sincere look on his face, and his words sounded very sensible. For someone of your status and identity, the choice you make really isn't right or wrong. You only consider whether it's good for the family or not. This is the choice you made when you stand at the highest point of the family. So, as a member of the family, we all have to thank you. There's no hatred, resentment, apart from the fact that the words shameless and shameless were somewhat jarring to the ear. His words could be said to be extremely sincere. Even old immortal Yuan looked at him with a little surprise, as if he was looking forward to what he would say next. Although the Yuan family doesn't treat me very well, I've never suffered any losses. Therefore, I definitely don't have any resentment. Fang Xing said very seriously, "If you want to put the burden of the Yuan family on me, I also feel that it's a special honor. Sigh, when I was a bandit in the past, when did I ever think that I would be related to the Yuan family in the central region? In fact, I've never even heard of you. If I really become the divine child of the Yuan family and return to Nanzhan with this title, wouldn't those bastards from Blue Cloud sect be scared to death?" The more he spoke, the more agitated he became and even excited. The gazes of the people on the surrounding peaks had already been attracted by him, and they were firmly staring at him. As he jumped from the void to the Little Hua Peak, the people from various forces also moved, surrounding him in a huge circle. In this circle, only Bai Qianzhong stood at the side, with his long sleeves fluttering, while old immortal Yuan's eyes were calm as he quietly listened to Fang Xing's words. Under such a situation, no one realized that Dragon Lady and the people from the Great Snow Mountain had disappeared one after another. It was also at this time that Fang Xing, who had been speaking at length, finally stood up with a face full of gratitude. He looked at old immortal Yuan, who had a face full of expectations, and let out a long sigh, and said, "That's why I said that I'm really touched by your kindness. However, the only problem is," he slapped his thigh and shouted, "I have nothing to do with the Yuan family at all." His words shocked everyone, and the expressions on everyone's faces were puzzled and strange. After such a long speech, Zhu Xiu even thought that he was taking advantage of the situation to return to the embrace of the Yuan family. Who would have thought that after such a long time, he would actually say such a thing? However, Fangxing really could not hold it in any longer. He stood up excitedly, pointed at Uncle 11, and said, "That old white hair is very good to me, but how could he be my father?" Which father would throw his own son into a bandit's lair to play for no reason? The expression on Zhu Xiu's face became even more strange. Hearing Fangxing's words, even old immortal Yuan's expression became strange. He glanced at Fangxing indifferently, as if he had confirmed his aura again. He could not help but shake his head and smile bitterly. In his heart, he thought that Fangxing was being stubborn again, and insisted on not accepting his identity. Feeling a little helpless, he turned around and looked at Bai Qianzhong. Needless to say, when a son was being stubborn, it was time for the father to come out and teach him a lesson. However, when Bai Qianzhong raised his head and looked around, and then looked at Fangxing, he seemed to have understood something. He sighed softly and put his sleeves behind his back. Facing the gazes from the crowd, he smiled and said, "Of course, he is not my son." He seemed to be a little helpless, and said with a bitter smile, "I can tell by looking at his appearance. How could my son look like this?" Boom, there was silence. Different from Fangxing's words, which seemed to be said in a fit of pique, Bai Qianzhong's words caused many people to be shocked. However, some people looked at Bai Qianzhong, and then looked at Fangxing. They really found that one of them was handsome and elegant, like a celestial being who did not belong to the mortal world. He was definitely one of the most handsome people in the world. On the other hand, they looked at Fangxing. Although he was not ugly, he was slippery. Both his appearance and temperament were really different from Bai Qianzhong's. If they saw them in normal times, perhaps no one would recognize them as a father and son. But things could not be said that way. Fangxing had the token of the Yuan family on him, and the aura on his body was vaguely similar to the divine light from earlier. More importantly, until now, his Dharma form had the 3 heads and 6 arms of the North Deep tribe. This was irrefutable proof that he was the child of the Yuan family and the North Deep tribe from 700 years ago. Moreover, even Yuan Xiaobai from the Yuan family had just admitted this fact. Amidst the silence, it was Fangxing who rolled his eyes at Bai Qianzhong and shouted, "What are you talking about? I'm much more impressive than you." "Hee, sorry, I said it without thinking." Bai Qianzhong smiled faintly and apologized to Fangxing. Then, he turned around and said calmly to old immortal Yuan, "Sorry to disappoint you, old ancestor. This child, Fangxing, is a disciple that I taught when I was living in seclusion in Nanzhan. You are also his elder. However, he does not have the bloodline of the Yuan family. I am afraid that he cannot bear the responsibility of the Yuan family's fate." The calmer his expression was, the more people heard what he said. Everyone around him pricked up their ears. "Xiaobai, this matter is very important. Although I know that you are full of hatred, please do not speak carelessly." After a long time, old immortal Yuan said in a low voice, "If he was not Lai, how could he have cultivated the 3 heads and 6 arms magical power?" At this moment, looking at him, he seemed to be a little uneasy, as if he felt that something bad had happened. "Lai is dead." Bai Qianzhong's expression was extremely calm, and there was no emotion in his voice. He said quietly, "My son, Yuan Lai, was persecuted by the family. His Tao source was mostly damaged. Although I tried my best to let him reincarnate again and rebuild his body, I failed. His weak spirit could not withstand the pain of reincarnation. During the second reincarnation, it dissipated." As he spoke, a faint bitter smile appeared on his face, his spirit disappeared. "In the heavens, on the earth, and in the 6 paths of reincarnation, I could not find any trace of my son. However, his Tao source was still there. Although it was not much, there was still some left. Therefore, I refined his Tao source into spiritual liquid and chose a bold kid in Nanzhan. I gave him the Tao source, hoping that he could avenge my son." Bai Qianzhong calmed down as he spoke, then looked straight at old immortal Yuan and said indifferently, "Old ancestor, you've made a mistake. You shouldn't have stopped trying to save him because of some guilt. In that moment of hesitation, you lost the last descendant of the Yuan family who could bear the fate." Boom. 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 Bai Qianzhong's voice had been calm, and he did not even use his Dharma power to drive it. However, in the ears of the Yuan family's old immortal and Zhu Xiu, it was as deafening as heavenly thunder. In particular, the old immortal Yuan and Yuan Lingxiao, who had just experienced the pain of losing their son, were shocked by the truth described by Bai Qianzhong in a calm manner. They were filled with endless bewilderment, indescribable doubt, and even some hindsight that, as I expected. Originally, after they guessed Bai Qianzhong's intention, they did not think that he could succeed. It was too difficult to reincarnate the spirit, not to mention that the child's spirit had been seriously injured at that time, and there was not much of his Taoist source left. It was only later, when Fangxing showed up in the northern region of the Divine Land, and the deeds he had done, that they believed that Bai Qianzhong had succeeded. That was because the child's performance was too amazing. He had nothing, but he had done amazing things time and time again, which made people subconsciously guess that the child must have had a wise master, a profound background, and an amazing talent that surpassed his peers. Therefore, when the Yuan family's amulet that Fangxing wore was discovered, they subconsciously regarded him as that child. In addition, when the people who were sent out to investigate the child's identity, the looming shadow of Bai Qianzhong made them even more convinced that this child, Nan Zhan, who was born rough but rose to the top in the cultivation world, must be the abandoned child who was taken away by the Yuan family's ninth son, Yuan Xiaoma, and reincarnated. Only in this way could he have done so many great things and defeated so many masters of the same generation. What could be more talented than a person with a born Taoist aptitude? In addition, the supernatural power of the 3 heads and 6 arms that Fangxing had shown in front of others further proved this point. But now, Bai Qianzhong's voice was calm, but he had finally revealed the truth bit by bit. He talked about how he betrayed the Yuan family, how he went to the North Deep tribe in the Pure Land to ask for the precious medicine, how he was chased and escaped into Nanzhan, how he asked the southern border ghost kingdom for the secret method of reincarnation, how his child's soul was destroyed, and how he hid in the Blue Cloud sect of the Chu region to choose a suitable seat of revenge. Finally, he talked about how he found Fangxing and how he gave him the origin of Dao bit by bit. Even Fangxing learned many details from these words that he didn't realize at that time, and he felt like he was suddenly enlightened. From Bai Qianzhong's words, Zhu Xiu finally understood the truth. No wonder this kid could cultivate the supernatural power of 3 heads and 6 arms. No wonder he could wear the Yuan family's amulet without being rejected. No wonder he had no sense of belonging to the Yuan family. It turned out that this was a chess piece used by an enraged father for revenge. After his child's soul was destroyed, he used his anger and intelligence to cultivate a troublemaker. Then, he released this troublemaker into the world and closed himself to wait for death. He believed that this troublemaker would definitely avenge him. Of course, the fact that he was so certain that this troublemaker would achieve his wish was an interesting topic. The surrounding cultivators couldn't help but wonder just how much this little devil, who was only around 10 years old back then, had angered both men and gods to make Yuan Xiaobai believe in his ability to cause trouble so much that he piled all of his heart's blood and hope for revenge on him. However, after looking back, it seemed that he really succeeded. It was purely a coincidence that Bai Qianzhong survived. Even though he survived, he didn't deliberately push for anything. He just let Fangxing wander around on his own. Then, he waited for the most suitable time to show up and reveal the truth. If it weren't for the fact that Bai Qianzhong had no reason to lie, no one would believe that all of this happened naturally. It could only be said that even though he was extremely frustrated at that time, he really had a good eye for picking people. Of course, when the truth was revealed, Zhu Xiu was suddenly enlightened. At the same time, he also felt the endless anger in Bai Qianzhong's heart. A father turned his son's Taoist origin into a pool of spiritual liquid. How ruthless did he have to be to do that? He refined the last bit of his son's imprint in the world with his own hands. Without the support of a surging and terrifying hatred, who could have done that? Old immortal Yuan became silent. His expression became darker and darker. Under his indifferent expression, there was a surge of emotions. As for Zhu Xiu, he was immersed in the horrifying truth and watched quietly. While Zhu Xiu was still in shock, Bai Qianzhong calmly walked toward Fangxing after finishing his words. He stopped when he was 30 feet away from Fangxing. He looked at Fangxing quietly and said in a low voice after a long time, "I'm sorry." Fangxing was smiling at first. However, when he heard this, he opened his eyes wide and asked, "Why?" Bai Qianzhong sighed slightly and said apologetically, "You are my disciple, but I used you to take revenge." Fangxing was enlightened and said with a smile, "You mean that? I knew you were using me." Hearing this, Bai Qianzhong was slightly stunned and looked at him curiously. Fang Xing laughed heartily and said, "From the very beginning, when you taught me so seriously, and even gave me countless good resources, I already guessed that you definitely wanted to use me to do something. Otherwise, you're not my biological father, so why are you so good to me?" Bai Qianzhong asked curiously, "You don't mind? You give me benefits, and I let you use me. That's fair." Fang Xing spoke confidently. He glared at her and said seriously, "In the beginning, I did keep an eye on you. Later on, I realized that you didn't want to take my life, so I was too lazy to think about it. Later on, I felt that you treated me well, so I wanted to cooperate with you a little more." As he said that, he suddenly lowered his voice and smiled. "Actually, I know that you didn't intend to reveal the truth at this time, but I felt that revealing the truth at this time would definitely help you vent your anger. That's why I said it without any discussion." There seemed to be some emotions in Bai Qianzhong's eyes. However, after a moment of silence, he slowly took out a small ivory tower and handed it over. Then, an undetectable divine sense entered Fang Xing's mind. "You silly boy, I did not intend to reveal the truth at this time, but it was not because I had other plans. I wanted to wait until you escaped. I finally see you again." When Fang Xing saw the ivory tower, he was elated. He hurriedly took it over to check if the things inside were missing. However, he was relieved when he saw it. Fortunately, everything was still there, and there were many more things. "I have repaired the runes in the tower once, but my cultivation is still not high enough, so I can only barely repair them. It should be able to bring you out of here. The things inside are what I have prepared for you over the past few years. Consider it as a form of repayment for what you have done for me." Bai Qianzhong's voice was gently transmitted into Fang Xing's mind. Then, he smiled at Fang Xing as if he was saying goodbye. Fang Xing looked up and understood Bai Qianzhong's plan. His uncle 11 had already gotten his revenge and had no interest in living anymore. Moreover, Fang Xing had exposed the truth at this time, which put him in a desperate situation. Whether it was old immortal Yuan who would definitely fly into a rage, or Zhu Xiu from other orthodoxies, they would definitely not let him go easily. However, Uncle 11 had given him the small ivory tower, which represented the only way out, and prepared to keep it to cover Fang Xing's retreat so that Fang Xing could escape. "You still know to prepare some good things for me. That's more like it." Fang Xing was not worried. He muttered, then tilted his head and looked at Bai Qianzhong. After a while, he suddenly said, "Are you really not my father?" Bai Qianzhong was slightly startled. He smiled and said, "Didn't you see it yourself?" Fang Xing said, "Let me confirm it." Bai Qianzhong was slightly startled, and his expression became a little serious. He looked at Fang Xing quietly for a while, then sighed softly. He seemed to be a little disappointed and said in a low voice with a wry smile, "Actually, I also hope that my hunter can be like you. Unfortunately, you are really not." After listening to Bai Qianzhong's words, Fang Xing's slightly serious expression suddenly became relaxed. He waved his hand indifferently and seemed to be relieved. He patted his chest and said with a smile, fortunately, if you are my father, wouldn't you become my mother's lover?" He looked like he still had a lingering fear in his heart. "It's too scary to think about it." Haha, upon hearing this, Bai Qianzhong laughed out loud. He turned around and spread his arms. His white robe was fluttering in the mountain wind. The sunlight shone in front of him, as if it was gilding his figure. He did not let Fang Xing see his expression. Only his relieved voice was heard, "As long as you don't mind it and are willing to call me master again, I'm already satisfied." As he spoke, he rushed to the sky in a divine light, like a god, higher than the setting sun. "Go, I'll cover you." At this moment, Fang Xing looked at Bai Qianzhong quietly and did not speak for a long time. However, in the end, he still did not follow Bai Qianzhong's words and enter the small pagoda, then use the divine power within to escape from this place. Instead, he stuffed the small pagoda into his arms and swaggered up to Bai Qianzhong's side. He smiled and put his arm around Bai Qianzhong's shoulder. He whispered something to Bai Qianzhong, but was stunned when he heard it. He seemed to turn his head to look at him in confusion. "Is this true?" Bai Qianzhong paused for a while, then asked hesitantly. "Can I lie to myself?" Fang Xing rolled his eyes and did not answer Bai Qianzhong's question. After hearing this, Bai Qianzhong was slightly stunned. He smiled bitterly, half speechless and half gratified. He gently rubbed his eyebrows and digested what Fangxing had told him. Then, he let out a long sigh and said, "If that's the case, then let's fight side by side." "Okay." Fangxing agreed. He took out the black giant sword and stuffed the bloodthirsty manic saber into Uncle Eleven's hands. Then, he stood side by side with him. Behind them was the blood-red setting sun, below their feet was the majestic Kunlun Mountains. Facing the hopeless situation, Bai Qianzhong and Fangxing decided to fight side by side. Facing Zhu Xiu, who were like ants in the surrounding mountains and valleys, they did not start the storm-like battle immediately. In fact, they did not focus all their attention on the surrounding scholars of Zhu Xiu. Instead, they were quietly watching the white-haired and white-bearded old immortal Yuan. In the void of Zhu Xiu, no matter how ambitious Zhu Xiu was and how eager he was to catch Fangxing, no one dared to make a move. They just focused all their attention on old immortal Yuan, waiting for his reaction so that they could decide whether to make a move or not. After hearing the story of Bai Qianzhong, especially the last sentence, "You've lost all the descendants of the Yuan family who could bear the fate," old immortal Yuan remained silent and did not say a word. However, his aura made everyone retreat far away subconsciously. The sorrow was like a tide. Under the gloomy and despairing calmness, there seemed to be a volcano that was about to erupt. No one was willing to get close to an emotionally unstable cultivator at this moment, for fear of becoming the victim of his rage. Only Yuan Lingxiao, the head of the Yuan family, who had just experienced the pain of losing his son, was staring at old immortal Yuan with endless hatred and anger in his eyes when Fangxing and Bai Qianzhong were talking in a low voice. "Did you hear that?" After a while, he opened his mouth in a hoarse voice with endless anger. Old immortal Yuan slightly turned his eyes to his face. "Did you hear that?" Yuan Lingxiao suddenly raised his voice and roared again, as if he had gone mad. Because of Fu Su's death, Yuan Lingxiao was also enraged. At this time, his heart was filled with endless fury, and he shouted angrily at old immortal Yuan, "You killed your great-great-grandson for an outsider. You personally destroyed the hope of the Yuan family and the fate of the Yuan family. If the Yuan family declines, you will be the greatest sinner in history." Boom, old immortal Yuan's sorrowful aura reached its peak, but unexpectedly, he didn't attack immediately. Instead, when his aura reached its peak, his face suddenly darkened and he spat out a mouthful of blood. It was crystal clear, and each drop was like a ruby. It contained astonishing divinity and vitality, and it even emitted endless divine light in the air. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, old deity Yuan's body became dispirited and he floated to the ground. He staggered a few steps before stopping. At this moment, he didn't look like a tribulation-passing cultivator at all. Instead, he looked like a dying old man. It was unknown how many people's pupils constricted at this moment. Their hearts felt like they were being struck by lightning, and they were extremely shocked. No one had expected that the furious old immortal Yuan would not vent his anger by slaughtering everyone. Instead, he would injure himself under Yuan Lingxiao's accusation. A dignified cultivator who had passed the heavenly tribulation and had the body of a half-immortal, actually vomited blood and had a grey face, he had injured his foundation in a fit of rage. Some people had already speculated that old immortal Yuan would not be able to live for long. In his current condition, even if he used the best elixirs in the world to keep his life, it was impossible for him to survive the next thunder tribulation. Ancestor, Yuan Lingxiao, who had just experienced the pain of losing his son, did not expect this to happen either. The anger on his face faded away, and he cried out in fear. Even he, who had directed his anger at old immortal Yuan, did not expect to see this. He was venting his anger and anger. He even hoped that old immortal Yuan would immediately kill Bai Qianzhong and that bastard in a fit of rage. However, he did not expect that his actions would cause old immortal Yuan to be so angry that his Taoist heart was damaged. Old immortal Yuan was the ancestor of the Yuan family. He was like the guardian of the Yuan family. Even if the Yuan clan no longer had a member of the younger generation who could bear the burden of karmic luck, as long as old immortal Yuan was still alive, the Yuan clan would still be able to hold on for another day. However, the change in old immortal Yuan had terrified Yuan Lingxiao to the point that he even spat out his natal true blood due to his grief and anger. His face was filled with the aura of death. This scene was too terrifying. If old immortal Yuan died, the Yuan clan would truly be facing the end of the world. At this moment, Zhu Shou finally realized that old immortal Yuan was not only a tribulation-passing cultivator, but also an old man. Quickly, help old immortal Yuan to the back of the mountain and bring him a fruit from the red jade peach tree in the deity land in the center of Yaoqi. The Jade Lake Queen Mother was shocked. She flew down like a drifting cloud and held on to old immortal Yuan. Then, she whispered to the maid beside her. Queen Mother, the servant seemed surprised. She called out to the Queen Mother softly as if she was reminding her. The Queen Mother frowned and scolded, "Go now." The servant bit her lips. She helped old immortal Yuan up and floated to the back of the mountain with the others. Meanwhile, Bai Qianzhong watched old immortal Yuan leave quietly. His expression was calm, but there was a hint of sadness in his eyes. Evil spawn. At that moment, a voice filled with endless sorrow and anger was heard. Yuan Lingxiao flew into the sky and glared at Bai Qianzhong. His eyes were almost spitting fire. You killed my child and caused the Yuan family to have no successor. Now, you even angered the ancestor to this extent. Are you satisfied now? Are you satisfied when the Yuan family's tens of thousands of years of foundation is destroyed or even vanishes into thin air? Bai Qianzhong did not answer. He only looked at him quietly. Yuan Lingxiao's murderous aura was endless. He pointed at Bai Qianzhong and said, "Traitor, evil spawn, answer me." Bai Qianzhong finally opened his mouth and said calmly, "I understand the principle of sacrificing for the family. When I was in the Yuan family, I also fought against the Yuan family's enemies without caring about my life. However, since we are part of the family, we should sacrifice for the family and be protected by the family. However, my child did not get the opportunity he deserved and was forced to sacrifice himself. What's the point of the family's existence? However, forget it. If you don't argue with a fool, you won't understand this principle. Let's do it." You. Yuan Lingxiao's eyes turned scarlet. He suddenly shouted, "Kill the unfilial son and suppress the devil." Boom, he was the first to rush forward. His Qi dynamic exploded. Countless wronged souls were like an army, bringing with them an overwhelming murderous aura. Behind him, the members of the Yuan family who had entered the Kunlun Mountains and the family warriors who had stopped at the waist of the mountain all rushed up. For a time, there were figures moving about from all directions, gathering over like dark clouds. Looking at the dark clouds, Bai Qianzhong and Fang Xing just looked at each other and then rushed out separately. Boom, the black sword was raised in the air. Fang Xing summoned his Dharma form, and the demonic sword in his hand merged with the black sword. Suddenly, a monstrous murderous aura burst out and turned into rows of black light, slashing toward the Yuan family members who were gathering toward him. Under the invincible sword Qi, the elders of Yuanying realm and the family warriors of Golden Elixir realm fell to the ground like rain. As for Bai Qianzhong, his white robe fluttered in the wind like an immortal. He held the bloodsucker frenzied saber and slashed at Yuan Lingxiao. The saber's shadows killed the wronged soul warriors one after another, fighting with the enraged Yuan Lingxiao. He looked calm and unruffled. The bloodsucker frenzied saber in his hand actually released an otherworldly immortal Qi, suppressing Yuan Lingxiao in a dignified manner. Old immortal Yuan was so angry that he vomited blood. For a moment, he couldn't do anything. The rest of the Yuan family members were obviously no match for this pair of master and disciple. Senior Yuan's Dao heart has been damaged today. It's not convenient for him to do anything. Otherwise, he might die. The master of the Han family and the master of the Meng family said, "Since we are allies, let's help the Yuan family kill the traitor." The master of the Meng family laughed and shouted, "That's how it should be." The two of them had the same thought. They shook their arms and rushed out at the same time. Behind them, hundreds of people followed. Although they said that they wanted to help the Yuan family kill the traitor, their target was actually Fang Xing. How can we, the Zhangsun family, be absent? On the other side, someone shouted. His aura surged, and he led a group of people to rush forward. All the orthodoxies in the divine prefecture had the same thought. That devil was actually a wandering ghost without a master. So, instead of letting him be killed by the furious Yuan family, it would be better to capture him as soon as possible and interrogate him for his secrets. They would also be able to firmly grasp the initiative of the 100 Break Mountains fortune. After all, the fact that he was able to return alive from the mysterious region meant that there had been a change in the 100 Mountain's fortune. This matter is of great importance. We, the clans of the Pure Land, can't just stand by and watch. On the side of the Pure Land, the masters of the ancient clans discussed in a low voice. Their eyes shone brightly. We can't care about that anymore. Let's attack and snatch him. Boom, another great force charged into the battlefield, charging towards Fangxing from afar. Hee, the Kunlun Mountain is in chaos. It's a heaven-sent opportunity. We don't need to restrain ourselves anymore. Let's capture that little demon first and seize the initiative of the mysterious coffin. Moreover, I saw the skill that the little demon used just now. It's quite similar to our god clan's heavenly technique. I want to capture it and test it out. Fellow realm lords, the great merit is right in front of you. What are you afraid of? Let's take advantage of the chaos and capture him. The golden-eyed young man ordered in a low voice in the direction of the forces of the small celestial world. Yes, we will obey the young divine lord's order. The realm lords of the small celestial world also had extraordinary identities. However, after hearing the golden-eyed young man's words, they didn't dare to have any objections. They all attacked at the same time. For a time, the huge Kunlun Mountain turned into a battlefield, and a torrential chaotic battle broke out. In the center of the battlefield, Fangxing and Bai Qianzhang, one with a sword and the other with a saber, were killing in all directions. Such an amazing scene had attracted everyone's attention. From time to time, people would rush over to watch from afar. The chaotic crowd could no longer allow everyone to get close to the battle circle. Only a few experts of the various clans could rush into the innermost area. At this time, Fangxing held the black big sword in his hand. The power of the demon sword skyrocketed again. He seemed to have torn apart all his disguises. The power of the demon sword was released without reservation. The amazing combat power he displayed was a bit stronger than when he fought with young Master Fusu on the third stage. He was not at a disadvantage when facing the masters of the ancient clans. Looking at the enemies around him that made people despair, not only did he not have the slightest fear, but he also laughed. I once fought against the divine continent alone. Today, let us fight against Heaven Yuan. Swoosh! 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 The sky was filled with Xianxia, who had bad intentions. They were densely packed, including the orthodoxies of the divine prefecture, the Pure Land, the small immortal realm, and so on. The fact that they could enter Kunlun Mountain and participate in the Yaoqi Immortal Banquet had already proved their identity. They could be considered as the top orthodoxies of Tianyuan. They had hesitated before because they were afraid of the attitude of the Great Snow Mountain and the primordial demonic Taoists, as well as the deterrent power of Old Immortal Yuan. But now, the Great Snow Mountain and the primordial demonic Taoists seemed to have realized that the situation was not in their favor and chose to retreat. Old Immortal Yuan was also hurt by his anger and left dejectedly. However, this also made the orthodoxies bolder, thinking that this was the best time to capture Fangxing. They did not hold back. The masters, elders, and even family and Taoist masters of the orthodoxies all rushed forward, waiting for an opportunity to attack. Fangxing and Bai Qianzhang were already densely surrounded, and it seemed that there was no way out. However, the two of them were really angry and showed their powerful strength. One blade and the other sword, they violently slashed in all directions. Xianxia was also temporarily forced back by them. Few people dared to approach within 30 feet of him. Old Nine, you have planned for 700 years and set up such a vicious trap. You have ruined the fate of our Yuan family. You are going to die here in the blink of an eye, and your son will not come back to life either. Do you find it interesting? After I send you to the underworld, I will go and reunite with your family. In the face of Bai Qianzhang and Fangxing's ferocious aura, the other cultivators were somewhat fearful and did not dare to get too close to them. Only Yuan Lingxiao was filled with rage and was determined to kill Bai Qianzhang. His eyes glowed with purple light, and a large saber that was wrapped in resentment appeared in his hand. He slashed it fiercely at Bai Qianzhang. Wherever he went, countless vengeful spirits followed behind him. At first glance, they looked like a black cloak. Bai Qianzhang, on the other hand, had a head full of white hair. He held the blood-red bloodsucker saber in his right hand and formed an immortal seal in his left hand. Without saying a word, he swung the saber with one hand, and an awe-inspiring saber chi collided with the spirit saber in Yuan Lingxiao's hand. The two of them froze at the same time. Then, the countless spirits behind Yuan Lingxiao rushed forward like a tide, but they were stopped by the immortal sealing seal that Bai Qianzhong had formed. Although the two of them came from the same lineage, when they first comprehended the immortal sealing technique, one of the three great immortal techniques of the Yuan family, they went in different directions because of their different comprehensions. Although Yuan Lingxiao's eyes were purple, there was no immortal qi at all. In addition to the surging spirits around him, he was like a real demon or a ferocious ghost. Although the bloodsucker saber in Bai Qianzhong's hand was a standard demonic saber, his white hair fluttered in the wind, and his temperament was otherworldly. He was like a real immortal. Uncle 11, revenge must be thorough. I'll help you kill this bastard first. Just as Bai Qianzhong and Yuan Lingxiao's immortal technique collided, he heard Fang Xing yell behind him. Fang Xing slashed out an endless amount of sword qi, forcing back many cultivators who wanted to capture him alive. He used the carefree footwork and circled around. Surprisingly, his movement technique was also quite celestial. In a few steps, he came to Yuan Lingxiao's side, jumped up high, and swung his big black sword at Yuan Lingxiao's head. How dare you, demon! Yuan Lingxiao was slightly inferior to Bai Qianzhong to begin with, and coupled with Fang Xing's interference, he was instantly angered to the point of spitting blood. He desperately parried Bai Qianzhong's saber before turning around with the intention of fleeing. At the same time, all the Yuan clan's elders and generals charged forward in unison, and they attacked Fang Xing with the intention of forcing him to defend himself. However, Fang Xing roared with laughter as he made a circle with his arms, and he actually drew all the divine energy and magical arts of these elders over to him. After that, he swung his arms straight towards Yuan Lingxiao. This unexpected attack caused Yuan Lingxiao's figure to stagger, and his movement technique had already slowed down. Don't you think you're more like a demon compared to him? Bai Qianzhong took the opportunity to attack Yuan Lingxiao's chest with his palm, causing the head of the Yuan family to spit out a mouthful of blood. As for Bai Qianzhong, he anxiously defended his disciple and rushed forward. He raised the bloodsucker manic saber high up and slashed it down. Xiaobai, you're so cruel. No matter what, he's still your cousin, right? At this critical moment, a black figure rushed out from the side and flicked away the saber that Bai Qianzhong had slashed down. At the same time, he turned around, and a shadow of a spear actually turned into a shadow of a spear. Not only did it force Bai Qianzhong to retreat, it also spiraled forward like a black dragon, going straight for Fang Xing. It was the head of the Han family. He had been observing for a long time, and he had stepped forward to save Yuan Lingxiao's life at this moment to do him a favor. But more importantly, he wanted to force Bai Qianzhong to retreat so that he could find an opportunity to attack Fang Xing. I'm your uncle. Why are you so ruthless? Fang Xing scolded in defense of Bai Qianzhong. At the same time, he wielded the black greatsword with both hands and slashed it down at the head of the Han family. This little dog is so fierce. The head of the Han family was enraged. He was the head of the Han family, an overlord at the great realization realm of the nascent soul sovereign realm, but this little devil had only formed his nascent soul for less than a year, and yet he dared to fight him head-on. However, the devil's swordsmanship was indeed sharp. 6 vengeful spirits coiled around his sword. Compared to the previous 5 vengeful spirits, there was one more that looked like young Master Fusu, and one of them was his own nephew, Han Jianxiao. When the demonic sword slashed down at him, the 6 vengeful spirits flew over first and entangled his spear. This strange scene caused the power of his spear to be greatly reduced, and the demonic sword to become even sharper. The head of the Han family could only watch helplessly as he realized that he could no longer win. The head of the Han family was so shocked that he retreated in an instant. The mysteriousness of his movement technique was not something that Fang Xing could stop. But at this moment, Bai Qianzhong had already rushed forward without saying a word. With a point of his finger, it was as if a cage had appeared between heaven and earth. The sealing power filled the void, and even though the head of the Han family was strong, he was still affected. Swoosh, Fang Xing violently slashed with his sword, and one of the head of the Han family's arms flew off. He took the opportunity to escape hundreds of feet away. He was both shocked and furious. This battle had only started for less than 10 breaths of time, but 2 of the family heads of the ancient families had already been injured. Of course, Yuan Lingxiao was indeed injured, but the family head of the Han family had merely used a small trick. Although it looked like he had lost an arm, it did not affect him at all. Another thought popped up in his mind: he was just using his broken arm to escape from the dangerous situation he had just fallen into. To be able to escape from such a dangerous situation with such a small price, it could only mean that the head of the Han family had a profound cultivation base. But in the eyes of others, they did not think so much. They were only shocked by the fact that the head of the Yuan family and the head of the Han family had been injured at the same time. This scene had already caused Zhu Xiu, who was ready to make a move, to be secretly shocked. This pair of master and disciple was too frightening. Even in such a heavy encirclement, they were still so fierce and invincible. Haha, I actually chopped off an arm of the head of an ancient family. I'll have a lot to brag about in the future. Seeing this scene, Fangxing laughed loudly, and his confidence soared. The 6 eyes of the 3 heads that had manifested from the Dharma form opened at the same time, looking fiercely at the surroundings. At the same time, he shouted at Bai Qianzhong, "Uncle 11, isn't the biggest reason why you are being bullied by others because the freak of the Yuan family was too powerful that everyone thought that no one could compare to him?" At that time, when he was in the Gold Core realm, he killed the 7 infants with 1 sword. I don't think the 2 of us are any weaker than them. Why don't we take this opportunity to show our strength? Bai Qianzhong was not a talkative person. When he was in a fierce battle, he was the kind of person who was calm and silent. But it just so happened that he had a talkative disciple, and his interest was piqued. With a faint smile, he held the saber horizontally in front of his chest and said with a smile, "All right, how do you think we should show our strength?" Fangxing glanced at him and said with a strange smile, "If he can kill the 7 infants with 1 sword, then how about we kill the heads of the 8 families?" "All right, we'll do as you say." Bai Qianzhong readily accepted the advice and took a step forward. The master and disciple were of the same mind. They rushed to the east at the same time, where the head of the Meng family, who had been waiting for a good opportunity to attack, was standing. He was a little shocked. He had never thought that before he could find an opening to attack, the master and disciple would change their style of being attacked and charge at him instead. He was a little angry, but he was not afraid. His face darkened, and he clapped his hands in the void. Boom! The rules of heaven and earth changed greatly, and dozens of huge rocks appeared. These rocks were like small mountains floating around him, covering the sky and the sun. The scene was extremely spectacular. "Suppress them all!" The head of the Meng family shouted coldly in a low voice. He shook his arms, and the 10 huge rocks rushed forward. This scene could be seen as if he had thrown out dozens of mountains with a wave of his hand. His power was so domineering that he had no friends. However, it was obvious that this pair of master and disciple were even more ferocious. Fangxing just gritted his teeth and laughed fiercely as he faced the dozens of rocks, and then he utilized the unfettered movement technique to charge forward. On the other hand, Bai Qianzhong formed an immortal seal behind him, causing the entire expanse of space to be filled with a terrifying sealing force, causing the dozens of rocks that were charging forward to seem as if they had fallen into a swamp, and their speed grew slower and slower. In the end, they practically stopped moving. "How dare you!" The head of the Meng clan shouted in a low voice. Just as he was about to activate even more powerful magic power, he suddenly saw Fangxing charging straight at him. His figure was like a stream of light that reflected back and forth between the huge rocks. He actually stepped on the rocks and pressed forward, rushing to the front of the head of the Meng clan like a bolt of lightning. Then, he gritted his teeth and slashed with his sword. Before the sword chi arrived, he already saw 6 vengeful spirits baring their fangs and brandishing their claws at him. This was no small matter. He immediately made a decision and retreated. It could be said that he was decisive. But even so, Fangxing was too fast. He was still grazed by his chest, and a terrible crack appeared on his Dharma form. "Ha ha ha ha, the third one," Fangxing laughed loudly. He stretched out his foot and stepped on the mountain rocks that were falling rapidly in the air, and turned in another direction. When the head of the Meng family heard this, he was so angry that he wanted to shout, "The third one, my ass. I was just taken advantage of by you. How can you be so shameless as to count me as the third head of the family to be killed by you? Fang Xing, and by Qianzhong's ferocity and invincibility, consecutively defeating 3 patriarchs of the ancient clans, had awed all the cultivators, deeply engraved in their hearts. Without a doubt, if the details of today's battle were to spread, the name of this master and disciple would undoubtedly spread throughout the world and receive countless praises. There was no other reason than that the fact that the two of them could consecutively defeat 3 patriarchs of the ancient clans was simply too shocking. It was impossible to not be convinced. It was precisely because of this that the seemingly endless zhuxiu surrounding them, no one dared to come forward at this moment. These cultivators belonged to different orthodoxies and different powers. Although everyone wanted to take down Fang Xing, no one was willing to foolishly stand out. They competed with each other, causing them to tremble with fear for a moment, and no one dared to come forward. On the other hand, Fang Xing grew more excited as the battle went on. He truly had a domineering spirit of, with the demonic sword in hand, who else but me can do it? No matter who he looked at, it was as if he was looking at a fat sheep. After cutting off the advantage of the main clan's patriarch with one strike, he immediately lost interest in him. His eyes darted around, and he saw the patriarch of the Xianxia clan looking at him maliciously from a nearby cloud. He immediately beamed with delight and took 9 consecutive steps in the air. His movement technique was at the peak of perfection as he charged toward the cloud. At the same time, he shouted, "Uncle 11, get him!" His 9 steps contained the great Dao divination technique. He actually strangely broke through the void and rushed to the front of the cloud, slashing violently with his sword. At this moment, Bai Qianzhong seemed to be willing to be a supporting character by his disciple's side, helping him make a name for himself in this battle. When Fang Xing charged out, he had already moved like a flowing cloud, moving in front of the patriarch of the Xianxia clan. His hands danced, drawing out profound tricks, and similarly, he used the boundless power of bestowing immortality to envelop the patriarch of the Xianxia clan. He was using the same trick again, wanting to suppress the patriarch of the Xianxia clan so that his disciple could become famous. But the patriarch of the Xianxia clan was not stupid. When he saw Fang Xing charging toward him, he actually immediately retreated. He fled. The patriarch of the Xianxia clan actually fled. This truly dumbfounded many people. The dignified patriarch of the Xianxia clan actually fled without a fight. There were some people who understood the patriarch of the Xianxia clan's intentions. Right now, this little devil and Bai Qianzhong were purely fighting for fame. They were surrounded by countless cultivators, and even if they were tired, they would be exhausted to death. There was no hope of escaping at all. Yet, they had actually mustered up their strength, wanting to shine in this final battle and vent their anger. This was not a small matter. People in the cultivation world could easily obtain glory, splendor, wealth, and overwhelming power. Thus, they viewed these things lightly. The only thing they cared about was fame. Fame had become something more precious in this boundless lifespan. It was a matter of honor and disgrace. Even if they successfully killed the white-haired man and the little devil in this battle, if someone were to say afterwards that a certain patriarch was gravely injured by this pair of master and disciple and was obviously no match for them, it would definitely cause great damage to their reputations. It might even affect the reputation of their clan. Thus, the patriarch of the Xianxia clan astonishingly made the correct choice at this moment. He did not confront Fang Xing head-on. After all, putting aside this little devil, the white-haired man from the Yuan clan was truly a formidable character. He knew that he was unable to deal with this vicious little devil while fighting against Bai Qianzhong at the same time. Waha, the patriarch of the Xianxia clan was directly scared off. Next, Fang Xing was stunned as he watched. Then, he was overjoyed, pointing at the patriarch of the Xianxia clan and laughing out loud. The face of the patriarch of the Xianxia clan, who had just escaped not too far away, immediately turned green. He suddenly regretted his decision to avoid the battle. The reputation of running away was not as good as suffering a setback. However, if he were to go back and fight with this little devil and the Yuan family's white hair so that others could take advantage of him, he wouldn't do it. He just stood to the side with an ashen face and secretly gritted his teeth, thinking that after he took down this little devil, he would definitely teach him a lesson. Little friend Fang, the divine continent is dangerous. Come back to the Pure Land with us. We will protect you. Just as Fang Xing was wandering around looking for the patriarchs of the other 8 great clans, a voice came from the side. He turned his head and saw 4 or 5 figures standing in the fog. Their auras were also majestic, almost not inferior to the patriarchs of the ancient clans. Impressively, they were the cultivators from the Pure Land who had come to Yaoqi to participate in the Saturn Peach Feast. At this time, they were actually secretly sending him voice transmissions. The patriarchs of the 8 great clans were scared off, so I will use you guys to make up the numbers. Fang Xing's reply was straightforward. He stepped on the void and caught up to them, slashing out with his saber. Why does this little bastard slash at everyone he sees? When the people from the ancient clans from the Pure Land saw this scene, they couldn't help but curse in their hearts. However, they didn't want to become his main target. One of them angrily operated the secret technique of the ancient clan, and layers of fog descended, wrapping their bodies in layers. By the time Fang Xing slashed out with his sword, the sky was empty, and not a single figure could be seen. These people had already escaped hundreds of meters away. Don't run away if you have the guts, Fang Xing was furious. Just when he was fighting, he actually waved his sword and chased after them again. Little thief, enough of your arrogance. Before he could take 2 steps, he suddenly heard a cold shout coming from around him. In the void, several ethereal and strange figures suddenly appeared. They stood at a special angle and pinched their hands together at the same time. At the same time, a strange confinement force began to appear around Fang Xing. Even an illusion appeared in front of his eyes. Above the 9th heaven, the stars were incomparably bright at this moment, and they turned into a star map that suppressed him. This kind of power was like a person facing the vast starry sky, and subconsciously, a kind of despair and powerlessness arose in the bottom of his heart, and he was willing to be suppressed. Small immortal realm, this scene surprised not only Fang Xing, but also the many forces who were eyeing him covetously. They didn't expect that at this moment, Zhu Xiu of the small immortal realm would directly attack, and they even joined forces to suppress Fang Xing directly. All the members of the Gu family were nervous, and there was even an amazing murderous aura. Although none of them wanted to be cannon fodder and fight with Fang Xing and Bai Qianzhang, they also didn't want to watch Fang Xing fall into the hands of other forces. They could go up to consume Fang Xing's strength, but if they wanted to capture him, they could forget about it. If they went up to fight with Fang Xing, others would only think that they were a fool, and they would only benefit others. But if they wanted to capture Fang Xing, they would become Zhu Xiu's enemy. Under the covetous gaze of the 5 people from the small immortal realm, Fang Xing had been suppressed by them. At this moment, a strange light flashed in Bai Qianzhang's eyes. He directly attacked from afar, and his bloodthirsty manic blade slashed violently. At the same time, Fang Xing, who was suppressed by a starry sky above his head, also had a ruthless look on his face. Above his Dharma form, an amazing aura surged. At this time, he activated his spiritual power to the extreme, and even his body, which was in the middle of the Dharma form, underwent a strange change. It became blurred, as if it was about to shrink. However, he finally had scruples about this, so he separated a trace of divine sense to protect his body, and at the same time, he activated all the other spiritual power. The Dharma form expanded endlessly, and monstrous murderous aura condensed on top of his head and turned into raging flames. Want to suppress me? Do you have the ability? With a roar, Fang Xing swung his sword. All the raging flames condensed on his sword, and he slashed towards the sky. Boom! Bai Qianzhang's blade slashed from the outside, and Fang Xing's sword slashed from the inside. The 2 great forces converged and shattered the nebula-like suppressive force. Fang Xing's Dharma form was wrapped in a rolling demonic cloud, and it rushed out like a meteor. Its momentum was unparalleled. At this moment, the momentum that erupted from its body was not inferior to that of a Yuanian cultivator in the Mahayana realm. It was like a charging bull. A little interesting. At this moment, the golden-eyed man, who was called Young Divine Lord by Zhu Xiu of the small celestial realm, who had been standing quietly on the mountain in the distance, seemed to be extremely excited. He could not suppress the fighting intent in his heart, and his body moved, and he rushed directly towards Fang Xing. His speed was simply indescribable. He did not use any footwork or body movement techniques at all. He purely relied on his own speed. In a flash, he had already appeared behind Fang Xing, and then he grabbed Fangxing's Dharma form with one hand. Young Divine Lord, you can't. When the experts from the small celestial realm saw this scene, they were scared out of their wits. They were even more frightened than Fangxing, who had escaped from the suppressive force. Almost subconsciously, all the experts operated their celestial methods at the same time. Nebulas manifested and shrouded Fangxing and the golden-eyed man. When others saw this, they would think that they still wanted to suppress Fangxing, but they did not know that they were actually extremely worried that the fight between Fangxing and the golden-eyed man would be seen by others. The nebulas that were pulled over were purely used to hide the aura, and had no suppressive force. There are actually young experts like you among the mortals. I'm a little interested. The golden-eyed man's claw grabbed down, and the void was imprisoned. The strength was extremely terrifying, and his words were transmitted to the bottom of Fangxing's heart. You dare to call me immortal? What kind of birdman are you? Fangxing was shocked in his heart, but he did not panic. The Dharma form shook, and the devil chi surged into the sky, dispersing the power of imprisonment. Then, he waved his palm and attacked, colliding head-on with the claw. At the same time, his figure flipped over, and he kicked towards the golden-eyed man's face. Haha, you're immortal, and I'm naturally a god. The golden-eyed man's body trembled, and Fangxing's kick actually missed, but his voice sounded from behind him. It's not a teleportation technique. Fangxing was also shocked in his heart. What a fast speed. Where did such a monster come from? As his thoughts raced, he did not even think, and the demon sword violently slashed, but it just happened to deflect the claw in front of him. From the corner of his eyes, he saw that the golden-eyed man had disappeared, and in the lightning-like flowing light, a strange humanoid monster appeared. It was called a humanoid monster because it looked like a human, but it was very different from a human. It was like a human, but not like a human. It also did not look like a demon that had cultivated successfully. It did not have the demonic aura that demons had because they had stolen the secrets of heaven and cultivated into a human body. Instead, it was upright, and it looked very much like the noble aura of humans that had become the rulers of all living beings because they had inherited the fate of heaven and earth. What the hell is this thing? Fangxing was a little stunned, and he cried out in surprise while defending against the attacks that were coming from everywhere. Fangxing's subconscious words angered the existence who called himself God to the point that his face turned green. Although he was moving about at an extremely fast speed, launching attacks at Fangxing from all directions, Fangxing was unable to capture his figure at all because his speed was too fast. Fangxing could only roughly sense his appearance and danger through his divine sense, and was completely unable to distinguish his specific appearance. However, he could still feel that kind of astonishing killing intent, causing his heart to palpitate endlessly. He could only raise all of his attention to deal with the attacks of this god, not saying a single word. In the blink of an eye, the two had fought for dozens of rounds. The young divine lord didn't hurt Fangxing, and Fangxing also didn't catch his shadow. At first glance, it seemed that Fangxing was in a situation where he was being beaten and didn't pose a threat to the opponent. You really have some skills. I'm more and more interested in you. The young divine lord whispered to himself. His aura was getting stronger and stronger, and his appearance was changing more and more compared to a human. Every time he changed, his strength was getting stronger and it was extremely terrifying. Fangxing was inwardly alarmed. The importance he placed on this opponent had already surpassed that of the ancient family's patriarchs. Just when he was about to bring out all his trump cards and fight a good battle with him, he suddenly heard a loud bang coming from above him. It seemed like someone had heavily slashed at the nebula outside, causing this hidden space to tremble and be on the verge of collapse. Young divine lord, quickly hide your real body. It's not good if you're discovered. At the same time, the experts of the small celestial world warned him in horror. It was obvious that they couldn't resist it anymore. Sigh, so troublesome. The flowing light beside him disappeared, and the golden-eyed young man turned back to his original human form. It seemed that he didn't have a good fight with Fangxing. He felt extremely disappointed and shook his head. He looked at Fangxing with pity and said, I hope you don't die today, otherwise. He laughed softly and a golden light flashed in his eyes. It'll be very boring. It was also at this moment that the surrounding nebula that enveloped the region collapsed, revealing the clear sky, white clouds, and the surrounding peaks of Kunlun once again. The golden-eyed youth smiled faintly as he looked deeply at Fangxing before turning around and leaving. His figure seemed to have teleported as he directly appeared on Minor Hua Peak. Because of his figure, a faint shadow was drawn in the space behind him, and it didn't dissipate for a long time. That bastard, don't run. Fangxing was stunned for a moment before he reacted. He waved his sword and was about to chase after him. However, the experts from the small celestial world stopped fighting with him. Their figures flashed as they floated towards the little radiance peak. It was as if they were afraid of Fangxing. They stopped fighting with him and abandoned the battlefield to escape. At the same time, several shocking auras flew over from all directions and attacked his mind like a tide. This caused Fangxing to be unable to deal with the young divine lord. Get out of my way! Fangxing roared. He turned around and slashed. He didn't even see who his opponent was. Not only did the devil sword chi not show any signs of weakening in this fierce battle, it became even more ruthless instead. It swept through the sky and slashed all the experts that attacked him from behind, causing them to fall to the ground. Some were dead, some were injured, and the severed limbs fell down like rain. Bai Qianzhang had rushed over by his side, and he heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that Xianxia was fine. The master and disciple joined forces once more and violently attacked in all directions. For a time, with the defeat of the small celestial world, the shock in the hearts of all the cultivators had reached the extreme. This little devil was too ferocious. He kicked the patriarch of the Yuan family, killed the patriarch of the Han family and the patriarch of the Meng family, scared the patriarch of the Xianxia family to escape. The other patriarchs didn't want to show up, but he scared the experts of the ancient family of the Pure Land to avoid him. When the experts of the small celestial world attacked him, he forcefully broke the seal and chased them like a plate of loose sand. Although all of this was inseparable from the help of Bai Qianzhang, it was still difficult to resist. Haha, who else? Fangxing was happy after killing the cultivators who were rushing towards him. He was ready to fight again. He looked like he was invincible and looked down on all living beings. We can't let him be arrogant anymore. Let's join forces and take him down. Not far away, a man, who was at least 30 feet tall and looked like a black iron tower, shouted loudly with a mace in his hand. It was the patriarch of the Zhan family, one of the 8 great families of the Central Territory. Hearing this, the other patriarchs of the ancient families also stepped forward and showed themselves. When they saw the small celestial world and the Pure Land's restlessness, they didn't dare to be distracted anymore. If they were too good at scheming, the little devil might be captured by other forces. At that time, it wouldn't be easy to get revenge. It was better for them to join forces and take down Fangxing first. In this way, even if their families couldn't monopolize the fortune, at least the divine land would benefit from it. It was better than falling into the hands of the Pure Land or the small celestial world. Seeing that the patriarchs joined forces, the other cultivators all stepped back and didn't dare to be entangled in the battle. Humph, a group of losers, how dare you come here? Fangxing was quite disdainful of the patriarchs of the ancient families who were surrounded by horrible auras. He held his sword and shouted coldly. The patriarchs of the ancient families were so angry that their noses almost became crooked. How shameless must he be to call them losers? Little dog, you're full of nonsense. Capture him quickly, the patriarchs of the ancient families shouted coldly in a low voice. They pressed forward and blocked Fangxing from all directions. Their chi intertwined like the sky, which was very frightening. The real fierce battle was coming. Fangxing and Bai Qianzhang looked at each other and saw the seriousness in each other's eyes. In any case, it was already an amazing honor for the patriarchs of the ancient families to join forces to suppress him regardless of their status. However, at this time, Fangxing didn't feel afraid. Instead, he became more excited and expectant. Enough. However, at this moment, a cold shout suddenly spread across the sky. At the place where the voice came from, several astonishing auras rose from all directions, faintly surrounding the void. Looking in the direction of the auras, they saw a great cultivator with astonishing aura rising from all directions in the Kunlun mountain range. Some were women, wearing pearls and ornaments, some were old men in white robes, with their hair fluttering in the wind. Each of them occupied a direction, faintly forming an octagonal formation, guarding the void. The person who spoke was Yaoqi Wangmu. She stood quietly in the sky. The sun had already set, and the sky was dark. However, the divine light on her body was like clouds, illuminating the sky and even overshadowing the light of the moon. However, there was a hint of anger in her cold voice. I, Xiaoqi, invited all of you here to participate in the Heavenly Peach Immortal Gathering. I didn't want to see all of you display your divine might. Because of a disagreement, you fought endlessly on my Kunlun mountain range, causing blood to flow like a river. Are you trying to show off to me, Xiaoqi? Xiaoqi has made a move? This scene stunned the cultivators of the various clans, and their murderous auras gradually faded. After all, they were on Kunlun Mountain, Xiaoqi's sphere of influence, which was equivalent to being in someone else's territory. Such a massacre was indeed illogical. More importantly, Xiaoqi had a strong foundation. They had a powerful weapon like Fuyao Palace, and who knew how many experts were living in seclusion on Kunlun Mountain. They could even attract the power of the formation. In this part of the world, Xiaoqi was fully deserving of being the strongest. Even old immortal Yuan might not be able to cause trouble on Kunlun Mountain, let alone them. Seeing that Zhu Shou's murderous aura was fading, Xiaoqi Wangmu's expression became better. She looked at Fang Xing calmly, and her expression became somewhat complicated. She looked him up and down a few times before saying softly, "Young friend Fang, you're so young, but you've already fought Zhu Shou. How rare. You're too kind. They're too useless." Fang Xing scratched his head and said with a smile. His words caused the faces of all the clan heads to turn green. They suddenly realized that if they allowed this little bastard to continue talking about this matter, there might really be a rumor that the demon was invincible and could defeat the clan heads of the 8 great clans with just his strength. But you don't really think that you have the ability to challenge the divine continent and defeat all the experts here, do you? Xiaoqi Wangmu smiled faintly. She looked around at Zhu Shou quietly and said calmly, "Now that the catastrophe is coming, do you really want to be on your own and plot against each other?" Before Xiaoqi, we should have already said that this time's meeting in Xiaoqi is also to discuss the great plan, to form the alliance of the heavens, and to fight against the unseen catastrophe. Under such a great plan, what grievances, what family interests, are all trivial matters. How can they be more important than the safety of the entire Tianyuan continent? Hearing Xiaoqi Wangmu's words, Zhu Xiu and everyone else frowned. They felt that the Queen Mother's words were hinting at something. Are we still going to fight? Fang Xing muttered softly as he held his black sword in a reverse grip. He felt like he was being forced into a corner. When I say everyone, that includes you. Xiaoqi Wangmu looked at him again and said calmly, "You became famous at a young age and formed the Yuanying stage at a young age. Your talent is obvious. Although you've severed your perfection stage and only formed the nascent soul, there are 3,000 ways. Who can really say that you've destroyed your own future? Previously, you were able to defeat Fusu fair and square in the arena, which has already proved your potential. More importantly, regardless of your cultivation, if you can freely enter the Demon Abyss or the Xian region, it is equivalent to holding a key to the fortune of the 100 Shattering Mountains. Because of this relationship, regardless of other grievances, all the forces will fall into endless disputes for you. The so-called alliance of the heavens will only be a joke. What are you trying to say?" Fang Xing looked at Xiaoqi Wangmu with a strange expression. He felt that every word of this woman had a deep meaning. Xiaoqi Wangmu remained silent for a while. Suddenly, she smiled gently. "I heard that our Fuyao Palace has a little servant girl of yours?" Hearing this, Fang Xing was immediately shocked. He hurriedly nodded and said, "Yes." Xiaoqi Wangmu laughed softly. "Since Fuyao Palace owes you a person, we'll return it to you. Since you're the champion of the 3rd round, according to the rules, you should be Yaoqi's son-in-law. With Shower's talent, you should be better than the little servant girl that you can't forget, right?" She paused and laughed softly. "Moreover, Yaoqi will reward you with another dowry." She seemed to have a card up her sleeve and explained proudly, "A dowry that can truly complete the path of your immortal infant." Seeing him as the leader, and even wanting to marry the little princess to him, Xiaoqi Wangmu's words simply made the cultivators of the various orthodoxies unable to believe their ears. No matter what, they did not expect that this little devil was so rampant. Not only did Xiaoqi not suppress him immediately after causing havoc in Kunlun, but he also showed such kindness to him. After all, if one were to speak of it, this little devil had a deep hatred with the Fuyao Palace. Not to mention that he had snatched the green moon lantern from the Fuyao Palace to be auctioned off. He had even caused the fourth princess of the Jade Lake, fourth Lady Xian, to lose her physical body in the Battle of the Devil Abyss, leaving behind only a broken spirit. Under these circumstances, Yaoqi actually still wanted to accept this little devil. Moreover, almost every family in the 8 great families of the central region of the Divine Continent had a deep grudge with this little devil. Not to mention the fact that he had disrupted their businesses and caused them to lose face. Just the fact that he had dragged many great experts into the mysterious region and ended up in a miserable state during the Battle of the Demon Abyss was a pain that the ancient families could not bear to talk about. This hatred was almost impossible to resolve, and this was also the reason why the ancient families wanted to directly capture Feng Xing. Before this, the Yuan family had shown kindness to this little devil, which the cultivators could understand. After all, the Yuan family's Fusu was already dead. If they wanted to find a junior who could shoulder the heavy responsibility of the clan, this little devil was the only one left. Under the begging of old immortal Yuan, the ancient families had no choice but to temporarily agree. Due to their relationship with the Yuan family, they had to take a step back. However, the truth was revealed. This little devil actually had no relationship with the Yuan family, so the ancient families did not need to give the Yuan family any face. If they directly suppressed Feng Xing, it could be said that they had done the Yuan family a great favor. The situation was clear, but why did Yaoqi jump out at this critical juncture? With the arrival of the great calamity, all grudges should be put aside. Gather the power of heaven to resist the mysterious power of the heavens. The Alliance of the Heavens was born in response to this destiny. It aims to unite thousands of orthodoxies in the 4 continents and 5 seas to inherit the will of the sages to resist the future heavenly calamity. This time, the Jade Lake Fairy Society invited all orthodoxies to respond to this intention. We hope that the orthodoxies will put aside their personal grudges and unite as one. We will obtain the creation of the Devil Abyss and the Xian Domain to strengthen our foundation and cultivate immortal seedlings to resist the future heavenly calamity together. Since this is the case, why must we fight each other to the death because of personal interests and grudges? Yaoqi Wangmu's voice was not loud, but it naturally spread everywhere, so that every cultivator could hear it. I, Yaoqi, have inherited the orthodoxies from ancient times, so I am duty-bound to be the first in the world. I am willing to put aside my personal grudges and be an example for all the cultivators in the world. I have some disagreements with this little friend Feng Xing before, but I don't want to hold on to this grudge and cause more trouble. I am willing to recruit him as the emperor's son-in-law of Yaoqi. At the cost of tens of thousands of years of foundation of Fuyao Palace, I am willing to help him complete his immortal infant and add a potential immortal seedling to heaven's origin. The surrounding void was silent. Only Yaoqi Wangmu's voice could be heard. Her voice was ethereal like the voice of a fairy. But as they listened, the faces of the orthodoxies became heavy. This Yaoqi's ambition was huge. They obviously wanted to become the leaders of the Alliance of the Heavens, or even the leader of the Alliance. The Tianyuan continent was known as the Celestial Homeland. In ancient times, it was known as the core of the heavens and the origin of the world. There were many races and countless secret places. There were demons, immortals, and demons. There were also conflicts between Buddhism, Taoism, and Confucianism. It could be said to be chaotic and difficult to describe. All in all, since ancient times, there had never been a force that could dominate heaven's origin. But at this time, although Yaoqi Wangmu's words were pleasant to hear, they vaguely revealed her ambition. If the Alliance of the Heavens was really established under the leadership of Yaoqi, what would the result be? Firstly, Yaoqi was already destined to have an immortal infant. That was Xiaoxitu, who had always been in closed-door training. When she came out, she would definitely amaze the world. This would have a profound impact on Yaoqi's leadership. Previously, the ancient aristocratic families were so generous, lending their resources and secret techniques to the Yuan family so that they could cultivate a celestial seedling like Fusu. Was it not because they wanted him to resist the celestial might of Fuyao Palace's Xiaoxitu? But now, Fusu was dead. His reputation was ruined and he was dead. The extravagant hopes of the ancient aristocratic families had become a bubble. It was impossible for them to cultivate another celestial seedling that could resist Xiaoxitu in such a short period of time. Now that they thought about it, the only one who could reach this step was naturally Feng Xing. After all, he had defeated Fusu fair and square. However, he was the kind of person who had destroyed his own perfect state. His potential was exhausted. In the future, the gap between him and Xiaoxitu would definitely widen. Coupled with the hatred between them, the ancient aristocratic families did not even consider him, but Yao Qi had considered it. Yao Qi Wangmu's shocking insight was undoubtedly displayed at this moment. Her request made people feel despair. When the little devil was besieged by the orthodoxies and was about to die, she would appear to resolve the enmity. She would even return good for evil by marrying the little princess to him and promising to use Yao Qi's tens of thousands of years of heritage to help him complete his celestial nascent. Wouldn't that mean that the little devil would be firmly in the hands of Yao Qi? The little devil's allegiance also symbolized the ownership of the 100 Break Mountains' good fortune. And if they could really help the little devil complete his immortal nascent, it would be equivalent to the jade pool directly controlling 2 immortal seedlings. This kind of momentum, this kind of luck, who in Tianyuan could compare to it? The peaches of immortality, the Taoist temple, the 100 Break Mountains, 2 celestial seedlings. To the Tianyuan continent, this was an advantage that could not be resisted. With this advantage, even if Yao Qi was unwilling to be the leader of the Alliance of the Heavens, there was no way she could refuse. Even the sages would support this, because this was an advantage that even the sages could not underestimate. Most importantly, regarding Yao Qi's plan, the orthodoxies could not even stop it. They could only sit and watch it happen. Yao Qi was not scheming at all. He was openly recruiting the little devil. The reason was simple. In any case, the little devil had indeed obtained first place in the 3rd round. They were only acting according to the previous agreement. The general trend was here. If you insisted on stopping it, you would be going against the wishes of the sages. You would also be making an enemy out of Yao Qi, but if you made an enemy out of Yao Qi, then it would be awkward. You would not be able to eat a single peach of immortality, and you would not be able to obtain the 100 Break Mountains. More importantly, this was Kunlun Mountain. This was someone else's territory. Even if you wanted to forcefully snatch someone, you would not be able to do so. It was unknown how many people looked at Fangxing in despair at this moment. In their minds, this little devil had no reason to not agree. After all, if he agreed, he would be able to marry the delicate Princess Yao Qi, who was known as the most beautiful woman in China. He would even get a chance to repair his immortal nascent soul. This was a great thing. More importantly, if he agreed, wouldn't he be able to escape from this hopeless situation? However, to everyone's surprise, Fangxing did not immediately agree. Instead, he frowned and began to seriously consider it. Bai Qianzhang also seemed to find it interesting and looked at him quietly. I don't want to marry that young Master Fusu. I'd rather marry the little devil that you're talking about. In this expanse of deathly silence, an indistinct voice resounded out instead. The gazes of all the cultivators shot towards Minor Radiance Peak, and to their shock, they saw a radiant little girl lazily sitting up on the jade platform with a dejected expression. She was shouting angrily, and they instantly didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Who else could it be but the little princess of the jade pool that had awakened? She really picked a good time to awaken. You should be satisfied. According to the rules of our Yao Qi, it just so happens that little friend Fang is the champion of the 3rd arena. Yao Qi Wangmu spoke indifferently, but she looked at Fangxing with a complicated gaze. Are you trying to trick me? That little devil is dead. The Princess Yao Qi shook her little head and cried out with grief and indignation. Yao Qi Wangmu sighed and looked at Fangxing quietly. She said indifferently, see for yourself. See for yourself. The Princess Yao Qi was extremely indignant and turned her head to look. After that, with a glance, she saw a person that she thought had died a long time ago coincidentally turning his gaze over and grinning at her. She was shocked to the point of jumping up with a pale face. For a moment, her mind spun rapidly and she was completely unable to understand the situation. She only reacted after an entire 4 or 5 breaths of time. However, after she reacted, she actually blurted out, I was wrong. I'd rather marry Big Brother Fusu than marry this little devil. Fangxing's smiling little face turned green in an instant. After a long while, he said coldly, you must be a widow, right? The Queen Mother of the Jade Lake didn't expect that the little princess would say such a thing, which gave her a headache. However, at this critical moment, she couldn't be disturbed by the little princess. The queen mother of the Jade Lake pointed a finger at the little princess, who had jumped up and was about to quarrel with Fangxing, fainted again. The queen mother of the Jade Lake looked at Fangxing calmly and said, I know you have been thinking about the little maidservant who was brought back to the Fuyao Palace by my fourth sister. It's a pity that she has already entered the Fuyao Palace, so it's impossible for her to marry someone else. However, the princess of the Jade Lake is of noble status, and I won't make things difficult for you. Moreover, you have gone through trials and tribulations together. At that time, the little princess was actually kidnapped by Fangxing, but the queen mother of the West said that both of them had gone through trials and tribulations together, which sounded much better. She also vaguely pointed out that it was impossible for the Xiao man to return to Fangxing. Instead, she used the little princess to compensate him. After saying that, she did not speak again. She only waited quietly for Fangxing's answer. The status of a princess would not be inferior to that of a little handmaiden, and under such a situation, if he agreed, he would rise to the sky in a single bound. If he did not agree, he would be in a dangerous situation where he would definitely die. Which choice should he make? Even a fool would know. Zhu Xiu, who was present, also understood this principle. In his heart, he had almost given up the idea of stopping them. However, whether it was them or Yaoqi Wanmu, they almost did not expect that Fangxing's thinking was really different from ordinary people. Of course, I will agree if you want to marry such a little beauty. After some consideration, Fangxing's excited answer made Yaoqi Wanmu's face show a hint of happiness. However, before her happiness could fully blossom, Fangxing's next words suddenly made her face turn green. But my Xiao man is even more important. Why don't you give both of them to me? Anyway, you snatched one of them from me previously. Now, it's only right for you to give me some interest. At this moment, Zhu Xiu's heart was raging. This little devil is really not a fool. He's just a little too greedy. Yaoqi Wanmu listened to him with hatred. After a while, her face turned green and she said coldly, this is impossible. When Fangxing heard that, his face also became gloomy. He said with hatred, then you are too insincere. Yaoqi was not being sincere. Fangxing's words left Zhu Xiu at a loss of whether to laugh or cry. Even though he was secretly dissatisfied with Yaoqi's overt scheme, he could not help but fight for Yaoqi in secret. He thought to himself, Fangxing was in a desperate situation and was about to die, yet the other party did not hold grudges against him and helped him out of danger. He even used his identity as a member of Yaoqi's orthodoxy to negotiate with a little devil without any foundation like him on equal terms. He owed him a little handmaiden, yet he wanted to give him a little princess with a noble status, and a dowry that could make up for his immortal infant. Could this be called not being sincere? To any cultivator, this was already a great thing. Yaoqi Wanmu's expression was also very ugly, and even a little puzzled. She frowned and looked at Fangxing's face, as if she was not sure if this little devil was trying to be funny with her, or if he was really determined to get that little handmaiden. On the other side, an old cultivator with a fluttering white beard spoke in an awe-inspiring manner, little bastard who doesn't know how to appreciate favors. Do you really think that we, the Yaoqi, are so patient with you? If we are not being sincere with you, then we are being sincere if we kill you directly? Fangxing's little face suddenly fell, and he looked extremely serious as he said coldly, back then, it was the people from Fuyao Palace who snatched my Xiao man away. All these years, I have been thinking about snatching my Xiao man back, that's all. If you are really sincere, then give my Xiao man to me. You clearly know what I want, yet you insist on giving me the other one, and even coaxing me by saying that this one is better, so I can just make do with it. How can this kind of behavior be considered sincere? Nonsense. Only by giving me both can it be considered sincere. When such words came out, it actually made people feel a little speechless. Although it was a little unreasonable, it did seem to make some sense. Yaoqi Wanmu quietly looked at Fangxing for a long time, then finally said softly, are you serious? Fangxing did not avoid Queen Mother Wang's gaze and said lightly, I have always been a very serious person. Bai Qianzhong suddenly chuckled. Seeing that Fangxing was glaring at him, he turned his head away and pretended to be nonchalant. Fangxing then turned around and looked at Mother Wang with a solemn expression. I'm really serious. Yaoqi Wanmu's expression was so gloomy that it was about to drip water. She was silent for a moment before she said in a low voice, the disciples of Fuyao Palace are not allowed to marry outside the palace. This is a tradition that has been passed down since ancient times. For tens of thousands of years, no one has ever dared to break this rule. Hence, we are not deliberately making things difficult for you and purposely not returning the little handmaiden to you. It's just that we cannot. I hope you can understand the difference in this, and also understand the painstaking efforts of the Yaoqi Palace. It was not that they were unwilling, it was because they could not. For Yaoqi Wanmu to say this, it was already quite shocking. This was tantamount to lowering his status to explain to Fangxing. It really showed his sincerity. However, Fangxing displayed his ungrateful attitude to the extreme at this moment. After hearing these words, not only did he not realize his mistake, but he was also enraged. With a wave of his hand, he rushed into the air and shouted condescendingly, "Then why didn't you consider this when you snatched Xiaoman away from me back then? Why are you talking about painstaking efforts now? Why don't you think about the painstaking efforts I put in to bring Xiaoman back? Don't talk so much nonsense with me. Now, I will ask you one last time. Are you willing to return Xiaoman to me?" Boom, the way he looked condescendingly at Yaoqi Wangmu and shouted at her had really shocked Xu Xiu. Wasn't he being a little too arrogant? That was Yaoqi Wangmu, a person of noble status. Even the saints had to be polite to her. This little devil was actually questioning her in such a condescending manner, and even seemed to be forcing her. Was he really tired of living? Not only was he going to give up his chance to rise in power for the sake of that little handmaiden, he was also seeking his own death? Looks like you really are a person who doesn't know what's good for you. Yaoqi Wangmu looked at Fangxing in the air and her gaze turned cold. After a long while, she then said in a low voice, "I, Yaoqi, have lowered my status and my sincerity can be seen by the heavens. But you, little devil, don't know what's good for you and insist on violating the taboo of Fuyao Palace. That means you have hardened your heart to be our enemy. I really don't know where you get your confidence from. Do you think that we won't dare to kill you or that you have a chance to escape?" Her words already carried a faint killing intent. Along with her words, the great cultivators that Yaoqi had set up in the surroundings waved their hands at the same time and formed a seal. A rumbling sound that sounded like a clap of thunder could be heard. At this moment, the heaven and earth within a radius of 50 kilometers were actually suffused with a faint purple light at the same time. After that, it formed a large formation that enveloped the heavens and earth. It was like a cover that completely enveloped the heaven and earth, leaving not the slightest gap. At the same time, at the bottom of Little Hua Peak, Lotus Peak, and the other peaks, rocks, ancient trees, and even water, metals, and flames condensed. Numerous talismans intertwined endlessly and condensed into 5 giants that were 300 meters tall. They were yellow, green, black, gold, and red respectively. They were dressed in battle armor and had a huge sword hanging at their waists. They seemed indomitable as they surrounded Fangxing in the middle. Their empty eyes intertwined with each other and firmly locked onto Fangxing. The tyrannical aura and terrifying aura on their bodies were shockingly not inferior to cultivators at the Imperial Nascent Soul and Mahayana realm. 5 elemental warriors. Yaoqi has actually refined the 5 elemental warriors. It was unknown how many people secretly exclaimed in a low voice. Their expressions were extremely terrified. What Yaoqi had summoned was impressively the ancient 5 elemental warriors. They restrained the 5 elemental energy of heaven and earth for their own use and transformed them into puppets that possessed extremely terrifying power. Although they looked like the most crude warriors, they had the strength to rival Imperial Nascent Soul and Mahayana realm cultivators. This was because these existences that were condensed from the heaven and earth energy were originally not comparable to ordinary puppets. In fact, in ancient times, these existences that were directly condensed from the heaven and earth energy were known as gods. They were existences that were revered and worshipped by the people. They were symbols of extreme power. In other words, they represented power. For a moment, Xu Xiu was shocked and no one spoke for a long time. It was unknown how many thoughts flashed through his mind. Why did Yaoqi summon the 5 elemental warriors at this time? If it was just to take down this little devil, why would he need to put in so much effort? Perhaps they were just using this as an excuse to show off their powerful foundation to the orthodoxies. Hehe, what do you mean by saying that I don't know what's good for me? It's you Yaoqi who doesn't know what's good for you, isn't it? Being surrounded by these 5 gods, Fangxing was not afraid at all. Instead, he became even angrier and shouted, "What are you trying to do by summoning these 5 mud dolls? Are you trying to scare me? Let me tell you bitches, this is the last chance I'm giving you Xiaoqi. Return Xiao Man to me immediately, and give me that Princess Little Mantu as a companion. Invite me to the main seat of the Saturn Peach Feast and give me a basket of the best peaches. Then, I can still be friends with you Xiaoqi. Otherwise, hee hee." At the end of his sentence, his eyes narrowed. "I'm going to be angry." That was too much. Those who did not have a good impression of Xiaoqi began to feel that Feng Xing had gone too far. Not only did he call the Queen Mother a bitch, he even threatened her secretly and insisted on getting the little handmaiden and the princess. Was this a selection for a son-in-law? He was obviously trying to kidnap them, wasn't he? Vaguely, Zhu Xiu even felt that this little devil might have really gone crazy. After listening to Feng Xing's words, Yaoqi Wangmu's expression became calm. She looked at Feng Xing quietly and sighed after a long time. This place has been sealed by the elder Yaoqi. Even if the elder who is going through the heavenly tribulation comes, he won't be able to get out of here without breaking this formation. At this moment, Yaoqi Wangmu's expression did not change. She looked at Feng Xing quietly and said slowly, "You won't be able to escape. If you want to fight, with the 5 elemental generals that I, Yaoqi, refined, you won't be able to defend yourself. Furthermore, the Great Snow Mountain and the primordial demon Taoism that had expressed their intention to protect you previously did not want to get into trouble, so they have already retreated from the Kunlun mountain range," she mumbled to herself softly and her eyes flickered. "So, I really don't understand, Buzz." She lifted her feet lightly and walked forward. Like a fairy, she was like an empress, and the void trembled. "You gave the divine seed to a little girl and gave up a good opportunity to improve your foundation. You exposed the truth, made old immortal Yuan vomit blood and lost the protection of the Yuan family. You angered the orthodoxies and trapped yourself in a hopeless situation. For a little servant girl, you are going to give up the kindness that I, Yaoqi, have for you, and give up your only chance of survival." As she spoke quietly, she had already arrived 300 feet in front of Feng Xing. She raised her hand and formed a celestial seal, but she did not press it down even after a long time. She merely paused in the air for a moment and tilted her head slightly to look at Feng Xing. "Why exactly are you courting death like this?" With just a slight question, her immortal seal had already descended, and her voice was filled with a sense of resentment towards iron for not becoming steel. "Originally, you had the hope to complete the immortal infant and become a true heaven's favored one." Boom. 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 As she sighed, the immortal seal fell, triggering the endless power of the formation in the surrounding void and pressing down on Feng Xing. Bai Qianzhong and Feng Xing looked at each other and attacked at the same time. One sword and one saber, they fought against the power of Yaqi's formation. However, at the same time, the 5 elemental warriors raised their eyes and looked at the two of them. Then, they slowly stepped forward. Heaven and earth shook, and the two of them were in a dangerous situation. It was as if they would be smashed into meat paste by the 5 elemental warriors in the next second. However, at that moment, Feng Xing suddenly laughed softly and quickly sent a spiritual message to Bai Qianzhong. "It's time, Uncle 11. At the same time, one of his hands was secretly forming a hand seal. At the same time, he stared coldly at the Jade Lake Queen Mother. "It's very simple. Because I'm a genius, but you guys have always looked down on me." Yaoqi Wangmu made her move. Although she was alone, she activated the power of the Yaoqi Great Array. It was almost equivalent to the combined power of 3 cultivators who were going through the calamity. It was extremely terrifying, and it directly enveloped Bai Qianzhong and Feng Xing. At the same time, the 5 Elements warrior also moved, as if it wanted to take this opportunity to display its terrifying power. Moreover, with the great array surrounding them, it was impossible to escape even if they wanted to. Unless Yaoqi Wangmu automatically opened the great array, no matter what, it seemed that Feng Xing and Bai Qianzhong had no hope of escaping and were trapped in a hopeless situation. However, at this moment, Feng Xing roared ferociously, and his eyes revealed a shocking fierceness. At the same time, Bai Qianzhong glanced at Feng Xing, then took out the small ivory tower, turned into a stream of light, and escaped into it. Then, only Feng Xing was left in the world. His 6 arms propped up at the same time, resisting Yaoqi Wangmu's vigorous power. Compared to the mountain-like Queen Mother of the West, who had turned into a Dharma form and integrated with the Great Array, he seemed extremely small at this moment. Moreover, as Yaoqi Wangmu's palm slammed down, his body actually became smaller and smaller. Under the Queen Mother's attack, his entire body seemed to have been slapped away. From a Dharma form that was about 10 feet tall, he was slapped down to only 3 feet tall, and then the Dharma form disappeared and shrank into his physical body. What was even more terrifying was that his physical body was also shrinking, and cracks appeared like colored glaze. Then, it collapsed and shrank, and rays of divine light spilled out, turning into a ball of light that was dazzling like lightning. Yaoqi Wangmu's originally livid expression suddenly became frightened and hesitant. With a flip of her palm, she caught the ball of light in her hand. Although she had been provoked by Feng Xing, she did not really want to kill Feng Xing, she only wanted to capture Feng Xing, and the good fortune of the 100 Break Mountain still depended on him. She flipped her palm and grabbed Feng Xing. Then, she hurriedly raised her hand and lowered her head to look at her palm. Then, her expression suddenly changed. She was bewildered, and her pupils shrank to the size of needles. In the palm, there was no Feng Xing's body, only a small bone ball the size of a cobblestone, crystal clear and clean, emitting endless clear light. With Yaoqi Wangmu's eyesight, she could naturally tell at a glance that this was the relic left behind by a grand cultivator after his death. In other words, this was the condensation of the Tao source left behind by a grand cultivator after his death after losing all his vitality. Moreover, she was very sure that this relic definitely did not belong to Feng Xing. Even if he had accidentally slapped this little devil to death, there was no reason for him to condense a relic so quickly. So, what exactly happened? Suddenly, the Jade Lake Queen Mother's heart tightened, as she vaguely guessed what was going on. Swoosh, just as she was in a state of shock, a small ivory tower became invisible, drawing a trail as fast as lightning, and flew into the distance. Its speed was so fast that even the divine consciousness of a grand cultivator could not catch up. However, Yaoqi Wangmu's body was reinforced by the power of the entire matrix. Under the cover of the matrix, not even a grain of sand or a leaf could escape her perception. Therefore, she reacted in time. Without thinking, she turned around and grabbed at the small ivory tower. She shouted coldly, "Young Master Yuanjiu, stay." At that moment, she did not dare to confirm what had happened to Feng Xing, but one thing was for sure. Things had already gone beyond her control. Therefore, she reacted extremely quickly, wanting to capture Bai Qianzhong to keep him in check. It's not impossible for you to stay in Yaoqi. Unfortunately, your disciple won't let you," Bai Qianzhong's voice rang out. The small ivory tower suddenly bloomed with a shocking divine light, repelling Yaoqi Wangmu's palm that was falling down. However, it gave Yaoqi Wangmu quite a fright. Her palm strike contained the power of the entire Yaoqi matrix. Even if 3 tribulation-passing cultivators joined forces, they would not be able to easily repel her palm strike. However, the small ivory tower had done it so easily. She could not help but feel suspicious. Could it be that this small ivory tower was refined by a saint? Could it be that behind this, she was shocked and doubtful, but there was no time to think. Before the first palm strike could land, the second one had already arrived. It was still going to capture the small tower. Within the mountain ceiling matrix of Yaoqi, no matter what tricks you and that little devil have up your sleeves, don't even think about escaping. Her voice was extremely cold and spread out. She was not only shouting at Bai Qianzhong, but also giving a final warning to Feng Xing, whose real body was now unknown. At that moment, her mind was in a mess, and as her mind was in a mess, endless anger arose. Bai Qianzhong did not answer. The small ivory tower flew into the distant sky like a flash of lightning, as if it had completely ignored the divine light of the matrix that covered the sky. It seemed that it was not worried that the small ivory tower would be stopped by the divine light of the matrix. However, the other 2 people answered Yaoqi Wangmu's question. A voice rang out from the left, and a voice came from the east, where the immortal palace of Yaoqi was located. What if I'm not in the matrix at all? When she heard this, the relic in Yaoqi Wangmu's palm had already transformed into Feng Xing. He still looked the same, with 3 heads and 6 arms, the realm of Yuanying. It was extremely real, and he was holding his 6 arms, looking at her with a smirk. Seeing this, Yaoqi Wangmu was shocked. She quickly turned around and saw that in the direction of the immortal palace of Xianxia, there was a shadow slowly rising into the air. He was wearing a gray robe with flowing clouds, and his long hair was combed into a ponytail. His hands were behind his back, and his face was full of disdain. He was carrying a peach branch on his shoulder, and he was looking at them from afar. Beside him, there was a monster covered in purple flames, which looked like a Kirin. Of course, everyone present knew that it was actually a strange donkey. Yaoqi Wangmu's pupils contracted, and the shock in her heart was indescribable. When the surrounding Zhu Shou saw the shadow, all of them were at a loss for words. Their expressions were as if they had been struck by lightning, and the only thing missing was smoke coming out of their heads. Another little devil. There was obviously another little devil here, but why did another one appear in the direction of the immortal palace of Yaoqi? However, the most shocking thing was yet to come. As the little devil laughed, his figure gradually faded, and he disappeared into the air like a wisp of smoke, leaving only the relic behind. In the direction of Yaoqi, Fangxing leisurely picked the biggest peach from the peach branch, put it into his mouth, and took a bite. He frowned, as if he didn't like the taste, and stuffed it into the mouth of the donkey next to him. The donkey looked disgusted, and without hesitation, he spat it out, then stretched his head out to bite the peach on the branch. The actions of the man and the donkey made many people's hearts skip a beat. That was a peach of immortality, and you fed it to the donkey. Most importantly, the donkey looked disgusted. In the midst of Zhu Shou's shock, Fangxing simply threw the peach to the donkey, and took 2 steps forward lazily. He raised his arms as if he was pushing a grindstone, and a shocking holy aura gradually rose from his body. Different from the Fangxing that Zhu Shou knew, this little devil cultivated in a variety of techniques. Coupled with his temperament, his cultivation path was more like a devil's than an immortal's, and his aura had always been dark. However, at this moment, his aura was released along with his movements, and it was filled with a holy aura. It was a type of pure immortal qi that was close to the Tao. However, what was even more shocking was his current cultivation level. His aura was as pure as an immortal's, but it was also as powerful as the ground. His aura seemed to be condensed into a point, and it was indestructible. That wasn't the aura of the Yuanying realm at all, but the aura of the Golden Core realm, the aura of the Golden Core realm that was half a step into the immortal nascent realm. He had clearly formed his nascent soul long ago, so how could he still be in the Golden Core realm? When a cultivator's realm did not advance, he would regress. However, the realm that regressed was incomplete, just like back in the Pilgrimage Mountain in the northern region of China. Fangxing's realm also regressed again and again because of the loss of Tsingdaoyuan. However, at that time, his realm was incomplete, and people could tell that there was something wrong with it at a glance. However, it was not like now, when he was clearly in the Golden Core realm, but it seemed to be complete, and there was a sense of extreme. That's right, this was the feeling of reaching the extreme of the Golden Core realm. It was a state where he had stepped on the peak, and he was only one step away from forming his immortal nascent soul. Compared to the disciples of the sages in the Zhuzi Taoist field, he was closer to the state of perfection, which was the end of the self-severing realm. I gave the celestial seed to my daughter because I myself am the celestial seed, and I don't need someone else's. As he performed the Taoist steps, Fangxing's voice came from afar, so clear that it seemed to be ringing in Zhu Shou's ears. I told the truth because I don't need anyone's protection at all. I can protect myself, my wife, and my child. In the blink of an eye, he had cast 7 or 8 runes in a row, and they landed on an area far away under his feet, manifesting into divine order chains. I ignored your Yaoqi's attempts to rope me in, and refused your so-called kindness, because you already owe me. Now, you should return the person who owes me to me, and add some compensation, instead of acting high and mighty and giving me something as a reward. As he performed the spell, he spoke, answering Yaoqi Wangmu's questions one by one. In the end, he suddenly raised his head and looked at Yaoqi Wangmu, and laughed in a low voice. As for completing the immortal nascent soul? Ha 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 ha. He suddenly started laughing madly, and his figure suddenly charged into the sky. With a wave of his arms, the aura of the heavens and the earth changed greatly. Even though the area around Little Radiance Peak was 50 kilometers away from Yaoqi, he could still clearly feel the shocking changes that seemed to be occurring in the heavens and the earth there. Shockingly, a terrifying and enormous bronze door appeared in the sky, and it opened with an extremely heavy sound, revealing a pitch-black space. On the other hand, Fangxing stood at the door, and he waved his arms to forcefully pull up 8 divine order chains that flickered with a purple light. Bang! Along with his final loud shout, the 8 divine order chains tightened at the same time, and then they pulled up an object from below. It was a large mountain, or rather, a large piece of land. A piece of land that was almost a few hundred kilometers in circumference had been pulled up from the ground by him, and it looked like a large mountain. On that piece of land, there was surprisingly a verdant and crystalline peach forest growing, and when looked at from afar, one could even see numerous peaches of immortality that flickered with a divine aura growing within the leaves of the peach forest, and there seemed to be an endless number of them growing there. On the other hand, Fangxing pulled forcefully on the 8 divine order chains, and he directly pulled up this piece of land, and then he forcefully flung it into the bronze door in the sky. Only then did he pat himself and take a few breaths, and then he smiled at Yaoqi Wangmu. I can form the immortal nascent soul at any time, so who cares about your goodwill? Oh no, when they saw that Fangxing had thrown the entire mountain into the bronze gate, Yaoqi Wangmu and the other elders' expressions changed drastically. They were so shocked that they could not describe it. When Fangxing first appeared with a peach branch in his hand, they had already guessed that the demon must have used some kind of Taoist magic to divide his consciousness and sneak into the forest of peaches of immortality. However, they were not too shocked. The peaches of immortality were rare treasures in the world and could not be stored in a storage bag. Fangxing only had one peach branch with him, which meant that he had only stolen this much. Moreover, Yaoqi was also a wealthy family, so he could afford to lose a few peaches of immortality. Who would have thought that he would do such a terrible thing in the next second? It was such a huge mountain, yet it was snatched away. Damn it, if this happened in the ancient times, any demon who could sneak into the Jade Lake Fairy Society and steal a peach of immortality would be a legend in the world. But now, this little demon had stolen the entire forest of peaches of immortality under the watchful eyes of the public. How could it be so frightening? Yaoqi Wangmu and the others reacted very quickly. Apart from the initial shock, they immediately dispelled the formation and rushed over to stop the demon. Bai Qianzhong, who had hidden in the ivory tower, immediately took the opportunity to flee out of the formation and fly into the boundless void. Meanwhile, Yaoqi Wangmu and all the elders were extremely anxious. Some of them rushed toward Bai Qianzhong, while others flew toward Fangxing. How dare you, demon! How dare you make a scene in the Jade Lake Fairy Society? Yaoqi Wangmu, who was hundreds of miles away, arrived in the blink of an eye. She shouted and slapped with all her strength. At this moment, Fangxing, who had just thrown the forest of peaches of immortality into the bronze gate, clapped his hands and turned around. Then, he saw Yaoqi Wangmu's earth-shattering palm. His whole body was enveloped by the palm energy and his robe was fluttering violently from the surging supernatural power. However, he did not panic and even smiled. He slowly raised one hand and held it in front of his chest, motionless. Boom! The power of Yaoqi Wangmu's palm was indescribable when it was unleashed in a fit of rage. However, just as the palm was about to reach Fangxing, a murderous glint suddenly flashed across the little demon's eyes. Then, he abruptly slapped the palm in front of his chest. There was a loud rumble, and as he slapped his palm, the surrounding heaven and earth seemed to ripple. Layer by layer, circle by circle, it was as if many terrifying arrows had been shot from a bow. Bam! His palm collided directly with Yaoqi Wangmu's palm. It was a head-on collision. He, who seemed to be in the Golden Core realm, had actually chosen to go head-on against the Queen Mother, who had attained the great Imperial Nascent Soul realm. However, what was even more shocking was that the Queen Mother's palm did not directly turn him into minced meat. Instead, she was sent staggering backward by the impact. Her figure rushed forward like a bolt of lightning. Then, as if she had hit a huge wall, she quickly fell back. After a head-on collision, Fangxing had actually forced Queen Mother of the West back in a dignified manner. In the distant sky, many cultivators were dumbfounded by this scene. They rubbed their eyes hard. If Fangxing, who had manifested the Yuanying realm, could have done this, it would have been fine. After all, he was also a sovereign infant, and he was extremely ferocious. However, this Fangxing, who looked like he was only in the golden elixir realm, was actually able to send Yaoqi Wangmu flying with one palm. Do you really think that I am still the child that you can crush to death at any time? Yaoqi Wangmu was sent flying backward by the palm, but Fangxing stood where he was, motionless. Only the void around him trembled like ripples. After a long time, it gradually subsided. At the same time, a mocking expression appeared on his face. He quietly raised his eyes, glanced at Yaoqi Wangmu, and then glanced at the shocked Zhu Xiu. Only then did he sit on the back of the strange donkey that looked like a qilin and walked into the bronze gate. Then, the bronze gate suddenly closed. The void was silent, and there was no trace of it, sending Yaoqi Wangmu flying back with one palm, and then riding away on the qilin, became the last impression that Fangxing left in Zhu Xiu's heart. This scene left an indelible mark in the hearts of countless cultivators, so much so that people later drew pictures of this scene and it was widely spread in the world. The story of the demon robbing Yaoqi of the peach forest also became a legend that spread for hundreds of thousands of years. How is this possible? How is this possible? How is this possible? The elders of Yaoqi rushed over after Yaoqi Wangmu, but they could not find any trace of the little demon. They also saw the scene of Yaoqi Wangmu being forced back, and the anger and fear on their faces were indescribable. A few breaths ago, they were still confident of victory, but now, all of them were pale, as if the sky had collapsed. Some of them came to help the Queen Mother up, while others thought of a more serious problem and quickly rushed into Yaoqi, anxious to check on Yaoqi's losses. It was a complete mess. What was reflected in their eyes was simply too horrible to look at. The huge immortal palace of Yaoqi, at this moment, looked like a woman who had been raped by 30 burly men. Precious treasures were either broken or gone, strange birds and beasts were either dead or hairless, palaces, pavilions, courtyards, and corridors were in a mess, and some had collapsed. The maids and strong men who were guarding the immortal palace were all lying on the ground, sound asleep, and even if the sky collapsed, they would not be woken up. This tragic scene made the elders of Yaoqi tremble, but they could not care less. They hurriedly passed through the immortal palace of Yaoqi and went to the back of the mountain. But when they saw the back of the mountain, they could not help but feel heartbroken. There was no back of the mountain. The back of the mountain where the peach forest was located had become a huge pit that was hundreds of feet deep. Not to mention the peach trees, not even a piece of land was left. How did he do it? How could he have done it so badly? In their hearts, the elders of Yaoqi wanted to cry, but no tears came out. They could not even believe what they had seen. Red Jade Peach of Immortality. Suddenly, an elder shouted in a low voice. Only then did the others come to their senses. Then, they looked at each other and rushed to a secret place in the west of the immortal palace. There was the most precious ancient peach tree in Yaoqi there. There were many differences between peach trees, such as the green spirit peach of immortality, the white jade peach of immortality, and so on. The most precious one was the red jade peach of immortality that grew in a secret place in the west of the immortal palace. It was also known as the vermilion peach of immortality. It was an ancient peach tree that was left behind by the ancient Yaoqi when they moved to the immortal realm. It was a true immortal seed and priceless. The little devil had used some heaven-defying method to take away the peach forest. For the Yaoqi, the most important thing was the red jade peach of immortality. Firstly, the peach tree was not in the peach garden, and it was very well hidden, so the possibility of it being discovered was relatively low. Secondly, the red jade peach of immortality was stuck on the red jade peach tree, so the little devil did not have the ability to take it away. Zhu Xiu of the Yaoqi had thought of this, so he rushed over to check it out. Compared to the peach forest, the red jade peach of immortality was the most precious. Whoosh! 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 All the cultivators quickly flew toward the west side of the Jade Lake Celestial Palace and entered a secret blessed land. They looked around and their expressions immediately became filled with despair. One of the older cultivators' expression even darkened. He was so angry that he coughed out a mouthful of blood and sat on the ground. The blessed land was not big. It was only a few hundred square meters, and it was filled with rare plants. It was like a paradise. At the center of the paradise, there was an ancient peach tree that the Yaoqi had never shown to others. At this moment, the ancient peach tree was indeed still there. They had guessed correctly. No matter how powerful the little devil was, he would not have been able to take it away. However, they did not expect the little devil to be so ruthless. The ancient peach tree was still there, but the fruits on it were gone, and the entire tree had been charred. He had not been able to take the ancient peach tree away, but he had burned it. This was the only ancient peach tree in the world. At this moment, the expressions of the elders of the Yaoqi were indescribable. They were all grief-stricken, as if they had lost their parents. How? How could he do it? Someone cried out in grief. He was so grief-stricken that he wanted to kill someone. Senior Yuan, why didn't you stop him just now? Another person looked in the direction of the Immortal Garden and saw that in the northwest corner of the Immortal Garden, old Immortal Yuan, who was wearing an apricot robe, was sitting quietly in front of an exquisite stone table. He looked a little lonely. Even when he saw the elders of the Yaoqi enter, he did not say a word, as if he was lost in thought. On the jade table in front of him, there was a fist-sized red jade peach. It was crystal clear as if it was carved from crystal, and it gave off a faint Daoqi and celestial glow. There was a chip on it, as if it had been bitten. It was also when they saw this peach that the elders of the Yaoqi suddenly realized that old Immortal Yuan must have entered the Immortal Garden before the little devil plucked all the peaches and set the ancient peach tree on fire. Otherwise, he would not have been able to pluck this peach. The juniors have all grown up. Old Immortal Yuan was silent for a long time before he suddenly sighed softly. He looked extremely lonely. We old fellows are no longer of any use, he said in a low voice. Then, he picked up the red jade immortal peach and placed it in his sleeve. Then, he slowly stood up. His body was a little hunched as he slowly walked away. He was actually not willing to give any explanation and looked like he was about to leave. It's not that I don't want to stop him, it's that I can't. When he passed by Yaoqi Wangmu, old Immortal Yuan sighed softly and advised, you should pay him back what you owe him. You can no longer look at them as you would look at a junior. Their generation is different from us in the first place. Some old rules should be broken for them. If you stop in time, it might be a good thing for us, for the divine land, and for Tian Yuan. After saying a lot of vague words, he put his hands behind his back and slowly left. His old voice came from afar. I'm going into seclusion. I won't be participating in the Feast of Peaches. From now on, there will be no more peaches in the Yaoqi. Demon Fangxing lives up to his reputation. While Yaoqi was in chaos and the cultivators of the orthodoxies were in a state of panic, the Big Snow Mountain and the primeval demon Dao had embarked on their journey. 3 huge spiritual boats flew across the sky toward the southern region of the Land of Gods. On the spiritual boats, Zhu Xiao and the others were astonished when they saw the news about the chaos in Yaoqi. Although they had retreated in time after receiving Fangxing's hint, they were still not confident. When they received the news, they heaved sighs of relief. At the same time, they looked at each other in disbelief and whispered to each other in astonishment. After all, it was the Jade Lake. How could it be turned into such a mess by him? Without the immortal peaches, how could Yaoqi hold the traditional Yaoqi Peach Immortal Banquet? Haha. I knew that the bandits wouldn't disappoint us. Now, we can eat as many immortal peaches as we want, right? On the spiritual boat on the left, the Great Golden Crow and the disciples of the Big Snow Mountain gathered together. After reading the news, they were all elated, especially the Great Golden Crow. His wild laughter echoed in the area, and the 3 spiritual boats that were 5 kilometers away could hear it clearly. From now on, there are no more immortal peaches in Yaoqi. I want to see how the Jade Lake Fairy Society will hold the banquet. Sitting on the string of the spiritual boat, Li Hongyi sipped a cup of tea and sighed. I'm more interested in how junior brother Fang will deal with the situation. With a faint smile on her face, Wang Qiong looked in another direction. In the parlor of the spiritual boat, there were 2 cattail hassocks on either side of a jade table. Dragon Lady sat on one side with a little thing in her arms, looking noble and otherworldly. On the other side sat Chu Xi. Compared to Dragon Lady's calmness and elegance, Chu Xi looked anxious and restless. When she peeked at Dragon Lady occasionally, she would blush and fidget. Junior sistering Xiaoqiao has set off from Bohai Nation. Li Hongyi came out with a cup of tea and said gloatingly because he couldn't stand the atmosphere. Does he have other women? Li Ying's eyes lit up, and he said with a strange smile, call them all over. Right. It's time to see how this bandit is going to be defeated. The Golden Crow also laughed out loud. His eyes were filled with the flames of gossip. His gaze swept across Li Hongyi, Wang Qiong, and the rest. In the end, he didn't even let his cousin Wu Sang off. His strange eyes rolled around and he asked carefully, speaking of which, he hasn't taken advantage of any of you before, right? Is there anything shameful that you would like to share with us to relieve our boredom? Swoosh, instantly, 3 murderous spirits shot toward him. Caw, with a shriek, the big golden crow flapped its wings and flew into the sky, not daring to return to the spiritual boat. If he has other women, I can call them all over. At this moment, Han Ning, who had been silent, said lightly, "It must be very lively." Their discussion was heard by the ordinary disciples of the Big Snow Mountain and the primeval demonic Tao in the spiritual boat, and they looked at each other with weird expressions. In their eyes, the great golden crow and the others were legendary figures in their tribes and even their orthodoxies. They were young, but their cultivation strengths were profound and far surpassed their peers. Also, they had done many amazing things. In the eyes of these ordinary disciples, these young cultivators were elders like their uncle masters, and they were very respectful to them. However, they didn't expect that these young cultivators were gossipy. Compared to that, I'm more interested in how little ancestor managed to do this. Yi Zichen said. In the chaos, the little golden-winged rock voiced out the biggest question in Zhu Shou's mind. After what he did, the Jade Lake Fairy Society can no longer be held, and the Alliance of the Heavens is in vain. On the spiritual boat in the middle, the Huqin Elder, Daphne, the golden arhats of the spiritual mountain temple, and the masters of the primeval demonic Tao were sitting in the hall, sipping tea and chatting leisurely. After getting the news that Fang Xing had escaped successfully, they were relieved and were waiting for the spiritual boat to head to the southern region of China to meet with Fang Xing. However, the Alliance of the Heavens must be established. The catastrophe is coming, and we can't defend ourselves if we act separately. A master of the primeval demonic Tao said lightly with a grim expression. Hee, it'll be difficult. Another person spoke up. She wore green clothes and seemed rather disappointed. She was the Yuanying master of the primeval demonic Tao of the Fox clan. She said softly, Yao Qi originally wanted to use the Immortal Peach Gathering to form an alliance with the orthodoxies, but who would have thought that the gathering would end up like this? Now that chaos has arisen, there'll probably be no peace between us and the orthodoxies of the Divine Continent or even the Tianyuan continent in a short period of time. There might even be endless battles. Let alone the catastrophe, even he himself will be in trouble. After saying this, her expression became more and more resentful, and she added in a deep voice, as expected of a troublemaker. Her words were rather heavy, and Zhu Shou's heart felt heavy. Not necessarily. At this moment, Daphne sneered and said, "Who said that the Alliance of the Heavens can only be formed by Yao Qi?" A thought appeared in Zhu Shou's mind, but he was too shocked to say it out loud. We'll talk about this when we get to the southern region. The elder of Huqin said softly, "Compared to that, I'd rather ask that brat how he managed to do such a thing." In the void not far from the spiritual boat, a small white pagoda was flying in the air. The pagoda was about 30 meters long, and a white-robed man was standing on it with his hands clasped behind his back. He was Bai Qianzhong, who had successfully escaped from Kunlun Mountain during the chaos in the Jade Lake. Sitting cross-legged in the void opposite him was a sage-like old man in linen with a crystal-clear bone wand in his hand. He said to Bai Qianzhong calmly, "We can't afford to cause chaos. The fortune of the godly land is tied to one person. Little friend Yuan, please be careful. Senior Tianji, you're so smart that you could predict my whereabouts and wait for me here." I'm impressed. Bai Qianzhong's expression was calm as he looked at the old man in linen robes. He replied with a smile, "I've remembered Senior's words. However, even though little Fang Xing is my disciple, I can't make the decision for him. I can only relay Senior's words to him and let him decide." "That's good." The old man in sackcloth nodded calmly. After a slight pause, he looked a little doubtful. "However, apart from this matter, I actually have some doubts in my heart. When the news of his death came from the world, I used all my cultivation to deduce that he had a chance of survival. I even guessed that he might appear at the Jade Pool Celestial Conference and cause trouble everywhere. However, no matter what, I didn't expect that he would end up destroying the entire Jade Pool Celestial Conference. Alas, this matter is really unexpected. I would like to ask for advice. I can't help you with that." Bai Qianzhong answered directly and interrupted the elder in linen. Then, a bitter smile appeared on his face. His eyes dimmed as he thought of how Fang Xing threw the entire peach garden into the bronze gate and pushed back Yachi Wangmu with a palm strike. Then, he rode the Kailan into the bronze gate slowly. He felt funny, emotional, and even a little strange. Then, he replied with a bitter smile, because even I want to know how this little bastard did it. How could Fang Xing have two seemingly complete divine souls that appeared to be in two different places? How could a person who had formed his nascent soul return to the golden elixir realm and continue on the perfect self-slaying path? How did he survive in the Xian domain when he was already a Yuanying immortal? How did he create such a big show? For a time, everyone in the cultivation world, friend or foe, was curious about this question. It was too mysterious and amazing. Even the grand cultivators who had passed the heavenly tribulation could not find an answer to this question even after racking their brains. If it was a doppelganger, how could a doppelganger have a complete divine soul? Even if it was a doppelganger, it was impossible to separate two different realms of consciousness. Moreover, if the Yuanying realm Fang Xing was really a doppelganger, he could not hide it from the eyes of so many cultivators at that time. With this question in mind, the Great Snow Mountain, the primordial demon Taoist sect, and Uncle 11, by Qianzhang, and the others all rushed to the southern region of the Divine Land. This was what they had agreed to do with Fang Xing in Kunlun Mountain. After leaving Kunlun Mountain, they would directly rush to the southern region. There would be a surprise waiting for them, and when they rushed to the southern region of the Divine Land, there were already thousands of busy servants opposite Beko Keikyun. Under the supervision of a strange donkey, they had decorated several mountains like a banquet for bandits. They carved stones for tables, spread grass for blankets, cut wood for cups, and drew water to form a lake. It was a lively scene. At this time, the little demon Fang Xing, who had caught the attention of the entire Tianyuan continent, was sitting on a platform carved out of black rock with a smile. He held a jar of wine and watched the busy work in the mountains. He was extremely excited and satisfied. "My good master, tell me, what exactly did you do back then?" "I was looking for treasures in the Xian domain, and in the end, you suddenly appeared in the 100-break mountain range covered in blood. That really gave me a fright. I even thought that you had turned into a ghost and came to settle accounts with me." After urging for a while, Donkey Fang came to Fang Xing's side and complained to him. "Otherwise, you bastard, why would you be so scared if you only thought about treasures and didn't care about your master at all?" Fang Xing rolled his eyes and stared at Donkey Fang. "What do you mean?" Donkey Fang was not happy. He said hurriedly, "I was watching for you. I knew you would come back sooner or later." After defending himself, he excitedly used his Qilin head to rub against Fang Xing's arm. He flattered, "But master, you really have the ability to reach the heavens. How did you cultivate a Yuanying, a Jingdan, and two souls? I've never even heard of this kind of clone. If you don't tell me, it'll be very difficult to tell if it's real or fake. It'll be very convenient to trick people and rob them in the future. Teach me, okay? Do you really want to learn?" Fang Xing rolled his eyes and looked at this monster disciple who had no integrity. "Of course." Donkey Fang stared at him with his Qilin eyes and nodded his head very seriously. "If you want to learn, then it's very simple." Fang Xing lazily put down the wine jar and said with a smile that was not a smile, "First, you have to cut yourself. This is actually not a magical power, but a kind of ability." Fang Xing began to explain seriously to his disciple, causing Donkey Fang's heart to burst with joy. He listened with great sincerity, wagging his tail like a windmill, and was even more attentive than a dog. "And if you want to have this kind of ability, you first have to be ruthless. Not to be ruthless to others, but to be ruthless to yourself. You have to be ruthless to the point where you can stab yourself twice without changing your expression. You also have to have great boldness, such that you are the hero under the heavens, and the heavens are not as awe-inspiring as me. And this kind of boldness has to be nurtured. It's not just because you say that you are awe-inspiring, you have to prove it to yourself. You have to use something that even you think is very impressive to encourage yourself, and then use great boldness to slash your own spirit, slash my own spirit." Donkey Fang shuddered, and the way he looked at Fang Xing was a little strange. The spirit was the foundation. Once something went wrong, there would be no hope of reincarnation. This was precisely what cultivators valued the most. Even some techniques to cultivate the spirit had to be carefully nurtured, not daring to make even the slightest mistake. sometimes they would rather not take the slightest risk. Therefore, when he heard Fang Xing say that he had slashed his own spirit, Donkey Fang subconsciously felt fear. A first-step celestial king, a one-step sword ghost. There's nothing much to say. Only those who dare to slash their own spirit have the ability to slash others, Fang Xing said calmly, and drank more than half of the jug. He smiled and said, moreover, I, your master, didn't have a choice at that time. Listening to Fang Xing lazily talk about the dangers of that time, Donkey Fang's expression changed greatly, and cold sweat poured down like rain. Slashing his own sword was an idea that had appeared in Fang Xing's mind after he had formed Yuanying. The affairs of the world are like the clouds, and they change unpredictably. Fortune and misfortune are interdependent, and it's truly difficult to predict. Back then, outside of Myriad Treasure City, Fang Xing had kidnapped the little princess of Yaoqi. He had wanted to use this opportunity to pressure the Fuyao Palace in exchange for his own little man. However, no one had expected that the result would be a freak accident. He had stepped into the place where the celestial attraction of Lihan Heaven was worshipped. As a result, he was targeted by the Lihan Daoist master and narrowly escaped with his life. However, in order to survive, Fang Xing was forced to advance to the nascent soul stage and used the aura he had when he was forming his nascent soul to attract the old monsters of various clans. He exposed the plan of the Lihan Heaven, and it could be said that he had avenged himself. He had forced the Lihan Daoist master to his death and left the Lihan Heaven half-crippled. However, his loss was also very great. He had formed Yuanying ahead of time. Not only did he lose the opportunity to form a perfect nascent soul, he also lost the right to enter the 100 Break Mountains. In other words, the fortune of the mysterious coffin that he had painstakingly obtained was actually not fated with him, not to mention the sarcastic remarks of those in the Yuan family who wanted to see him make a fool of himself, just based on Fang Xing's bandit nature. How could he let the fat meat that was already in his mouth slip away? However, at that time, he really had no choice. Forming a nascent soul was forming a nascent soul. This was a fact. He could not destroy his own cultivation or reincarnate and cultivate again. Therefore, he had exhausted all methods to find a way to solve this problem. With his cultivation and knowledge, it was really not easy to solve this problem. Therefore, he thought of collecting rent. There had always been some strange things in the foggy area of his knowledge sea. Fang Xing remembered this very clearly. He also knew that among those things, many actually had their own consciousness. However, because of some reason, they had always been in a deep sleep and did not care about him at all. Even when his little life seemed to be about to be finished, each and every one of them pretended to be deaf and mute, unwilling to pay attention to him. However, Great Uncle Fang had already reached a dead end. How could he allow them to continue watching from the sidelines? Therefore, Fang Xing did one thing. Every day, he would immerse himself in his knowledge sea and make a ruckus, clamoring about raising the rent. With such a ruckus, he really did wake up one of them. It was the demon sword embryo, or rather, a sword spirit, that had passed on the ghost blinding eye's secret technique and the great sword demon technique to him in the South Sea. It had originally told Fang Xing to wake it up after forming Yuanying. Now that he thought about it, it just happened to be the right time. After the sword spirit woke up, it indeed planned to pass on its own supreme way of the sword to him. However, at this time, it strangely discovered that Fang Xing's aura was very strange. He was clearly Yuanying, but his spirit had not completely fused with his golden core. It seemed that his nascent soul formation was not complete. Regarding this, Fang Xing himself understood what was going on. Back when he was in the Foundation establishment realm, he had cultivated the real spirit of outer demon and inner saint by chance. In other words, his spirit was basically divided into two parts. Both parts were him, and they were connected to each other, but also different. Back when he formed his nascent soul, he had originally taken advantage of the situation. Thus, the wisp of Yuanying Qi that he had triggered had actually only become the demon shell of his outer demon and inner saint soul. The real spirit inside actually still existed within the demon shell Yuanying and had not fused with his golden core. In other words, he could still only be considered to be in the golden core realm. If an ordinary cultivator encountered this kind of problem, they would probably be very distressed, because they needed to form their nascent soul twice, and they had to consider the problem of balance. However, Fang Xing was different. His foundation was too deep, and forming his nascent soul was just a matter of a thought. Instead, not forming his nascent soul was even more difficult. After being pointed out by the sword spirit, he immediately became excited, and urged the sword spirit to help him solve this problem. However, the sword spirit did not care about this at all. He did not even care what kind of Yuanying Fangxing was. In his opinion, as long as Fangxing reached the Yuanying realm, he would have the foundation to inherit the sword principle. He was very reluctant to pay attention to Fangxing, and just casually asked Fangxing to acknowledge him as his master, and flattered him. Then, he would obediently cultivate his own sword principle, and in the future, he would just have to wait for a massacre. However, he had his own personality, and Master Fang had his own even more. If he did not agree with him, he would chase him away. After forming the Yuanying realm, Fangxing's control over the realm of consciousness increased greatly. He could already force his way into the foggy area, and even expel some things out of the realm of consciousness. The sword spirit, or the sleeping demon ancestor, obviously did not expect to meet such a person. From the initial arrogance, to the friendly negotiation, to the embarrassment turning into anger, and finally to the helpless compromise, it was really hard to explain in a few words. In the end, he seemed to be very afraid of something in Fangxing's realm of consciousness, and finally agreed to help. After some consideration, he gave Fangxing two paths. The first was to listen to him, ignore the Yuanying foundation, and focus on cultivating the demon sword. The second was to teach him a sword to sever his own soul, and to separate the demon shell that had already formed its nascent soul from the demon spirit that was still a golden core. Since Fangxing wanted to walk the path of the strongest, he chose the second path without hesitation. Therefore, from then on, under the guidance of the demon ancestor, he nourished his soul, studied to nourish his qi, and abstained from anger and killing. Although it went against his conscience, he still persevered in order to snatch back what belonged to him. However, he did not expect that fate would make fools of people. He did not cause trouble, but trouble eventually came to provoke him. Previously, he had said that he would cultivate for 3 years, but in the end, he broke the vow after just over a year. Moreover, he had been holding it in for a year, and was determined not to do it again. The demon ancestor had no choice but to teach him the method of sharpening the sword. There were originally only 2 ways to sever the soul with a sword. One was that the soul was strong enough to withstand the sword, and the other was that the heart sword was sharp enough to slash out without any hesitation. If one wanted to cultivate the heart sword, one had to rely on one's own courage. Back then, Fangxing had fought alone in China, stirring up trouble everywhere. In order to cultivate this kind of courage and sharpen the heart sword that was about to slash his soul, before he was surrounded by the 7 masters of China in the demonic abyss, he had already prepared to slash out that sword, but he was not confident enough. Because at that time, he had fought alone in China. In the eyes of others, it was very impressive, but in the eyes of Fangxing, it was a walk in the park, and even he did not find it difficult. As for the heart sword, what he needed was great courage. If he said that he was not convinced, that courage could not be born. However, it was also because of this that when the 7 masters of China besieged Fangxing, Fangxing made up his mind and thought of a bold plan. 1 step to become an immortal king, 1 step to become a ghost under the sword. How could he succeed without a bit of ruthlessness? The 7 masters all wanted his life, so he decided to use the 7 masters to sharpen his sword. At that time, he decided on a 3-step plan. The first 2 steps were to drag the 7 great experts into the Xian domain, and the 3rd step was to borrow the power of the Xian domain to kill the 7 great experts. He wanted to use this achievement to nurture his courage, and also to sharpen his heart sword. Later on, he succeeded. Every time he used the heart sword, the vengeful spirits of the 6 great experts would appear. In fact, they weren't the vengeful spirits of the 6 great experts, but rather the manifestation of his own will. This was an achievement that even he was proud of, and thus, it appeared in his heart sword. Of course, in the eyes of the demon ancestor, this method was actually a bit of a trick, and could not be considered a real achievement. However, Fangxing was very happy, thinking that if he won, then he won. The methods used didn't matter. This was probably because of his personality. On the other hand, the heart sword needed him to believe in it, and Fangxing himself felt that he was quite amazing, so this heart sword naturally became a success, and at the same time that he killed the 6 masters of China, it was also the time that the heart sword was sharpened enough, and it was time to slash at himself. Fangxing needed to slash out with his sword before the laws of the Xian domain completely killed him, to separate his divine soul, success or failure, life or death. There was only a sliver of possibility, and there was only an instant of opportunity. At that time, the demon ancestor had asked him if he was brave enough, and this was the reason. Fangxing was very brave, and without hesitation, he carried out this plan, and successfully slashed out that sword. It was indescribable how he felt at that time. Fangxing used the heart sword to slash at his soul, like Panga splitting the heavens in the midst of chaos, splitting yin and yang with a swing of his axe. When that sword slashed down, he severed the demon shell on his soul, and also the wisp of Tao source that Bai Qianzhong had given him when he was cultivating in the Blue Cloud sect. At the same time, he also severed the messy spells and supernatural powers that he usually cultivated, and so on. Simply put, he had slashed out two of himself. One was the Yuanying realm version of himself, who had inherited the 3 heads and 6 arms, the Great Sword Demon technique, the Myriad Spirit Pill brand, and even the Golden Core Dharma seed that he had absorbed, and so on. The other was the Golden Core realm version of himself, who had nothing left, only immortal techniques, the Supreme 9 scriptures, the Spirit-transforming scripture, the Sensing scripture, the Undying scripture, the Formation-breaking scripture, the Unfettered scripture, the scripture of one breath, and the half-step Great Tao technique. This was a version of himself who only cultivated immortal techniques, and was untainted by worldly affairs. In the words of the demon ancestor, this was a pure, immortal seedling, rare even in the real immortal world. Fangxing had originally planned to abandon the demon shell that had been chopped off. After all, it was impossible for the demon shell to coexist in the same body without any problems after its soul was split open. Moreover, the demon shell was in the Yuanying realm, so the white jade token refined by a saint couldn't protect him, and it was also difficult for him to escape the suppression of the mysterious domain's laws. However, the demon ancestor did a good deed at this time. He led the demon shell into the foggy area of Fangxing's consciousness, and it actually managed to deceive the heavens, so it wasn't killed by the mysterious domain's laws. Of course, the demon ancestor also explained that after the demon shell entered the foggy area, it became an existence similar to him. As long as it didn't reveal its aura, it wouldn't cause any changes in the mysterious domain. Later on, Fangxing discussed with the demon ancestor, and once again used the demon shell for himself. Speaking of which, it was quite a coincidence. Fangxing's good fortune could be said to be unique in this world. The myriad spirits pill in his body possessed many wonderful possibilities. For example, the myriad spirits pill was filled with pure Taoist origins, and if he used these Taoist origins to refine a clone, Fangxing could place the demon shell within it, and then split out a strand of spirituality to control it. This way, he could deceive the heavens and the earth, and pass off the fake as the real one. Unless one's cultivation was at the level of a saint, they wouldn't be able to see any flaws, and what was even more astonishing was that this clone of Fangxing also possessed his soul and spirituality, which was equivalent to him possessing 2 seeds. As long as one of these 2 souls didn't die out, he wouldn't truly die, and could use that strand of spirituality to reform himself. In the simplest terms, that was Fangxing had 2 lives. Even though it was a narrow escape from death and danger after danger, Fangxing finally got what he wanted. He returned to the mysterious domain, and the first thing he did was naturally to check how much of his fortune was left. With a glance, he heaved a sigh of relief. The fortune of the profound coffin was boundless, and less than 30% of it had been taken away. The remaining was still in the 100 Break Mountain range, and was being watched over by the Grand Buddha Formation and the Strange Corpse. After entering the 100 Break Mountain range, Fangxing unexpectedly saw his eldest disciple. This guy was already cultivating more and more like a Qilin. According to the demon ancestor, he had simply cultivated himself astray. He had originally embarked on the path of cultivation because Fangxing had fed him spirit pills and miraculous medicines. Later on, he didn't restrain himself, and relied on the spirit transformation scripture to swallow anything good. As a result, the medicinal properties in his body were majestic and complex, rushing through his bloodline, causing him to change step by step. No one knew what would happen. And after looking at the fortune of the 100 Break Mountain range and making some arrangements, Fangxing decided to leave the mountain to take revenge. He was not the type to suffer losses, let alone such a great loss that almost cost him his life. After weighing the pros and cons, he decided to make his move on Xianxia first. After all, when he was wreaking havoc in the divine prefecture, a few ancient aristocratic families had all suffered losses from him. It was reasonable for them to send experts to surround and kill him. However, Fuyao Palace was a little too unkind. At that time, he didn't even make a move against them, but they actually sent people to surround and kill him. In Fangxing's eyes, this was like a dog catching mice and meddling in other people's business. It was also because of this that Fangxing appeared in the Kunlun Mountains when the Jade Lake Fairy Society was about to convene. Of course, directly killing people was never Fangxing's style. Only when there were benefits to be gained was true revenge. This time, when he left the mountain and vowed to take revenge, his target was naturally Yaoqi's Peach of Immortality. At that time, after sneaking into the Kunlun Mountains, his original plan was very simple. He would use his demon body to create chaos and attract Zhu Xiu's attention. Then, his real body would sneak into the Peach Garden of Immortality and reap some benefits. However, to him, a few peaches obviously couldn't make up for the damage he thought he had suffered. I know a great technique to move mountains. Just as Fangxing was vexed, Demon Ancestor added thoughtfully. Then, Fangxing slapped his thigh. Then let's move the Peach Garden of Immortality for him. What happened next was simple. While the demon body attracted the attention of all the cultivators, Fangxing's real body sneaked into Yaoqi. Although Yaoqi was the foundation and had countless formations and layers of restrictions, Fangxing, who had the Yin-Yang Fiend God Mirror and the Buddhist Prajna Sutra, as well as the Ghost Concealment Secret Technique, could easily sneak in. Then, he used his own Great Tao technique and borrowed the power of heaven and earth to shake the spirits of the strong men and the female servants of Yaoqi. These servants, whose cultivation was weaker than his, were easily knocked unconscious by him. It was all thanks to Fangxing's immortal soul that he was able to do this so easily. According to Demon Ancestor, his spirit was already somewhat similar to the immortal king seeds that were specially cultivated in the great immortal realm. Simply put, this kind of spirit was far superior to mortals in terms of quality and power. It was already a level ahead of time. If he used this kind of spirit to cast some illusory spells, it would be like a cat dealing with a mouse. He could easily achieve twice the result with half the effort, and it was very convenient to clear the place. Fangxing was indeed extraordinary. As soon as he appeared, the entire cultivation world was enraged. The two great elders who were originally in the center of the Yaoqi were also summoned by Yaoqi Wangmu when he made his official appearance. They were prepared to oversee the heaven's chosen arena and seize Fangxing when necessary. Unexpectedly, this was exactly what Fangxing wanted. The entire Yaoqi was empty except for the Great Formation and the enslavement. Of course, this couldn't be blamed on Yaoqi's carelessness. It was just that the third arena was not far from the Immortal Palace. It was only a step away. Fangxing was bold, and the Demon Ancestor had high standards. He also thought of a way to divert the attention of others, so the rest of the matter was much simpler. Fangxing quickly slipped into the peach forest at the back of the mountain in Yaoqi. He knocked out the guards and laid down the foundation needed for the mountain-moving technique. However, just as he was about to move, the Demon Ancestor said that he sensed a special aura and pointed him in that direction. What he saw was the most precious ruby peach tree. Fangxing was overjoyed and prepared to uproot the entire peach tree. However, it was also at this moment that he met Old Immortal Yuan. Old Immortal Yuan and the two maidservants immediately felt that something was wrong when they entered the Immortal Palace. However, Old Immortal Yuan reacted quickly. When he saw the mess on the ground, he already guessed what was going on. No one knew what he was thinking, but he did not allow the maidservants to go back and report to Yaoqi Wangmu. Instead, he brought them directly into the Immortal Garden. As soon as he stepped into the Immortal Garden, he met Fangxing, who was sitting on a tree and eating peaches. This time, it was awkward. After weighing the possibility of him escaping and the losses he would suffer, Fangxing decided to have a good talk with Old Immortal Yuan. His first sentence was, "You can't kill me. I have a way to protect myself." Old Immortal Yuan agreed. Fangxing then said, "As long as I don't die, you know that I will definitely be amazing in the future." Old Immortal Yuan did not object to this either. Then, Fangxing very seriously said his third sentence, I am not a member of the Yuan family, but Uncle 11 is. Old Immortal Yuan nodded and then held up 3 fingers. Promise me 3 things, and I will pretend that I didn't see anything and let you go. First, when the Yuan family was in danger, Fangxing must not stand by and do nothing. Second, Fangxing could not share the fortune of the 100-Break Mountain with the Yuan family, but Bai Qianzhang must have a share. Fangxing understood these 2 points very well, so he agreed to both of them. Then, Old Immortal Yuan said his third sentence, I must have a share of the red jade peach. At that time, Fangxing was shocked by how shameless this Old Immortal was. Of course, he only found out later that Old Immortal Yuan had eaten the peach or hid it somewhere else. All in all, on the surface, Fangxing only took 1 peach that was bitten by someone else. The rest of the peaches were nowhere to be seen. Everyone thought that Fangxing had taken all of them, but he clearly remembered that he had left at least 30 peaches behind. That was what happened. Even Donkey Fong's eyes widened when he heard it. It was a little unbelievable. How could the old man from the Yuan family let you go so easily? It found it hard to believe. There was obviously a deep hatred between them, so why would the old man help Fangxing? His master's answer was very simple. Because he was convinced by me. Then, his eyes darkened and he laughed. He is indeed an old man who only knows how to make the right choice. What should we do next? After listening to the ins and outs of the story, Donkey Fong stood up with a sigh. He looked at the stone tables and tables all over the mountain and said with some distress, Master, I think we should be thinking about how to deal with Fuyao Palace's anger. Compared to Yaoqi, Fuyao Palace is the real ruthless one. They are Yaoqi's sharp sword. Now that Yaoqi has suffered a loss, Fuyao Palace will probably attack us soon. But why are we setting up so many tables and stone stools? Are we treating people to a meal? You're a donkey after all. You can't learn half of my cleverness. Fangxing patted his disciple's donkey head and stood up lazily. He looked at the wild mountain and laughed softly. I really want to treat people to a meal. But I'm not treating people from Fuyao Palace or the ancient families. I'm treating people who don't get along with them. What are you treating them to? Peaches of immortality. Anyway, there are so many of them. Our teeth are sore from eating so much. Fangxing seemed to have thought of something and looked over in shock. I want to host a peach banquet. Fangxing replied calmly with a deep gaze. Others think I'm fighting for the peach banquet, but I'm actually fighting for the Yaoqi peach banquet. Donkey Fong blinked and his expression turned from shock to excitement. His tail wagged even faster. He didn't ask Fangxing for the details, but he already knew. After a while, he asked, the Immortals gathering held by Yaoqi is called the Yaoqi Peach Banquet. Then what's the Robbery Dao's gathering called? Robbery Dao Immortal Gathering? Robbery Dao Immortal Peach Banquet? Master, hurry up and give it a name. I've already thought of a name. Fangxing smiled proudly. This is our village's immortal feast. Let's call it the Imitation Peach Banquet. When the Great Snow Mountain sect and the Primordial Demon sect arrived at the southern region of the Divine Land, they were stunned. Now they understood what Fangxing meant when he said he would give them a surprise. It was a Saturn Peach Banquet. When they were in the Kunlun Mountain, the Great Snow Mountain and the primordial demonic Taoist cult wanted to avenge Fangxing. Therefore, although they accepted the invitation of the Jade Lake to attend the banquet, they didn't really want to take a bite of the peaches of immortality. That was to say, at that time, they didn't think that they could attend the peaches of immortality for real. Subconsciously, they didn't treat themselves as guests of the peaches of immortality. What they did at that time was seen by Fangxing. The little devil always repaid his kindness with kindness. Therefore, he held the peaches of immortality. What the Great Snow Mountain and the Primordial Demon sect saw was the Grand Saturn Peach Banquet. Greetings, seniors. I have been ordered by my master to welcome the guests. On the edge of the wild mountain, the donkey, which was draped in a nondescript silver armor, looked even weirder. It didn't look like a unicorn, and neither did it look like a monster. It was clearly ferocious like a man-eating monster, but it still acted like a polite and well-mannered monster. Behind it, there were 2 large flags. The flag on the left had the words "Robbing the Taoist and Piercing the Heavens Taoist Hall," while the flag on the right had the words "Knock Off Peach Feast." The flags fluttered in the wind, and could be seen from hundreds of miles away, giving off a strange sense of majesty. Well, little Fangxing's handwriting has improved. The old man of Huqin did not know whether to laugh or cry. He stopped at the entrance of the village with a group of disciples from the Great Snow Mountain and nodded at the words on the big flags. However, Donkey Fong was embarrassed. He said, "This was not written by my master." I held the pen in my mouth and drew it. The old man of Huqin was speechless. He shook his head and sighed, not knowing what to say. Let's go and see what kind of Saturn peach banquet this little bandit can do. The great golden crow didn't care whether the words were good or bad. He excitedly rushed into the village. The others were filled with curiosity since a long time ago, and they didn't say anything as they followed Rock King and Old Man Huqin into the simple Dao grounds. After they turned around a corner and looked forward, they were instantly stunned, and they didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Needless to say, everything that the Jade Lake Fairy Society had could be found here as well. This imitation of the Immortality Peach Feast was held in a few wild mountains close to the Devil Abyss. At this moment, stone tables and chairs, grass cups and wooden cups were placed in the valleys between the mountains. There were even some red silk and green ribbons hanging on the mountains. There were thousands of busy eunuchs and palace maids in groups, carrying plates of fish and meat between the mountains. In the valleys at the top of the mountain, there were hundreds of naked men sweating profusely as they slaughtered pigs and lambs and cooked the meat over charcoal. This Immortality Peach Feast was it didn't look like an immortal at all. Instead, it was filled with the smoke and fire of the mortal world. This, the Yaoqi feast that is held once in 1,000 years, is a very elegant event. This little devil, little friend Fong's Immortality Peach Feast is behind the great Ping Evil Monarch. An old woman in green clothes sighed helplessly. Although she didn't say anything else, everyone understood that she thought the Jade Lake Fairy Society was a very elegant event, while this imitation Yaoqi feast was a very vulgar event. Even saying it was vulgar would be a compliment. It was so vulgar that it couldn't be tolerated. Can't you just eat your immortality peaches? Daphne said coldly, but the old woman in green couldn't say anything else. My master spent a lot of effort on this Immortality Peach Feast. Donkey Fong said proudly, "We only have immortality peaches here. My teeth are sore, and I'm sick of it. My master went to the mortal world to buy sheep and pigs to entertain the guests. After that, he found that we didn't have enough manpower, so he asked me to go to the Aolai Nation, which is thousands of miles away. He invited all the eunuchs and palace maids in the imperial palace here. The chefs and butchers were all professionals hired at a high price. It would have been better if it didn't explain." Now that it explained, the faces of the Zhuxiu people darkened. How is this an immortal feast? It's clearly something that only a monster that occupies a mountain would hold a feast for the guests. This donkey said proudly that he invited all the palace maids and eunuchs in the imperial palace here. Aren't you afraid that some powerful cultivator will come out and treat you as a man-eating monster? Sigh, this feast of yours is not grand enough. The big golden squid looked at this wild mountain banquet sneakily and said thoughtfully, "Oh, Master Jean, please give us some pointers." Donkey Fong became serious as he stared at the great golden crow. The great golden crow smiled lecherously. "How can a feast be enough? We need at least a few hundred prostitutes to sing for us." "Ah, that makes sense. No wonder my master kept saying that something is missing." Fong Luo came to a sudden realization after hearing this. He was about to run and order his men to do this quickly. The great rock evil king's eyebrows twitched as he listened, and he slapped the great golden crow's head, causing him to fall flat on his face. "If that kid is the shame of the human race, then you are the shame of the monster race." The great golden crow was not afraid of anything except this old man who always squinted his eyes at people. Moreover, he was not as powerful as this old man in terms of seniority and cultivation. In terms of friendship with that little demon, this old man seemed to be stronger than him. No matter what, this old man was the only guy who dared to call himself the grandfather of that little demon in front of others and didn't get his head chopped off by Fangxing. After being slapped, he didn't dare to get angry. He moved away from the old man and asked Donkey Fong, "Where is your master?" Donkey Fong smiled. "My master went to Beko Keqiang to buy some wine. I'll take you in to have a rest." "It's a mess. Take me in to have a look." Great Rock Evil Monarch snorted coldly and walked in front with his hands clasped behind his back. Okay. Senior Evil Dominator, Donkey Fong was also frightened. He wagged his tail and was about to lead the way. However, Daphne slapped him again. "Call me great-grandfather. It's okay for me to be humiliated verbally. I'm just afraid that my master's seniority will be lowered and I'll be beaten." Donkey Fong looked aggrieved. He murmured in his heart but didn't dare to say it out loud. Humph. Why is a bandit holding a Saturn peach banquet like others? Daphne walked in front of them with his hands behind his back. He looked around and muttered with dissatisfaction. Why is a bandit holding a Saturn peach banquet? Daphne wasn't the only one thinking about this. The head of Danxiang Tower, who was stationed in Beko Kekyang, was so angry that his eyebrows were twitching. He was shocked and angry at the same time when he looked at the despicable villain. He wanted to bite him, but he didn't dare to voice his anger. He was extremely fearful. Beko Kekyang had been keeping his guard up against this villain. After he robbed Yaoqi's peach garden, everyone thought Fang Xing would immediately go into hiding and wouldn't dare to show his face for at least 100 years. However, not only did he not go into hiding, but he even swaggered into the wild mountains south of Beko Kekyang at the edge of the Devil's Abyss and refused to leave. Beko Kekyang was perturbed. He didn't know what he was up to and if he would implicate Beko Kekyang. He sent out countless spies to keep an eye on him. However, these spies were all discovered by the villain and were beaten black and blue. This made Beko Kekyang even more uncertain. After all, they had heard about the feud between the villain and the longevity sword. They thought that the villain was preparing to vent his anger on Beko Kekyang because he couldn't find the longevity sword. The few tower masters who stayed behind were no match for this villain. This was especially so when they heard that to the north of Beko Kekyang, a large number of cultivators from the Great Snow Mountain and the primordial demon Orthodoxy, who had a close relationship with the villain, were rushing over. They became even more uncertain. Currently, most of the cultivators of Beko Kekyang had gone to Kunlun Mountain to participate in the Yaoqi Immortal Banquet. Although the Immortal Banquet had been messed up, they hadn't returned because they were discussing important matters. This was the time when Beko Kekyang was at its weakest. The Danxiang Tower Master, who was stationed there, was the one with the highest cultivation. Unfortunately, he was an alchemist, not an expert in fights of magical powers. In the past, whenever Beko Kekyang was in trouble, the longevity sword would immediately come to solve the crisis. But this time, there was no trace of it. The Danxiang Tower Master was already very uncertain. When the villain came to find her, she calculated the time and found out that Zhu Xiu from the Great Snow Mountain and the primordial demon Orthodoxy had almost arrived. She was inexplicably panic-stricken and trembling with fear. "I say, old man, I'm talking to you about buying wine. Why are you squeaking? Do you really want me to rob you?" Seeing that the old cultivator of the Danxiang Tower was absent-minded, Fang Xing became anxious. He looked to the south and sensed the soaring aura. He knew that the cultivators from the Great Snow Mountain and the primordial demon Orthodoxy had arrived and were in a hurry to buy wine to welcome them. But this old man was so slow. "I've already said that I'll buy your immortal brew with spirit essence, but you've activated the defensive formation. What's the meaning of this? This villain is so fierce. As expected, he's going to harm our Beko Kekyang." The Danxiang Tower Master was alarmed. She thought that Fang Xing was trying to deceive her into removing the defensive formation of Beko Kekyang. She believed that this disaster was inevitable. She was a little timid and didn't dare to activate the formation. She only said, "I'll go down and discuss it." Then she turned around and descended Beko Kekyang, leaving Fang Xing alone outside Beko Kekyang. She hurriedly went to find the other two tower masters stationed there to discuss the matter. "Oh no, that devil really came knocking on our door." The Danxiang Tower Master was quite alarmed. When she saw the other tower masters, the fear on her face still hadn't disappeared. Alas, a few days ago, that devil's disciple ate thousands of eunuchs and maids in the imperial palace of Aolai Nation. It can be said to be sensational. This devil is the master of that fierce Qilin. I'm afraid he's even more difficult to deal with. With our strength, I'm afraid we're not his opponent. Moreover, I heard that the great formation of the Yaoqi Immortal Palace on Kunlun Mountain can't stop that devil. Our Beko Kekyang Great Formation probably can't either." When the other tower master heard this, he also had a dignified expression and coldly said, "What should we do?" The Danxiang Tower Master's expression changed greatly when she heard this. She hurriedly asked. We can only take out Master's will and ask that person from the 10,000 treasure tower to make a move, the last Tower Master said in a low voice. Between his words, there was a sense of decisiveness. Motherf *Ker, treating someone to a meal is so troublesome. Fang Xing clutched his forehead in distress, looking as if he was in so much pain that he wished he was dead. He had decided to host this knockoff Saturn Peach banquet, but he realized that it was not something that could be done with just a few words. All kinds of wine, delicacies, servants, maids, and even the wild mountain decorations for the Saturn Peach banquet required manpower. He had originally thrown it to his eldest disciple, but he realized that even that donkey was too busy. Left with no choice, the robbing master had to personally come to Beko Keikyun to buy wine. After all, it would be ridiculous to have a banquet without wine, and if the wine was too lousy, it would be a disgrace to Master Fang. On the other hand, Beko Keikyung's immortal brew was world-renowned and could be used. Of course, he, who had a huge headache at the moment, did not have the patience to care about the Danxiang brothel master's thoughts. He only thought that if this fellow did not deliver the wine within the time it took to burn a stick of incense, he would immediately fight his way into Beko Keikyun. On the other hand, Master Fang was no longer the same as before. Other than the old monsters and sages, he really did not care about ordinary orthodoxies. The small Beko Keikyun had never heard of any master overseeing it. At this moment, the few brothels in Beko Keikyun were discussing something big. That monster. Sir, if we leave the tower, who knows what terrible things will happen. The Danxiang brothel master was a cautious person, and said with a trembling voice. At this point, what other choice do we have? Another brothel master said in a low voice, Beko Keikyun has tens of thousands of years of heritage, we can't just abandon the tower and leave, can we? Hearing this, the few of them looked at each other, and after a long time, they finally made a decision. Forget it, if we can really kill him, or even subdue this little devil, it will be a great contribution to the world. Moreover, Master allowed this old man to study in isolation for 100 years, and now it has far exceeded this time limit. Fang Xing did not expect that his simple act of buying alcohol would provoke such a huge reaction from Beko Keikyun, speaking of which, it was indeed because he was too famous now. Today, he killed young Master Fusu in the third round of the Kunlun Mountains, angering old immortal Yuan to the point of vomiting blood. Then, he killed his way in and out of the encirclement of the great Tao orthodoxies, defeated the patriarchs of the 8 great clans, scared off the experts of the small immortal world, and finally stole the forest of immortality peaches under the watchful eyes of everyone. Then, he forced Yaoqi Wangmu back with a palm strike. The matter had already spread across the entire Tianyuan continent. His reputation was like the sun in the sky. Who would not be afraid of such achievements? Moreover, most of the elites of Beko Keikyun had gone to Kunlun Mountain to participate in the Yaoqi Immortal Banquet and had yet to return. The remaining people did not dare to provoke him. Old mister, please help us kill the demon. While he was waiting impatiently outside Beko Keikyun, House Master Dan and the other 2 house masters of the 12th floor who were staying in Beko Keikyun gathered outside Treasure Tower. They held a decree in their hands and called upstairs respectfully and anxiously. Master once said that old mister promised that if Beko Keikyun was in trouble, we could ask old mister to help us once. House Master Dan Xiang and the others called for a long time in Treasure Tower. Seeing that there was no movement upstairs, they could not help but feel uneasy. They could not help but look at each other. After hesitating for a while, they called loudly again, now that the little demon has arrived, I hope old mister can help us kill the demon. There was silence upstairs, and no one answered. House Master Dan Xiang and the others were not confident, so they could only call out repeatedly, Old mister, help us, for the sake of master, I hope old mister won't stand by and do nothing. The calls went up to Treasure Tower, but no one answered for a long time. Just as they were in despair, they raised their heads occasionally, and all the house masters were taken aback. They saw that at the door of Treasure Tower, there was an old man in a grey robe, standing there quietly with his hands behind his back. With their cultivation of Yuanying realm, they did not know when this old man appeared, and there was not a trace of qi. Is he the one who killed little Fusu of the Yuan family? In the silence, it was the old man who slowly opened his mouth, and there was no joy or anger in his voice. All the house masters were quite frightened. After a long time, there was a bold person who whispered. Yes. Was he defeated fair and square, or did he use some crafty tricks? The old man asked quietly, and there seemed to be some doubts in the depths of his eyes. The housemasters did not expect that this old man would be so concerned about this matter. In front of him, they did not dare to lie. They carefully recalled the letter sent back from Kunlun Mountain, and after considering many details, they said respectfully, there was no crafty trick. He should have one young master Fusu fair and square on the arena, and even, the one who attacked on the arena at that time was only a clone of him. A clone. There was a faint splendor in the old man's eyes, as if he saw something that made him extremely interested. Haha, this child is interesting. After being silent for a long time, the old man slowly opened his mouth and stepped out of Thousand Treasure Tower. At this moment, heaven and earth seemed to tremble slightly, and there was a strange aura that shot up to the sky, resonating with the great Tao of heaven and earth. Even the scorching sun in the sky quietly hid behind the clouds, causing the light of heaven and earth to seem a little dimmer at this time. Endless wind blew from all directions, but when it came to within 10 feet of this old man, it became silent again, as if even the wind was afraid of this old man, and when it subconsciously passed by him, it restrained its aura, afraid that it would make him unhappy, and the housemaster of Danxiang Tower and the other housemasters, although they were not combat cultivators, they were also great cultivators of the Yuanying realm. But when this old man took a step forward, their hearts suddenly trembled, and only felt that a heavy aura as heavy as a mountain pressed down on them, so that they did not even dare to raise their heads. And that old man clearly did not use his mana at all, it was just a wisp of aura brought about by the change of his state of mind. It's time to come out. The old man raised his head slightly, looked at the blue sky, and slowly moved his shoulders. The bones in his body made a crackling sound, all the way from the outside to the inside, gradually walking into the depths, until it was inaudible, and the wisp of aura that he inadvertently released was also slowly retracted by him, looking like an old and weak old scholar again. But the housemaster of Danxiang Tower and the others who had just felt that wisp of aura did not even dare to look at him. In their hearts, they had really regarded him as a monster, and even regretted inviting him out. The year of the 100 Covenant has ended. The old man stretched out his hand and took the decree from the hands of the Fragrant Pill Pavilion's pavilion lord. He seemed to have thought of something and was slightly reminiscing about it. However, it was only for a short period of time before he put it down. With a slight movement of his palm, the decree suddenly turned into ashes. After doing this, he no longer paid attention to the 3 housemasters, and with his hands behind his back, he slowly walked out of Beko Keikyung. Damn it, it's just a matter of buying wine, and using spirit essence to buy it. Does it need to take so long? At this time, outside Beko Keikyung, Fang Xing was already a little impatient, and he muttered, I still have things to do when I get back. As he muttered, he started counting with his fingers. There are a total of 3,452 stone tables, and each table can serve 5 people, but among these people, there must be some who are arrogant, and won't sit with others, maybe only 2 or 1 person. Every 2 people get a pig's head, that should be enough. And then there's a peaches of immortality. But people of different status eat different peaches of immortality, this can be clearly divided. As for wine, some people have a high alcohol tolerance, some people have a low alcohol tolerance, so 1 jug for each person shouldn't be too much. As he counted, his face turned bitter, and he only felt that his heart was in a mess. Master Fang, who had always spent a lot of money when buying things, or didn't pay at all, had never calculated such a detailed account before. Just a simple calculation made his head swell, and he had a feeling that it was better to die than live, and he couldn't help but raise his head and gently rub his forehead. No, I can't do this kind of account, it's too hard on me, I have to find someone with knowledge. He suddenly thought of something, and couldn't help but think. At that moment, his eyes turned slightly, and he suddenly saw a person slowly walking out of Beko Keikyung. It was an old man with a withered body, wearing a grey Confucian robe, and a scholar's square scarf on his head. There were 2 glass plates on the bridge of his nose, and he didn't know what they were used for, but he looked quite funny, and most importantly, he looked a little familiar. At this time, the whole of Beko Keikyung was scared out of its wits by him. The city gate had long been closed, and there was not a single person on the street, but this old man walked out leisurely with his hands behind his back, as if he had just woken up early in the morning to collect dung. His steps were neither fast nor slow, and he swayed as he walked towards the direction where Fangxing was, as if he didn't feel the murderous atmosphere around him at all. Fangxing's eyes suddenly lit up, and he shouted. His body was like a dragon, and he directly rushed towards the old Confucian scholar. With a boom, his body brought endless wind, and in the blink of an eye, he rushed to the old Confucian scholar, and the distance between them was less than 30 feet. The old Confucian scholar raised his head and looked at Fangxing quietly. Old thing, do you still remember me? Fangxing looked like he had met an old acquaintance, and he pointed at his nose and smiled. Seeing his reaction, the old Confucian scholar was slightly stunned, and hesitantly said, Aren't you, yes, the one who robbed the Thousands Treasure Tower? Why did they let you out? Fangxing grinned and recognized the old scholar. He had encountered the old scholar on the 9th floor when he had just entered White Jade Jing and ransacked the 10,000 Treasure Tower. At that time, he had almost knocked the old scholar unconscious with an inkstone. Later on, when he saw that the old man was rather humorous and was a pitiful person who had been locked in the tower, he had spared him once. He had even suddenly been kind and wanted to get the old man out of the tower. He didn't expect to meet this old man at this time. Let him out. The old Confucian scholar seemed to be surprised by Fangxing's enthusiasm. After a while, he adjusted his expression and answered subconsciously. But before he finished speaking, Fangxing had already said enthusiastically, You follow me to take care of the accounts. The old Confucian scholar was completely stunned, and his head couldn't wrap around it at all. What's wrong? You said that you were going to watch the door for me, and now I let you take care of the accounts. It's already letting you off easy. Fangxing pulled a long face, and he looked very displeased with this old man. If it weren't for your knowledge, I would have beaten you long ago. The old scholar who came out from Beko Kekyung was dumbfounded and didn't know what kind of expression he should make. Fangxing thought he was unhappy, so he earnestly admonished him, Don't underestimate the matter of managing the accounts. This is related to the foundation of my family. I let you manage the accounts because you've been locked up for your entire life and have nowhere to go. I pity you. If you follow me and manage the accounts, I can still reward you with 100 taels of spiritual essence a month. Also, have you heard of the Peaches of Immortality? That's the treasure of Yaoqi. I'm not bragging, but I have so many flat peaches that I can't finish them. As long as you do a good job, it's not impossible for me to reward you with 2 flat peaches. What's with that expression? You can't even take care of the accounts? Did you study in a dog's stomach? No wonder you can't become a county scholar. The old scholar's expression became weirder with every sentence he said, but Fangxing didn't notice him. At this time all his attention was on Beko Kekyung. He didn't even think that this old scholar was hired by Beko Kekyung to deal with him. He just casually opened his mouth and pulled this old scholar over to help him calculate the pile of bad accounts. Anyway, a scholar should be able to do accounts. Accounts can still be calculated. The old scholar also had a weird expression while Fangxing was chattering. After a long time, he slowly opened his mouth. However, even he himself was a little surprised by this answer. Since leaving Wanbao Tower, the aura that hadn't appeared for a long time felt like it was about to collapse. That's enough. First, calculate for me how much spiritual essence I need to buy 100,000 jars of Beko Kekyung immortal wine. Fangxing let out a sigh of relief and looked at the old scholar with satisfaction. Then, he immediately threw the question to the old man. Are you going to take up the position just like that? The old scholar was a little confused, but when Fangxing looked at him, he was also looking at Fangxing. There seemed to be an indescribable sense of clarity in his murky eyes. However, there was also a little hesitation in his heart. The fingers of the 2 hands behind his back were gently tapping against each other. Every tap indicated a change in his mind. However, after looking at Fangxing for a long time, he could tell that Fangxing had not seen through his foundation and was indeed sincere in bringing him to settle accounts with him. Only then did he let out a long sigh. There must be enough wine. Fangxing laughed. No problem, you can embezzle 100 jars of immortal wine out of 30,000 jars. What shocked the 3 tower lords in Beko Kekyung was that the battle they expected didn't happen at all. The hunchbacked old monster who came out of Beko Kekyung just stood at the city gate and chatted with the little devil for a while. Then, he walked back with his hands behind his back. Not only did the little devil not leave, but he even seemed to be relieved. Old sir, the three tower lords in Baekokkyung were dumbfounded and looked hesitantly at the old scholar who had returned. Prepare 30,000 jars of immortal wine. How much is each jar and how much is the total? Calculate it clearly. I want to check the accounts. As soon as the old scholar spoke, the three tower lords had a strange expression and didn't know how to answer. That little devil. After a long time, the tower lord of Danxiang Tower hesitantly looked at Fengxing outside the city. He's here to buy wine. The old scholar replied indifferently and said, hurry up and take out the account book. I still want to have a look at the accounts. He was really here to buy wine. The expressions of the Danxiang Tower and the other tower lords were incomparably strange, and there was a feeling of confusion. On the other hand, the other floor master heard something else from the old Confucian scholar's words. Then this old man is now the gatekeeper of their robbery and also the accountant. The old scholar's reply was not loud, but it completely stunned the three tower lords at the same time. Then didn't you just, the tower lord of Danxiang Tower stuttered, but didn't dare to continue. He hasn't grown to the extent that he is worthy of me taking action. The old scholar's reply was light, but it made the three tower lords silent out of fear. An hour later, the 30,000 jars of wine were moved out by the strong men in Baekokkyung and piled up into a few mountains at the city gate. It looked like the jars were made of white jade, and the fragrance was coming from the bottles. The jars were carved with all kinds of patterns of different colors and were extremely exquisite. Fengxing casually took a jar, slapped off the mud seal on the jar, and drank more than half of it. He breathed a sigh of satisfaction. He didn't know much about Baekokkyung, but he knew why the immortal poet who wrote the famous poem Baekokkyung was so obsessed with Baekokkyung in his long cultivation career. Wouldn't it have been over if you had done this earlier? Fengxing glanced at the three tower lords of Baekokkyung and casually threw a storage bag over. Investigate the money, no matter how much it is, I won't take responsibility. After saying that, he stretched out his hand and reached into the sky, pulling down clouds of qi. It was like a fairyland, enveloping the entire area in front of the city gate of Baekokkyung. Then, Fengxing laughed and soared into the sky. The tens of thousands of jars of wine were astonished by him. When this cloud-gathering technique was revealed, not to mention the three tower lords of Baekokkyung, even the old scholar's eyes lit up. Old thing, let's go, let's go. Fengxing sat cross-legged on the cloud, slapping his thigh and shouting. The way he addressed him caused the three tower lords of Baekokkyung to break out in a cold sweat. On the other hand, the old scholar remained calm and unhurried as he stepped onto the cloud. Following a long whistle from Fengxing, a large piece of white cloud soared into the sky and flew towards the south like a bolt of lightning. Not long after, it became a small dot and disappeared into the horizon. The three tower lords of Baekokkyung stood at the city gate, watching the white cloud disappear. For a long time, no one spoke. After a while, the Fragrant Pill Pavilion's pavilion master accidentally opened the storage pouch, and he was shocked as he cried out in a low voice. What's wrong? The other two tower lords woke up from their dream and asked anxiously, thinking that something big had happened. There's not enough money, the tower lord of Danxiang Tower said blankly. Compared to this matter, what is money? The other two tower lords heaved a sigh of relief, feeling both angry and amused at the same time. They looked at the tower lord of Danxiang Tower with dissatisfaction. The key is, the tower lord of Danxiang Tower didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He flipped the storage bag and poured out a small pile of spirit essence. It looked purple and tempting, but the amount was really pitiful. It probably added up to only a few hundred taels of spirit essence. This money is too little. The Baekokkyung Immortal Brew is famous in Tianyuan. When Yaoqi held the Immortal Gathering, he bought it from us in bulk. It was also 100 taels of spirit essence for a jar, but this. The tower lord of Danxiang Tower wanted to cry but had no tears. Normally, even buying a jar is not enough. So what if it's not enough? The gatekeeper is so powerful, do you still dare to find more? One of the Baekokkyung Tower lords sighed softly, causing the three of them to sink into silence. Because of this matter, the three of them suddenly felt like they couldn't understand this world anymore. At this moment, Fengxing had already brought the old Confucian scholar and 30,000 jars of wine. He swaggered on a cloud and flew to the Saturn Peach banquet at the edge of the demonic abyss in the south. He instructed the old Confucian scholar to follow Donkey Fong to settle a pile of bad debts, while he ran excitedly to the palace on the mountain to meet Daphne and Elder Hu Qin. The old Confucian scholar didn't say much. He occasionally glanced at Fong Xing with deep curiosity in his eyes. At this moment, when he saw Donkey Fong, he was even more surprised. He followed Donkey Fong in a friendly manner, sizing him up as he walked. "Io, why is there a barb on this tail? Io, how did the natural fire pattern on this scale come about? Io, did all the hair under your scales fall off completely?" Donkey Fong was so angry that he gnashed his teeth. If it weren't for the fact that his master told him to be polite to this old man, he would have kicked this old thing to death. "What do you plan to do with the Saturn Peach banquet?" When he entered the hall, the Great Golden Crow and the other juniors were not there. They had heard that Fong Xing had moved the entire Saturn Peach forest into the mysterious domain and 100 Break Mountains. They couldn't contain their excitement and ran over to feast their eyes, or rather, to eat their fill. On the other hand, Daphne, Elder Hu Qin, and a few other yuanning old cultivators from the primordial demonic Tao were waiting for him in the hall. They had clearly been discussing this for a long time. When they saw Fong Xing enter, Daphne didn't wait for him to bow and greet his seniors. "What else can I do?" "Eat the peaches and drink the wine." Fong Xing was taken aback for a moment, then he smiled and walked over to the armchair beside the great Ping Evil Monarch and lay down. "You're a great yuanning cultivator whose name resounds through the world now. You even have the right to call yourself a patriarch, so why are you still so careless with your words and actions? You've grasped the fortune of the 100 Break Mountains and you've taken the peach forest of Yaoqi. It's not an exaggeration to say that you possess the greatest fortune on the Tianyuan continent. Why aren't you using this opportunity properly? Do you really want to hold a banquet and just eat and drink and be done with it?" Daphne said rather helplessly as he rubbed his forehead and reprimanded softly. On the other hand, the old man from Huqin smiled gently and said, "Little Fong Xing always seems like he's messing around, but he has his own reasons for it. He's unconventional, yet he's achieved miraculous results time and time again. Us dogmatic old coots aren't as good as him. I don't believe he has any plans after what he's done this time. Don't be angry, evil sovereign. Why don't you listen to his plans first?" All the people on the first floor looked towards Fong Xing when they heard that. "It's still Senior Hu Qin who's the most sensible." Fong Xing also chuckled and secretly mocked Daphne. Afterwards, he smiled and said, "I do have a plan." "Oh? Then why don't you tell me?" The old cultivators in the hall all turned around with solemn expressions. "Humph," Fong Xing laughed coldly. "Fuyao Palace won't return Xiao Man to me no matter what, right? Then I'll just take their most precious thing. Now that everyone says that the calamity is coming, this forest of immortality peaches is probably the last batch of fruits in the next 1,000 years, right? I don't believe that they won't feel the pinch. Now, I don't care about anything else. I'll just keep eating until my teeth get sore. Then, I'll invite my good friends to eat with me. The more I eat, the less I eat. Then, there'll be nothing left. I don't believe that they'll hold back and not return Xiao Man to me before I finish all these immortality peaches." "Huh? That's your plan?" The group of old cultivators was stunned and did not know whether to laugh or cry. "That's nonsense." The old woman from the Green Hill Foxes of the primordial demonic Tao could not help but slam the stone table and scold him. "Why are you messing around?" "I think you're right." Fong Xing glanced sideways at the old woman from the Green Hill Foxes. He had met her once in the northern demon land, but because of the Fox Fairy, he did not have a good impression of these foxes. Naturally, he was not as courteous to her as he was to Pengwu of Solitary Hill, the old white ape of the Great Sage Mountain, and the other elders. When he spoke to her, he would look sideways and curl his lips. Those who knew him well would definitely know that he was dissatisfied, and his next words might be cursing. So, he looked at the old woman, hoping that she would change her tone. The old woman was not stupid and knew how to read people's expressions, but she still said angrily, "Now that you've stolen Yaoqi's peach forest of immortality, I'm afraid that a war between the various states will break out if you're not careful. It's possible that the entire heaven origin will be destroyed. Now that you have control over the two great resources of the Peach Forest of Immortality and the 100 Break Mountain, even if you don't want to take advantage of the situation, you should be careful. How can you still think about love every day? Could it be that the little girl is really an outstanding beauty that can make you so deeply in love? There was a hint of sarcasm in her words. She had naturally seen the Dragon Lady and Xianxia on the 3 boats heading to the demonic abyss. She thought that this little demon already had a wife and a concubine, so how could it be that he was a devoted person? Moreover, among his wife and concubine, one was the Dragon Lady of the Kanglan Sea, who had a powerful background and a noble status. The other was the Princess of the Chu region, who was also a disciple of the Great Snow Mountain, and had the support of the Great Snow Mountain. What kind of noble status did that little maid have? Why did he have to disregard the bigger picture? Even if he wanted to form a connection with Fuyao Palace or Yaoqi through this marriage, he should have chosen the little princess of Yaoqi instead of making such a big fuss over a maid. Xiao Man is indeed a beauty, Fangxing rolled his eyes and answered confidently. This reply was completely different from what the Fox Elder had said. She did not know how to reply. What are you trying to say? Fangxing fixed his gaze on her, and he was a little impatient. What she wants to say is actually what we are worried about, and that is how you should deal with it. Daphne spoke up at this moment. His tone was rather solemn. In the past, you always messed up the situation and benefited from it, using the chaos as your umbrella. But this time, it's different. What you've done is far too serious. It has already exceeded the limits of what the orthodoxies of the Divine Prefecture can bear. Even the saints cannot sit by and watch. Furthermore, no matter how chaotic the situation is this time, the Divine Prefecture and Yaoqi will not let you off. Even if it's for the good fortune of the 100 Break Mountains and the Peach Forest of Immortality, they will still pursue you relentlessly, and they will not rest until you are dead. He glanced at Fangxing, then raised his head slightly to look at the sky. This time, if you really cause chaos as you wish, it will not just be a dispute between one region or a few orthodoxies. Instead, it will be a great chaos that will affect all the provinces of Tianyuan. Now that the great calamity is upon us, it is the time for all the orthodoxies of Tianyuan to unite and resist the calamity together. The saints will not allow such chaos to occur. Before this, they have always tried their best to restrain their influence and not interfere with the normal operations of the world. But when they have to act, it will definitely be extremely terrifying. F***ck, the saints will kill me? Fangxing shrank his neck and felt a little cold on his back. He muttered in a low voice, "It shouldn't be." Daphne smiled and said, "The saints will not kill you. You have done very well on this point. You deliberately revealed your foundation at the peak of Jindan stage in Kunlun Mountain and your infinite potential. You even used the tiger's skin as a coat and forced Yaoqi Wangmu to retreat with one palm. This alone is enough for the saints to think highly of you. They value the immortal seedlings so much and place high hopes on them. There is no reason for them to kill you personally. They will even guard you strictly and form an invisible protective umbrella. However, even if the saints favor you, they will not sit by and watch this chaos happen. They will not kill you, but it does not mean that they will not stop you. Then what will they do?" Daphne pointed out Fangxing's little thoughts, but he did not care and asked thoughtfully. He had caused such a big disaster, but he still took it as sweet as syrup. He did have some little thoughts. He thought that in order to cultivate immortal seedlings, the saints had even opened the Taoist field of various masters and personally taught disciples. Then, as long as he turned himself into the strongest immortal seedling, who would dare to provoke him? This little thought was also the preparation he had made in advance to deal with the tribulation-passing ancestors of the ancient families. Of course, another way for him to deal with these people was to slip into the 100 Break Mountain at any time. Anyway, they could not come in. However, after listening to Daphne's words, he also felt that it was quite reasonable. Previously, he had indeed wanted to make a big deal, even if it would lead the entire Tianyuan continent into chaos. However, now that he thought about it, it was possible that this idea would really alarm those saints who usually hid in their caves and did not care about the affairs of the world. What if those old fellows came to criticize him, saying that he could do this and that? When the time came, should he listen or not? The thoughts of the saints are not easy to guess, but no matter what, everything will not go your way. Daphne's words determined the situation, causing Fangxing to sigh sorrowfully. The most likely thing is to mediate between the two. At this moment, the old man of Huqin spoke softly and calmly analyzed the situation. And all mediating between the two will be based on a certain logic. If we are talking about logic, you first killed the people of the ancient families, and then seized the peach forest of immortality in Yaoqi. No matter what, you do not stand on the side of reason. Even if the saints value your potential and protect you, I'm afraid that they will only ensure your safety. As for the things that you have seized, how likely is it that they will let you continue to hold on to them? After all, the current divine prefecture is powerful, and there is also a heaven's favored one in Fuyao Palace who is not inferior to you. No matter what, there is no reason for the saints to only protect you, just because they are cold to the hearts of others. Moreover, Daphne said softly, I heard that there is a good relationship between Yaoqi and a few saints. In the Yaoqi meeting that is held once in 1,000 years, Situ of Fuyao Palace will personally go to the saints' dojo to send invitations. Even if the saints do not come, they will definitely send the peach forest. This relationship is not shallow. But what about you? Apart from hearing of the saint's name, when have I ever had any interaction with the saint? You mean that the saints will be biased? Fangxing turned to look at Great Peng with a hint of astonishment in his eyes. That's not bias, that's human nature. Daphne's words stopped all the dissatisfaction in Fangxing's heart. Then I really have to be careful. No, I have to go out and pluck all the peaches, then hide them. Fangxing was deep in thought. Suddenly, he made a decision and muttered to himself. What's the use of that? Are you going to make an enemy out of the saints? The Yuanying elder of the Green Hill Foxes sneered. Fangxing was immediately annoyed. He pointed outside the hall and said, Get out, I'm not going to treat you to peaches. The elder was immediately enraged, and his face turned red. He had never thought that his words would provoke him into saying such words. Although it sounded like a child's temper, it was really embarrassing to hear it. It was as if he was angry out of humiliation, but he didn't dare to get angry. However, she could also see that Fangxing was angry precisely because he felt that what she said made sense. After all, even if this little devil could hide in the mysterious domain and not come out, he might not be safe in front of the saints. These saints were all powerful. Even if they could not go against the laws of the mysterious domain and enter and leave safely, it was not as if they did not have the means to deal with someone hiding in the mysterious domain. Actually, it's not that there's no solution. Just as Fangxing's eyes were rolling, the Huqin elder chuckled and spoke. Sigh, Daphne glared at the good-tempered old man. According to his original intention, he wanted to let Fangxing be vexed for a while longer. He knew this little devil all too well. Second brother Tian was the boss, he did not take anyone seriously, and he was often whimsical when he did things. However, he was also very capable of taking action. He would do whatever he thought of, which often caught people off guard and made them not know whether to laugh or cry. This time, although they already had a plan in mind, if they did not let him be vexed, he might not take the idea that they had discussed seriously. Elder Huqin elder is a good person. Tell me quickly. Fangxing immediately smiled. He jogged over and picked up the teacup beside the Huqin elder with both hands. This flattery is too unskillful. Daphne let out a long sigh and muttered helplessly at the side. Haha, actually, the method that we discussed is very simple. It coincides with what you're doing now. The Huqin elder smiled and said, What the sage thinks about is how to survive the great trial. Under this premise, not only can Tianyuan not fall into chaos, it must be like an iron wall. Previously, in Yaoqi, there was a saying that Fuyao Palace and the ancient families of the central region would form an alliance of the heavens. In fact, it was the sage's wish. He wanted all the orthodoxies to put down their personal grudges and face the great trial together. However, since the Saturn Peach banquet in Yaoqi was ruined by you, the matter of forming the alliance of the heavens has become a bubble. I believe that the sage will be a little disappointed when he hears about this. And what you can do now, he gently put down the teacup in his hand, and his expression was slightly solemn, is to put the alliance of the heavens on the agenda again. Daphne laughed softly and said, It won't be a disgrace to you to be the alliance leader, right? Alliance of the heavens? Alliance leader? Fangxing was stunned. After a while, he laughed and said, I don't have any objections, but they have to be willing. Although he had always been arrogant, Fangxing still understood these things. Even if he had the Saturn Peach Banquet and the fortune of the 100-Break Mountain, and even his cultivation base, other than those old monsters who had passed the great trial, he was not afraid of anyone. However, it was impossible for him to become the alliance leader of the Alliance of the Heavens. First, he was young, and second, he had no foundation. It was impossible for him to gain the trust of the orthodoxies. Even if he used the Saturn Peach Banquet and the fortune of the 100-Break Mountain to ask for their cooperation, it was likely that they would only agree on the surface but oppose him on the inside. After getting the benefits, they would no longer care about him. Who said it was impossible? Daphne said slowly, you can't do it yourself, but you still have us old fellows to help you plan. When these old guys showed their power, it was amazing. Fangxing was stunned by evil King Dapeng's words. He didn't expect that this group of old fellows would be so ambitious, establishing the Alliance of the Heavens, integrating the forces of the orthodoxies in the 4 provinces of Tianyuan, and resisting the Great Calamity together, and himself, the leader? Alliance of the Heavens, do you really think it's as simple as resisting the Great Calamity together? In ancient times, there was an ancient heaven that ruled over thousands of orthodoxies and races, overlooking the world, and was glorious for a time. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The establishment of the Alliance of the Heavens is actually equivalent to the embryonic form of the ancient heaven. After surviving the Great Calamity, if the framework of the Alliance of the Heavens can be preserved, it might be the opportunity for another heavenly court to rise. In other words, whoever can occupy a leading position in the Alliance of the Heavens will have the hope of rising in the world after the heavenly court is established. People only say that the merit of following the dragon, this is the true merit of following the dragon. The atmosphere in the hall became heavy and indescribable for a moment after hearing evil King Dapeng's cold words. Ancient heaven, Fangxing was even more shocked to the point that he couldn't even speak. For his lifespan, the ancient times were too far away, so far that they did not seem real. However, he had heard about the heavenly court. It was the most glorious time of the cultivation world. An immortal dynasty was established, high above the 9 heavens, and ruled over hundreds of millions of subjects, races, and orthodoxies. There were countless countries in the mortal world, and the emperor was a herdsman. In fact, this was an imitation of the framework of the heavenly court in the past. The emperor called himself the Son of Heaven, which meant that he was the son of the Emperor of Heaven. The emperor ruled over all immortals, and the emperor called himself the Son, ruling over all living beings in the mortal world. A word from the emperor in the mortal world could decide the prosperity and wealth of the mortals, and the rise and fall of the aristocratic families. If Daphne had not pointed this out, Fangxing would not have known that the Alliance of the Heavens had such a secret. It was said that the Alliance of the Heavens would overcome the Great Tribulation together, but someone actually thought of using the contribution of the Alliance of the Heavens to rebuild the structure of the ancient heaven. After overcoming the Great Tribulation, they would use this framework as a foundation to build another heavenly court to rule over thousands of immortals. How far have we gotten? It's still too early to think about this, Fangxing said in a daze after a long while. He felt like he was in a dream. This proposal was too unreal. It's like a game of chess. If you seize the initiative, who can say for sure what will happen in the future? Who isn't planting a spy in advance? The old white ape of the great sage mountain laughed and sighed. After this great tribulation, who can say for sure what will happen to the Tianyuan continent? If we can't overcome the great tribulation, the common people will be plunged into misery and suffering. We will disappear, and all our ambitions will naturally be in vain. If we overcome the great tribulation, the Tianyuan continent and the entire vast thousand worlds will inevitably usher in a new reshuffle. The Tianyuan continent is a land of immortals. The ancient heaven in ancient times originated from Tianyuan. Now that millions of years have passed, it is not impossible for another heavenly court to rise. Haha, of course. He laughed softly, as if he wanted to sweep away the dull atmosphere in the hall. It is indeed too early to say this now. The Tianyuan continent has been sealed for a long time. We know at least the news of the outer world. Talking about the heavenly court is indeed a little suspicious. However, after forming the Alliance of the Heavens, some immediate advantages are undeniable. At the very least, we will not be sacrificed as cannon fodder, right? I can understand if you put it that way. Fangxing only breathed a sigh of relief when he heard that and finally recovered. He looked oddly at Daphne and grumbled, "Old thing, if you want to talk about benefits, just talk about benefits. Why do you have to talk about ancient heaven? What if you scare me? You think you can scare me with that dog's guts of yours?" Daphne's face was filled with disdain as he spoke half seriously and half teasingly. "Haha, my young friend Fang does have guts, and his ability is not weak either. It's a pity that his vision is still a little small." The old woman of the Green Hill Foxes sighed softly, as if implying something. However, the few people in the hall ignored her. The Huqin elder smiled and said, "Little Fangxing only needs to know the importance of the alliance of the heavens. Apart from these conflicts of interests and the fight for the initiative, more importantly, the appearance of the alliance of the heavens is the will of the saints. They are not willing to personally form the alliance of the heavens, probably because they want to see which party is truly bold and responsible in the process. Now, little Fangxing, the place to break out of the predicament you are facing is also here. If the alliance of the heavens is involved, the saints will definitely avoid it." Fangxing appeared thoughtful. "Elder Huqin means that if I combine the power of various orthodoxies and form the alliance of the heavens, achieving the situation that the saints wish to see, they would not take sides in my fight against Fuyao Palace." The Huqin elder was silent for a moment, exchanging a glance with the old white ape of the Great Sage Mountain, as well as Daphne and the others, nodding quietly. "That's exactly what I mean. But what should I do?" Fangxing shrugged and said with a smile, "To put it bluntly, I don't have any background, backing, or status now. Besides being rich, I only have a body of ability and a handsome little face. It's impossible to make all the Taoists submit to me with just these things, right?" Seeing that even Zhu Xiu was looking at him strangely, Fangxing rolled his eyes and explained. "I've studied seriously for a year too. In terms of wealth, you don't have an advantage either." Daphne spoke frankly, "Your biggest advantage now is that you have the fortune of the 100 Break Mountains and the Peach Forest of Immortality. As for the other treasures and resources, you can be considered the wealthiest in the world. However, compared to an ancient orthodoxy, you don't have much of an advantage. More importantly, all your resources are inanimate objects. If you want to open a path with money, it's actually not enough. You're not like those ancient aristocratic families, who have been operating for tens of thousands of years and have countless connections. Those are the things that are truly valuable. So, you can forget about the idea of throwing money at others. Not only is this not your advantage, it's also a disadvantage. Then what's the point of talking about the alliance of the heavens? Let's go eat peaches together, shall we?" Fangxing clapped his hands and was about to leave. "Hee, do you really think that we, a bunch of old fellows, haven't found any clues after discussing all the way here?" The great rock evil king paid no attention to his jesting at all, and spoke in a cold and arrogant voice. "You have a clue?" Fangxing knew that they had reached the key point, so he raised his head and looked at Daphne. "It's actually very simple to establish the alliance of the heavens." Daphne's voice was not loud, but it was quite serious. He said in a deep voice, "Let the world benefit, and let the greater good come first." "What?" Fangxing suddenly pricked up his ears and looked solemn. Seeing him like this, Daphne laughed. "What do you think of this method?" Fangxing thought for a long time and finally said slowly, "This is so profound." "What does it mean?" Daphne was speechless and didn't know what to say. The old man from Huqin was also speechless, but he still explained patiently. "To put it simply, it means to share the fortune with all living beings. Stealing from others to benefit oneself is a thief, robbing from the rich to help the poor is a chivalrous hero. The greater good comes first, which is to occupy a name and make a great aspiration." All right, I'll listen to you." Fangxing was too lazy to use his brain on the matter, and simply waved his hand and said seriously, "I only have one condition." "Just say it." Hearing his words, the other cultivators also became serious. "No matter what you plan to do, I'll agree to it," Fangxing said seriously, "but my Xiao man, I must find a way to get her back." Yu, Zhu Xiu and the others were silent. It was clear that the matter was beyond their expectations. The old woman from Qingqiu Forland was a little exasperated. "Things are already so clear, and you still care about a little handmaiden? Back at Mount Kunlun, you wouldn't even accept the little princess of Yaoqi, and now you're pestering a little handmaiden? The point isn't whether she's a handmaiden or a princess. Fang Xing turned and said seriously, the point is, she's mine. The Feast of the Peaches of Immortality was soon held in earnest. Unlike Fang Xing's initial plan of holding a banquet where everyone would drink peaches and immortal brew and purposely discuss Yaoqi and Fuyao Palace, the immortal feast came with a ferocious momentum with an indescribable spirit behind it. First, the two banners written by Donkey Fong with a pen in his mouth were removed. Instead, the old man from Huqin wrote the words Tribulation Immortals Association, which fluttered in the air and could be seen from hundreds of miles away. Then, the old man from Huqin, Daphne, and the other old cultivators wrote invitations that were sent to the various orthodoxies and reputable old cultivators of Tianyuan. Even the dojos of the saints were sent a special invitation, with the ancient nobles of the central region included. They did not mention the matter of the Peaches of Immortality in Yaoqi at all, and simply invited the orthodoxies to discuss the retribution. It was a show of sincerity and ingenuity. Then, a decree was issued in the name of Fang Xing, the Taoist of Tribulation, and the other old cultivators, and it was spread across the Tianyuan, declaring its righteousness. Of course, under the unanimous request of Daphne, the old man from Huqin, and the other old cultivators, Fang Xing was forced to change the name of the orthodoxy he established and his Dharma name, because they all believed that the word tribulation and tribulation did not have a good meaning. Moreover, the Taoist of Piercing Sky was too childish, so they forcefully changed his tribulation to School of Tribulation, and the Taoist of Piercing Sky was changed to Grandmaster Tong Tian. The appearance of the tribulation's gathering of immortals caused countless undercurrents to flow across the entire Tianyuan continent. To everyone's surprise, there really were many orthodoxies that hurried over after receiving the invitations. Even those that did not hurry over had already sent an official reply, stating that they would depart on the same day. Only now did Fang Xing understand the true intentions of those old fellows. If he were to hold this imitation gathering of peaches in his own name, probably only a few opportunists would participate. The truly powerful orthodoxies would not even come. There were still too few orthodoxies that dared to offend the Yaoqi and the Fuyao Palace openly. However, if they came to discuss the matter in the name of retribution, there would be no psychological pressure. This was a matter of righteousness. Who would dare to make irresponsible remarks? Although the divine land was strong, it was not the only one in the world. Although Yaoqi was strong, he could not do whatever he wanted. If there was a strong person in the world, there would naturally be countless people who were slightly weaker than him who wanted to rise up. Daphne and the others tried to form the Alliance of the Heavens. They started with the orthodoxies that were suppressed by the divine land of the central region, but also had ancient legacies and deep foundations. These orthodoxies also had extremely glorious past and immortal cultivation methods. However, due to the lack of resources and lack of successors, they seemed to be in a slight decline for a while. The wild mountains at the edge of the Devil Abyss had already been developed into a group of palaces. Fortunately, Zhu Xiu and the others were people with great magic power. Otherwise, it would be almost impossible to complete such a huge project in just 10 days. During this period, dozens of orthodoxies came to participate in the conference. However, most of them were second-rate or third-rate orthodoxies. Some orthodoxies with deep foundations had not yet shown up. In the plan of Daphne and the elder of Huqin, the real ancient orthodoxies were the most important. They were mainly waiting for them. Moreover, it was also the top priority to carefully guard against the actions of Yaoqi and the ancient aristocratic families of the Divine Land. Fortunately, the ancient aristocratic families of the Divine Land and even Yaoqi seemed to know that Fang Xing had placed the peach forest in the 100 Break Mountains. With the 2 layers of defense of the mysterious domain and the Buddha formation, they did not think of any way to deal with it. Therefore, they did not show up for a long time. Instead, some orthodoxies who were worried that a war would break out at any time and had been in a wait-and-see state were relieved. More people came to participate in the conference. The controlling spirit sect of the Divine Land has arrived, the Iron Sword sect of the North Sea has arrived, the Loose Cloud cultivator of the southern region has arrived. In front of Mount Dao Defender, outside the Calamity Palace, Fang Xing and a group of people were receiving the various orthodoxies, enlightened masters, and itinerant cultivators who had come to attend the conference. They were dressed properly, with the great rock Diablo King, the old man of Huqin, the old white ape of Great Sage Mountain, the old lady of Qingqiu Mountain, and the others all wearing Taoist robes. Their essence qi manifested around them like flowing clouds, making them look like immortals. Fangxing had also donned a set of black armor, his red cape billowing in the wind, making him look unprecedentedly dignified. It was a pity that the expression on his face was dejected and bored, and he would scratch his ears and cheeks from time to time. If not for the great rock Diablo King and the old man of Huqin watching him closely, he would have slipped away long ago. They are all small sections. There is no need to rob them. Why should I, the dignified sect leader Tong Tian, stay here and guard them? Fangxing was unhappy and muttered in a low voice. Every time an orthodoxy arrived, Daphne and the other old guys would naturally welcome them with a smile and invite them to rest at the back of the mountain. As for Fangxing, the master of the Tribulation Immortals Association and the sect of Jia's Tong Tian, he had no choice but to put on a smile that was uglier than crying. He reluctantly said, "Welcome. Otherwise, you can hide in the mountain and look after your children. You should have a start and finish when you are here. What's wrong with the host running away when you are welcoming the guests?" Daphne looked at the orthodoxies at the foot of the mountain and said to Fangxing calmly, "Sai, what do you know? I can't stay on the mountain anymore." "Alas, what do you know? I can't stay on the mountain anymore. Those two girls are fine when they're alone, but when they're together, they're so awkward. They don't talk, and their eyes are as cold as swords. I can't stay with them at all. They might as well fight with me. In that case, I might as well teach them a lesson together. It's their current appearance that gives me a headache." Fangxing looked distressed. He had come out to deal with business because he couldn't stay in the back of the mountain anymore. When he first welcomed the Dragon Lady and Chu Xi, he was quite happy. He had a daughter-in-law and a little daughter-in-law, and he even had a cheap daughter. No matter what, it was time for him to enjoy the happiness of a family. However, when the two women were together, the atmosphere was so strange that it was scary. They didn't quarrel or fight, but the look in their eyes made Fangxing's hair stand on end. He felt uncomfortable all over and couldn't stay still for even a breath. The key problem was that the daughter-in-law and little daughter-in-law that Fangxing mentioned were based on their age and size. They didn't really distinguish their status, and he didn't want to. If he couldn't solve this problem, the strange atmosphere would probably continue. Cultivators have a long life. The choice of a Taoist companion is a big deal. If you don't handle it well, it will be hundreds or even thousands of years of trouble. You'd better think about how to deal with this problem, or I guess you won't have a good day in the future. Daphne lectured, taking pleasure in other people's misfortune. "You speak as if I have a lot of experience with this, old bachelor." Fangxing rolled his eyes and stopped Daphne. The old man was so angry that he almost hit him. "The three island masters of Punlai, Fengzheng, and Yingzhou are here to pay a visit." As they were arguing in a low voice, they suddenly heard a loud shout from the foot of the mountain. Daphne and the others were shocked. These old fellows are finally willing to show up. These few days, the people who received them were the Taoist masters or true disciples of some small orthodoxies. The big orthodoxies, on the other hand, had been watching from the sidelines. They were a little anxious. After all, if they wanted to organize the Tribulation Immortals Association, or even set up the framework of the Alliance of the Heavens, it was impossible to rely on these small orthodoxies that had at most hundreds or thousands of years of history. They definitely needed the participation of those ancient orthodoxies that had a long history. They had waited for this day, and finally, the three islands of Punlai had arrived. These three islands had a history of tens of thousands of years and were once glorious. Their reputation was really impressive. "Fellow Taoists, it's an honor to have you all here." The old man of Huqin smiled and welcomed them. He cupped his hands and bowed from afar. "Fellow Taoist, you're too polite. As the first son of Tianyuan, how would I dare to stay out of the upcoming calamity?" From afar, three cultivators with fluttering sleeves rushed over. All of them had the cultivation of the Yuanying realm. One was dressed like a tall monk, one was a slender Taoist, and the last one was a beautiful woman dressed like a layman. They were the island masters of Punlai, Fengzheng, and Yingzhou. Behind them, there was a young man who was the true disciple of their orthodoxies. When they arrived at the front of the mountain, the three young men followed the actions of the three island masters and bowed to the old man of Huqin. However, they couldn't help but look at Fangxing strangely. Why are the true disciples of the three islands looking at you like that? Daphne also sensed that something was wrong and asked with a voice transmission. Fangxing chuckled and replied with a voice transmission, back in the 100 Shattering Mountains, I almost beat the three of them up. Daphne was immediately speechless. The clan leader of the Godwa clan of the Pure Land has arrived, the great elder of the Tai clan of the Pure Land has arrived, the divine son of the great wilderness clan of the Pure Land has arrived. Just after the old man of Huqin led the island masters of the three islands of Punlai to the back of the mountain to rest, they heard voices coming from below. Even the people of the Pure Land have come? Great! Daphne was slightly startled when he heard that. Then, he revealed a joyful expression and strode forward to greet them. Although the Devil Province and the Divine Province had been at war for many years, the hatred that had been passed down for thousands of years had been temporarily put aside with the arrival of the Great Tribulation. Today, the Pure Land was a great force that could not be ignored by the world. Even when Yaoqi held the Immortals meeting, he had to treat the Pure Land ancient clan seriously as a great Tao orthodoxy. Their participation in the Tribulation Immortals Association was naturally a gesture of support that could affect the overall situation. Not long after, the three elders also led several people up the mountain. They bowed politely and then entered the mountain. However, among this group of people, most of them looked at Fangxing curiously. It was the goddess of the Godwa clan who followed behind the clan leader. Her body was covered with golden scales, and her body was faintly glowing with golden light. She looked extraordinary, but the way she looked at Fangxing was a little strange and very complicated. Haha, I beat her before. Seeing the old white ape of the great sage mountain cast a curious look at him, Fangxing calmly explained. The goddess of the path of Yin in the northern region of the divine province, TT Fairy has arrived. At this moment, there was another announcement from the foot of the mountain. Unexpectedly, another great Tao orthodoxy had come. Pengwu of the Lone Blade Mountain immediately tidied up his clothes and went to greet them. The current spirit of Nether Path was extraordinary. Ever since the pilgrimage cauldron was taken, the northern region of the divine province was in chaos. Among the originally powerful northern three paths, the pure Yang path had declined, and the talisman path and tool path were directly removed from the world. Only the spirit of Nether Path was left, and it had suddenly risen. Now, it was about to become a supreme orthodoxy independent of the northern region. It could not be underestimated. Fellow Taoist Fangxing, we meet again. At the foot of the mountain, a few elders with dignified auras surrounded a woman with a tranquil expression. The woman was as beautiful as a flower and had an elegant temperament. Although she did not put on airs, her temperament was not to be underestimated. She smiled slightly and bowed to Fangxing when she came up the mountain. Ahaha, TT Fairy, you are getting more and more beautiful. Seeing that she was bowing to him, Fangxing could only laugh and go forward to return the greeting, even praising her. However, this praise seemed to be flirting no matter how one looked at it. The few elders behind TT Fairy were already displeased, but TT Fairy did not care. She covered her mouth and laughed. She looked at Fangxing and said with a smile, Fellow Taoist Fang is really imposing today. Of course, it has always been like this. Fangxing laughed loudly. After bowing, Pengwu led them to the back of the mountain. You have a relationship with this one? The old white ape of the great sage mountain laughed meaningfully and teased Fangxing. Hee, I made a deal with her, Fangxing replied proudly. He thought to himself, this young master can be considered to have a relationship with everyone in the world, right? The head of Spirit Mountain Temple, Master Spirit Butcher, has arrived. Amidst the bustle, another announcement was suddenly heard from the foot of the mountain, causing the clouds to stir. Everyone craned their necks to look. The head of Spirit Mountain Temple was a rare elite in the world. He possessed remarkable abilities, but he hid in the Spirit Mountain Temple for many years to cultivate in seclusion. It was rare to see him, and even the Jade Lake Fairy Society did not attend. No one would have thought that the Tribulation Immortals Association would actually attract this elite, and they were all shocked. Young friend Fang, please follow me down the mountain to welcome him. The old white ape of the Great Sage Mountain and the old woman of Green Hill looked solemn. They straightened their clothes and were about to go down the mountain. However, when they looked back, not only did Fangxing have no intention of going down the mountain, he was even running away, leaving them stunned. I can't accept this. I've stolen something from them. The influence of the Tribulation Immortals Association skyrocketed as the chief monk of Lingshan Temple appeared with monk Jiu Ro and the 36 golden-bodied arhats. Many orthodoxies who were watching from the sidelines also rushed to the demon abyss under the pretext of discussing the tribulation transcendence. It was very different from the previous few days, as it truly had the atmosphere of an immortal. The grade of this immortal gathering depended on the identity and status of the participants, as well as the time of the orthodoxy's inheritance. The more powerful figures there were, the higher the value and the higher the grade, it would attract more orthodoxies and bigwigs. From this point of view, the timing of the appearance of the Lingshan Temple was simply wonderful. The Rock Evil King and the others were all excited by the appearance of the chief monk of Lingshan Temple. On the entire mountain, only Fangxing, the nominal master, hid from the chief monk of Lingshan Temple all the way to the top of another mountain and watched from afar. Seeing that the fat monk looked solemn and did not show the intention to ask for his stolen goods as soon as he came up the mountain, he was slightly relieved, but he refused to pay a visit to him no matter what. Even the Lingshan Temple has appeared. This is really amazing. This Tribulation Immortals Association was originally a joke. Who would have thought that the chief monk of Lingshan Temple would come in person? There's going to be a good show. I wonder how many orthodoxies will send their people here. I think the Yachi can't sit still any longer. Speaking of which, why haven't they come to attack? It's said that Xiaositu of Fuyao Palace is about to come out of seclusion. It's probably reserved for Xiaositu's first battle after coming out of seclusion. At the foot of the mountain, countless itinerant cultivators had gathered. They were the kind of people who would act upon hearing the news. Wherever there was a major event, they would rush over in search of opportunities. At first, when they saw the Saturn Peach Feast, they were the most excited and rushed over to ask for benefits. They were the ones that Fangxing initially wanted to invite to the feast. However, now that the Tribulation Immortals Association was becoming more and more solemn, these itinerant cultivators with no background and status were no longer qualified to enter the Tribulation Immortals Association. They could only stay at the foot of the mountain to watch the show. The Lord of Beko Kekyung Evil Slayer Tower has arrived, the first disciple of the Heavenly Tao, Taoist Gu, has arrived, the young celestial master Yujizi of the Tianji Palace has arrived, the palace master of the Tianyi Palace, Dao Wuya. Not long after, a few other major orthodoxies showed up one after another and handed over their invitations. Then, the people at the foot of the mountain shouted their invitations. Many of these people had actually arrived long ago, but they did not show themselves. It was only when the chief monk of Lingshan Temple went up the mountain that they showed up to hand over their invitations. As they appeared one by one, the group of rogue cultivators around them also stopped mocking the Tribulation Immortals Association. Even the voices of discussion became softer. Almost no one dared to step within 100 feet of the stone path at the foot of the mountain. The Lord of Beko Kekyung Evil Slayer Tower, Donkey Fong, who was waiting at the entrance to the mountain to welcome the guests, was shocked when he heard the name of the Lord of Beko Kekyung Evil Slayer Tower. He knew that his master had just gone to Beko Kekyung to scam 30,000 jars of wine. Moreover, Beko Kekyung had always been on good terms with Yachi. Most of the celestial wines used by the Jade Lake Fairy Society were provided by Beko Kekyung. Furthermore, the Lord of Evil Slayer Tower was recognized as the strongest among the 12 Beko Kekyung floors. However, to his surprise, after the Lord of Evil Slayer Tower appeared, he had a grave expression on his face. He first bowed to the old Confucian scholar, who was behind a stone table beside Donkey Fong, who was holding a writing brush and recording the names of every guest. Then, he politely handed over the invitation, and after the old man from Huqin personally came down to welcome him, he went up the mountain with the others. Old man, look at how awe-inspiring my master is. After you follow him, even the Lord of Beko Kekyung is so polite to you. After Donkey Fong heaved a sigh of relief, he became very excited. Taking advantage of the fact that no one had come, he proudly said to the old Confucian scholar, "Hee, you indeed have some of the elegance of this old man in the past." The old Confucian scholar did not express his opinion. He slowly recorded the name of the Lord of Beko Kekyung Evil Slayer Tower and replied with a faint smile. "Io, this boast is really good. why don't you go to heaven? Donkey Fong looked at the old Confucian scholar with disdain. Seeing that someone else had come, he immediately went up to greet them. Junior brother Fong has become amazing now. However, at the entrance of the fort, a group of people had arrived. The leader was a fat man in a blue robe. Behind him were a few disciples in animal skins and a little girl in red. These people's cultivation was not high. The fat man in the blue robe had only just touched the edge of the golden elixir realm. However, the little girl in red was already a solid golden elixir realm. In normal times, she could be considered a little heaven's favored one. However, now that the immortals' gathering was approaching, many heaven's favored one had gathered in the surroundings. Her little cultivation was not enough to stand out at all. Originally, this group of people did not seem to stand out among the wandering cultivators who were standing at the side and watching the show. However, at this moment, they actually walked forward while stammering. The fat man in the blue robe bowed to the majestic Qilin, who was standing at the entrance of the mountain wearing silver armor. When Donkey Fong saw this fat man in the blue robe, he was slightly startled. Then, he grinned and said, "You guys are also participating in the immortals' gathering?" The fat man in the blue robe was startled. He smiled and said, "We are looking for." Donkey Fong laughed strangely and said, "Can you please show me your invitation?" The fat man in the blue robe laughed bitterly and said, "There is no invitation." Donkey Fong rolled his eyes. "There is no invitation? Oh, then friend, where do you cultivate?" The fat man in the blue robe said, "This, Nanzhan, Bohai Country's 100 Beasts sect." Donkey Fong interrupted him. "I have never heard of it. Are there any benefits for me?" This time, the fat man in the blue robe was really dumbfounded. After a while, he said, "No." Donkey Fong suddenly raised his head high. His donkey face was full of arrogance. "Is our Tribulation Immortals Association a joke? Which one of the participants isn't a great cultivator? Brother, since you don't have an invitation, it means that you are not on the list of people invited by my master. I don't know which corner of the world your orthodoxy is from, so it is insignificant. More importantly, you don't even have the money to bribe me," the eldest disciple of sect leader Tong Tian. "You can say that you are poor, weak, and have no status. Why are you here to participate in the immortals' gathering? Go home and cultivate properly." These words made the fat man in the blue robe dumbfounded. The disciples around him were even more embarrassed. When they saw the imposing manner of the Tribulation Immortals Association, they were already a little timid. Now that they were being ridiculed by Donkey Fong, their faces turned even redder. They were at a loss of what to do. When the rogue cultivators around them saw this, they roared with laughter, making them feel extremely embarrassed. At this moment, the girl in red could not take it anymore. She took a few steps forward and shouted, "Get Fong Xing to come out." Donkey Fong rolled his eyes and said, "My master is busy, how would he have the time to come out and see you?" The girl in red said angrily, "Tell him that I'm here, he will definitely come out." Donkey Fong shook his head and said, "Do you think you're the god of fortune?" The eyes of the girl in red were a little red after being scolded by this donkey, and the surrounding people roared with laughter. On the other hand, when Donkey Fong saw her like this, he was a little scared. He looked around with shifty eyes and was thinking of a way to let them in again. Suddenly, he heard someone shouting in surprise in midair, "Senior brother Zhu?" "It's over." The donkey was so frightened that it tucked its tail between its legs. It turned around and was about to flee, but it was caught off guard by an astonishing chi that descended from the sky and suppressed it with a rumble. It was so frightened that it didn't even dare to move. Then, a person landed behind it and kicked its butt, sending it flying dozens of feet away. It stuck to a stone wall and only slid down after a long while. It lay motionless on the ground with its tongue hanging out, pretending to be dead. The person who descended from the sky was wearing black armor and a red cloak. His face was full of smiles. Who else could it be but Fong Xing? "Waha, I thought you guys would arrive in 2 days. Fortunately, I came down to take a look." The sect leader of Tong Tian, Fong Xing, laughed and walked forward. He hugged the fat man in blue robe tightly and then winked at the girl in red. The laughter of the people around also stopped abruptly at this time. They were so scared that they did not dare to breathe. The sect leader of Tong Tian was so famous and had such a high status now, but he did not come out to welcome the arrival of the chief monk of Lingshan Temple just now. Why did he come down the mountain to welcome these wild cultivators who came out of nowhere? Moreover, seeing that he kicked the donkey, it could be seen that his enthusiasm was not fake. He was really angry and excited. Who were these people? Junior brother Feng, the fat man in blue robe was naturally Yu Sanliang. At this time, he was also a little excited. After being hugged by Feng Xing, his whole body was stiff. He felt a little ashamed in front of the current Feng Xing, but he was more flattered after seeing the enthusiasm of Feng Xing. He opened his mouth for a long time and then stammered out a sentence, My surname is really Yu, I have always remembered it, senior brother Zhu. Feng Xing laughed and pointed to the Kailan lying under the mountain rock pretending to be dead. He explained, that dead donkey is actually the green donkey you gave me that year. Now it has become a monster. I guess it still remembers that you used to use it, so it deliberately took revenge. Don't worry, I will not let this bastard go easily. It is not allowed to walk with 4 hooves for 3 days. If it dares to touch the ground, I will chop it off. That green donkey? Yu Sanliang and Xianxia were also a little shocked. They had heard about the eldest disciple of Feng Xing. Some said it was a strange donkey, some said it was a Kailan, but they had never heard of it. It turned out that this guy was actually the donkey that went out from Bohai country. I am just joking. Donkey Feng saw that Feng Xing did not intend to kill him in anger, so he stopped pretending to be dead. His 2 hind hooves touched the ground, and he ran over to please Yu Sanliang. He wagged his tail so much that it could not be seen clearly, and his big head even rubbed against Yu Sanliang's chest. Junior brother Feng, this is really. Yu Sanliang was pulled up the mountain by Feng Xing. He looked around and was still a little shocked. However, Feng Xing laughed and said, What are you talking about? If there is a flat peach for me, you will eat a green apricot too. The Tribulation Immortals Association became more and more grand. With the arrival of the orthodoxies, the Tribulation Immortals Association, which was originally treated as a joke by others, became more and more influential. Out of the thousands of orthodoxies in the 4 provinces of Tianyuan, only the ancient clans of the central region and the immortal world that had recently returned to Tianyuan did not send anyone over. The other orthodoxies had more or less expressed their intentions. Those with more sincerity would directly send a leader, or even a divine child or a direct disciple of the orthodoxies. As long as they showed themselves and left their names at the Tribulation Immortals Association, it was without a doubt an acknowledgement. This was the foundation of the Alliance of the Heavens. Daphne, the elders of Huqin, and the others were very relieved. The current situation was much better than they had imagined. Aside from the head monk of the Spirited Mountain Temple, the people from the Palace of Divination and the Reverence of Heavenly Ways had also come to attend the meeting. It was an unexpected surprise. Feng Xing, on the other hand, did not like to entertain people. For him, the arrival of these great orthodoxies was far less joyous than the arrival of senior brothers Zhu and Xianxia. He excitedly led the 2 of them up the mountain and settled Yu Sanliang in a magnificent palace. Then, he looked at Xianxia happily. The more he looked at this little girl who kept her head lowered and was both happy and shy when she saw him, the more he liked her. After all, she was his wife. She was much better than those 2 cheese. Finally, someone who's pleasing to the eye. Feng Xing was overjoyed. He praised Xianxia as he looked at her. The eldest princess and sister Xianxia are here too, right? I'd like to pay them a visit. Xianxia also thought of this matter. Coupled with how embarrassed she was from Feng Xing's praise, she mentioned it gently. Yes. Let them have a good look and learn. Feng Xing was overjoyed. He took Xianxia's hand and went to the back of the mountain. He decided to tell Dragon Lady and Xianxia, who stared at each other every day and made him feel uncomfortable. If they wanted to be his daughter-in-law, they should learn from Xiao and be obedient, but the next scene left him completely speechless. Greetings, big sister Dragon Lady, little sister Xianxia. The well-behaved and shy Xiao followed him to meet the Dragon Lady and Xianxia. She smiled and bowed to them. She was indeed obedient and gentle. This is Sister Xiao, right? Dragon Lady was also a little surprised. She stepped forward and supported Xiao lightly. She was also magnanimous and courteous. Xiao, you're finally here. Xianxia greeted them happily and held Xiao's arm. The joy on her face was not fake. Yes, senior brother, you sent me from Bohai country to find him. Xiao answered with a smile. Then she turned to look at Fangxing Dragon Lady, and Xianxia also looked at Fangxing with a strange look. No one spoke for a while, and the atmosphere changed slightly. He. Fangxing was still smiling foolishly. Then, he stopped smiling halfway and stared blankly at the three women. The four of them stared at each other and vaguely felt that there seemed to be a chilly wind blowing in the hall. I still have something to do. I'll leave first. Fangxing shuddered and left the hall with his tail between his legs. He felt goosebumps all over his body. I can't live like this anymore, he was indignant. He thought to himself, why did my little wife change as soon as she entered the hall? It's so difficult to deal with just 3 women. If I really listened to Uncle 11 and married 10 women, how can I live like this? Why can't I live like this anymore? At this moment, a clear answer came from the sky. Fangxing was slightly stunned. He looked up and saw a small ivory tower flying over from the eastern sky. The man on the tower was tall and slender, with white hair and white clothes. He was as handsome as an immortal. Fangxing became excited at the sight. Speak of the devil. Who else could it be but Uncle 11 by Qianzhong? As early as in Kunlun Mountain, he had made an appointment with Fangxing to meet in the southern region of China, but he did not expect that he would come so late. Uncle 11, why did you come so late? Fangxing was overjoyed and greeted him excitedly. Something happened in the middle, so I was delayed for a few days. Bai Qianzhong smiled and looked at Fangxing with surprise in his eyes. At this time, Fangxing revealed his real cultivation. He seemed to be in the elixir realm, but his aura was thicker than that of Yuanying. He had a vague feeling that he had set foot on the Great Way and had infinite potential. More importantly, those who knew him well knew that as long as he wanted, he could create a Yuanying doppelganger that was almost as strong as the Emperor Nascent Soul and the Mahayana realm at any time. This strength had long surpassed the realm. At that time in Kunlun Mountain, Fangxing had already told him about his trump card, but it was not until now that Bai Qianzhong began to look at it seriously. Can you form your nascent soul at any time now? After looking at him for a while, Bai Qianzhong suddenly asked. It's not difficult, but I don't want to do it now, Fangxing smiled and answered in a low voice. Are you afraid that after you form your nascent soul, you won't be able to enter the Xian domain? Bai Qianzhong looked at him curiously. I'm afraid that after I form my nascent soul, the heavens will strike me with lightning. We can't afford to delay any longer. I've heard that purple clouds have been gathering in the sky above Fuyao Palace these days, and the divine qi is faintly discernible. Presumably, the day that the young Sidhu will come out of his closed-door training is approaching. He is a rare talent, blessed by Jade Pool's tens of thousands of years of heritage, and personally guided by the sage. Once he comes out of his closed-door training, he will definitely have the body of a fairy infant. At that time, he will not ignore the humiliation of Jade Pool. Now that the Great Tribulation is approaching, the sage cannot bear to sit and watch Tianyuan fall into chaos. Therefore, the battle between the orthodoxies will most likely not take place. However, the two of you are destined to have a battle, whether it is fate or personal hatred. Bai Qianzhong said in a low voice, if you don't form your nascent soul now, it's hard to say whether you will be his match. I've also been waiting for him to come out. When Fangxing heard that, his expression became serious. He sneered and said, didn't they say that once Xiao Situ comes out, he will become the real Situ? At that time, Xiao Man will become his concubine, right? I was thinking of holding the Tribulation Immortals Association before he comes out, forcing Yachi to speak in advance. In the end, I didn't expect those women to be so patient. They are not afraid that I will eat all the peaches of immortality. Until now, they have not said a word, as if they have swallowed their anger. I have been feeling a little uneasy these few days. Of course they can't swallow their anger. The Immortality Peach Forest is the foundation of Yaoqi. They don't have the courage to do that. Bai Qianzhong sighed and said calmly, they've only seen through the situation. The people behind you are very good at scheming. They're using the excuse of transcending the tribulation to seize the righteous cause. If they insist on making things difficult for you, they'll lose their reputation first. Furthermore, if they really want to win against you, they'll need the ancient clans to work together to help them. But right now, the ancient clans are fighting each other openly and covertly, so it's hard for them to work together. Furthermore, no matter what happens, you'll be able to enter the mysterious domain. They won't be able to do anything to you. Instead of putting themselves in a difficult position, it's better to wait for the right opportunity and deal with the problem once and for all. Bai Qianzhong looked at Feng Xing and said with a serious expression, "You've used an overt scheme to steal the righteousness of the Jade Lake sect, forcing them to restrain themselves, but they've already planned for the battle between you and young Master Sidhu. No matter how big the Tribulation Transcendence Immortal Assembly is, or how many orthodoxies are attracted, as long as you're defeated in the final battle, everything will vanish into thin air. However, as long as you're on guard against their attack, you won't give up the escape route to the mysterious domain, and naturally, you won't be willing to form your nascent soul. Before I came here, I've been worried about you forming your nascent soul, and now it seems that I'm right." "You really are," Feng Xing frowned and muttered, "I really don't like to fight with people in such a serious matter, you can't refuse." Bai Qianzhong said calmly, "Actually, I, or the others, don't want you to have this battle either. Although you have a strong foundation now, you are still congenitally deficient. You have chosen an unconventional path, and your foundation is far from Xiaosidhu's. That's why I advise you to give up on that little handmaiden." When Feng Xing heard Bai Qianzhong mention Xiaoman, he was slightly startled and raised his head to look at him. "That girl named Xiaoman is in Fuyao Palace. You don't have the confidence to refuse this battle." Bai Qianzhong said calmly and pointed out Feng Xing's biggest weakness. "Uncle 11, even you advise me not to give up on Xiaoman?" Feng Xing's eyes were filled with anger as he glared at Bai Qianzhong. "No, I'm more supportive of you getting her back." Bai Qianzhong's expression was solemn as he said in a low voice, "You like to snatch things from others, but you can't stand others snatching things from you. Others only think that you are pestering a little girl and don't care about the big picture. I understand your thoughts. If you don't get that little girl back, you will always have a sore spot in your heart. If that's the case, don't avoid the battle. Win this battle fair and square." When Feng Xing heard this, he wished he could hug Bai Qianzhong. However, he was puzzled and asked, "But you also think that I don't have a high chance of winning?" Bai Qianzhong said calmly, "Since your debut, which battle have you had a high chance of winning?" Uncle 11 knows me the best." Feng Xing shook his head and casually mentioned a book bag. He then said excitedly, "Then let's get him." Bai Qianzhong was speechless. He smiled and waved his sleeves. "Then let's go." Feng Xing was stunned. "Where to?" Bai Qianzhong said, "Let's find a quiet place. I have something to tell you. Consider it my last lesson to you." He was a little disappointed. "In the future, I probably won't be able to teach you anything anymore." Feng Xing was slightly stunned. He understood Bai Qianzhong's intention. He nodded and said, "Okay, let's go. But I have to say hello first." He then walked toward the glass palace. Bai Qianzhong was a little emotional. He thought that a person with a strong family background knew to say hello before going to do something. However, he was soon stunned by the way Feng Xing greeted Feng Xing. From afar, he saw Feng Xing stomping his feet and cursing at the entrance of the glass palace, "You 3B** cheese. I'm leaving now and I won't come back." As for the enlightenment that Bai Qianzhong mentioned, Feng Xing understood how valuable it was. There were not many people in the world who could give Feng Xing pointers. After all, his path was too extraordinary. The formation of a celestial infant was the path of transcendence. Although it was powerful, it was also fraught with dangers. Unless he obtained an ancient inheritance, he would not be able to find a path that could be used as a reference. After the ancient times, the rules of heaven and earth changed greatly, and cultivation became more difficult for mortals. No more celestial infants appeared. Once he set foot on the celestial infant, his path of cultivation would be different from that of the people in the present world. He would need to find his own path. This was also the reason why he had always been unwilling to form a nascent soul. In terms of cultivation, Daphne, the old man of Huqin, and even the old white ape of the Great Sage Mountain were all stronger than him. However, these old seniors could not give him pointers on his path of cultivation, because everyone was already on a different path. Why did Bai Qianzhong say that Xiaositu of Fuyao Palace had a foundation that far surpassed that of Fangxing? It was because of that person. Not to mention that he was extremely talented. Every time he took a path, there would be countless knowledgeable old cultivators who would give him pointers to prevent him from making mistakes. Cultivation was a heaven-defying matter, and one needed to be extremely cautious. If he made a mistake now, it might not be obvious at the time, but decades or hundreds of years later, this mistake would cause him to be possessed by the devil and fall into the endless abyss. In the eyes of the people, the importance of inheriting the orthodoxy was because it could prevent people from making mistakes. Even an insignificant basic spell now was the result of countless painstaking efforts of the sages of the past. The cultivators of the ancient times did not have so many spells: cultivation in the ancient times, cultivation in the body in the ancient times, cultivation in the present. This is the trend of the times, and it is also determined by the rules of heaven and earth. As they walked casually, they gradually entered the devil's abyss. Bai Qianzhong walked in front with his hands behind his back. His clear voice traveled back. The ancient times were also known as the primitive times, and it was the darkest era. Demons and devils ruled the world, and the human race suffered a lot. However, the path of cultivation of the human race's great mediums was also different from that of the current world. Fated chances descended from the heavens, and great fortune was added to one's body. Decades or even hundreds of years' worth of effort could be compared to the millions of years of cultivation of the current world. Hence, there were many saints and immortal kings in the ancient times. Their paths and fruits of the way were unreachable by the later generations. In the ancient times, although it was already extremely difficult to obtain the fruits of the way, one could still embark on the path of true immortality and form a celestial infant. The decline of the cultivation world did not begin after the heavens were sealed. In fact, after the ancient times, the path of cultivation had become increasingly difficult. Hence, the path of the celestial infant was severed, and the people began to choose the easier path of the emperor infant or divine infant. Perhaps millions of years later, even the path of the emperor infant or divine infant would become increasingly difficult, and even usher in the age of Dharma ending. This trend is unavoidable. Then, should I cultivate? Fangxing was slightly surprised by Bai Qianzhong's introduction. Ever since he stepped onto the path of cultivation, no one had ever systematically explained to him the general trend and theories of the cultivation world. Moreover, the things that Bai Qianzhong mentioned were from too long ago. Although they sounded simple, if it was not for the support of an orthodoxy that had been around for tens of thousands of years, he would not have known about these seemingly useless but ordinary knowledge that actually contained great principles. If you want to cultivate, the most powerful thing in the world is naturally the celestial techniques. For ordinary orthodoxies, the celestial techniques are out of reach, but for some of the top ancient clans in the world, it is not something that is unattainable. If you cultivate the celestial techniques to the extreme, you will naturally stand at the top of the world. However, for you and Xiaositu of Fuyao Palace, or rather, the celestial seedlings in the philosopher's dojo established by the saints, it is not as simple as just cultivating the celestial techniques. Instead, you must transcend the present world, inherit the legacy of the ancient times, and embark on the path of the celestial infant taken by the ancient sages. At the same time, you must also cultivate the celestial techniques of the present world. When the two are combined, you will not only transcend the present world, but also transcend the ancient times. Bai Qianzhong spoke quietly. His tone was so deep that even Fangxing was slightly shocked. Transcend the present world and the ancient times. He widened his eyes and looked at Bai Qianzhong with a strange expression. The ancient times were too long ago, and some secrets and inheritances had long been annihilated. For the current cultivation world, the ancient times was the golden age of cultivators in Zhu Xiu's impression. In countless ancient Taoist classics, that 100,000 years was the most prosperous era for the cultivation world. Ancient heaven appeared at that time, and most of the famous immortals in the world also left behind legends of ascension in that era. If Bai Qianzhong wanted Fangxing to follow their path, then Fangxing could accept it. But when it came to surpassing them, it was a little shocking. The cultivators in the ancient times were actually particular about self-cultivation. The so-called mystical methods were mostly derived from the foundation left by the later generations, which took countless generations of painstaking efforts to deduce. In terms of the methods themselves, they had already surpassed the mystical methods and talisman matrices they left behind. Therefore, if someone could follow their path of cultivation and comprehend the present world methods to the extreme, then the two could combine into one and surpass the present world and the ancient times at the same time. This is completely possible. Even the sage's Taoist field of many children is to cultivate such immortal seedlings. Otherwise, how could an ordinary ascended true immortal be valued by those arrogant seniors? It's easier said than done. Hearing Bai Qianzhong's solemn words, Fangxing subconsciously felt that it was a little difficult. Present world techniques were easy to deal with. Even if celestial techniques were hard to come by, he was rich in resources and did not need to worry about resources. If he focused on cultivating for more than 100 years, he would definitely be able to achieve something. However, the path of ancient celestial nascent soul was originally full of variables and difficulties due to the lack of legacies. Whether he could completely cultivate it was not only a matter of diligence, but also a large part of luck. As for adding these two paths together, the variables and difficulties would increase exponentially. It could be said that it was almost impossible. It's not easier said than done. Bai Qianzhong turned around and looked at Fangxing calmly. After a long while, he finally spoke. There seemed to be a faint sense of guilt in his eyes. Previously, when I used you to take revenge, I hesitated a few times. But don't blame me. I'm a heartless person. In the end, I didn't stop you midway. Instead, I watched you walk down the path that I predetermined. From this point of view, I'm not qualified to be your master. If you hate me in your heart, I'll probably feel better. But you don't hate me at all, which makes me even more unbearable. I've always wanted to make it up to you. Thus, in the few years that you embarked on the path of cultivation, I didn't stay idle and finally did something. He opened his palm and gently handed over the ivory tower. This is my compensation for you. What's this? Fangxing took it curiously. He had heard Bai Qianzhong mention it when he was at Kunlun Mountain, but he had not asked about it in detail. This is a little help that can help you set foot on the peak of the present world methods. It's also a little bit of my insignificant achievements in the past few years. Bai Qianzhong's smile was rather forced. He seemed to feel that this was not enough to make up for Fangxing's shortcomings. He, Uncle 11, you're too polite. Anyway, you didn't force me. Fangxing was very excited. As he spoke politely, he unceremoniously kept the ivory tower. Even if I didn't force you, there's still some selfishness in this master-disciple relationship. It's lucky that you have a straightforward personality. Otherwise, if it were someone else, they would probably have completely fallen out with me. Bai Qianzhong smiled and said, but this is just something that I prepared for you before. It's suitable for you in the past. You're very different now, and you have the foundation to inherit the ancient path of the nascent soul. So this time, I have some other things for you. They are things that can help you to successfully form the nascent soul, and even the direction of your future cultivation. The direction of my future cultivation? Fangxing was slightly shocked. He raised his head and looked at Bai Qianzhong. It was not that he was very arrogant now. After all, he had already embarked on the path of the nascent soul, which was different from the current cultivators. Although Uncle 11 was also a genius with extraordinary strength, he did not seem to be powerful enough to give him pointers on this path. It's not just my credit. There's also some help from others. You only need to know that this path will work. Bai Qianzhong answered quietly. There was some confidence in his words. What method is it? Fangxing was also a little excited and asked hurriedly. Cultivation of the nascent soul, and cultivation of the demon baby. Bai Qianzhong's answer was unusually straightforward, but it caused Fangxing to fall into shock. Actually, this is also because your performance on Kunlun Mountain was too shocking, which made us think of this step. At that time, no one knew that the demon baby of yours was a clone. Even if they knew, they would find it hard to believe, because that demon baby's performance was too dazzling. It used all kinds of great techniques and magical powers to a shocking degree. And your real body is said to be a flawless nascent soul, like a beautiful jade that can't be obtained. Since you have this innate advantage, why not use it to cultivate the ancient nascent soul and the present world's method at the same time? As he spoke softly, a faint smile appeared on Bai Qianzhong's face. When your two bodies fuse together, it will be the day when you transcend the past and the present. Well said, this method is feasible. Fangxing was in a daze. Before he could answer, he heard a praise in the realm of his consciousness. It was Demon Ancestor. Demon Baby Cultivation Method, Nascent Soul Cultivation Body. Fangxing was also slightly stunned. After a moment of silence, he smiled faintly. Since God has prepared this path for me, what else can I choose? Fangxing smiled faintly, but there was a hint of ruthlessness in his smile. He said in a deep voice, then cultivate. Hearing this, Demon Ancestor in the realm of his consciousness cheered loudly. Well said. If one can't transcend, what's the point of living? Fangxing already understood in his heart. He laughed softly and said, there's only one person who has to transcend first. Fiendish Cultivation Techniques, Immortal Cultivation Body. This was the cultivation direction that Bai Qianzhong had set for Fangxing. It was also the last time he would teach Fangxing about cultivation. Fangxing understood this cultivation technique. He was born in the Ghost Smoke Valley when he was young and had learned martial arts before, so he had his own set of cultivation techniques. The cultivation technique or cultivation body that Bai Qianzhong referred to was actually similar to the so-called inner force and moves that his big uncle had taught him when he was young. When he was young, Fangxing loved to slack off. He learned martial arts very quickly, but he was too lazy to put any effort into the path of inner force. From his big uncle's point of view, he had embarked on an evil path at that time. This was because moves were external, and inner force was the foundation. Now, although the realm and level of strength of both sides were long different, the essence was still the same. The immortal nascent was equivalent to inner force. If he walked this path steadily, Fangxing's strength would become stronger and his foundation would become more solid. As for immortal techniques, they were the means to defeat the enemy. If one had to take care of both, the progress of cultivation would become slower and slower. However, Fangxing was now blessed by heaven. His spirit and spirit originated from one body, but they were both different. Even their realms were different. It just so happened that one could walk the righteous path, cultivate the immortal nascent, and build the body of a true immortal. The other could cultivate immortal techniques or even evil techniques. In short, he would not let go of anything that could improve his combat strength, and build an invincible sword. After deciding on this path of cultivation, the happiest person was the Demon Ancestor. This person's background was mysterious. He did not mention anything about the past, but one thing was certain. He was actually an existence who had cultivated immortal techniques to the extreme. Thus, he had always instilled a belief in Fangxing, and that was that the immortal nascent was useless, and the foundation was useless. After inheriting his sword path, he would kill all immortal nascent cultivators. Fangxing guessed that this old man was actually a mutant from ancient times. At the very least, among his opponents, there should be many almighty beings who walked the path of the immortal nascent, which was why this old demon was so resentful. But then again, from the point of view of cultivators who had inherited ancient orthodoxies, the immortal nascent was the foundation. Those who valued the sword path but not the foundation belonged to the evil path to begin with. In addition, he was a ruthless person who killed people to cultivate his sword, so it was reasonable for him to be called a demon. In a secret place in the demonic abyss, the terrain was strange. There was a lake and a mountain. The mountain was hundreds of feet tall, lonely like a sword, and contained a sharp murderous aura. Meanwhile, the lake was dozens of miles in circumference. It was as smooth as still water, and the bottom could be seen. At this moment, there was a Fangxing sitting cross-legged on the peak of the mountain. He had manifested his Dharma form with 3 heads and 6 arms. One of his hands was holding a small ivory tower, while the other 5 hands were forming different kinds of seals. Strange essence chi circulated around his body, and from time to time, he would trigger meteorological phenomena, such as surging winds and surging clouds, lightning flashing and thunder rumbling, the earth trembling, and heavy rain pouring. This technique has no name. It's a collection of immortal wills that I've intercepted from various orthodoxies when I roamed the divine continent. Back then, when I heard that you were forced to form your nascent soul ahead of time and that your path to the immortal nascent was cut off, I used all my means to obtain this immortal will for you. I'm prepared to give it to you as compensation. The immortal will is the foundation of the immortal technique. Perhaps you can master it and cultivate your own technique. Then, even if you're only at the Emperor Nascent Soul, you can still set foot on the peak. A shadow of Bai Qianzhong stood in the void in front of Fang Xing and quietly explained. What he gave to Fang Xing were simple and unadorned incantations or even fragments. These were the original immortal techniques of various orthodoxies that he had used all kinds of means to obtain. It was a collection of the painstaking efforts of countless sages. If they were separated, they would probably not be of great value. However, he had painstakingly obtained so many incantations not because he wanted Fang Xing to cultivate these immortal techniques, but because he wanted to use the orthodoxies contained in these immortal techniques to enlighten Fang Xing, so that Fang Xing could continue on the path of the present world technique and even reach the peak and possess his own technique. This was what he had prepared for Fang Xing, who had advanced to nascent soul formation. It was a way to remedy the situation. At that time, Fang Xing's nascent soul formation did not have much to do with him. However, Bai Qianzhong felt that since he had sent Fang Xing into the cultivation world and set him on the path of revenge, everything had to do with him. Therefore, he thought of this method to compensate him. Among these incantations, some of them were incantations that Fang Xing had snatched from countless Taoist scriptures. They were all stored in the ivory tower and he had sorted out the things that would be useful to Fang Xing. There were also some incantations that he had read in the Buddhist scriptures at Spiritual Mountain Temple. There were also some that he had obtained when he was cultivating in the Yuan family. There were also some that he had obtained when he traveled among the orthodoxies, either by stealing or robbing. There were all kinds of incantations, and instead of incantations, they were more like Taoist scriptures. Doesn't he have a name? Fang Xing paused his cultivation and spoke to Bai Qianzhong. Then let's give him a name. That's a simple name. The Book of Myriad Daos will do. Bai Qianzhong chuckled and casually came up with a name that pointed directly to the original meaning of the incantation. It doesn't sound good. However, Fang Xing shook his head and pondered for a while. He smiled and said, this incantation is all-encompassing and has a complicated origin. Why don't we call it 100 Families Will? 100 Families Will. 100 Families Rice? Bai Qianzhong was taken aback. His expression turned strange as he said, that's awful, since you prepared it for me, I can at least give it a name, right? Fang Xing rolled his eyes. Bai Qianzhong let out a bitter laugh and sighed, whatever you want. He felt helpless. Although he was not the one who created the incantation, he had organized the incantation from many other incantations and deduced the variations from them. He had also added many of his insights into the incantation, and it was the result of most of his life's work. He did not say it out loud, but in fact, this incantation alone was enough to be the heirloom of an orthodoxy. If it was famous, it might even be passed down for tens of thousands of years. However, because of the name Fang Xing gave it, Bai Qianzhong suddenly did not want it to be passed down anymore. This little bastard's naming skills are really not that good. On the lake below, another Fang Xing, dressed in a white robe, was also sitting cross-legged at the center of the lake. However, he was focused and unmoving, quietly breathing in and out. As he breathed so softly that it was almost inaudible, one could see circles of ripples appearing on the surface of the lake. With him as the center, the ripples spread out in all directions, and then retracted again and again. Gradually, this power even surpassed the lake and began to spread to the entire world. In an undetectable manner, he seemed to have become the center of the entire world, and could control all power. Although you are only in the Golden Core realm now, your aura is terrifying. Bai Qianzhong's figure appeared in the void in front of him. He looked at Fang Xing, who was breathing, and frowned slightly. He sighed and said, with your foundation, it should not be difficult for you to form a Yuanying, right? You have accumulated enough. It is not difficult to form an immortal infant. Fang Xing opened his eyes and looked a little troubled. But I am more worried about after forming the immortal infant. Oh? Bai Qianzhong was slightly surprised. His eyes were filled with doubt. Fusu's immortal infant is too much of a shortcut. It's not worth learning from. I'd like to see what will happen when Xiaoxitu emerges from seclusion. In the current Tianyuan continent, there are only the two of us who can learn from each other on the path of cultivation. Fang Xing said with a frown. He then smiled bitterly. From this aspect, there will indeed be a battle between us. But you can't wait for the immortal infant's experience. Every day you delay forming your immortal infant, you will lose an advantage in the battle. Bai Qianzhong replied calmly, but he stated the most serious fact. As Fang Xing and Bai Qianzhong discussed the path of cultivation in the demon abyss, the space within 10,000 kilometers of Fuyao Palace in the central region had already become densely filled with dark clouds. At the very center of the dark clouds was a dwelling on the mountain behind Fuyao Palace. The dwelling sat at the head of the dragon vein that came from Kunlun. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was the dwelling with the densest spiritual energy on the Tianyuan continent. As the violet clouds filled the sky, they resonated with one another, forming an extremely tempting, wondrous place. Yaoqi Wangmu, the Grand Elder of Fuyao Palace, and the other great cultivators of Yaoqi Palace sat in the surroundings of the dwelling. They watched over it quietly. Even with their cultivation, they actually showed some excitement and eagerness, aside from them, who knew how many people had secretly paid attention to it. From afar, paying close attention. The violet clouds are getting denser. He's about to emerge. The Grand Elder of Yaoqi suddenly opened his eyes when the violet clouds had gathered to their densest point. He looked over like lightning. It was also at this moment that a clear inhalation suddenly rang out from the dwelling that had remained silent the entire time. It was like a newborn opening its mouth and inhaling its first breath. The inhalation caused the spiritual energy from the dragon vein of Kunlun Mountains to gather toward the dwelling like a whale sucking in water. The spiritual energy was so powerful that even the old cultivators at Great Ascension Yuanying felt shocked. The spiritual energy had actually completely exceeded the limits of their energy. As he inhaled and exhaled, the purple qi in the air was also drawn down by him, forming a funnel-shaped purple cloud vortex that directly fell towards the cave dwelling. Within the purple cloud, lightning surged and countless electric snakes swam. The electric snakes were golden-purple in color and contained an indescribably terrifying aura. It was like a giant hand from the heavens, containing the might of the heavens. With a rumbling sound, it struck towards the cave dwelling. It was as if there was a mysterious power that wanted to destroy the existence in the cave dwelling in one fell swoop. Tribulation thunder. That's tribulation thunder. At this moment, the Jade Lake Queen Mother, the Grand Elder, and the others were shocked. They had gathered here to protect the Tao Protector, to prevent any accidents from happening when the person in the Immortal's cave came out from his secluded cultivation. But now, an accident really happened, and they didn't dare to step forward. It was tribulation thunder, the tribulation thunder that only cultivators who were undergoing the tribulation thunder would encounter. For them, this was an irresistible force. Otherwise, they would have gone through the thunder tribulation a long time ago and taken a higher step in their cultivation. Who would have thought that the person in the cave would come across such a thing when he came out of seclusion? Should they do anything about it, if they were to interfere, they would be the ones who would die and their Tao would disappear. But if they did not do anything about it, could the person in the dwelling withstand it? Just as they were gritting their teeth, unable to make a decision, a clear voice suddenly rang out from the dwelling. Even in the midst of the rumbling thunder, the voice was clearly audible. At the same time, it was filled with boundless confidence. All of you, step aside. This is a great gift from the heavens. The tribulation lightning descended from the sky. Even Yaoqi Wangmu and the others did not dare to step forward. The tribulation lightning was too terrifying. Ordinary cultivators, after achieving the Yuanying realm, would need many years of experience and confidence before they dared to attract the tribulation lightning. Even so, there were still countless Yuanying cultivators who failed at the moment of tribulation lightning. Passing the tribulation was a matter of life and death. If one could survive it, they would step into the tribulation realm. If not, they would vanish into thin air. Because of this, many Yuanying cultivators in the world did not dare to step into the tribulation realm. They gave up on the idea immediately. Or, they only dared to try it when their lifespan was about to run out. Unfortunately, the cultivators at that time would have exhausted their blood essence. The possibility of passing the tribulation lightning was so low that it was almost non-existent. Therefore, there was a saying in the world, only those with great courage could pass the tribulation lightning. Yaoqi Wangmu and the others could not be said to be without courage. But when they saw the tribulation lightning without any preparation, they were so scared that their skin crawled. Who dared to step forward? Deep in their hearts, they could not wait to turn around and run as far away from the tribulation lightning as possible. but at this time, a scene that deeply shocked them appeared. Below the tribulation lightning, in the cave, the stone door slowly opened. A tall, handsome young man in a dark red robe walked out. He looked like he had just walked out of a painting. He raised his head to look at the tribulation lightning in the sky, but he did not show the slightest fear. Instead, he laughed softly and took a step into the sky. He raised his right palm high and actually directly faced the tribulation lightning in the sky. "Watch out." Yaoqi Wanmu was shocked. She could not help but scream. Even with their cultivation, they did not dare to touch the tribulation lightning. How could this treasure, who had just become Yuanying, dare to face it head-on? However, the tribulation lightning descended quickly. As soon as she said that, the tribulation lightning had already descended from the sky. The world turned into a sea of lightning in an instant. Terrifying lightning lingered in the surroundings. Even they were terrified at this moment. Because they were worried about Xiaoxitu, they did not escape in time. At this time, they were also affected by the tribulation lightning. It was too late for them to escape now. They could only feel the power of the heavens. Their cultivation was quickly drained, and they could really feel the feeling of death. Haha, this tribulation lightning is a gift from the heavens. Don't fight for it, okay? At the center of the sea of thunder, a loud laugh was heard. Then, a figure appeared calmly. It was the young man in red. He opened his arms and rushed toward the thunder retribution. At this moment, his body seemed to have become infinitely large. He actually blocked all the thunder retribution that was falling from the sky. That was not all. He was still rushing toward the thunder retribution. The thunder retribution with a terrifying aura of destruction bombarded his body, causing his body to become blurred. But he was still laughing. How did he? Yaoqi Wanmu could not believe her eyes when she saw this. She was shocked and cried out involuntarily. They were supposed to be the protectors. Who would have thought that under the heaven's power, they would become the ones being protected? It was because of the young man in red who rushed up to the sky and blocked all the tribulation lightning that they were able to avoid being affected. However, the shock in their hearts was even more terrifying than when they were struck by the tribulation lightning. This was the tribulation lightning. He had just come out from his secluded cultivation. How did he dare to face the tribulation lightning head-on? At the beginning of the Yuanying, the tribulation lightning falls from the heavens. The great elder of Fuyao Palace was also shocked and even panicked. Is he envious of the heavens because he has become an immortal infant? Boom. Boom. Boom, the tribulation lightning fell one after another. Even the great elder's cry of surprise was drowned. They did not dare to stay any longer. After exchanging glances, they flew up at the same time and fled into the distance. 10 miles away, they used their Dharma vision to witness the shocking scene. They were not the only ones. The Fuyao Palace was filled with white shadows. Countless female disciples were alarmed. Some exclaimed, some panicked, some were excited, and some knelt down, praying that Xiaoxitu would be able to get through this tribulation smoothly. At this moment, Xiaoxitu, who was in the air, had already turned into a ball of lightning. Countless tribulation lightning fell and enveloped him, bombarding his body heavily. Then, it collapsed and splashed in all directions, layer by layer. It was like a waterfall falling from the 9 heavens. It was as if Xiaoxitu was facing the heavens alone. Resisting the lightning weapons that were falling from the heavens, when the lightning occasionally dissipated, they could see that lonely figure. The robe on his body had already been hit by the tribulation lightning, revealing his slender body that was glowing like a treasure. From time to time, the tribulation lightning would strike down and almost destroy his body, revealing a large amount of charred wounds. However, he had also mastered the supreme wood technique. His wounds kept splitting open and healing, like flowing water washing over his body. During this process, there seemed to be some kind of substance in the tribulation lightning. As his wounds appeared and healed, it entered his body, causing his body to gradually turn purple and his injuries to slow down. Immortal infant. So this is the real immortal infant. Yaoqi Wanmu was in a daze. As if she had seen through something, she was pleasantly surprised. With such an immortal infant, why would he worry about not becoming an immortal? So, it wasn't the immortal infant that attracted the tribulation lightning, but the immortal infant was being cleansed in the tribulation lightning. the great elder of Fuyao Palace also saw through it and murmured to himself. Apart from young Master Fusu of the Yuan family who had used the source of Tao to achieve the immortal infant, the first real immortal infant had finally appeared since ancient times. His cultivation method was so cruel. The tribulation that terrified the cultivators in the world to the point that they could not describe it was a good fortune for him. He has just formed his immortal infant, but he is already tainted with the aura of tribulation lightning. How terrifying will he be when he reaches the complete stage of yuaniying? The elder of Fuyao Palace murmured. Xiaoxitu, whom they had been looking forward to for so long, did not disappoint them. On the contrary, his performance had far exceeded their expectations. He had dared to face the tribulation lightning when he had just formed his yuaniying and forcefully cleansed his immortal infant through the tribulation lightning. This meant that his tolerance for the tribulation lightning was worlds apart from that of an ordinary yuaniying cultivator. To ordinary cultivators, the tribulation lightning was like the gates of hell, but to him, it was just a process. He was simply a seed destined to become an immortal, a real immortal seedling. In terms of strength, once a yuaniying cultivator underwent the tribulation lightning, even if it was only the first tribulation lightning, his lifespan and strength would greatly increase. Now that he had just formed his nascent soul, he had already experienced the tribulation lightning and was tainted with the immortal qi in the tribulation lightning. How strong would he be? At the very least, the great elder of Fuyao Palace who had seen this scene felt a faint sense of fear. Even though he was a cultivator at the great realization stage of the Emperor Nascent Soul realm, he did not dare to fight with this junior who had just formed his nascent soul. Perhaps, to him, the yuaniying realm does not exist at all. Yaoqi Wanmu continued the great elder's words, but what she said was even more shocking. A cultivator who has experienced the tribulation lightning symbolizes that he has stepped into the tribulation passing realm. Her voice was low, and her eyes were filled with endless excitement. Then, even if he has just formed his nascent soul, he has already undergone the tribulation lightning. Now, how should we view his realm? When the great elder heard this, his expression froze. After a while, he said in a deep voice, he was born to undergo the tribulation lightning, surpassing the current world. As he said this, the surrounding Zhushou fell silent. Due to the agitation in his heart, he could not say a word. Haha, after cultivating in seclusion for a few months, I only took a bath when I woke up. It's really comfortable. After about the time it took for an incense stick to burn, the tribulation lightning that fell from the sky decreased until it finally disappeared without a trace. The purple clouds that gathered in the sky also gradually dispersed. After several months of darkness, the sky of Fuyao Palace finally welcomed a clear sky. At this moment, Xiaoxitu was floating in the air like a god. The robe and other items on her body had long been cleansed by the tribulation lightning. She was naked, and only a few wisps of clouds floated around her, covering her vital parts. Go! Go! Yaoqi Wangmu was overjoyed. She ordered the female disciples of Fuyao Palace in the palace behind her. Some female disciples, who had long been prepared, answered his call. Some carried robes, some carried jade boots, some carried swords, and some carried jade ornaments and headbands. They flew into the air and surrounded young Lord Situ. Two maidservants each held one side of a red robe and draped it over him, one straightened the creases on his robe behind him, and the other squatted in front of him. With a blush on her face, she tied the ribbons around his waist together and even made an exquisite knot. The others also surrounded him with a smile. In an orderly manner, some put on the boots, some tied up the hair, some hung the jade pendants on his chest, and some put the swords on his waist. They were used to doing these things. However, when they saw the naked Xiaoxitu, they all blushed. Some covered their mouths and laughed. Some closed their eyes shyly. There were even a few bold ones who lifted Xiaoxitu's robe and looked inside. Haha, we are going to be husband and wife soon. What are you curious about now? Xiaoxitu rubbed the head of the maidservant who was smiling mischievously in front of him. He laughed and walked down from the sky. He looked around and said, "Where is Xiao Man? Didn't I say that she is the first person I want to see when I come out of seclusion? I've locked her up. It's not the time for you to see her yet." Yaoqi Wangmu slowly walked up to him. The joy on his face had yet to fade, but there was a hint of seriousness. Haha, when I become Situ in the future, don't lock up my woman. I will fall out with you. Xiaoxitu laughed. There was a teasing expression on his handsome face. No one knew if he was telling the truth or not. When you become Situ, you should be more sensible. Now, Yaoqi has an opponent that you need to deal with. Yaoqi Wangmu did not care about his repentance. Instead, he replied with a serious expression. I have just formed my nascent soul. Instead of finding a sister to sleep with me, you want me to kill someone? Xiaositu shook his head. No, no. Yaoqi Wangmu was annoyed and amused at the same time. He said with a straight face, it's this person who wants to snatch Xiaoman away. He won't stop until he is dead. Xiaositu's expression suddenly turned serious. His eyes turned cold. After a while, he said coldly, tell me where he is. End of chapter 1006. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.